When you move over for anyone, you're not just doing it for them, you're doing it for their families. Their lives are flashing before your eyes. Move over, Arizona. Every vehicle, every time. It's the law. Please visit moveoveraz.org. This message is brought to you by ADOT and this station.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
KMVP-FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks return to Chase Field tonight following the All-Star break with a matchup against the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are currently 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot with 66 games to go, and made some roster moves yesterday, placing Tommy Troy on the IL and calling up first baseman Tyler Locklear. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound with first pitch at 6:40. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue Summer League play tomorrow, but according to our very own John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will be shut down after playing 4 games for the Summer Suns. And the struggling Phoenix Mercury try to stop a 4-game losing streak when they host the Connecticut Sun at Mortgage Matchup Center tonight at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Welcome to the 2 greatest words in morning radio. Happy Friday. Woo. Happy plus Friday equals very happy morning radio show host. Mitch Ferraldis to my right. Mitch, good morning.
I'm awake. I made it. A second consecutive
How about
day.
It? No Sammy Sepulka. He's off with his thoroughbred.
Horse, yeah.
Of course he is, right?
Literally went to see a man about a horse.
He literally did. And of course, Jared Carlin manning the updates. And,
yes. This is the 4th different combination of people we've had on this show in 5 days. How about that?
How are you handling
That's
it, Jared? Because you and Bick are the one constants.
I know.
Throughout this week.
We're the rocks. We're the
listen, I've actually told, if people only think I talk bad about Jared, I have actually really talked him up to our big bosses over his performance the last 4 months.
How about this?
He's been
just 4 months.
He's been burning hot for about. Oh, listen, we all ebb and flow in life. We all ebb and flow in life, right?
Absolutely, sure.
Jared's had a really, and this doesn't even have nothing to do with the troll and the goal.
Right.
He's just been very engaged. He's been very funny. He's been a very good radio host, and I've even told his big bosses that.
Now I feel like I should talk well about you to some people. If I happen to run into anybody today, I'll drop in a good word. We'll see.
Oh my goodness!
I gotta say, the best part about doing morning radio on a Friday is your weekend starts sooner than everybody else who works in this building.
But you can't do that because listeners will start to detest you for like rubbing that in their faces.
Do they?
Yeah.
Do they not already detest me?
The previous morning show used to do that, right? They divide the Friday show up into quarters, and at 9 o'clock,
hold up to 4.
Right, they'd be like gloating like peacocks, and people are like, "Hey, man, I'm just going to work." Don't rub it in.
So are you saying I should put my cowbell away?
That's what I'm
you're
saying.
implying?
That's
Okay.
that's exactly what I'm saying.
I'll leave it at my desk.
This is interesting what about detesting. Mitch, you've been on the air now a lot. You have co-host the sometimes 6 to 8 p.m.
There's no proper way to describe it, but yes.
Have you, and you do pre-games and post-games throughout all the different sports.
Baby.
You're everywhere. Have you developed enough of a on-air presence that you've gotten haters?
Yes.
He does the post-game show, and so he's right in the crosshairs of all that madness.
You say anything negative about the Suns, and they'll come after you quickly, in some way, shape, or form, for sure.
Oh, I hadn't noticed. Please explain.
Right, exactly.
Well, when you predict that they're going to win 30 games and they win 45, you look kind of silly. But that's just taste number one.
Yeah, of course. What I was going to say before we get started, Jared, is that 2 major sporting events in the United Kingdom have been overshadowed by the World Cup. Wimbledon played in the shadow of the World Cup for 2 weeks. And now the Open Championship, not the British Open. They will not tolerate you calling it that. The Open Championship, kind of the same deal.
I had if you and Sammy weren't on this show, seriously, I wouldn't have even known that it was going on right now.
That's my point.
And it's not a super duper star-studded leaderboard right now.
No,
but it's already an odd major because of the time difference.
I was going to say how much of it plays into the fact that it starts 3 local time,
right,
based on where it is in England.
So,
I don't know.
But you're right, isn't that odd? And I wonder if how those other events feel about it, or if soccer is so big that they just be like, okay, we understand.
I guess they probably go, you know what? Once every 4 years, just have to deal with it. All right, start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, stories we're going to get into today. The Diamondbacks back in action today. Big home series against the St. Louis Cardinals. Merrill Kelly, Brandon Pfaadt, and Eduardo Rodriguez will be pitching for the Diamondbacks this weekend. Some thought Mitch Bratt might make that Saturday start. No, it's Brandon Pfaadt. So D-backs throwing 3 quality starting pitchers at the Cardinals to begin the quote-unquote second half.
Sounds like Torrey said that Bratt will get the first game of the A series, so that's 4.
Yep.
But
and
that
then
5th spot
5
is still a little TBD. We'll see.
But big series right out the back, according to the wild card standings.
No doubt about it.
I think, too, big start for Merrill, who's been here. He's been here, up and down, all over the place this year. Now he gets to set the tone.
Perfect.
And set his own tone for the start of this second half.
Great way of setting it up. All right, the Summer Suns have another game left, but they have shut down the big 3 of Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, Koa Pete. Suns won 3 of 4 games. The wins and losses don't matter, but there's a lot of excitement coming off these young Suns. It's going to be interesting how they integrate with the existing Suns. We're going to get into that today.
The production of the 3 in particular, and Kaman Malawach, I think, gets a lot of the attention from those 4 games because of the literal production he puts up.
Yep.
It is kind of a bummer that we won't get to see them in this 5th and final game. It wanes my interest as a result, but if you're trying to keep them safe, protected, healthy for the season, I'm fine with it.
The Open Championship at Royal Birkdale is going on. As I said, Jared, one time many moons ago, I was dispatched to cover the British Open, the Open Championship, on the coast of England. And I rented a car, which the wheel's on the wrong side, plus you drive on the wrong side of the road, plus the roads are impossibly narrow. So for 4 days going to and from this tournament, I was stressed out to the max, right?
Yeah.
So the tournament ends on a Sunday. I file my last column. I get in my car. I'm driving back up to London, and I'm thinking, thank goodness I did not crash this freaking car. Thank goodness nothing happened to me. I pull into a roundabout, spaced out, didn't even see a car coming in the roundabout. I had to slam on the brakes an inch away from a massive collision, just when I was all giddy about conquering England's roads.
Have you gone through the tunnel before?
I actually have not.
Okay. How does that work? When you change, like, is there a point where you switch sides of the road? Going both different ways? Because
that's a great point.
England's the only, well, I don't know, maybe the whole UK or whatever, but once you go to the regular, real, normal Europe, you have to drive on the regular, normal side of the road. So when going from England to France, there must be some sort of crisscross.
You know how, like, when river boats and they have the different levels of the river and they sink one down when you go forward?
You go through the locks,
Maybe they do something like that with the cars. It's like, all right, just stop here. We'll raise you up over.
Put up and over to the other lane, and off you go. All right, LeBron James spoke last night in New York City at Fanatics Fest. He is not ready to reveal his team.
Oh, gee. Wonder why.
Oh, and did you see the look on his face? Boy, does he love this.
Tyrese Halliburton was trying to get it out of him, and LeBron jokingly saying, hey, we talked about this before we came out.
Yeah.
Does he actually know? Or is he just leaving that out there for the sake of the conversation?
It's a great question. We're going to get into it today. And also this weekend, big weekend, obviously, for the World Cup. You've got the third place game on Saturday night.
Oh, man, I can't wait.
Man, I can't wait for that. And then you're going to get the World Cup final on Sunday. The winner not only gets $50 million, the Federation not only gets $50 million, but for the first time ever, soccer players are going to get championship rings for winning the World Cup.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that part of the Americanification of it?
I think it is.
That's kind of cool.
Hydration breaks and championship rings.
Because or else, what do they get? Because there's just one trophy.
Yeah.
They get pride.
What?
Yeah, listen.
Is that just not a European thing? Like, do none of the soccer leagues or anything give rings?
I guess not. I think it's more of a trophy-related trophy thing. I've never heard of rings being given out in soccer.
It's a team sport. You can't individualize things.
I guess that's what they think.
He says facetiously.
Yeah,
they do give the
tries to.
Yeah, because or else how do you tell? You could just make up. You could just tell anybody that you were the. You know, I was on that championship World Cup team.
Maybe they're giving out the rings in case somebody of a higher power decides that he wants to hold on to the trophy in his office, like a previous soccer.
Oh, that was
great.
All right, coming up on the other side, we'll focus on the Diamondbacks as they begin their quote-unquote second half. Lots of important stuff for our baseball team to accomplish. We'll get into it next. Mitch Farrell is in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I had just presumed all along that Rasheer Fleming was going to play and is going to get the minutes. And I understand you're not saying that he's not, but you are suggesting that Koa Pete might be closer to Rasheer than it might surprise us.
If we're doing
potentially.
training camp position battles in the NFL style, like position battles, that's one. I'm listing it for sure.
Koa versus Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah, for sure.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
All right, the All-Star game is over. The 3-game sweep of the Dodgers in Los Angeles happened a week ago. Do the Diamondbacks have any lasting momentum? Will they have that same attentiveness, that same focus, that same hunger and urgency that they had in Los Angeles? I think these are big questions for the baseball team going into a weekend series against the St. Louis Cardinals. What say you, Mitch?
And just the simple, can you carry a 4-game winning streak that you had, what, you said a week ago, 5 days ago, relatively to the calendar?
Yeah.
Can you carry that into what is a really important series in terms of place in the National League wildcard race, in terms of a team that we've talked about it recently about maybe they did them dirty or maybe they did some gamesmanship with the rescheduling of the game last month. This is a pivotal series in terms of determining what the Diamondbacks are going to be this year.
Yeah, it really is. So what I think is happening with the Diamondbacks is they've kind of compartmentalized what is in front of them right now. And what's in front of them in terms of getting to the third wild card. You've got to deal with the Cardinals, you've got to deal with the Pirates, and you've got to deal with the Marlins. The Diamondbacks have games against all 3 of those teams coming up here very shortly. You've got a 3-set with the Pirates at the end of July. You've got 4 games with the Cardinals in the next 6 days. You've got a 3-game series with the Marlins in September, so that one's a little off in the future a little bit. But these games against the Cardinals and the Pirates are going to go a long way in telling Mike Hazen what to do.
I'll even lump in couple of teams behind Arizona right now. The Padres, who are only 1 game behind them. You won't have to face them directly coming up this next few weeks, but division rivals are division rivals. And the Washington Nationals, who you will see coming up the next couple of weeks. 3 games on the road. That's a team that's got a high-powered offense, a very suspect bullpen, but a team that has performed well above expectations this year and is not too far away from you either. So there's a lot of... And I think Hazen has said this previously, whether it was with Wolf and Luke or with many members of the Diamondbacks assembled media members, the teams that they need to beat are right in front of them. It's kind of similar to how last year was, right? Coincidentally, also 3 games at home against the Cardinals right out of the break, right?
Wild.
And a lot of the games that they played after that were very much, these teams are like us. They're right in the middle. They're right in the thick of it. We play them head-to-head. It'll determine how we look going into a trade deadline that has a lot of intriguing suitors on both sides of the ball.
Oh, you can say that again. Here's Torey Lovello on what's coming up for the team.
I hope they motivate themselves. You know, I think we play in a sport where you got to be motivated to go out there every single day. When you get up out of bed, I expect everybody to come in here ready to go and give us their best effort. It's my job to posture the ones that I feel like are falling behind, but I think this group is very hungry. I said to them, best part of our story hasn't been told this year. In my opinion, we haven't played our best baseball and come even close to it. So I'm waiting for that to happen. It's starting to take place the back half of this first half, right before the break. And I want them to know how good it looks and what their potential is. and they can go out there and tell a really good story by the end of the year. But you got to do it day by day.
What kind of role can he serve these next couple of weeks? What kind of role can Torrey serve? Because I wonder, he's on an expiring contract as of right now. They've made the playoffs twice with him as their head coach. Outside of some very drastically bad seasons, it's been a lot of middle of the road in the Torey Lovello era, the Torey Lovello regime. I wonder how motivated he can get this group for these games in particular when there's been plenty of conversation within the last couple of years of not necessarily has he lost or does he have control of the locker room, but with the Ketel Marte noise that we've had the last couple of years, you've got very young leadership with this group. They've tried to go out and get veterans to kind of set the tempo. Carlos Santana, he's already gone. Right? Eugenio Suarez, who was a great piece for them, he had to be traded mid-season last year. Same with Josh Naylor. Like, how much of an impact can Torrey make for this group when they all know that everything that they want is literally right in front of them these next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think what the Diamondbacks have done from a leadership standpoint, dating back to probably before that Padres series or maybe right in the middle of it, Mike Hazen made it very, very clear that you players in the clubhouse, you are going to dictate what I'm going to do at the deadline. And you better realize that if you don't perform, you might be traded. And I think I was aware of this, but I wasn't aware of the significance of it until I heard Paul Sewell talk about this and just the idea of the veteran players in particular who live in Arizona do not want to be traded.
Fair.
And it's not necessarily because of the team they play for. It's because they live in the city where they train, where they spend the Cactus League, spring training.
Right.
And that's a huge advantage if you're a veteran baseball player with a family. It's why so many veterans want to come here. Alex Bregman basically begging the Diamondbacks to sign him.
Corbin Burns when he signed last year.
Yeah, so there are guys with families and young children living here and playing here is it's nirvana for them. So I think that clubhouse right now at least has been kind of operating on that kind of fear. Now, Ketel Marte has a no-trade clause, so he's a wild card in all of this. What he is going to give the team. Ketel has been very available this year, to his credit, and Torey Lovello has given him credit for that. The bowing out against Shohei and the Dodgers, that's a different story, but in sum, he's been largely available.
92 games he's played.
Okay.
Out of 96.
And you would probably take
you
that,
would take
right?
That.
Yeah, you would take that. So I think really it's going to be about just the vibe and the hunger of this team and how badly they burn to win baseball games. Because one of the things I've seen the last couple of years is there are times when they're great at extending counts and working pitchers and having actual game plans when they go up to the plate. And then there's games where they're just up swinging at the first pitch.
They've been very streaky.
Very much
this
so.
year. And it's not like, an elongated streak of 10 consecutive wins. Like the Cubs this year are famous for 10-game win streak, 10-game winning streak, 10-game losing streak all over the place this year. The Diamondbacks' streakiness, I think, came to light more so when they had that 13-game stretch against the Giants and Rockies. Very successful, 11-2. But then immediately after that, they essentially leveled out all of that hard work they did to gain ground as a result of facing inferior competition. Now you've got a bunch of teams, and this is probably just going to be hammered home for the next several weeks until the deadline. You've got a bunch of teams that are right where you are, or in some cases, like the Nationals, where they want to be, I should say. Just a couple of games ahead, feel like they have some aspects of their game that are better. This is not a time the Diamondbacks can afford to be on the downside of a streak. They need to be on the positive side. I'm also worried about the health right now. They're going to add Tyler Locklear, who they got last year in the Gino Suarez trade.
Yep.
Can he provide any sort of boost for this offense? Can he sustain himself at first base, which has been a revolving door this year? I think it was 7 different guys have played first base for the Diamondbacks this year.
It's been
somebody needs to entrench themselves there
badly. Yeah, they need production at that position very, very badly. We're going to get into Tyler Locklear and what his odds are of doing that. I'm going to go back to one of your points that I think is very apropos. I love the idea. There's a saying in baseball that every ace starts on opening day and every ace pitches the Sunday after the All-Star game. Just the way it floats, because generally if you're the ace, you may be in the All-Star game, whatever. But Merrill Kelly pitching the first game of this series feels exactly the way it should. This is the guy that was the ace of the 2023 postseason run. This is a guy who's been up and down all year long. This is a guy who can
He was the opening day starter before he got...
That's right. He was the opening day starter. This is a guy who, when he's right and has command and location, he can be a devastating force for the Diamondbacks. This is a great chance for him to go out tonight and just unplug the Cardinals, get a Friday night victory in the bank, and go.
He's coming off of 2 relatively good starts so far this month, too. Against Milwaukee, just 5 innings, but only 2 runs allowed, couple of walks, 6 strikeouts. And then the outing that he had against the Padres, which quality work, 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 run allowed, 6 Ks. The walks have still been a bit of an issue for Merrill, and I don't think this is a Cardinals team where you just want to give them extra opportunities on the bases, because there are some guys at the top of that order that can be nightmarish on the base paths. They've got dudes that can produce at any moment in time. Jordan Walker, the leader in that group on the offensive side. But for Merrill to get this opportunity to set the tone, set the tempo for the rest of the season, it's important. It's almost like this is his opening day start that he never got, right? You get to open the second half of the season. How do you want it to go? You get to decide that when you are the one man that can stop the Cardinals from getting any closer.
You can set a real strong tone not only for the series, but for everything that's ahead of this team. All right, coming up on the other side, the Phoenix Suns have shut down their 3 rookies. Big question for Suns fans, how and how much are we going to get to see them play when the real stuff begins? Mitch Ferreldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news,
and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance. And imagine buying a television, a big screen TV from a big box store, lugging it out to your car, getting home, unpacking that thing, and discovering a small crack in the corner. What do you do then? Or you plug it in and nothing fires up. What do you do then? This is one of many reasons why you shop at Waltz, because at Waltz, you get same-day delivery 7 days a week. You can get a no-worry installation done by a professional. You are going to get 10 times the service at the same price you're going to pay at the big box stores. Shop at Waltz. They'll deliver it, mount it, calibrate it, program your remotes, set up your streaming apps, walk you through everything before they leave, because at Waltz, this is what they do. Their people are specialists. They will get you in the products you are looking for, the products built for live action sports. Now, once again, people assume with all that experience and all that inventory, Waltz is going to be more expensive because it's not a warehouse. They're price competitive with the big box stores on the same exact models that you are looking for. And to prove it, you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. Finally, when you're at Waltz, drop my name, you get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. Head on down to Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, you handle retirement planning, financial planning, tax planning. How important is estate planning to somebody's overall portfolio?
Listen, I think it's one of the most overlooked things. A lot of people say they're going to get to it eventually, and they never do. Look, I mean, here's the thing. I sometimes say I'm a bit hypocritical because I've been preaching the importance of having an estate plan and a living trust for 20 years. I just got mine done a few years ago. So a lot of you out there know they need to get it done because, look, here's the thing. Probate is not an evil process. It's just expensive and time-consuming, and it's a process you can avoid by having proper estate planning.
And especially for those of you in split families, because then you've got to divide assets among 2 different families. It becomes very difficult. If you want to get an estate plan as part of your portfolio, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
When your air conditioner stops working
or a plumbing problem cannot wait? You need a company that's focused on helping you, not finding ways to charge you more. Home and business owners have trusted Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning since 1957. The home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. What matters most to Ready Services is saving customers money and doing the job right the first time. For plumbing or air conditioning service, are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Sports fans, if sciatica is sidelining you, it's time to call DISC. Their world-class spine surgeons diagnose the real source of your pain and treat it with the most advanced, minimally invasive techniques available. Don't let pain keep you out of the game. You got to go to sciatica.com and schedule with Desert Institute for Spine Care, and you can do that today. Go to sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620. DISC, helping Arizona enjoy life again.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks return to Chase Field tonight following the All-Star break with a matchup against the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are currently 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot with 66 games to go. And yesterday they made some roster moves, placing Tommy Troy on the IL and calling up first baseman Tyler Locklear. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound with first pitch at 6:40. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue Summer League play tomorrow, but according to our very own John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will all be shut down after playing 4 games for the Summer Suns. And the struggling Phoenix Mercury tried to stop a 4-game losing streak tonight when they host the Connecticut Sun at Mortgage Matchup Center at 7 p.m. That is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete prove that they should be in the Phoenix Suns rotation next season? We'll discuss starting at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Really valuable. They had great performances today. Rasheer carried us in that first half, man. Hell of a player. I'm just thankful to play with him, and come on. Double-double every night. He's a machine, man. Playing with those 2 guys makes my game so much easier, and I'm very thankful for this situation.
That the voice of Koa Pete, one of a few young guns, youngins, young ones, whatever you want to call them.
Whatever's hip, homie.
Right, who balled out, showed out, whatever you want to say, at the Summer League in Vegas. And it's been very, very interesting to watch these 3 guys play. Kaman Malawach, who Koa Pete just referenced, was a double-double machine in Vegas. Looked like a guy that was ready to make the jump. Okay, Koa Pete was very, very demonstrative, had a lot of nice jams at the rim. Downhill player who asks for the ball. You can tell he's got a lot of chutzpah.
He's got a little something.
He's got a little something
coming out of the side of his neck. Right?
Yeah. And then there's Rasheer Fleming, who visited with us yesterday, and some people think that what Rasheer Fleming showed, even though it wasn't as loud and it wasn't as flashy, might have been more instrumental at all, because what Rasheer Fleming did well in Summer League is very much what he'll be asked to do when he plays for the Phoenix Suns this year, which probably isn't the case for Kaman Malawach and Koa Pete.
And we asked him about it yesterday. Like, is he focusing on his three-point shooting ability, why he added the extra muscle mass? It seems like these were... It is a combination of self-improvement and what he's been tasked to do, to your point.
Yep.
And I think if you look at the roster and you compare it to what the roster was a year ago, I look particularly to the three-point shooting ability as something that the Suns will desperately need out of either, whether it's Rasheer Fleming, whether it's Ryan Dunn, whether it's, heck, even Koa Pete or Kaman Malawach. Like, you need the three-point production replaced that you lost with Royce O'Neal being gone, Grayson Allen being gone. Like, bringing in just Luke Kennard isn't going to fix the three-point shooting ability of this team that you lost during the offseason.
It's so hard not to get swept up in something as insignificant as the Summer League. When you watch three young guys with such promise, one, because the Suns really haven't had young guys with promise that often in the last decade or so with the way the teams have been made up.
Got a lot of busts.
And it gets you excited for the future. It gets you excited for potential. You don't know if there's anything real there. But I brought this up in passing yesterday. Like, as a Suns fan, would you have been okay if they never re-signed Mark Williams, if they never signed Luke Kennard, and they never traded for Miles Bridges, and you were instead going into the season with these three Summer League Suns guys as a much bigger role?
The eternal optimist could argue that you can see the future based on what you're seeing in the summer, right? Like, I see the vision, as they say, of Kaman Malawach as your starting center. You've got Pete and Fleming as your wing guys, and then it's just finding the proper guards to go alongside. Maybe that's Devin Booker, maybe that's Jalen Green, etc. But it is hard to not keep the two together and just try to separate the fact that this was summer, they're playing against other guys of their level, and also be excited by what they were able to do during the summer.
The question Jarrett raises, I think, is the most fascinating underlying story entering the season, and that is because this Summer League really surpassed the norm in instilling real hope, real excitement. Not, but it's Summer League, real hope. Now, with all that real hope towards those three young players, how are you going to get them playing time? Because fans are going to want to see more of them. Already, we know the starting lineup. Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Mark Williams, Dylan Brooks, Miles Bridges. There are not enough shots and not enough defense in that starting lineup. A basketball team, on average, will shoot the ball about 90 times a game. If you go by last year's average, shots per game, Devin Booker 19, Dylan Brooks 17. It's a big career uptick in shots for Dylan Brooks, by the way. 15 for Jalen Green, 14 for Miles Bridges in Charlotte, 9 for Mark Williams. You're already at 74 shots. And you're not even into your reserves. Now, coming off the bench, Colin Gillespie, got to be first guy off the bench. Oso has got to be your backup center, I would think. Jordan Goodwin has to get playing time, or there should be a criminal investigation. And you just signed Luke Kennard to replace both Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal. We're now at 9 guys. 9 of them.
9 guys?
9 guys. How are you going to find space for these 3 rooks? Not rooks, but these 3 guys we just saw.
3 young guys with not a lot. 3 young
guys we just saw in Summer League play.
And everyone, so far, the answer is, well, people are going to get injured, so they're going to. What kind of strategy is that? The strategy is that we're counting on people getting hurt?
No, that's
not a strategy.
No, it's a deflection, is what it is.
And here's and you say, where are the shots going to come from? Even within the starting lineup, where are the shots? How's this? And the first obvious answer is, well, Dylan Brooks. can take it on a different role, just like the defender. And
you tried telling him that, Jarrett.
Especially after last year.
Well, especially after last year, but specifically, he was way more effective in the first half of the season when he was shooting more.
Mm-hmm.
After he came back from injury, he did not look like the same player, and the team did not look as good.
But he had a very good playoff series.
In a playoff series where
they were non-competitive.
But yeah.
But he showed that he could hang in that kind of environment.
We just have not seen any. There's no reason to believe that Green, Brooks, and Booker can work together, let alone you're throwing in Miles Bridges now.
I completely agree with everything you're saying. So this is going to make Jordan Knott's job very, very difficult because who's going to have the conversation? Who's going to tell Dylan Brooks, you might want to shoot less? We got some other guys who've got to eat. You going to tell him that? I'm not going to tell him that.
Who would you like to eat the most?
Devin Booker.
I would like Devin Booker to eat the most.
Well, they've surrounded him with 3 other shooters.
I know.
I don't like to be primary on the ball.
This is one of those things that halfway through the year, if it's not working, just like the Diamondbacks going into the season, everybody knew they didn't have a first baseman, really. They were doing
What do you mean? They had Pavin Smith.
First baseman by committee. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And then when it didn't work, everyone said, well, we saw this at the beginning. If this doesn't work with the Suns halfway through the season, we're going to say, we saw that this team wasn't assembled correctly to maximize Devin Booker. Why did they do this?
This is why I think, and I know I'm not the only one because Kellen and I have talked about this ad nauseum. You cannot accomplish continuity and development at the same time.
That's it.
At least that's what I believe.
No,
I can
you're
be
right on the money.
Wrong.
You're right on the money.
But
you can't live in these parallel lanes.
You can't take this starting lineup that they have and the bench that they have and hope to develop these young guys that have us all excited based off of 4 games in the summer, and then also be continuous enough with the roster that you have and assume that it's just going to work and be good enough.
Except we thought that they could do that because we thought they were going to have continuity. And
then they traded for Miles Bridges.
Exactly. Because the continuity was going to be Rasheer Fleming might start. Koa Pete might be in the rotation as the backup forward.
Yeah.
That might be where you get the young guys in while keeping continuity with the rest of the roster.
Which is why I think a cynic might say everything looks well planned except for the acquisition of Miles Bridges, who happens to be from Michigan State. So it feels like if anyone were to say, okay, did somebody get distracted by a shiny object on the market who happened to come in Spartan Green? You might go, yeah, it kind of feels that way. But is Rasheer Fleming really ready to be the starting 4? Because if he is, what you're saying would be perfect. Have Koa come back him up.
Right, and that's the same idea, I guess, of was Kaman Malawach ready to take the next step? Because they didn't need to re-sign Mark Williams in that sense.
That's the other side of the coin, is because we didn't necessarily see as much as we would have hoped for last year, you have to give yourself some sort of depth, some sort of some space at the position in case these guys are not as close as we should. Yeah, exactly. They might not be as close as we think, and we might just be pilled by the Summer League into believing that these guys are actually better than they are, when in reality they're not nearly as close as we think they should be.
Yeah, I know that's
is its own other problem.
It sure is. All right, it's going to be very, very interesting season ahead for our basketball team. Never miss a Suns maneuver. Get the latest on trades, free agency, and everything Phoenix Suns related via the Suns Insider newsletter delivered straight to your inbox. All you've got to do is text Insider to 620-620 for more information. The aftermath from the World Cup in England yesterday. Pretty intense. We'll get you updated on the biggest tournament in the world next. Mitch Ferreldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Pleased to be joined by Diamondbacks General Manager Mike Hazen on the Arizona Sports Line.
Do you see yourself being a buyer or seller at the trade deadline?
I would love to be able to add to this team, given if they show us that they belong in the wild card race. But we're going to see where they take us in the next couple of weeks. Like I said, we're going to be facing the competition we're standing next to in the wild card standings, and we kind of control where this thing goes.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans know you need way more than goals to get where you're going. You need a great team. You need great teammates. You need a really good plan. And that's what you're going to get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, your tax, and your estate planning together on the same team, under one roof, on a team that sees the entire playing field. And this is really relevant if you're like me and nearing retirement age, and if you're feeling a bit anxious about retirement, if you're worried that your money will not last, if you worry about having to take a job in retirement to supplement your income. If any of that sounds familiar, highly recommend you call my friends at Trajan Wealth, because if you're like most people, you may not have the peace of mind you need. It's one thing to save for retirement, quite another to feel totally prepared, and that's what you're going to get from Trajan Wealth. Remember, they're veteran-owned and locally operated, plus they're fiduciaries, which means your best interests are their top priority. They'll review your current portfolio to see if you're missing anything, if there are any huge gaps. Then they're going to give you personalized strategies, tailor-made plans that are all built around your needs and your desires. At Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships. Give them a call today. Get your plan started. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovig's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days. Free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovig's Santan Ford.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Luke. What should we realistically expect from the Arizona Diamondbacks in the second half of the season? We're talking D-backs at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so yesterday after the show, I kind of conjured up my inner Vince Marotta, because Vinny loves to, after big sporting events, kind of check out what talk radio is doing in other cities. So we're like, if something big happens in Philadelphia, he'll go down a rabbit hole and listen to WIP or something like that for a couple hours.
Great moments in English sports
That's
radio,
it.
perhaps?
That's it. So yesterday I went down that rabbit hole and spent a lot of time with the BBC and with all these other sport outlets in London. And man, the angst coming off of that loss to Argentina was unbelievable.
He should be sacked.
He should be sacked.
Bloody wanker.
The stat that I ran across yesterday, this really blew my mind. Maybe you have seen this, maybe you haven't. But it really illustrates what the English manager did and why he is getting ripped to shreds in England today. From their goal in the 55th minute that gave England a 1-0 lead, to Argentina's game-winning goal in the 92nd minute. So from the 55th minute to the 92nd minute, England had a 12% possession rate. Argentina possessed the ball 88% of the time. Absurd statistics. The only statistic even close to that was when Qatar possessed the ball 11% of the time, but that was in a 6-0 loss when they were down to 9 players.
Ew.
What was that game? Wait.
Yeah, exactly.
6-0 in soccer.
What was that game?
The question is, I mean, strategically, I don't know enough about soccer or enough about England or enough about Argentina. I don't know a lot about anything.
Play goaltender.
Would a different strategy have done anything? Like, would it even have mattered? Was Argentina just too relentless and ultimately too good? They've won a lot of games this very way in this very tournament.
All four of them, as a matter of fact.
So it might have just been inevitable no matter what they tried to do. It didn't seem like what they were trying to do worked at all. But Argentina might just be an inevitable. It might be too hard to stop no matter what you do.
For a guy who really doesn't know anything about anything, you just posed a very fascinating question. You really, really did.
It's my brand.
Yeah. Is that
Don't
what
know
it is?
anything about anything and then say something fascinating.
Yeah. There are some soccer people who say that when the full metrics come out from the game, they're going to show that England's players went in retreat long before the manager subbed out the players. He could see that the team was gassed. Which is why he went and did what he did, which is what he did at the end of the Mexico game. And it was a Hail Mary hoping it would work, and it blew up in his face. But you're also bringing up something very interesting. Everybody who is screaming at Thomas Tuchel, "You're a coward! What are you scared of?" Well, I don't know. Maybe that guy Messi?
Right.
Because he's pretty terrifying. And he's really great at conserving his energy. And what you just said is something that I can't get out of my mind. No matter what that manager did, no matter what tactics they employed, Messi was coming to get him.
Right.
I can't remember where I heard the comp, but I heard it and I immediately thought to myself, wow, this is almost too perfect. Anytime the Chiefs, in the 2 previous Super Bowl wins that they had, or even the Super Bowl that they got to against the Eagles, where it just felt...
Or even kind of like the playoffs leading up to the Super Bowl those years.
Like an inevitability that even though you were ahead by 7 or you were ahead by 10, Patrick Mahomes was going to lull you to sleep, get this team down the field, and find a way to win in the final few minutes of the game. And that has been essentially the recipe for Argentina, where I've learned that apparently walking is a key statistic or a key metric in soccer because it's trying to lull your opponent into a false sense of security.
That's right. And Messi does it better than anybody.
Well, the striking Viking also was famous for that.
Yeah.
Oh, that video of him
Erling
was
Haaland,
insane.
That's kind of his thing is he just kind of walks around and then whenever he gets the ball,
But when he does it, he looks like the Mountain from Game of Thrones.
He does.
Just,
with Patrick Mahomes, though, during that run, it was famous, became a cliche, but like, oh, how could you leave Patrick Mahomes X amount of time to the point where there was one playoff win. Remember where they left him like 30 seconds, and it was too much time. He drove the ball down, and got into that field goal range, and they won.
It's like the modern day version of Brady, right? Oh, they gave Brady too much time.
Yeah.
Now he's going to come back and win. You idiots.
Well, listen, and the thing that Messi did in that match, and again, I'm not a soccer dork to that level, but in reading about it, this is how brilliant he was. So the English manager just loaded the box with 5 defenders. Messi realized there's nothing but congestion in the box. He moved out to the right wing and just started firing crossing passes. And
I just laugh at how smart he is.
Yes, that's it.
That's the one aspect that carries a lot of these guys into that GOAT tier, right? Like we mentioned Brady, we mentioned Mahomes, Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods.
They just find a way. They're just
smarter.
2 steps ahead of you.
They're just smarter.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Watching more soccer probably than I have ever in my whole life during this World Cup, it's amazing to me that one great player on a field that is that big, with that many players on it, where there's that little scoring, that one player can make that much of a difference. And they do.
And they do.
And again, to bring this all back to what we talked about last week, America never having one of those players is one of the reasons that they never have success.
You can even go bigger than that. When you talk about championship teams in Phoenix and the lack of them, you need that guy. You need that dude who can carry you across the finish line. It's not just unique to soccer.
And the very few times that Arizona has almost done that or did, when they did it, they had Randy Johnson.
And Kurt Schilling. Those two dudes carried us across the
other
finish
times
line.
they almost did, Charles Barkley was that guy who almost could do it.
That's it.
And just ran into the other guy who could do it better.
Kurt Warner.
That's it.
And Larry Fitzgerald were almost those guys that could do it.
But not Carson Palmer.
But not Carson Palmer, yeah.
Yeah, see, listen, this is the
And to be honest,
yeah,
not Steve Nash.
And not Steve Nash. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And so who's going to be that next guy for us? Who's going to be the guy that can be not a GOAT like Messi, but that guy who can get your team over the finish line regardless of circumstance, regardless of who you're playing, just because that's the way that dude is wired.
And I said Kurt Warner because he was the quarterback, but Larry Fitzgerald during that run was that guy where it felt like he was not going to let the Cardinals lose during that playoff run. And it almost happened.
Yeah, almost.
I know we mentioned it yesterday and we dissented to the idea, but LeBron James is still a free agent if the Suns are looking for somebody like that.
Well, he can be that dude. You're right about that.
I don't know about 65-year-old LeBron James if he can be that dude.
One last thing, because you brought up the striking Viking. Erling Haaland became such a superstar during the World Cup, he now has more Instagram followers than every Premier League club.
Good for him.
There was footage yesterday of him hitting golf balls off a mat on a yacht.
While listening to Ella Langley. He's fully American now.
Let's go. He's the guy. I mean, having Messi is humongous, but he's the guy the MLS should just throw all their money at.
He's the fun personality.
He's great. Because he's young, in his prime, and he just had a breakout thing in America. Like, he's the guy, if you're MLS, just throw all the money at right now.
What franchise?
He plays for Man City, so who can match the amount of millions that he's making?
I don't really even know.
Come play for the Rising, Erling. Come on. Come on, man. You can pepper shots at Jared Carlin when he's in goal. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll get back to the Diamondbacks. They're going to have a new first baseman playing soon. We'll tell you about that next. Mitch Ferreldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade Concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh, hello. This is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks return to Chase Field tonight following the All-Star break with a matchup against the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs currently 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot with 66 games to go, and made some roster moves yesterday, placing Tommy Troy on the IL and calling up first baseman Tyler Locklear. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound with first pitch at 6:40, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue Summer League play tomorrow, but according to our very own John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will be shut down after playing 4 games for the Summer Suns. And the struggling Phoenix Mercury tried to stop a 4-game losing streak when they host the Connecticut Sun at Mortgage Matchup Center tonight at 7 p.m. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Morata talk D-backs baseball now.
Well, yeah, and I go back right before that series, Dick. I mean, I'm on the radio with you, and I'm apologizing to fans for the way we played those last 2 games in San Diego, and then we took care of business in the final game, and we rattled off 3 in a row in L.A., which was unthinkable. But I think our team, did a great job. They were focused. They were motivated. They were intense, and they played the game the right way. And it wasn't, as we say, the big 3. I mean, we had production up and down that lineup, which is so important for us to do. If we're going to keep winning, we're going to have to get consistent offense from more than just 3 or 4 guys. And our bullpen's got to continue doing what it's been doing all year. But it definitely gave us some optimism, some hope going into the second half. I mean, just think where we would be today had we gone in there and got swept, right? We'd be definitely talking about what we need to do to improve our team for 2027, and we're not looking at it that way right now.
That's the voice of Derek Hall talking about the Diamondbacks and what's ahead of them. One thing I don't want to hear, Mitch, I don't want the Diamondbacks to fall off the map, fall out of contention, and go, darn it, that All-Star game came at the wrong time. We were just getting hot.
It wasn't our fault. It was everything else's fault.
That's right. Yeah, so listen, we know that production at first base has been historically bad for this franchise all year long. They've run a bunch of guys out there at the position. Tyler Locklear, who won Player of the Week in the Pacific Coast League, who is in a stretch where he's in a good place offensively right now. He's next. He's the guy who's going to be given a chance to kind of bring some stability to a position that has featured Pavin Smith, Jose Fernandez, Carlos Santana, Ildemaro Drip Vargas, and LeJames Groover.
And there's 4 more guys that have played first base this year for the Diamondbacks. Just to put an emphasis point on, last year it was the closer position, right? Where it was, 18 different guys got saves last year. The Diamondbacks have had 9 different individuals play first base. And I guess you can move Adrian Del Castillo and James McCann to the side for them entering late. But still, 9 guys at one position only halfway through the year. Now it's going to be 10. As far as Tyler's numbers in Reno this year, take it how you will. It is the Pacific Coast League after all. 502 slugging, 8 home runs, 36 driven in. Hasn't had a lot of time with the club this year because he's been rehabbing from an injury that he suffered late last season. And now this is his first shot. I don't know how to take this because his first shot last year was just kind of after the trade deadline, and then he got hurt. Like, is this a more appropriate first shot, or are we looking at this as, all right, you had an opportunity last year. You didn't necessarily grab it because we had to go out and get Carlos Santana. Now this is yours. Santana's gone. Pavin Smith is gone. Tim Tawa, Ildemaro Vargas, we like you guys, but we acquired this guy last year. And
Pavin Smith is gone, but he's still lingering somehow
here.
Back. He cleared waivers Smith. And he's back in Reno, right?
Yeah, I have never, ever seen a fan base so bummed out by a guy actually clearing waivers and remaining with the franchise than Pavin Smith.
It's like that. It's like you thought like the boogeyman was gone, and then you hear a noise in your closet again. What?
That's it. That's exactly it.
And also remember that when they traded for him, Locklear was semi-sold to the fan base as the first baseman of the future.
I would have believed it. Only because he was a top prospect in the Mariners system. And he was also, if I'm not mistaken, the only hitter they got back at last year's deadline. So there was a big emphasis on him getting an opportunity right away. And there wasn't really much to remember. Like, he hit a couple of home runs, I believe, and then went injured. Didn't have a lot to say for himself the first go-around. So hopefully this go-around is much better.
And you want one of these prospects to come up and be a stud.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, they've called up several guys this year who have all flashed briefly and then sort of came back down to earth and went back down to Reno.
Well, Andrew Hoffman, mostly in AAA.
And then you think about the high leverage guys. Christian Robinson at one point in time before his career got sideways, he was that guy. Jordan Lawler's been named that guy. They're high end marquee prospects.
And even the guys they called up this year, like Waldschmidt and Jose Fernandez, they came up. They had a couple of good weeks, came back down to earth. Both got sent down again.
I think Drew Jones is still in AA.
Drew Jones.
There you go, Drew Jones.
What is with him?
This is my point.
Like, he's not even a top 10 prospect within the system anymore. Like, I thought this guy was supposed to be the next star that they were going to have. I know he had injuries and stuff.
Dealt with injuries coming out of high school. Like, you could create a whole variety of arguments as to why he hasn't gone up.
Yep.
But I think the larger issue or the larger concern that we have does have to do with whether or not these guys are getting properly developed. And I think about Mitch Bratt, and I don't think he's made a strong enough case yet as to whether he's good, bad, whatever, but his AAA numbers have been good this year. The 2 starts that he's had in the big leagues, we've all been excited because he can throw gas and he can throw ass. That's the big takeaway so far. But he hasn't necessarily had a moment where we can say, ooh, we feel really good about what he could provide to us in the future, right? And this was one of the guys they got back for Merrill Kelly, then brought back Merrill Kelly in the offseason. So you technically have already positioned yourself to win the trade, but they haven't necessarily won it yet.
No.
Do they need to?
No,
That's
listen,
the other question.
And so when you bring up chances, Tyler Locklear had a chance with the Mariners. He hit a $156. He had a chance initially with the Diamondbacks in 2025, as short as it was, hit a $175. He was monstrous in July in Reno. The numbers are crazy. So what it looks like to me, Mitch, is they're going to give this kid a shot now. And if the team stays in contention despite their first baseman, then that's going to be atop Mike Hazen's wish list if they are to go do something at the trade deadline.
Well, I mean,
but maybe Tyler Locklear solves that problem for him.
It should still be a priority for them.
Well,
I think not to immediately dismiss what Tyler Locklear could do in a small sample size or even just the rest of the regular season sample size. But if this team puts themselves back into a proper position to contend, they're in a decent position right now, but they could be better. I still think that first base / DH needs to be of priority. They need some dude, said it yesterday, they need some sort of 3 true outcomes guy to just anchor the middle of that order from the left-hand side of the plate. They need that, whether it's on the cheap, whether it's on the slightly more expensive. I don't think they could just rest on their laurels right now, especially if they hope to contend come October.
So the argument for not resting on their laurels, but looking at the roster and thinking this has to get better, is there anyone on the offense who you can say is having as good of a year as you expected, thought, or hoped, other than Gabby Moreno? Gabby Moreno is the one guy who seems like he's finally having a good year.
Yeah.
But the big 3, Corbin Carroll was an all-star. He's had a very...
He's on the struggle bus right now.
He gets a lot of extra base production. A lot of that has come prior to July, as we pointed out already.
But Ketel Marte... No.
He's been good,
Geraldo Perdomo, no.
He's been getting better.
Lourdes Gurriel, no.
No.
And so if you're thinking in the big picture of how baseball works, you're thinking if 2 of the 4 of those guys start having the season that we were expecting, that's a huge jolt right there.
I've made the joke before with Kellen that usually if you go 1 for 3, that's a good thing in baseball. But for these big 3 guys that they have, you need at least 2 out of the 3 guys to contribute, especially when the rest of the lineup is suspect night in and night out. And they got a massive boost from the 5 through 9 guys. Tim Tawa, I think, at the forefront of that in the 4-game win streak that they've had. But you cannot rely on that group of guys to contribute with regularity. You really need it to come from the top of your order.
All right, coming up on the other side, the Arizona Cardinals begin training camp next week. What is the state of their roster? Uh-oh. We'll discuss next. Mitch Ferraldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I spent years in professional football taking hits. Never backed down from anything, Basinonians, but living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle to smile. What a gamble that was. Listen, I got the all-on-4 implants. It really changed. It's a game changer. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. Trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, and that is Dr. Joe. That's right, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases. 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the all-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth, starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last. Call now, 602-877-0429.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. UACUnit.com.
What makes Southern Steer Butcher a fan favorite? The service and hospitality. Just like a traditional old-fashioned butcher, their culinary consultants can recommend the perfect proteins for everyday dinner or that special occasion. Plus, they can provide seasoning and cooking tips and assist with sides, apps, and wine pairings to create your next culinary masterpiece. Southern Steer Butcher is where quality meets hospitality. For more information, visit southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Wolf. How do we want the Cardinals to approach training camp in the preseason this year? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back. Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley alongside Mitch Vareldis, Jared Carlin. And if you heard his last update, you know he's getting a little off the rails, getting a little goofy.
He knows it's Friday.
This is about the time it happens.
Yes? You're good at the updates, Jared.
Thank you.
It's
I when I used to have to fill in and do them, I used to be really wacky, especially the second half of the shows. They told me not to do that.
Well, you have the one drop where it's I can't remember if it was
that's
hey, look who it is.
That is completely that's totally out of context. That's when the first time I ever did this is years and years ago, where I lost a bet to Erin Maloney and I had to do her update, and I was not prepared for it. And it just the music starts and then I just go, Oh, look who it is.
Back before I was doing the Suns halftime hits for the radio network, there was one instance where there was a technical issue. This was several years ago, back when the halftime updates were much shorter. And there was no host. We used to pull like the old SportsCenter updates from the opposite side. And we come back, and the poor gentleman who was running the game that night was just, okay, we're at halftime, and oh, geez.
Oh, no.
It was that moment of, oh, gosh, everybody is listening. I've cracked, and now I've got to move on somehow.
Yeah,
it's brutal.
The OGs. Okay, the Arizona Cardinals reporting to camp next Thursday. Wolf just said something interesting in that rejoin that you just heard, and that is, what do you want their approach to be? I'm more interested at what is the vibe coming off the team. Do they feel as hopeless about the upcoming season as most everybody else deems them to be? Surely a lot of them have heard some of the cracks from the national media, or do they have a defiance? Do they think, no, we got something here. We're going to surprise people. And I bring it up because the latest is a piece from Jeremy Fowler illustrating the best rosters in the NFL entering the new season, and they did it by talking to a lot of people in the NFL, dozens of interviews, and what they did is they ranked the top 10 players at 11 different positions that basically comprise a football team, right? Mm-hmm. So it's pretty in depth, and Jeremy Fowler kind of spearheads it. The NFL teams with the most top 10 players. So again, 11 categories and the top 10 players in every category. So it would seem to make sense that the teams with the most top 10 players would have the best rosters, right? Yes. Okay, the best rosters in football, according to this exercise. The Detroit Lions, number 1. They've got 9 top 10 players. The Eagles are number 2. 8 top 10 players. The Chiefs are number 3. 7 top 10 players. The Texans, 7 top 10 players. The Broncos, 6 top 10 players. The Ravens, 5. The Cowboys, 5. The 49ers, 5. The Rams, 5. That's the top of the list.
I'm curious how long it took to get to the Rams. Like, I know the purpose is to emphasize the top players at positions, but when I think about the Rams, in particular the talent that they've added this offseason, Trent McDuffie at corner, obviously Myles Garrett, even what they had before
Matthew
then.
Stafford,
Puka Nacua.
Right.
Ford, maybe. Who knows?
I guess
that's it. I mean, they have a great depth, and the top 10 guys they do have are all closer to top 3 guys.
That's fair.
So that does make a difference.
Texans mostly carried by their defensive guys, but they're really good defensive guys too.
Yeah. And so the Cardinals only have 2. They only have 2 players, which puts them at the bottom of the heap in terms of state of the roster by this statistical analysis. I'm guessing you know who they are?
Well, Trey McBride, obviously.
And who's the second?
Budda Baker.
Budda Baker. Those are the Cardinals' only 2 top 10 players encompassing 11 different positions.
And could you make an argument for anybody else? Is Paris Johnson Jr. a
Josh
top?
Sweat?
He's on the Cardinals, right? Yeah. Are we sure? We're sure about this? We're sure about this.
We're not sure about anything, Jared.
Is it too early to say Jeremiah Love?
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe for the purpose of this exercise.
I don't even know if they counted rookies in this because how could you?
How could you?
But based on potentially, yes, you would think
he would be the only one I would consider.
If you take a running back at number 3, you're taking him thinking he's going to come right in and be a top 10 running back in the NFL.
Yeah. Well, you're certainly paying him like that.
Right. But otherwise, there's no one else. Josh Sweat is probably the closest one. You're right. I'd have to see the actual list. Yeah. But otherwise, there's not even like oh my God, this guy got screwed. Argument, is there?
We don't feel that way.
No, and so again, it's we hate to keep painting with the same brushes, but facts are the facts with this football team, and it leads to one guy, Monty Ossenfort, who certainly should be on a hot seat this year, because especially as you pointed out, especially if this is another 10-plus loss season and you've got another high-end draft pick, at some point in time you need to question, what are we doing here? I think in the bigger picture, the number one thing facing this team, and I don't know what the odds of this are of happening or what it would look like if it did, but the Cardinals have a lot of third-year players, a lot of second-year players, and a couple first-year players, rookies, that really need to show out this year? And that's a lot to ask. There's a lot of guys who have been drafted in the last 3 years who have not given the team a whole lot in return.
The other thing I bring into consideration for this particular exercise, if we're going to focus on Monty, who did he keep around when the old regime moved out? Trey McBride, but that's not necessarily his success, right? Like, could we argue that? Budda Baker, very clearly not a Monty success. There's not a whole lot left from the Keim regime, right? Like Kyler Murray was one of the last ones. Yep. And now he's gone. So there's a lot of emphasis on Monty and the guys that he specifically brought in.
No doubt.
And you've emphasized a lot of these guys that he's drafted. They haven't really developed into being those next great Arizona Cardinals, whatever you interpret that to be.
He has not. He has not drafted a top 10 player at their position in 3 years.
No.
And we would have thought that they'd have at least 2 by now, given they drafted the first tackle off the board in 23 and the first wide receiver off the board in 24. And, Paris is fine. I don't want to dog him too much because I don't think he's a problem. But Marvin Harrison Jr. not being anything 2 years, 3 years in,
Darius
is becoming
Robinson, Marvin
very
Harrison
problematic.
Jr. These are high leverage draft picks, especially Marvin Harrison Jr. You can't miss on the 4th overall pick. That's the good way to sink a franchise. Now, to Monty Ossenfort's credit, it was almost unanimous that Marvin Harrison Jr. was a can't miss guy.
Yeah, when the draft was there, it's like, who else are you going to take?
And it's not like he's busted. He hasn't been bad. He's just only been marginally good. And nowhere near the generational talent we all thought he was going to be.
You wonder how much of that is just the name that is attached to him, right? Like, how you look back at Marvin Harrison Sr.'s numbers, he didn't necessarily splash his rookie year, but he also wasn't the 4th overall pick that draft class. It took a while for the Colts to become a good team with Peyton Manning because Peyton wasn't good the first couple of years that he was there. Marvin has since become a Hall of Famer. His son was a standout at Ohio State, and it hasn't necessarily matched that type of level or performance. And I do wonder how much of that just has to do with the name that is attached to him. Because if he's named anything else, we're at least like, he's the former number 4 overall pick. Like, what are we doing here? Why is he not delivering at the levels that we expected him to?
Yeah, why is he not a game breaker?
And now, big picture, when you look at the roster construction and the talent and stuff, the most disheartening thing is if you went through each position and you said, where do they rank in the NFL? No matter who winds up being the quarterback this season, if you went through this exercise through the rest of the NFL, how they ranked it, the quarterback for the Cardinals will be maybe 30th out of 30.
Anchors them down quite a bit if you look at the roster comparisons.
Like, even Jacoby Brissett, we like him more probably than the national media does. We've seen how the offense changed and stuff. But if you ask the national media to rank the 30 quarterbacks, even with Jacoby Brissett.
There's 32 teams in the NFL, first of all, Jarrett.
Okay, fair enough.
Just so you know.
Fair enough. We're counting the Jets as an NFL team now. Okay.
No, I'm just saying.
Browns? And the Browns.
You're confusing people when you say rank 30th to 30th. There's 32 teams.
Yes, I always get confused about that.
That's all right.
So the NBA has 30 teams.
Baseball's got 30 teams.
The NHL has 32 teams.
That's it.
And
There you go.
And the football league has 32.
Sorry about that.
Derail you. You're making a good point.
No, you're exactly right. I questioned myself as I was saying it. Anyway, is there any quarterbacks in the NFL that they would put below whoever the Cardinals put out there?
Whatever the Jets have would probably be
Geno
the only
Smith?
one.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they would rank Geno Smith below Jacoby Brissett.
What about the Browns situation?
Definitely better
with
than the
Shedeur
Browns.
Sanders and Deshaun Watson.
But your point is taken. He's going to be 30th or 31st, whoever is
That's
the
why I was saying
starting
30th, of course, perfectly. Yeah, we got around to it, and I got it home. All right, good.
You got it home. All right, coming up on the other side, buckle up, folks. Jarrett's starting to lose it, and now he's going to drive us through the rush hour reboot. Mitch Vareldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
So much of what is going on with the Arizona Cardinals right now is about these players, these young guys developing. What if Will Johnson just suddenly became a shutdown corner? Walter Nolan, what if he is destined to be one of the best 3 techniques in the National Football League? What happens if these guys develop so quickly and profoundly that suddenly the Arizona Cardinals start winning games?
I think,
is that a possibility?
I
yes.
think, yeah, that's a possibility.
You know what I know know there's guys out there you're going to be laughing at that. That's fine. Laugh all you want, man, because I've seen it happen.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Life Change Alone. And if you've got great credit, if you've got a credit score of 800 or better, you should wear that like a badge of honor. And you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. How would that be fair to you? Fortunately, there's a much better way. On Life Change Alone, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. In fact, it's even bigger than that. All of your income goes to wiping out all of your debt. You do it without changing a penny of your spending habits because you always have 24/7 access to your equity. On a Life Change Alone, clients on average pay off their homes in 5 years, which is pretty phenomenal. It does a lot of great things, but primarily it gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth while everybody else, you know, probably chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. And then that 24/7 access to your equity, also pretty cool as well, because in times of financial uncertainty, having the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you need it, whenever you want it, can help you navigate troubled times a lot easier. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, I'm telling you, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangealone.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, there's a lot of excitement around the dealership this month.
There is, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale is here. Lease a 2026 GMC Train for just $269 a month, or drive home a new 2026 Canyon for only $319 a month. Plus, you pay what we pay, employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% for 36 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. Well, this is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks return to Chase Field tonight following the All-Star break with a matchup against the St. Louis Cardinals. The Diamondbacks are currently 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot with 66 games to go, and they made some roster moves yesterday, placing Tommy Troy on the IL and calling up first baseman Tyler Locklear. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound with first pitch at 6:40. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue Summer League play tomorrow, but according to our very own John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will be shut down after playing 4 games for the Summer Suns. And the struggling Phoenix Mercury tried to stop a 4-game losing streak when they host the Connecticut Sun at Mortgage Matchup Center tonight at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship is back at Talking Stick Resort, August 13th to August 19th, with an estimated $3 million prize pool. Do not miss it.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Oh, yes, it is Friday. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy Cebulka is on assignment, so I am Jared Carlin filling in. Sammy is actually in, California?
Yeah, is he Del Mar? Where is he going?
I don't know. I don't remember exactly, but his family has stake in a horse race.
A little tiny piece of ownership in a thoroughbred, in a racehorse, that Sammy and his brothers purchased for his dad as a gift. And that horse is running this weekend.
Saratoga. And
Saratoga.
The horse's name is Elevated. I had to listen back for it yesterday.
What is? Do we got a track record for Elevated?
And where is Saratoga?
No, I think they said it was their first race.
This is the first race. But he did say it was a 5-1. 5-1 is good odds. That's got to be one of the favorites.
Horse, yeah.
Saratoga is. I'll look for it in a second. All right. I'm trying my best.
All right, and then of course that's the voice of Mitch Vareldis in for Vince.
Of course.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course.
Mitch is in for Vince. Vince, must be on a real, actual vacation because he has not been texting us during the show, commenting on things.
He texted me a picture yesterday. He was outside of Wrigley Field.
Wow,
He made it down to Wrigleyville.
Outstanding. Yeah. Well, this is the Rush Hour Reboot. Please, if you're not watching us live on YouTube, just search Arizona Sports. You can see us all during the show.
Saratoga Springs is in New York. Just looked it up.
Oh, so not California at all?
He's east side.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Exciting. All right. We'll start with the Arizona Cardinals, building off kind of the discussion we were just having about the roster, about the quarterback position. Cardinals reporter Josh Weinfuss was on with Wolf and Luke earlier this week. They asked him, forget about Jacoby Brissett. What are the chances, what are the odds, what's the percentage chance that Carson Beck starts the season as quarterback for the Cardinals? Here's what he said.
15% right now.
Oh, 15. I thought you might say 0. I thought you might actually say 0.
No, because here's the thing. Like, I don't know how the Jacoby Brissett situation is going to play out as of now. And then I think if that doesn't play out as both sides want, I just don't know what's going to happen, right?
Okay.
Then, but I think that's going to come down to – I think the backup's honestly going to come down to a training camp battle, right? I don't know if this job is completely Gardner Minshew's. I think if Carson Beck comes in and shows that he is who everyone thought he was and he balls out, like I see a situation where he could be the backup and then that could potentially lead to a starting job week 1. Like there's just so many things that have to play out a certain way. But I don't want to say 0. I don't want to say 50%, so I'll go with 15%.
He is who he thought he was.
What's your reaction to that? And do you actually see a scenario where Carson Beck could start?
I think this is asinine, personally. You've got Gardner Minshew sitting there, who is a very serviceable, in case of emergency, break glass kind of quarterback. You've got Jacoby Brissett, who they may or may not come to a resolution with. And then you've got Carson Beck, who is not exactly a high-level prospect. He might surprise some people, and he might be better than a lot of people think.
Third-round pick is not nothing, though. Third-round pick is not nothing.
But he's not a first-round pick. Why in the world would you even want to start him in week 1 when you've got a guy like Gardner Minshew? To me, you can make an argument that the season might get off the rails so quickly that you might give him the reins in early October. But in week 1, that would be very, very self-defeating. Carson Beck would have to just be lights out to do something like that. Now, I think what's going to be interesting, though, Jarrett, we talked about the interest in the Summer Suns this year. these Cardinal preseason games are going to be interesting for the first time in a decade.
Thank goodness they have 9 of them. You can really get interested.
But I'm serious.
No, you're right, though.
You're going to be wanting to watch a couple of things here. Mike LaFleur promised the Cardinals are going to be elite at operational stuff, getting in and out of the huddle. That's a lot to ask for a rookie. And then we're going to get to see Carson Beck and what he is going to bring to the table.
Now,
you think Jeremiah Love is going to play it all in the preseason?
Yes. Not a ton, but yes.
Maybe like a quarter or two of the 4
That's another
games.
one that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to want him to get a taste of everything.
All right, your reaction, Mitch, to all the Carson Beck
The
stuff?
quarterback situation is kind of interesting because there's semi-related precedent. When the Seahawks took Russell Wilson, I believe it was in the 3rd round, they had just signed Matt Flynn, of all people, to a big money deal. And everybody would have assumed, nope, they'll just go with Flynn or they'll go with a veteran, whatever. And Wilson won the job outright. I'm wondering, is there a scenario where Beck can just win the job outright, moving aside all of the noise that is happening in terms of how much money Jacoby Brissett wants to get paid? I don't think it'll play out that way. I think it will be either Brissett or Minshew, to your point.
Yeah.
But it feels like there's a possibility.
I don't see it. I do not see it at all. Maybe I'm wrong. I do not see a world in which Carson Beck is going to be so good that you're going to throw him out there in week 1 instead of an established guy and let Carson Beck kind of watch for a couple of weeks.
All right. You mentioned the Summer Suns, and that leads me to my next question. Gambo says that Rasheer Fleming, Kamal Malawach, Koapi are all done for the summer. They did play 4 games. Sometimes they only play 2 or 3, so we did get to see the sample size of them.
Mm-hmm.
Those 3 guys, what do you think the NBA ceiling is for each one of those guys, in your opinion?
Ooh.
So first, Kamal Malawach.
Ceiling for Malawach, I would assume a top 10 center in the NBA.
Okay.
Is that an appropriate ceiling? I would think for somebody who's
I like it.
A top 10 center who who's a great defender, like that's his calling card, or overall
like Rudy
player.
Gobert with the jump shot.
Okay.
Rasheer Fleming, let's go with pivotal rotational piece who will regularly get 15 to 20 minutes a night. I feel like that's the ceiling for him. Pete, I'm not sure, only because there's not a ton of precedent for late first rounders, or I mean, I guess you could even lump Fleming into this. There's not a ton of precedent for some of these late round picks developing into regular rotational guys.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
I agree with you on Malawach. I think I've got a lot of the ceiling for Rasheer Fleming, baby Kawhi, is what I think. If he can develop a dependable offensive arsenal, and he talked yesterday about trying to get better at scoring off the dribble, then I think his ceiling is very, very high. Koa Pete, it's going to be fascinating because the bully ball that he plays, I don't know how it's going to work against the men in the NBA. Look good against the kids in the summer league. The men in the NBA, I don't know. But he's got something about him where he is not intimidated and he feels there's a reason why he's won everywhere he's been.
There's a reason why for most of the year he was projected as a top 10 pick.
Yes.
Like he has that raw talent.
You just hope that whatever the second half of the season he had with the Wildcats is not the majority of what you get as a member of the Suns.
All right, finally, real quick, World Cup final, Spain versus Argentina. Do you have any rooting interest in what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah,
Spain, I guess.
Yeah. Look, Spain has got a great program, and they obviously have swallowed up a lot of great players. And we're going to get into this in the 8 o'clock hour. After watching what Messi just did to England, I want to see him finish this thing off. I think we are watching something borderline spiritual in the world of football with Messi, and I want to see him cash that in.
And it's been a while since we've had a back-to-back cup winner, right? Especially when it's 4 years between the two. And for Messi to close out essentially what we assume to be his football career with back-to-back World Cup wins and just further cementing his status as the GOAT, that would go a long way. But I think their ability to shut down offenses this World Cup has been nothing
They've
short of
allowed
spectacular.
one goal.
One.
In the entire World
in like
Cup.
7 games that they've played. 1 goal
It's
allowed.
insane.
Suffocating.
There you go. All right, there you go. Been rebooted.
You've been rebooted. Not bad, Jared. Coming up on the other side, hey, LeBron. Well, we're waiting. Mitch Ferraldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Come on, I'm burning. Come on, come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Where's the ducket? Right in space.
All right, so ESPN's Dave McMenamin has already told the world that LeBron James is ruining his summer. Wanted to go home from Summer League and get some rest and relaxation in.
No respect for Dave, LeBron?
No,
what are we doing?
No respect for Dave. So he had to follow LeBron James out to New York, where he was making an appearance at Fanatics Fest. And this is what it sounded like. Hold on, here we go.
What I hear? I heard Warriors. I heard Philly, Miami. This guy just told me to come to the Yankees. I'm like, he said New York Yankees. We'll see what happens.
If he really wants to follow in the Michael Jordan's footsteps, maybe the Yankees is the way to go.
So this was on a live show at Fanatics hosted by Tyler Halliburton. I don't know if it was his Tyler Locklear.
Come on,
Tyrese
Halliburton. You're
Uh,
having yourself a day,
T.
man.
Halliburton. This is what happens when I have to talk more on the show as I start making stupid
Have to
mistakes.
talk more? Sorry.
Well, I'm filling in for two people. Myself.
It's so hard being you, Jarrett.
Anyway, so this was not like a televised thing. These were videos from people's cell phones in the crowd during this live thing at Fanatics Fest, which is essentially like Comic-Con for sports collectors and fans
traders,
and stuff.
yeah.
So that was one clip where he was asking the fans where he should go.
Yeah, and again, that whole thing of making a light of it, like, where do you all want me to go? Philadelphia, Miami, Cleveland. A little tacky, if you ask me. Then he said this.
The family portion is a big thing too. You know, my daughter and my wife and things of that nature, and I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, people are like, hurry up and make a damn decision, bro. I'm just like, okay, it's not just about the team. So many other factors that I'm, factoring in right now on what, not only best fit me as a player, what best fit me as a person, what best fit me as what my happiness, and also with my family as well. So there's a lot of, won't hold you guys up too much longer.
Good company answer, LeBron.
Right. So what he said at the end there is important. He said it won't be much longer. So what is the target date that he has got in mind? I don't know, but it came out yesterday that Pat Riley of the Miami Heat, he has confirmed he has made a pitch to LeBron James. Pat Riley said, quote, if he wants to come to the 305, we got a golf course, the weather's nice, there's no state tax, so that's a little better than California, end quote. Brian Windhorst, what say you?
If you look at Cleveland, for example, the team that the Cavs currently have is reminiscent of the Lakers team he's leaving. The Lakers team he left had Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic. Well, the Cavs have James Harden and Donovan Mitchell. The Sixers have a number of ball handlers. The ball handling role is wide open in Miami. The history is there in Miami. The star power is there in Miami. I'm going to be honest with you. 2-3 weeks ago when LeBron announced he was leaving the Lakers, I know that Miami was ranked up there, but I didn't really see it. As I've watched this and had conversations over the last few weeks, Miami continues to make more and more sense to me. I can't guess where LeBron's head is. I can't guess where where he feels the best fit or what he's prioritizing. But the more you talk about this with NBA teams, even the teams that are recruiting LeBron, the team they see that is the basketball fit is Miami.
Is that what you want from LeBron James at this point in his career, though, is you want him to be your primary ball handler on offense? Whereas we just saw him in a role with the Lakers where obviously Luka Doncic primary, Austin Reeves, you got to get him his usage rate. And he almost was more effective in a role where he was kind of the third guy, third banana, and just playing complementary basketball, as opposed to asking him to be the lead facilitator almost. Like, I wonder what he would prefer in terms of a basketball sense.
That's a great question, because we know that LeBron last year, there was a time when the Lakers were red hot, right before Luka went down. I think they were 16-2 over a stretch of games, and everybody was praising Luka and Austin Reeves, but mostly LeBron for willingly playing that third role.
Right.
Okay. What does LeBron James want to do? If he gets primary ball handling duties in Miami, he's running the show.
But he could still be the third role, just be the ball handler. I mean, Bam and Giannis are still going to be the primary offensive options, you would think.
But being the primary ball handler might mean something to LeBron, because in L.A., good luck getting the ball out of Luka's hands.
You could argue that with Golden State, too. Like,
sure you can.
Steph is so good off of the ball. Like, it is what has made him as deadly as he is. But he's primarily going to be the one holding the basketball there.
Yeah.
Cleveland, you would assume Donovan Mitchell. And if they bring back James Harden, that's 2 guys already sucking up the volume. Philadelphia, Jaylen Brown, he likes to have the basketball. Tyrese Maxey, you got to give opportunities for Joel Embiid too.
Yeah.
Maybe it makes basketball sense if you want to feature LeBron by putting him in Miami. I just don't know if that's the best decision for him or the best basketball decision.
Do you think him going to any of these teams will have any impact on them being a contender?
Hey, look, there's a media guy who got LeBron's ire up by saying that if he goes to Miami, he's going to have no impact whatsoever. They're going to be back in the play-in tournament, and it prompted LeBron James to respond with 22 laughing emojis. Right? So you could tell that criticism kind of, boom, zinged him a little bit. I think he goes to Miami and he orchestrates. I think he's going to make an impact. The Golden State thing, look, he'd be a great mentor for Yaxel Lendeborg, who's kind of built like LeBron. He would be with friends.
Doesn't have to leave California.
But to put it, if you're a Suns fan, does that make you more concerned about Golden State? Because you would figure they're going to be both competing for that.
Golden State, it just feels like a retirement tour, if that's the case.
Kind of does,
right?
Yeah.
Where we're getting the gang together for one last ride. We're going to turn it into a movie on one of the partner channels or whatever, and we'll call it there. Because there's not a lot left in the tank, I don't think, for Steph, even though he's still spectacular at this point in his career. Steve Kerr has tied himself at the hip to Steph, so whenever Steph's done, Kerr's going to be done. Draymond Green, probably not going to sign there forever either.
Mm-hmm.
Sooner or later, you would also think Golden State wants to move forward in a different direction, even though it's hard to say goodbye to the guy that basically built the franchise to what it is in this era.
But what Windy is saying, I think, is accurate. If you go to Philadelphia, if you go to Cleveland, you're back kind of playing that off in the corner kind of role where you're going to have to be doing a lot of defending and a lot of rebounding and maybe some supplementary scoring.
Which isn't his best assets right now at this point in his career.
And if he didn't like the way things finished in L.A., why would he want more of that kind of role? I don't know. The Cleveland thing, he's already left them twice. How romantic could that actually be?
I don't know if it would hit the same the third go around.
Exactly.
Cleveland, I'm back again.
I'm back again. Yeah, oh, hey. Hey, where you been? Yeah, so
I think it would be weird reuniting in Miami, too. Because I don't think he necessarily left on good terms when it came to Pat Riley.
No, he didn't.
And he tried to get Eric Spoelstra fired several years ago. And Spo's still there. Does he still have positive feelings towards Spo? I don't know.
That's a great question. What's also interesting, because running contrary to what Brian Windhorst said, would be the Steve Kerr quote when he told some rando, "Oh, we got him."
You can put that on Twitter.
You can put that on Twitter. Now, was Steve Kerr just playing?
Yeah, he was. But
I know.
This is so gross because this is LeBron's strategy is to drag this out so that everyone's talking about him and it's working.
Yep.
It's the Jerry Jones Cowboy strategy. No, we're not going to sign CD Lamb right now because you can talk about us before we sign CD.
Just think of this hump, though. This hump agrees to do this, whatever it is, hour-long interview podcast with Tyrese Halliburton.
There you go.
And the first thing he says is, oh, no, I don't want to talk about my decision.
Yeah.
We talked about the backstage. Yeah, then there's at least multiple clips of him
and
bringing it up to the crowd and playing,
asking the crowd, where should I go? That to me now, that's where he's getting back into that lack of self-awareness, which defined the decision.
Or what he prefers to be his self-awareness.
But it's just not... It
feels gimmicky now because he's this much older and he's already done something like this prior in his career. But, man, he's made a lot of attention and he's made a lot of bones off of just dragging everybody's eyes conversation directly towards him. This is what he does. This is who he is. This is why we're sitting here talking about it now.
I guess. All right, coming up on the other side, we're halfway through the Friday show, the Bickley Blast. Fire! Stick around. Mitch Ferreldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Larry Fitzgerald went a number of years without a great quarterback. Wilson busted out with Jacoby Brissett. Why didn't Marvin Harrison Jr.? Marvin Harrison Jr. played 3 games in October, 3 in November, and 2 in December. It's not like he wasn't playing with Jacoby Brissett. He was, and he got targets.
That's why it's time to have the conversation like it's now or never for Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm not saying he's going to be out of the league, but if you're expecting him to be one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, at some point you are who you are.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
You have the cleats, the shin guards, the team registration. Now there's just one last thing to check off your back-to-school list, a clean bill of health. Before your child takes the field, make sure they're ready for the season ahead with a wellness check or sports physical from Valleywise Health. Our trusted pediatric providers offer compassionate care. Sports physicals are required for some every year. Schedule your child's visit today at Valleywise Health. You're more to us.
If you're a fan of having zero access to your equity, paying 2 to 3 times more for your house, and being trapped in 3 decades of debt, then you probably love your traditional mortgage. But hey, at least the rate's fixed. If you think that sounds insane, then you should check out a Life Changer loan, where you pay principal first, keep 24/7 access to your equity, and pay off in just a few short years. It's not magic, it's just math. So visit lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyer. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match. match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what is trending now, so listen up. Because the Diamondbacks' return to Chase Field is tonight following the All-Star break with a matchup against the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are currently 2.5 games out of the final wild-card spot with 66 games to go. And they made some roster moves yesterday, placing Tommy Troy on the IL and calling up first baseman Tyler Locklear. Merrill Kelly is on the mound with first pitch at 6:40. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue Summer League play tomorrow, but according to our very own John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will be shut down after playing 4 games for the Summer Suns. And the struggling Phoenix Mercury try to stop a 4-game losing streak when they host the Connecticut Sun at Mortgage Matchup Center tonight at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. And they're proud partners of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Paying off the tees is a radio term. It means delivering what you've promised, making good on what the audience expects from you, and guess what? It's time for the Diamondbacks to pay off the tees. Rewind to the 2023 postseason when Torey Lovullo became a national star. When the Diamondbacks made a heroic charge to the World Series, it was supposed to be the dawn of a new era in the Valley and the dawn of a persistent National League power that played the game like nobody else. Instead, the ensuing seasons have brought agony and disappointment. In 2024, they featured a lethal offense but collapsed down the stretch, posting one of the worst final weeks a tormented fan base has ever endured. In 2025, they were decimated by injuries and a bullpen that blew 29 saves. And here we are, still waiting for some of those injured players to make it back to the big field. But in sports, results matter far more than excuses and alibis. Scoreboard matters, and the Diamondbacks better find a way to get hot, stay hot, and make a triumphant return to the postseason. Otherwise, they are going to get tagged with one of the worst labels imaginable, just another one-hit wonder. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I hope they motivate themselves. You know, I think we play in a sport where you got to be motivated to go out there every single day. When you get up out of bed, I expect everybody to come in here ready to go and give us their best effort. It's my job to posture the ones that I feel like are falling behind, but I think this group is very hungry. I said to them, best part of our story hasn't been told this year. In my opinion, we haven't played our best baseball and come even close to it. So I'm waiting for that to happen. It's starting to take place at the back half of this first half, right before the break. And I want them to know how good it looks and what their potential is. And they can go out there and tell a really good story by the end of the year. But you got to do it day by day.
That's Torey Lovullo, obviously, repeating what he said on a multitude of occasions, that we have not told our story just yet. That is what the remaining games, the last stretch of the baseball season is going to be. What is going to be the story of that 2023 team that got to the World Series? Will it be excellence delayed, or will it be denied? When you go back to 2023, you remember the way that team played, right? People said it all the time. They played with a reckless abandon, with base running, and with speed and aggressiveness. Small ball extraordinaire.
Create chaos.
That's it. Create chaos. That's the term I was looking for.
Got you.
They created chaos like few teams ever have, and people around baseball were like, we don't want any part of that team. They don't look like any other team.
At the same time, They did kind of back their way into that last postseason spot. They couldn't really finish on a strong note going in. And a lot of the talk going into that first postseason series against the Brewers is like, we're back to 0-0, and it doesn't matter. And then
that's a good
they
point.
ripped off a tremendous run, sweeping the Brewers in 2 out of the 3 games, sweeping the Dodgers. That was a big defining moment.
What do you think?
And then coming back from down 3-2 against the Phillies and winning 2 games in Philadelphia to get back to the World Series. And you could have even made an argument they could have had a 2-0 lead in the World Series, but I think 1-1 we take. But they lost the last 3 games at home, and it really put a sour mood on the end of that run.
It felt really, really close. They were playing a Rangers team that was good, but they weren't the 27 Yankees.
I mean, both of those teams kind of just got there off of, pixie dust and whatever the rest of the expression is.
Yeah. Kind of felt like it.
Look at those 2 franchises since the World Series.
No playoffs.
I know.
For either.
And then they come back in 2024, and they brought in Jock Peterson, and instead of duplicating what they did in creating chaos, suddenly they had all this slug in their lineup, right?
Gino Suarez.
All that stuff. And which brings us to the current, and why, to me, very, very important that the Diamondbacks really account well for themselves going forward.
It feels like this version of the team is closer to the 23 team. And what I mean by that is they don't necessarily have the slug. We've gone ad nauseum about the numbers of first base and DH. The pitching staff has been kind of up and down here and there, but they have some solid. They've been getting some solid outings from their bullpen this year, which I think you could argue that was a big staple of the postseason run, right? Like especially after they got Paul Sewald. And the offense, the way that they're creating runs, there's a little bit of back to basics with them. They're trying to balance out getting extra base hits and also trying to get some extra bases as a result of aggressive base running. And maybe it's just because of the injuries. Maybe it's because of the inconsistencies with the lineup and the pitching that it doesn't feel fully like that create chaos team. But this is probably the closest they've been since that World Series run.
Because they don't have options. They don't have that requisite slug. And what they learned in 2024 and what we all learned is that when a team gets an infusion of slug in the lineup, it changes everything. Because if you got guys who are stacking home runs, they want more home runs. And then that whole move the line mentality kind of wanes a little bit.
You start scaring the opposing pitchers, and then that creates opportunities for you to contribute as well.
And 2024, they led the entire majors in runs scored.
They did.
89 wins, and they missed the playoffs by 1 game because of a tiebreaker.
Yeah, not only that, they had to watch that last playoff game from the clubhouse.
When the Braves and the Mets started doing their behind closed doors, like, hey, we got ours. You want yours?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's it. And we all thought that what happened to them at the end of 2024 was going to light just an indomitable fire under the team. Yet to happen. That's what I want to see from this team from this point going forward. I want to see that kind of hunger and urgency every single day. The change to the Diamondbacks. Tyler Locklear is going to get the next shot at first base. Here's Torey Lovello on that.
Talk about persevering and getting back here. He left this level via an injury last year. It was very unfortunate what happened. He had 2 procedures from 1 play. Talk about toughness. He ended up staying in the game, trying to stay in the game. Telling us that he was okay. So we just think that there's a young player that's going to continue to develop, and that's our job here to develop him. The major league level is a level of development, and we need to watch and just continue to share our knowledge and teach him the best way that we know how to be the best version of himself. So you're right. It was Vargas, Pavin, Santana, Fernandez. I think we put 1 more over there, didn't we? But he probably blocked it out. He wanted to get healthy and just find his way back here. If he got hot, he knew he'd have that opportunity, and that's where we're at.
This will be the 10th first baseman that has seen an opportunity at first base for the Diamondbacks this season.
10.
Ildemaro Vargas leads them all with 52 first base appearances.
Correct.
Jose Fernandez and Pavin Smith with 17. Lou James Groover with 9.
All 3 of those last guys are in the minors now.
Carlos Santana with 8. He's not even on the team anymore. Tim Towle with 7. Most of those coming in the last.
The National Weather Service in Phoenix has issued a flash flood warning for Maricopa County in south central Arizona until noon Mountain Standard Time. At 7:59 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, Doppler radar indicated heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 0.5 to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Heavy rain producing flash flooding. Source, radar indicated. Impact, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Tortilla Flat and areas along Apache Trail. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Flooding is occurring or is imminent. It is important to know where you are relative to streams, rivers, or creeks which can become killers in heavy rains. Campers and hikers should avoid streams or creeks. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 12 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for the following county: Maricopa, Arizona.
So then I said, If you think that's something, you should see the monkey. Oh, tremendous. They'll never let me tell that story again.
Oh, my.
No.
Wow. All right. That's your heads up, folks. Don't drive into flooded streets. Never turns out well.
If you were watching on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed that.
All right, coming up on the other side, what does it look like when a GOAT is at the peak of his powers? Well, it looks like Messi and it looks like the World Cup. What exactly are we watching? We'll discuss next. Mitch Ferreldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know that winning on the court is great and all, but if you've ever been injured in an accident, your ability to win in court becomes absolutely essential. This is one of many reasons why you call the attorneys at Sweet James if you're ever injured in an accident. They've been serving injured victims for 25 years. They take every single case seriously to ensure every client's voice is heard and that their needs are met in the process. Their experience in over 500 trials with a 98% winning record means that insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down. They've got a serious reputation, and when the law firm that represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously. Sweet James, trusted by thousands of injured accident victims in Arizona. They're the official accident attorney of the Phoenix Suns, and yes, there are a million accident and injury law firms out there, but very few deliver the results that Sweet James does. They're elite in everything they do. There is only one firm to call. Remember, having the right attorney on your side, not only essential, it can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're ever injured in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James, 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging.
Let me check that for you.
To help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
What makes Southern Steer Butcher a fan favorite? The service and hospitality. Just like a traditional old-fashioned butcher, their culinary consultants can recommend the perfect proteins for everyday dinner or that special occasion. Plus, they can provide seasoning and cooking tips and assist with sides, apps, and wine pairings to create your next culinary masterpiece. Southern Steer Butcher is where quality meets hospitality. For more information, visit southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler.
Hey, it's Gambo. How can the Arizona Diamondbacks stay hot in their first series after the All-Star break? We'll ask the skipper, Tori Lavello, at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I've commented on this on many different times on this radio program. It's one of the pet theories that I absolutely love. And it's the theory that some philosophers have that when we as human beings witness real greatness with our own eyes, it completely changes everything for people. It's a call to greatness is what it's referred to by philosophers, and it kind of resets the boundaries of what we as human beings think is possible. We talked yesterday about Tom Brady and that 28-3 comeback in the Super Bowl. I brought up the story of Michael Jordan pulling that ending out of the 6th championship against the Jazz with that perfect textbook jump shot to end it. Is this what we're watching with Messi and Argentina right now? A player who is already established as the GOAT in his sport, and yet a player who is doing things that are absolutely incredible. Rescuing Argentina on the daily in the final 10 minutes of games with heroics. Enjoy this, folks, because this is as good as it gets in sports.
And it's interesting, too, because you could argue the whole witnessing greatness at this age and what they're doing to contribute to winning. I think I'm raising my hand here on this one, a lot of casual observers of this sport in particular would argue that, well, if they're not scoring, then what's the point? Because Messi, the last 2 matches, if I'm not mistaken, he doesn't have a score. I think he's tied in the Golden Boot race right now, so he's been scoring a lot. But it's the way that he's contributing without being the one to finish things off, right? Like the assist that he had in the 92nd minute to lead to the game-leading goal. The way that he's setting the rest of his team up by drawing in so many defenders just when they're getting within the goal zone. It is amazing what he is accomplishing still at this age. And I think that's the part that's going to stick with me the longest is the fact that he's still doing this at 39 years old. He turned 39 this Cup.
That's unbelievable.
Like, that's crazy.
The one of the bigger stories you'll ever find was the story that popped yesterday. It wasn't new, but it resurfaced. And it was the viral photo of a young Lionel Messi bathing a baby Lamine Yamal. It's completely real. And Lamine Yamal was just an infant at the time. And now these are the two stars of their respective teams that are going to play in the World Cup. I don't know if you have ever heard of the theory that we're all kind of living in a simulation. Have you ever gone down that rabbit hole?
I think I've taken the red pill once or twice every now and then.
Well,
the Matrix. Yeah.
Exactly. The theory basically goes from some people who are way out there that at the point in time when artificial intelligence reaches and surpasses human intelligence, we reach a stage of singularity. And there's people who espouse to this theory that we're already there and that we're all just part of a simulation. This photo made some people go, that could be happening here. Because how is that possible?
But you
that a 20-year-old Lionel Messi beginning his legendary career bathing the very player who's going to be standing in his path Sunday in the World Cup final.
I'm sure there's examples of this, though. Didn't you even bring up that like LeBron and Jordan?
But the one thing
cross paths.
The one thing I failed to mention yesterday, which I think supersedes all of those other chance encounters, those guys were already set on a path to be in their idol's footsteps, right? Or in their idol's shadow. Like LeBron James going to a basketball camp. Okay, he's clearly got some motive there. Jason Tatum at a Kobe camp, whatever it is. Lamine Yamal at this point in his life was an infant. How could anybody have projected he was going to be a soccer superstar?
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is so unbelievable that a lot of people don't believe this photo is real, and it is. Yamal's parents entered a raffle for their chance to have their baby, professionally photographed with a Barcelona player, and by coincidence, their son was paired with Messi. Now, the whole idea of Messi almost baptizing and giving this kid a bath, it's a little bit odd, but it's very, very possible that, that's not the only baby Messi ever did that to.
The fact that UNICEF came out and verified, yes, this actually happened 19 years ago.
Unbelievable.
Just further cements how miraculous of an event that this was all those years ago.
It's freaking believable is what it is.
I told you a joke during the break. I'll bring it up now, too. Somebody had joked on Twitter about where can I sign up my soon-to-be infant for the Bathe with Erling Haaland photo shoot in the future. The next great Norwegian.
There'll be a lot of people lining up for that.
Especially with that hair. Look at his hair, Jared.
Saying all that, are you rooting for Argentina specifically just to see the GOAT be even goatier?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yes, I am. And I have not cheered for Argentina's soccer team before. I was certainly cheering against them when they were playing England. I wanted Egypt to pull off that upset of them. But after watching what Messi has done, these heroics, the nuances of his greatness, and more to the point, what we talked about yesterday, the idea of a guy that is just not going to let his team lose, and to see what he pulled off in those closing minutes and what he did. He broke the Brits is what he did. And it's so awe-inspiring to me that, I want to see him finish this thing off.
And see, I don't know soccer well enough, but I assume it has to be like the other sports, that once you reach a certain level, you develop plenty of haters as well. And I know Ronaldo has them, but Messi must also have them where people are rooting against him, that he's reached Tom Brady level, and they're just tired of seeing him win everything. Because they won the last World Cup.
Yes, but that was his first, which I think.
Yeah, but you say his first. There's not that many people that win more than one World Cup. They're true. Every 4 years.
Let me take it a step further, because we talked about this bit pre-show, and I was not aware of this, but I read a couple of very deep pieces about this. Many Latin Americans, many Latinos do not like Argentina for a variety of different reasons. There's deep cultural resentment. Many people have long complained that the Argentines think they're better than the rest of Latin America, particularly people in Mexico. I'm bringing this up because not only was I not aware of this, but that's a big chunk of people that might otherwise be cheering for this incredible player.
You got South America versus Europe for the final, essentially, and you're not even getting the support of the northern neighbors leading up to this.
I guess. Would you be rooting for Canada if they were in the finals?
The 51st state, you mean?
No. If you were Latino,
these are different countries.
I know.
I mean, I understand that they're all the same continent, but Mexico is not even the same continent as South America.
Okay, listen, if you think the premise is so weird, go read those stories I've been telling you about. It's a very real thing, and it's because people would think that, say, if you didn't know anything about soccer, and wouldn't you assume that a lot of Latin American countries would be cheering for the last Latin American squad?
I wouldn't know.
Okay,
I guess it's different with the national events.
But see, this is like saying, like, would I root for ASU because they were in the, college football playoffs?
Okay.
That's how I would view it.
Okay, either way, though, I want to see Messi do this now. What he did to England made my jaw hit the floor, and I don't think it's come up yet.
I feel like he must have reached Tom Brady status to some where people are rooting against him, though, and they're sick of his greatness. But us, as semi-new soccer fans, I also love it. I love to see goats be goats.
Yeah.
I do also like the idea of a new champion every now and then. And I know Spain, they won in 2010, but just...
There's only like 7 teams that have ever won the World Cup, and these are 2 of them.
Yeah.
Not a lot of... Can we get only 2 continents have ever won the World Cup. The World Cup. Oh, they make such a big deal. Well, in your World Series, not everybody competes. Well, in your World Cup, only 2 continents in the whole world have ever won it. I'm starting to get me mad about soccer again.
Look at you. Just don't slander the sport anymore, Carlin. All right, coming up on the other side, we are going to visit with Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez. Gonzo joining us next. Mitch Ferreldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you're Mike and you're trying to read the terrain here a little bit, there are a few teams in there that feel like they could be fizzle-out candidates. Miami feels like a fizzle-out candidate. St. Louis maybe ends up being a fizzle-out candidate. San Diego, who knows what they're going to do, right? Like, if you believe that eventually those teams are going to slide out, that might be one of your motivating factors to do it as well. With the bullpen performing the way it is and with the pieces that are in place and some of the guys that are coming back, I could see them being a buyer.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and it's vacation season in Arizona, which means it is the worst time to be dealing with nagging, chronic, awful joint pain. But I got some good news for you. You've got a path back to normalcy. My friends at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, talking about cellular-level treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and the results are long-lasting relief. Folks, the stuff really works, and I say that because these treatments are backed by science. I say that because the patient satisfaction rate nationwide for QC Kinetics, a staggering 92%, and because I've leaned on them twice, both times to dramatic, profound results. At QC Kinetics, you get your treatments right in the office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. What happens? The inflammation in your body calms down, the pain backs off, and suddenly you're kind of feeling like yourself again. Go check them out. See what these cutting-edge treatments can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan, Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what can customers expect right now from your service department?
What's up, Dave? It's our red, white, and blue sale all month long. You can save $25 off any service, including oil changes. Plus, with our after-hour drop-off, you can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and we'll have it back to you on the road by the next morning.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Well, heidi-ho. This is what's trending now. The Diamondbacks return to Chase Field tonight following the All-Star break with a matchup against the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are currently 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot with 66 games to go. And they made some roster moves yesterday, placing Tommy Troy in the IL and calling up first baseman Tyler Locklear. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound with first pitch at 6:40. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue summer league play tomorrow, but according to our very own John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will be shut down after playing 4 games for the Summer Suns. And the struggling Phoenix Mercury try to stop at four-game losing streak when they host the Connecticut Sun at Mortgage Matchup Center tonight at 7 p.m. That is what's trending now. Stay tuned for Gonzo.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Morana talk D-backs baseball now.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley, Mitch Vareldis. Our great pleasure to welcome in not only a World Series hero, but a great dude. And, man, I miss the days when Luis Gonzalez used to stand by his locker telling baseball stories. Gonzo, happy Friday. What's happening, man? Gonzo?
Hold on.
Yes.
There we are.
Jared's
there we
up,
go.
Jared's up to his Friday tricks, Gonzo.
I had to do
Sorry
an
about
update.
that.
I forgot to put his mic on.
What a surprise.
Yeah.
What a surprise.
You ready for the kickoff of the second half, Gonzo?
I am. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's been a roller coaster ride already in the first half for us. So just kind of curious to see what we're going to end up doing here for the trade deadline. I mean, we desperately need a big bat in the middle of our lineup, I think. And I think we probably need to go out and get one more arm if we're going to make a push here. We're kind of in that middle stage. We don't run like we used to, and we don't have that legitimate bopper every day. I mean, Corbin Carroll and Marte are the 2 main centerpieces there, but we need that one legitimate bat in the middle of the lineup.
Gonzo, I had mentioned earlier that this baseball team, they shocked the world in 2023. We all love that run to the World Series, and there's been a lot of heartbreak ever since. How important is it that this team really puts its best foot forward and tries to get back to the postseason?
Well, I think if you look at 23, it was just getting hot at the right time. I mean, we kind of backdoored our way into the postseason there. We waited, I think the last day of the season is when we got in. But all you need is a chance to get in. If you're in, anything can happen. And we saw that in 23. And I think that's what we're hoping that, you know, there's so many teams right now piled up right in the middle of the pack for that last couple wild card spots. So if we could get on a run and get hot again and get our pitching going and get some guys going in the right direction here the last few months of the season, it should be all right.
You mentioned the trade deadline, something you're keeping an eye on in terms of how the Diamondbacks would approach it. I'm curious your perspective on this. You have the expanded wild card, which we've had for a few years now. That benefited the Diamondbacks a few years ago. But you have a couple of teams ahead of and then behind Arizona right now within just a few games of each other. Where would you feel most comfortable as a buyer? Is it where they are right now? Would you prefer them a little higher in the standings? What say you?
No, it just all depends on the players. I mean, if we go out there and start playing well here in the second half, the season gets turned around in a hurry. I mean, for us, it's just a matter of getting more consistency from some of our, not our main guys, because they've been doing it the whole time, but some of our guys that maybe you're not expecting, or a guy in AAA right now that may come up here in the next month or so that might be a difference maker for us, like Corbin was in 2023 when he came up. Yeah. He was a difference maker for us. So, we have those guys down there. It's just a matter of if when Torrey and Hazen and those guys are ready to bring those guys up to see if they're going to be the guys that push us over the top.
All right, Corbin has been scuffling for a while. I believe he's 5 for his last 54. I know that he's not real happy with his timing and his sequencing. What are you seeing from him?
Well, a lot of teams are pitching him up in the strike zone. A lot of fastballs up, which is kind of a weakness. If he could lay off that pitch, maybe, or if he, gets on a top of a couple of those and hits them well, then they go a different direction. This is a league where there's a lot of people watching, especially the advanced scouts. They go out there and watch the teams that they're coming into play, and they see a weakness. They're going to keep exposing it. You saw that with a bunch of our young players that we brought up. These guys we get excited because they come up, they do well the first 1 or 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden the teams start figuring them out. They start pitching them a little bit different, and if those players aren't able to make those adjustments right away, you see them start to struggle a little bit.
Sounds like Tyler Locklear is going to be joining the big league club starting this evening. What are your expectations for him, and what have you noticed about how he's done in Reno in particular the last month or so?
Well, he had some injuries that he's been fighting, and now he's back. He seemed to be swinging the bat well right here before the All-Star break for the team, and I think the organization thought highly enough and saw a need for him to come up now. Our first base has been our weakness all season long, so now he's coming up, and hopefully he can come up and fill a big void for us. If he provides any type of consistency for us, hopefully in the middle of the lineup and providing some power, like he's had power his whole minor league career, that'd be a big boost for our ball club.
I'm curious what you thought about the All-Star game, not so much the game itself, but Dave Roberts coming out and saying these guys don't want to play in this game anymore. That it's all about, clubs not wanting their guys exposed to injury. Has that always been the case? Do you like that trend?
I mean, it's an honor to go and represent your team going to the All-Star game, and the fans think enough of you, or if you're voted an All-Star starter or, a role player in the back end of the lineup or whatever. But I just always thought it was an honor to be chosen as an All-Star. That considers yourself one of the best players in the first half of the season. And I don't know. The game's changed so much for me. Sometimes I scratch my head when I see a lot of things going on throughout the league, but and then you start getting, he's an old school guy and this and that. But there's still a lot of things that I still enjoy now. And there's some of the new rule changes that I enjoy. I enjoy seeing it now where the game's sped up a little bit more. It doesn't take quite as long out there. It's not a 5 or 6 hour game, but right. I enjoy seeing a lot of the new stuff, too.
Speaking of some of the rule changes, that includes the Home Run Derby. And if I'm not mistaken, you've participated in one during your time.
He won one. There you
Look
go.
at me selling. Come on, Mitch. I
gotta sell you better, Gonzo. I'm
Mitch.
Sorry.
Come on,
Got a big hit off of Mo Rivera. Does that help? Either way.
Yeah.
What do you think of them switching out of the time format and going much more leisurely with the Derby like it was when you participated in one?
I actually liked it this year, the way it was done, because of the simple fact it was starting to get to be a tired act in between 12 players come running out, hand a guy a towel, a Gatorade. I mean, that was just, that's too much. I enjoyed it the way it was today. Actually, I was in LA and I got to see it at a place called Cosm, and it was awesome.
Oh, I've heard of that place.
Yes. Oh man, if you ever want to go see a sporting event anywhere, go to Cosm. That stuff is awesome.
Ooh, that's on my bucket list.
That's a free plug for them. So.
Well, you're going to cash in on that so next time you get back there. All right, finally for me, you were a young player the last time baseball shut down due to a labor stoppage. You're hearing now both sides starting to dig in. What would you caution to people on both sides, given the fact that Major League Baseball has finally regained some real momentum?
Yeah, I think this is a perfect opportunity for hopefully both sides to get together and try to get something worked out. I mean, we've started early enough here. Let's lock them up in a room and don't let them out until they get something done. I think, being a part of a couple of those work stoppages throughout my career, it's great for the guys that are making a lot of money, but for those younger players, it's tough times. So hopefully we'll hammer something out, get it worked out, and we don't have to come to this, because when that happens, all we do is we're losing fans. And right now, the way our game is going with all the young superstars that we have in the game and the way the game is going in an upward trend, drawing fans and things like that, we don't need anything like this to kind of put a black eye on it.
If you had your way, should this league institute a salary cap, yes or no?
Yeah, well, I believe the players deserve what they get, but at the same time, I mean, there's teams out there spending $1 bazillion on players and different things. I mean, look at Tucker. He's making, $70 million this year. They paid him up front, and he's not even their best player on the team. So it just goes to show you that the team with all kinds of money is going out there and just sweeping up the market with the best players out there. But I think for a team like us, a mid-market team, that we have to go out there and be smart with how we spend our dollars. We got to find guys. I'm looking for baseball players. I want guys that know how to play the game and play it hard. I mean, would we like to have a guy like a Freddie Freeman that plays every single day, doesn't want to be out of lineup, and produces and hits 3-something every year? Of course. But those guys aren't out there. You have to develop a lot of those guys with organizations like ourselves, and that's what we're trying to do.
All right, Gonzo, on behalf of every sports fan in the Valley, want to thank you again for winning that World Series for us. I never thought we'd be 25 years later and still don't have another championship, but hey, I guess we're a work in progress, Gonzo.
Yeah, that was a great time for all of us, and I honestly wish that hopefully the D-backs or any one of our other sports teams can get there, because if you were born after 2001, you never got to experience any type of parade or anything like that. And you guys know what an incredible time it was here to be a part of festivities. The young kids never forget it. Now they're older in their age, and it never gets old. Trust me, when people come up to me and talk about the World Series and being a part of that incredible team. And we're excited in September to bring everybody back and be a part of that celebration. I think the Diamondbacks organization has done a fantastic job of promoting it and getting a lot of those players that were on that team to come back.
Gonzo, thanks again. You're the best. We appreciate you, man.
I'll never sell you short again, okay?
Come on, Mitch. See you, Gonzo. Luis Gonzalez joining us on the other side. Cardinals reporting to camp next week. We'll tell you the latest on our NFL team. Mitch Ferraldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I spent years in professional football taking hits. Never backed down from anything, Basinonians, but living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle to smile. What a gamble that was. Listen, I got the All-on-4 implants. It really changed. It's a game changer. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. Trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, and that is Dr. Joe. That's right, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases. 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the All-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth, starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last. Call now, 602-877 0429.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Wolf. How do we want the Cardinals to approach training camp in the preseason this year? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So there was a time in the NFL when marquee big-name players were rarely traded from one team to another. That era is over, and you can look at Matthew Stafford being traded to the Rams, Myles Garrett being traded to the Rams, Micah Parsons being traded from the Cowboys. It is more and more common now for big-name superstars to get on the move in the NFL than it's ever been. And with that in mind, Bill Barnwell, the football nerd, right, in a good way.
Used to come on our show a lot.
What
It's
happened?
Been a few years.
I think we
He's
called him a
always
football
busy
nerd.
now, he
Didn't
says.
like it.
Sorry, I can't make that work. Sorry, my schedule won't allow it.
Oh, is that
Sorry.
right?
Yeah. Still trying, though. But nice
Wow,
guy.
and
Nice
we were
guy.
always so good to him, too.
We used to have him on a lot.
Gassed
Yeah.
him up, man.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
All right, so
He's still
Bill,
great.
please come back to us.
Bill. All right, so he did a piece basically outlining if every NFL team were looking to trade a big name player, who do you have that would get big time draft capital back for?
Yeah.
Right? That's basically what the genesis of it is. For the Arizona Cardinals, he thinks the Cardinals have 4 players who could get them back 1 first-round pick.
Promising.
Paris Johnson Jr., Jeremiah Love, Trey McBride, and Walter Nolan III.
Okay.
Now,
I don't think Trey McBride could get more than. Is it the position? Is it just his name recognition still not there? Because he seems.
It does feel more positional.
He seems as valuable at his position as any player at any position, right? He's young still.
He's a top 2 tight end in football. It's probably him and Brock Bowers at this point in time. George Kittle has kind of fallen down a little bit, right? Travis Kelce, not the same dude anymore.
So unless they just don't value that position,
I think.
Because you would think, like, if you put him out on the market and said you could have him for a first-round pick, you would think a ton of teams would jump on that, right?
I would.
Seems like a bargain, yeah.
But he doesn't think he reaches the level of 2 first-round picks. Missing out Bill Barnwell says Budda Baker, Marvin Harrison Jr., Josh Sweat, and Michael Wilson. Quote, "It has been a quick fall for Harrison, who was as close to a sure thing as possible when he entered the league 2 years ago. Harrison has been solid, but he has yet to put together the sort of dominant display many expected of him coming out of Ohio State for any stretch of time. It's still too early to give up on the 23-year-old, and Harrison still can have a long career if he settles in as an above-average number 2 receiver, but I'm not sure many teams would be willing to give up a first-round pick after Harrison's first 2 years as a pro."
That's not encouraging to hear.
No, it's not. So, by contrast, in the division, he thinks the Los Angeles Rams have a guy that could get you 2 first-round picks and more, and that guy would be the guy they just acquired in Myles Garrett.
Makes sense.
Their 1 first-round pick and more, Braden Fisk, Puka Nacua, Kobe Turner, and that would be it. And then 1 first-round pick, Trent McDuffie, Matthew Stafford, Byron Young. So you can tell right there the Rams are loaded with marquee players.
In terms of guys worthy of giving up multiple firsts or more.
Exactly. The 49ers, 1 first-round pick and more, 1 guy, Nick Bosa. 1 first-round pick. He's got 2, Brock Purdy and Fred Warner. Does not think that the 49ers could get a first-round pick for either George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, Mike Evans, Trent Williams. And we're talking about Hall of Fame football players, but it's the age and the injury.
I guess that would be the qualifier, which is also crazy thinking in retrospect that Christian McCaffrey, when he was traded, did not net the Panthers a first-round pick. Still to this day.
What did he net? Remind me. Do you remember?
It was like a second, a couple of thirds.
Really?
And a fourth.
That's a steal
it was at
for
that
them.
because he didn't have the healthiest tenure in Carolina, but when he went to San Francisco and just blew the doors off of everybody, it was a very hindsight is 2020 type of move.
So when he talks about all those Hall of Fame players who would not get you a first-round pick, he says this: Evans is 32 and coming off his first injury-ruined season. Kittle is 32, recovering from a torn Achilles suffered during the postseason. McCaffrey is 30, and while he was one of the few 49ers to stay healthy last year, his injury history is very well known. Trent Williams turns 38 this weekend, hasn't played a full season since 2013. So the 49ers have more players than the Cardinals who would net first-round picks, according to Bill Barnwell, but not as many as the Rams. Okay, the Seattle Seahawks. They have a guy who would command 2 first-round picks and more.
Jackson,
you got
Smith, and Jigba.
You got it. Jackson, Smith, and Jigba, who put together one of the best seasons from a wide receiver that has seen in a long time. 1,793 yards in the regular season, 199 more in the Super Bowl.
And he won the Defensive Player of the Year, too. He was that good.
1 first-round pick and more. They've got 2 guys, Charles Cross, an offensive tackle, and Devin Witherspoon. 1 first-round pick, Nick Amanwari, Byron Murphy, Leonard Williams, Gray Zabel. So this is yet another football think piece. And we outlined one from Jeremy Fowler early, which again illustrates what appears to be a big gap in premier talent between the Cardinals and not only the rest of the NFL, but primarily the teams right in their own division.
You excited for football yet? Are you ready? Is this getting you
I'll say this again.
Season?
Thank goodness they drafted Jeremiah Love instead of just a random lineman or something like that. Because that is a specific player, a specific thing that you can get excited about really no matter what happens with the rest of the team.
I do wonder if David Bailey was available if they'd have taken him. Because he seemed like the one guy on the defensive side of the ball in that class that seemed like the home run. And this was a team that really struggled with getting into the backfield this past season.
The Tyler Algier signing.
Right.
And then the not really signing a pass rusher didn't really look like they were trending towards drafting a running back.
Yeah.
Their draft classes are
no, it almost feels, if you were a cynic, it almost feels like the Jeremiah Love was, oh no, we've got nobody to sell tickets. Oh no, we've got nobody who's going to create any excitement.
It felt like a move that like they had the 12th pick and like, I can't believe Jeremiah Love's still on the board. We have to take him here. Except they had the 3rd pick.
And they knew he was going to be there all along. And listen, we played cuts from that Mina Kimes podcast. One of the cuts we did not play was their belief that the Cardinals kind of screwed Tyler Algier.
Yes, like that he signed here thinking I'm finally out from under the shadow of being a backup running back. I'm going to get them.
Yeah.
He was a 1,000-yard runner his
I'm
rookie
going to be the guy now. Okay.
Yeah, nice try,
now,
buddy.
I think we're going to like him. I think he's going to come in very handy because you do not want to run Jeremiah Love into the ground. But at the same time, you might have some questions.
It also is weird.
Here's that cut right there, just since you brought it up.
Okay.
Why do they have so many running backs?
It's. I feel bad for Tyler Algier, honestly. From the reporting too is that he signed sort of with the agreement that he wasn't going to get into like a massive timeshare or whatever because he's just been stuck behind Bijan. And obviously, like, you know, the Falcons are going to play Bijan. Bijan's amazing, but it's just such a funny twist of fate that Algier signs with the Cardinals and then they immediately draft a guy who's like arguably as good of or one of the like in the same ballpark of a prospect as Bijan Robinson and Jeremiah Love. So, yeah, just a tough beat for Algier. Although I'm sure he'll be fine with the money and everything. It is you just kind of feel for him from a playing time point of view because he's going to be second fiddle again.
I'm looking at these draft classes the last 2 years, and I'm getting nervous because remember last year we pointed out, they've taken a lot of defensive guys, huh? Mm-hmm. Oh, but they took not Cody Simon. They took Hayden Connor. It's fine. They took somebody on offense. They only took 2 defensive guys with this past draft, and the rest are all on offense.
Yeah,
the 2 defensive guys, Caleb Proctor and then Carson Shire. Mm-hmm. In the 6th round. Mm-hmm. It's almost like, now we're going to overcorrect back the other way, help out our offense, and then the defense is now going to suffer.
I just really hope that this football team has heard all of this stuff and all of these criticisms and is burning to prove people wrong. Can hope.
They should.
All right, coming up on the other side, Jared Carlin will take you through social studies.
Wait, my glasses.
Who knows what will come out of his mouth, because we sure don't. Mitch Fereldes, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Summertime is in full throat in Arizona, a time when your windows are more than just a view to the desert. They're the only thing standing between you and extreme temperatures. And if your windows are in bad shape, your windows are about to cost you a fortune in electric bills, which is why now, great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows specifically designed for our harsh climate. Talking about triple low E protection that blocks 98% of the harmful UV rays, and they also come with monsoon seals to help your windows and help prevent your house during the monsoon storms. They also build windows specifically for the dimensions of your home. They're never retrofitted on site. Tell you all the time, they replaced all of my windows. Could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic. The installation process, the cleanup process was immaculate. Learn that they're installers. They're all vetted full-time employees. They are never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life. Windows that will literally pay you back. Give them a call. Check out their great summertime special, 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovick's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days. Free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovick's Santan Ford.
Buying a home comes with a lot of upfront cost. Earnest money, inspections, movers, it adds up fast. That's why Lund Mortgage is stepping in. Right now, we're covering the cost of your appraisal on every purchase loan we close. That's $600 to $800 you keep. We've got it covered. Think about it. Hundreds of dollars back in your pocket? That's a big grocery run, your first HOA payment, or just a little breathing room when you need it most. Give us a call and let's talk about your free appraisal today. or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply. What makes Southern Steer Butcher a fan favorite? The service and hospitality. Just like a traditional old-fashioned butcher, their culinary consultants can recommend the perfect proteins for everyday dinner or that special occasion. Plus, they can provide seasoning and cooking tips and assist with sides, apps, and wine pairings to create your next culinary masterpiece. Southern Steer Butcher is where quality meets hospitality. For more information, visit southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and similar offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and pay.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello out there in Radio Land. This is What's Trending Now. The Diamondbacks return to Chase Field tonight following the All-Star break with a matchup against the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are currently 2.5 games out of the final wild-card spot with 66 games to go. And they made some roster moves yesterday, placing Tommy Troy on the IL and calling up first baseman Tyler Locklear. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound with first pitch at 6:40. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue Summer League play tomorrow, but according to our very own John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Bashir Fleming, and Koa Pete will be shut down after playing 4 games for the Summer Suns. And the struggling Phoenix Mercury try to stop a 4-game losing streak when they host the Connecticut Sun at Mortgage Matchup Center tonight at 7 p.m. And that is What's Trending Now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is time for Social Studies. Everybody out there listening, hopefully you're also watching us, because you can watch us live every day, all day. Just go to YouTube, dial it up, www.hitarizonasports.com. You can see Mitch, what he looks like with his big bushy beard. You can see
bushy beard?
You can see what Dan Bickley looks like with his big bushy hair.
Yeah.
You can see me with my big bushy everything.
And your glasses.
You're
is what I was going to point out.
The glasses are on. That's why you know things are serious right now, because I will be reading all your responses on social media. Follow us, Bickley_Murata on Twitter, Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, where we post lots of videos from the show.
Lots of stuff.
Lots of good stuff on Instagram and Facebook. But we will start with a question for Diamondbacks fans. It's a simple one. As we begin the second part, I won't say second half, but the second part of the season here, D-backs fans, fill in the blank. The Diamondbacks will make the playoffs if blank.
If they win,
no.
If they can get some consistent offensive production going forward, I think it's cautious of me to phrase it this way, but I think this pitching staff is good enough to hold up if the offense can give them some extra cushion. That is the argument that I would make going forward.
I would say if the back half of the lineup plays more like they did in Los Angeles than the El Succo squad they were for most of the year. I think with Gabby Marino playing the way he is and the big three, the Diamondbacks are all good 1 through 4. Now, you add a bat that would certainly be fortuitous, but they got great contributions 5 through 9 in Los Angeles. They need more of that.
Need some of that light Tawa power.
That's it.
If you will.
The Tim Tawa Power Hour.
Tawa Bunga did.
Mike says they'll make the playoffs if their stars are stars again. Corbin, Perdomo, Merrill Kelly, and to a lesser extent, Ketel Marte need to get back to form. You cannot waste a career year from Eduardo Rodriguez. And finally, having a good, consistent bullpen.
Yes.
Tom agrees. I'll say it before I'll say it again. Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte both need to get hot at the same time. Then the rest of the team will follow, and I guarantee they make the playoffs. J-Rod Card's not as optimistic. He said they only need to add a first baseman, a shortstop, an outfielder, and 2 starting pitchers. He says, why should Torrey be fired when this team is made up of guys who wouldn't even make the Cleveland team in Major League? It's amazing that they're even sniffing a wild card. All right, next question. We talked about Kamon Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete as a potential sort of young, exciting core that maybe could be on this Suns team for years to go, and who knows what you have there. But it got me thinking, what is the greatest trio in Arizona sports history, and
All
why?
right, you've got 3 choices in my opinion.
Okay.
You've got Kurt Warner, Larry Fitzgerald, and Anquan Bolden.
Okay.
It's a good one.
Group that went to a Super Bowl. You've got Steve Nash, Amari Stoudemire, and Trick, Sean Marion.
It's a good
then
one.
You've got the 1993 one, which might be the winner, Charles Barkley, Dan Marley, KJ, Kevin Johnson. Am I missing anybody?
Well, Schilling, Johnson, Gonzo? Is that an appropriate trio? It's harder to do.
It's
in
hard in baseball because they're
right?
different possessions, but that would
I
be
guess that's it.
that would be the
those
3
they
best
won a
players on that
championship.
team.
That's the
Yeah.
forefront
that's
of that
fair.
D-backs team. It obviously wouldn't be the previous 3 iteration in Phoenix with the Suns, because that one didn't.
Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and Bradley Beal
Didn't do so well.
How about that original Coyotes team? Roenick, Kachuk, and who would be the 3rd one? Javi Bullen? Roenick, Kachuk, and
Dallas Drake,
maybe, and that was pretty good.
Yeah, that was good. I like that one.
What about from the 24 Sun Devils? Would you do Levitt, Scadaboo, and Tyson as a trio?
That's a good one.
That's a great one.
They had the
No
star
bias
power. They had the
whatsoever in
fans
that
behind
pick.
them.
No bias whatsoever.
Has U of A had a trio like that? Like in the later 90s when they had that defensive stout dude, like with Teddy Bruschi and company?
How about UA basketball?
Yeah, I mean, U of A
what's
basketball.
the trio with there?
Well,
Gilbert Arenas, Richard Jefferson, Luke Walton?
Jason Gardner.
Jason Gardner,
I mean, Luke
okay.
Walton was coming off the bench for the 01 team that made the finals.
Did the Kerr team have a trio?
Sean Elliott, I don't know. Brian Williams was on. I don't know. That was before I was a U of A fan.
That's Bison Dele to you.
Bison Dele, yes. Tom Tolbert, was he on that? He was, I think, on that Steve Kerr team. Yes, a lot of echoing some of the same names you mentioned. Warner, Fitz, and Bolden getting a lot of votes. Gonzo, Schilling, and Randy Johnson. Barkley, KJ, and Dan Marley. Jake Plummer, Juan Roque, and Keith Poole.
So the 96 or 96 squad, I believe.
Jerry Colangelo, Cotton Fitzsimmons, and Al McCoy.
Oh, that's a good trio.
So lots of good answers there. Keep those coming. And finally, we had on Gonzo, who had a great career.
Home run derby champion, Luis Gonzalez.
Home run derby champion, not remembered by Mitch Vareldis, but what is remembered by everybody is his game-winning hit in the 2001 World Series. So I asked, what specific one thing are you most known for in your life, and why? Might be hard to boil it down, Vic. Is there one thing that you think like would lead your obituary? One thing, one column, one interview, one moment in radio, one moment in life?
Listen, I'm very, 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 very proud of my written career, my written works. I think it will be my hair.
I think you're right. You have not just glorious hair. It's not just glorious, but it's amazing. I don't want to use the phrase "a man your age," but to have, but really, but seriously, I mean, compared to some of the other people hosts at this station,
I know
you got a lot of coverage there still.
Yeah, I do.
While you're thinking about it,
Mitch, you got an answer?
I might not have an answer. I don't know.
You have plenty of time to become known for something.
That's encouraging. Thank you.
J-Rod Card said he is known for having every teacher that he had from kindergarten to 7th grade die within 2 years of having him as a student.
What? That is... Now, J-Rod Cards used to teach my little dude.
Yes, he said professionally he is known for being a good teacher, as Bickley may know.
Yes, he is. He was a very good teacher. My son liked him a lot.
But he said that he had that streak. I guess it would be 8 straight teachers died within 2 years. He said when his brother came through the same school, no teacher wanted to get near him.
I bet.
Alex says he's known for having a steak for dinner every single Saturday night since he's become an adult. I bet his cholesterol doctor knows that.
It's like a good iron source, but
James
I don't know about the rest
says
of it.
he is known, his buddies call him Dr. Husky because he has so much Washington Huskies memorabilia everywhere that his bedroom looks like an 8th grader sleeps there. So some good, interesting stuff there. Keep sending us this. Keep interacting us. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram, Bickley and Murata.
Say hi on YouTube, too.
Thank you, Jarrett. You found your glasses. Well done.
All right.
It's
hard to find your glasses when you're not wearing your glasses.
Exactly. All right, coming up on the other side, the Phoenix Suns were eliminated from the Summer League playoffs, but that doesn't dampen the enthusiasm they created. We will discuss, we will recap. Mitch Vareldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade Concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did Kaman Malawach, Rashir Fleming, and Koa Pete prove that they should be in the Phoenix Suns rotation next season? We'll discuss starting at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley, Mitch Varelda said it going into the break. The Summer Suns did not qualify for the Summer League playoffs. Woohoo, big deal. Right?
What? We're not going to win the Summer League rings?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Damn it.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, well, next year.
But the trio of Kaman Malawach, Rashir Fleming, and Koa Pete, 2 second-year guys and 1 rook, they did very, very well. So much so that Suns guard Colin Gillespie posted on X, quote, "Dogs are hooping."
Woof.
Woof.
Woof, woof, woof.
And he put an exclamation point on that as well. So that's good. It wasn't just us and the media and fans getting excited about it.
Are you
Colin Gillespie getting excited about it.
Are you satisfied knowing that was it and that's all we're going to see for the next couple of months? Or is there a small part of you that, based on Gambo's reporting yesterday that they're not going to play in this game, which we now know is tomorrow, are you okay? knowing that they won't play another game of the summer.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. Look, there's a large contingent of people on that summer squad. Let them play. I think what you got from those three was very revealing, and it succeeded in creating a lot of optimism moving forward. As we discussed very early in the show, though, it's created quite a Rubik's Cube conundrum for Jordan Ott, because where are you going to find playing time for these rookies that suddenly have whet the appetite of fans?
It feels like it's a Rubik's Cube, but instead of colors, it's like a Sudoku on each side, and it's like, nope, you can't have the numbers line up. You got to move it around. And we've talked about it a lot, and I'm sure over the past several weeks leading up to this, we've talked about it, just how deep this roster is in terms of opportunities for the younger players, and how can you accomplish development if you're focusing on continuity, and how can you try and develop these guys if you're focusing on trying to win. The way that it's constructed right now, I don't see it, and I don't mean to be pessimistic about it. I'm not trying to knock the Suns for what they're doing, because I tried that once and it didn't work out so well. I just don't see the opportunities for these younger players based on the way that the roster is currently constructed. And maybe that's not a bad thing, but it kind of dampers the mood on what was a really fun 4 games that we saw of those guys.
And again, we know this market very, very well. We know this fan base in the Valley loves homegrown players.
Yes.
Whether it's Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges, whether you could cite example after example after example.
It was one of the reasons why the Kevin Durant era never really connected.
That's it. Because getting players whose history is elsewhere, it's not as rewarding. It's just not the same as anchoring down to a young group of players and going, these are our guys, and we're going to cheer for them, and we're going to love them up, and we're going to grow with them and suffer with them. That's really kind of the foundational beauty of being a sports fan.
That's why we love Devin Booker so much.
Exactly.
Because he's been here through all the tough and through all the good.
So as a result, I think there's going to be a great appetite to see more of these players. Kaman Malawach was the most imposing player on the floor in all 4 games he played. The numbers say it.
Agreed.
Koa Pete had a great attitude, a very give me the ball and get out of my way kind of attitude. How that's going to translate to the NBA, we're going to find out. Rasheer Fleming, it was great to see him have that last game against the Pistons the way he did when he had his shot working, because that is the guy with my opinion, a crazy ceiling. Devin Booker's even said it repeatedly. Devin Booker has mentioned in practice, when I get matched up on Rasheer Fleming, I might think I have the advantage. I might see Rasheer stumbling or tripping, and he still ends up contesting the shot. And like Devin Booker said, you can't teach wingspan. So to me, I look at Rasheer Fleming and what he did in the Summer League, and I'm like, he's progressing. That kid to me is legit, and I think Kaman Malawach is going to be that defensive anchor we've been waiting for a long time. It's just a matter of when are they going to get the opportunity, and if they do, are they going to seize it?
We talked earlier about how three-point shooting is going to be something that is a necessity for this Suns team based on how they restructured. Another thing that you mentioned earlier is just the defensive profile of this team. Starting lineup doesn't necessarily profile as a defense-first group. It's a lot of shooting first and here or there with the defensive opportunities. But you think about the guys that they could be bringing off of the bench in potentially Ryan Dunn, Jordan Goodwin. Rasheer Fleming is in that group of guys where you want him for his defensive tenacity, and you're going to need his defensive tenacity because this lineup doesn't project to be one that really can hold their own on the defensive side of the ball.
No, and the numbers crunch is going to be significant for Jordan Ott because you get past the starting lineup. You've got Colin Gillespie is going to come off the bench. You think Oso's going to start the year as the backup center. Jordan Goodwin, such a great spark plug and defensive presence for you. Luke Kennard, who has to get playing time, given
it's like their only three-point shooter off the bench.
Yeah, so there's 9 guys, and we're not.
Can we turn this into a conversation as to whether or not Malawach could supersede Oso for playing time? Not to say that Oso's been bad or hasn't deserved the minutes he's gotten. He 100% has, and he played every game last year. But could that be the opening for Kaman is maybe there's a
taking Oso's spot?
Slight adjustment in terms of how they want to run the center rotation. Is it they decide Malawach is ready for more minutes and we don't want Mark Williams anymore? Because as right now, I just don't see it with the wing positions because they really like Colin and they really like Jordan. So that makes it harder for guys like Rashir and Ryan and Koa to find their way in. But it feels like the center spot has a little vulnerability to it now.
It would seem to me that if Kaman Malawach is ready to pass Oso on the depth chart, then you've got enough center with those two guys, and you probably can trade Mark Williams. The one thing you don't want to do is find out that Kaman Malawach can do it on the NBA level because Mark Williams got hurt,
right?
And now you can't trade him.
And he's on a 3-year deal, too, which is not difficult to trade, but it makes it a little bit harder, knowing he's got that guaranteed 3rd year. If it's a 2-year or a 1-and-1, easy.
Yeah.
But because it's 3 years, you're then asking a little bit extra from the team to take him on if you do trade him.
If he gets hurt, I mean, that's the weird scenario they put themselves into.
Yes.
Is that they're only going to trade him if Kaman Malawach is ready to play a lot more minutes. But the only way you're going to really see that is if Mark Williams gets hurt. And if Mark Williams gets hurt, you can't really trade him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
like a circular,
never-ending conundrum.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Either way, I think the Summer Suns were very, very...
we could call it a success?
Very revealing. Yeah, I would definitely call it a success.
Rousing success?
Maybe.
Like, do we put qualifiers on it?
I don't know. It was pretty good, and generally you've got to drag me kicking and screaming to talk Summer League basketball. But this year, a bit different.
Just wait until Cardinals preseason, Bick. There's not going to be a lot of dragging there either.
There you go. All right, coming up on the other side, Jarrett Carlin's going to find his glasses and tell some jokes. The Sports Kebab
Make
next.
me laugh, clown.
That's it. Mitch Ferreldis, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Pleased to be joined by Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen on the Arizona Sports Line.
Do you see yourself being a buyer or seller at the trade deadline?
I would love to be able to add to this team, given if they show us that they belong in the wild card race. But we're going to see where they take us in the next couple of weeks. Like I said, we're going to be facing the competition we're standing next to in the wild card standings, and we kind of control where this thing goes.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans, they carry around giant foam fingers for a reason, and that is because there is nothing better than being number one, and that is what you are going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW, the number one rated dealer in Arizona, your premier destination for luxury and performance. Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades, and whether you visit their store on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix or Chapman BMW in Chandler, you are stepping into a world-class car buying experience, and that's because from Ted Chapman all the way down to the certified technicians in their service centers, everything they do is elite. Those 2 locations also guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, and if you have never been behind the wheel of a BMW, I'm telling you, the experience will blow your mind. There's a reason why they call it the ultimate driving machine, and as one of their young techs once told me, there's greatness in the DNA of every car they sell at Chapman BMW. So pick a location, take a test drive, then make sure you ask for their general manager, Shane O'Hanrahan, who has vowed to hook up every one of our listeners, put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Have you ever tried to play through pain? I'm not talking about a bruise. I'm talking about that sciatica lightning bolt ripping from your lower back down your leg. At Desert Institute for Spine Care, DISC, the world-class spine surgeons right here in the Valley, they don't just treat symptoms. They identify the pain generator and attack it with precision. These are innovators behind endoscopic spine surgery, a technique so minimally invasive it uses incisions smaller than a quarter of an inch. That means faster recovery, less pain, and getting back to life, the life that you love. Whether that's the gym, the golf, or cheering on the Bird Gang, whatever it might be. Sciatica, herniated disc, spinal stenosis, whatever's knocking you out of the game, DISC has seen it, diagnosed it, and fixed it for thousands of patients across Arizona, just like me. Visit sciatica.com to schedule your appointment with DISC, or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
Hello again. This is what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks return to Chase Field tonight following the All-Star break with a matchup against the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs are currently 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot with 66 games to go, and they made some roster moves yesterday, placing Tommy Troy on the IL and calling up first baseman Tyler Locklear. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound with first pitch at 6:40. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns continue Summer League play tomorrow, but according to our very own John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will be shut down after playing 4 games for the Summer Suns. And the Phoenix Mercury will try to stop a 4-game losing streak when they host the Connecticut Sun at Mortgage Matchup Center tonight at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports poll question.
Jarrett has ceded responsibility of reading the poll question to yours truly.
He cedes responsibility all the time.
I heard he's putting the finishing touches on another great sports kebab. So
Yeah.
I have been tasked with reading today's Arizona Sports poll question on ArizonaSports.com. Who will be the Diamondbacks' most impactful player post All-Star break? There's 5 options, technically 4.
All right.
Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Eduardo Rodriguez, Gabriel Moreno, or other. What's your
Corbin
lean?
Carroll. It's my vote.
We'll go with Corbin Carroll on this one. I do like Steady Eddie, but he can only do so much every 5th day, right? Corbin Carroll leading the charge triumphantly. 49% of the vote going with him. And then it's a tight race with the other 3. 17 for Marte, 15 for Erod, 14 for Gabby, 5% other. Who would be other? If you had to posit, like Perdomo, would he be other? I guess that would be the one. But if you want to share your thoughts on that poll question, you can find it right now on the homepage of ArizonaSports.com.
You know I like the funny. As a matter of fact, as you heard the one about the mushroom that walks in the bar, and the bartender says, "Hey, get out of here. We don't serve mushrooms in this bar." And the mushroom says, "Why not? I'm a fun guy."
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
Got me good there, Jarrett.
And if you like that type of humor, have I got something for you. This is the Sports Kebab, sports news skewered. And guys, I can't believe I'm saying this, but we are in mid-July in America, and the country is still obsessed with the World Cup. Ratings are huge, attendance is high, and the buzz is all over. Seriously, soccer fever is infectious. And the good news about that is, unlike other current infections in America, soccer fever isn't usually accompanied by explosive diarrhea. Holy moly. Have you heard about this diarrhea parasite?
No, I haven't. Please.
Infecting lettuce at fast food restaurants. What kind of backwards, mixed up, upside down world do we live in, where not only does America love soccer, but where it's actually healthier to go to a Taco Bell and get a deep fried chalupa than it is to eat a vegetable there? And look, people are taking this seriously even in the sports world. For example, Andy Reid. Andy Reid is so concerned about the parasite, he hasn't had a salad in 57 years. How about DeAndre Ayton?
Yeah.
Oh, our old friend DeAndre Ayton. DeAndre Ayton is so worried about the parasite.
How worried is he?
He's so worried about the parasite, he didn't leave his house because he heard the street outside was covered in iceberg lettuce.
Wow.
Iceberg lettuce.
Wow.
LeBron James all over the news, and he's worried about getting this diarrhea parasite. In fact, he is now telling the Warriors that he will only sign there if they acquire AD and Imodium AD. That's how worried he is. Archie Bradley, friend of the show.
Oh, no.
In here this very week, former D-backs pitcher Archie Bradley is so worried about the parasite that he is preemptively pooping his pants just to get used to the feeling.
I pooped my pants.
Speaking of pooping your pants, let's go back to the World Cup because England figuratively messed themselves in their semifinal matchup versus Argentina. They were up 1-0 late in the game before Argentina scored twice to win 2-1. What was the strategy? They played scared. They played nervous. They were playing not to lose. They all just ran back on their end. I mean, the last time a bunch of Englishmen retreated like that, the USA had to save them in World War II. But seriously, what was this strategy? Just set up in front of your goal and try to stop Argentina for 30 minutes? I mean, I haven't seen the English get this defensive since the last time I criticized the temperature of their beer. They were aggressive early. They took the lead, and then they shrunk, and they just ran back on defense. I mean, they receded faster than an Englishman's gum line. I mean, seriously, they were running away from Messi like he was holding a toothbrush. And, of course, after the game, England had the excuses. They say Argentina gets all the calls, but England is guilty of trying to bait the refs themselves. I mean, seriously, those players were diving, flipping, and flopping like a grandpa getting attacked by a bison.
Scary video.
The English, their saying is, it's coming home, right? It's coming home. Once again, it was not. They have had more trouble coming home than Odysseus. And believe me, it was devastating to the English followers, the fans in attendance. Did you see some of these people?
What do they look like?
Oh, what a bunch of pale, pasty goons. I mean, the only 3 letters they're more interested in than VAR is SPF.
Oh.
But it's not lost, guys.
Pale, pasty goons.
It's not lost, guys. It's not over.
It's not?
No, England will now play on Saturday in the 3rd place game. Oh, my God. Can you imagine that? Losing in devastating fashion like that and then having to play a meaningless game a few days later? How weird and unsatisfying and awkward. I mean, to paraphrase a famous saying, England playing a 3rd place game is like kissing your sister. Although, to be fair, kissing your sister is how England built most of their monarchy.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Gross.
Yeah, no, it's not incestuous at all. You're right. I'm sorry. But, so in conclusion here, I'll say goodbye, England, and hello, Argentina. Hello, Argentina versus Spain in the World Cup final. And the big storyline is the matchup of superstars. Now, a crazy thing going around this week, you've seen it, we've talked about it, a picture from 20 years ago featuring Argentina's Lionel Messi bathing a 5-month-old Lamine Yamal from Spain. This is incredible, and it makes me so happy Spain advanced. Because you know a picture like this with Messi and an opposing player would never exist if it was Argentina versus France, since no French player has ever bathed. There you go. That's a sports kebab.
There's your sports kebab.
So
if you
much
need more of the
hygiene
comedic
humor.
stylings of Jared Carlin, Jarrett GC on Twitter, right? That's what it is?
That's it, exactly.
All right. Coming up on the other side, we will wrap up today's show. Stick around. Dan Bickley, Mitch Feraldis, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The Song of the Day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
School rock and rollers will remember this group, UFO. This song, Lights Out in London, in honor of England's soccer team.
This group's out of this world, I've heard. UFO.
No, well done.
I had to get one more in before
Never heard
the
of them.
weekend.
You never heard of UFO?
I have never heard of them, no. But on the cover of their album that I'm looking at, it's a guy wearing a full-piece leather jumpsuit unbuttoned to below his navel without a shirt on underneath. So it's a tremendous 80s image.
Yeah, it was the style at the time.
It was, yeah.
You mentioned something in the sports kebab that I thought was a great name for a band. What did you call those English fans?
Parasitic diarrhea? No,
no, not that.
Pale Pasty Goons?
Pale Pasty Goons. What a great name for a band.
If it was like a British punk rock group.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pale Pasty Goons, here we are. Here to show you.
That's funny, bitch. Song of the day, UFO, Lights Out.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, so Archie Bradley's going to get another reference after Jarrett Carlin did his drive-by during the sports kebab.
Hopefully a little cleaner.
A little cleaner.
The last one.
Yeah, listen, so Geraldo Perdomo worried some Diamondback fans when he posted a picture on Instagram where he had his left wrist bandaged. And Torey Lovullo was asked about that, and as you might think, wasn't all that happy.
That's the Archie Bradley rule. You guys know what the Archie Bradley rule is? No. If you do something on social media that I have to talk about, I don't like it. Okay. remember Archie was doing it like by the week. All right, I love Archie. Favorite players ever, but oh my God, he made my job miserable. Yes, he did get a cortisone injection. He did have a little bit of hand pain. It started maybe at or around the San Diego series, so we just felt like at the break when we had the time, let's go ahead and do this. But I think he's going to be fine. When I learned about it and we were progressing towards him getting examined on Monday coming out of the LA series, I was very well aware of the fact that there could have been an injection. I didn't know what happened until I got that screenshot, and then I went and read some reports and saw that there was an injection. So I was told it's not going to hinder him whatsoever.
The Archie Bradley rule. You know what the other Archie Bradley rule is, Jarrett?
Bring an extra pair of underpants with you.
How the turntables, right? Where you'll see stuff reported about the players, and the players are like, I've never heard about this.
Right.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Right. I have no
Now it's
idea
the
what
other
they're
way.
talking
The players are putting something out there, and the coach is like, what the hell is this? I don't know what this is going on.
That's funny. I still like your introduction for the pale pasty goods.
Oi! We're here to rock and roll!
We're here to melt some faces.
Throw your toothbrushes away!
What is Varel? This is what?
It's Greek.
Greek?
Yes.
Oh, they weren't even in the World Cup, were they?
No. Greece isn't much of the soccer nation much anymore. At least not right now.
No.
A star basketball player in Miami, though.
Yeah,
they got that going for them.
They got that going for them, which is nice. I don't know if you've seen it, but the trailer for the I Play Rocky movie dropped yesterday. Looks really, really interesting, and it also underscores when you hear people talk about betting on themselves, nobody has ever done it like Sylvester Stallone, right?
Yeah.
Wrote the script for Rocky and held firm and told every producer in Hollywood, you're not having the movie unless I'm playing the part. And they're all like, who are you? No one knows you. And look at him now.
And the rest is history. A 9-movie franchise. The original Rocky, I believe, won the Oscar.
The Best Picture winner, yeah. I was going to say, it's like the true underdog story. And now we're getting the underdog story about the underdog story.
Have you, you've seen the trailer also, Mitch?
I haven't fully digested it, only because...
What a weird thing. It was like 2.5 minutes long. What do you mean? But you've seen it.
So I'm aware that the movie exists. I'm aware that the trailer exists. I'm doing this thing now where I'm trying to see as little as possible.
I get that.
Before seeing...
You don't want things ruined.
Like, everybody is talking about the Odyssey right now. I'm going tonight. I don't want to know anything about how anybody felt about that.
You have avoided it for 3,000 years, the Odyssey. That's better than 2 days for the trailer.
Look at me embarrassing the Greeks like that, not knowing the Odyssey.
That's true.
But I'm trying to avoid too much.
The one minor criticism,
way too much.
He's bordering on doing an impression of Rocky instead of Sylvester Stallone in the movie, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean? Like the whole time, like the
Sylvester.
mannerisms. I don't know his name, but the voice is really good. But it's borderline caricature, but it's pretty good.
All right, finally, I don't know if any of you saw this, but we know that in golf there's a growing problem of yo-yos getting all gooned up on golf courses and trying to get into players' heads by yelling in their backswings, yelling when they're about to putt. A lot of people think that they're trying to influence bets that they have already made. It's a growing issue on tour. I think we just found the solution. At the American Century Championship, somebody yelled 4 in Jerry Rice's backswing. Jerry Rice didn't put down the club. As soon as he hit the golf ball, he turned around and said, "Who said that? Who said that?" And he chased the guy down.
Let's go.
With the golf club in his hand.
Shout out, Jerry.
That is the way to get golf galleries under control.
You say 4, I'm going to hit you with a 4 iron.
Allow golfers to go running after these fans who are yelling at them.
Still can move for his age, too. Good on Jerry.
All right, what happened at the Open Championship earlier today that you pointed out,
So
Mitch?
I can't really digest the stat properly, but...
Got a lot of digesting to do after the show.
Yeah.
I know, because I haven't had any food yet. But a 62 has been shot now in consecutive rounds at the Open, and they said that's the lowest score in a single round that has been produced in Masters or in championship history. Which I don't know if that's specifically the Open.
That
or
might be a
the
Jared
whole
fact.
tour.
I think that's the Open Championship.
Maybe. Open Championship courses are not necessarily difficult usually. It's usually based on the weather and conditions. And when they're nice, you can get some low scores.
That's exactly right.
Also, fingers crossed. Sounds like Pochettino's going to come to a decision on his next contract next week for the U.S. managerial job.
All right, on behalf of Luis Gonzalez, who joined us today, on behalf of Mitch Veraldez, who did a great job filling in the last 2 days, on behalf of Jared Carlin, I'm Dan Bickley. Wolf and Luke next. We leave you with this.
What's
ordered
lentil?
in a restaurant.
Lentil? What's lentil?
Jared, what's a lentil?
This is not like a sitcom character from the 60s that you don't know. A lentil?
A lentil.
The only time I like soft tissues is when I need to blow my nose.
Denver, cowards, losers.
Football?
Right?
Football.
Hey, Ma, look, I'm going to go ride the bison.
More money!
Exactly.
Yeah, baby.
And what can Gardner Minshew do?
This is terrible. I can't.
Wait a minute. There's a pulse. Stop pouring dirt on him.
Oh, sweet Lord. This damn schedule.
You have received a large bimp.
Oh, we never would have been spying anyone. He sat down the trolley.
3 hits in the All-Star game from the National League.
Who's Jared Carlin?
I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
Boo, you suck.
Oh, I just hate all this sunshine.
You hit that one to Connecticut. You son of a Mitch. Old noodle arm Lipinski. Jarrett meat sweats Carlin.
I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
It was a big fat hog.
You are not just a dude. You are a D-O-O-D.
He's got that post-paven glow.
I do have the post-paven glow.
Stay at the Sun Buffet, aliens. Keep eating.
The salted meat tube.
Quit stirring up hornets' nests, sons.
Are you saying we're on Mallow watch?
If Miles Bridges is a better three-point shooter, if Devin Booker is a better three-point shooter, if Jalen Green is a better three-point shooter, if Dylan Brooks is a better three-point shooter, if Dylan Brooks is a better on-ball defender, if Miles Bridges is a better on-ball defender, if Miles Bridges is a better rebounder, if Devin Booker is healthier.
Somewhere Vince is either getting angry or aroused.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovig's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive. The Santan 202 Freeway and Balvista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days. Free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovig's Santan Ford.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25 plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no-obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no-obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 3.99% with 1841 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people listening right now are probably wondering, do I actually have enough money to retire? How do you help someone answer that question?
Well, Gambo, the first thing is, I tell people, do not guess. Cash flow it. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model the full retirement picture. Income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, investment withdrawals, inflation, healthcare costs. What happens if the market has a bad year?
So it's not just about looking at the account balance.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on spending and taxes and income sources and how the portfolio is actually structured. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not in just year one of retirement, but in years 10, 20, 30, and for the rest of the road.
So find out if you have enough money for retirement. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
What makes Southern Steer Butcher a fan favorite? Their service and hospitality. Just like a traditional old-fashioned butcher, their culinary consultants can recommend the perfect proteins for everyday dinner or that special occasion. Plus, they can provide seasoning and cooking tips and assist with sides, apps, and wine pairings to create your next culinary masterpiece. Southern Steer Butcher is where quality meets hospitality. For more information, visit southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler.
Triple digits are here, and you can avoid an AC system breakdown by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule an $89 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and expert technicians that get the job done right the first time. Take advantage of this offer now, so your home will stay cool and comfortable all summer long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, the no-worry solution for all your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The D-backs sit 2.5 games back of the Miami Marlins for the final wild card spot in the National League. Sticking with the Snakes, their 2027 schedule has been released. They are scheduled to start the season March 25th at the San Diego Padres. For the full slate of games, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Mercury look to end a 4-game losing streak tonight against Brittany Griner in the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns wrap up their summer league slate tomorrow in a consolation game against the San Antonio Spurs. According to our John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will not play for the Suns. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday morning, it's the Wolf and Luke Show, and John Lund is sitting to my right in for Wolf. What's going on, John?
Let's go. I've had a whole week. I'm pent up.
Really?
There's a lot going on. Yeah. We were talking about this.
Specific on your mind you want to get into?
Well, this is a weird week when you do sports radio because there's 2 times a year. There's the All-Star break for Major League Baseball. There's the All-Star break for the NBA. And what we do in our business is we wake up every day and we think, oh, my God, there's nothing going on. And then as we settle down, we realize that there's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on.
And so finally the snakes are back, which is something to talk about. But the LeBron thing won't end. And NFL, less than a week from now, our lives in this industry completely change because the NFL overwhelms everything in its path and et cetera, et cetera. And there's still soccer. And you wake up every day and you think there's nothing because it's the slow time of year in sports, and there's a ton of things.
It's this week in particular, and now I would say, to your point, it's already kind of ending because baseball's back. But there's this stretch at the beginning of this week where it's like the calm before the storm, because it's not only, there's no baseball games outside the All-Star game the first couple days, and this year there's the World Cup, but typically there isn't. And, it's the one stretch of the NFL calendar where things are quiet. There's no hockey, and there's, some summer league, but you just said it. The second we get into next week, it is absolute chaos until February.
Yeah, pedal to the metal. Because once the NFL hits, and I don't care what city you're in, every city in America is an NFL city.
Yeah.
Everything changes. Our lives change. It's just the whole thing. And the Cardinals get going early, August 6th. I mean, think about that.
And then, you're so right. It doesn't even matter if your NFL team is good in terms of how invested you are in the NFL. Like, okay, would it be nice if the Cardinals surprised everybody and made the playoffs this year? Yeah, that'd be real cool. But either way, NFL is starting next week. Whether you want to go all in on the Cardinals or any of the other 31 teams or fantasy football or whatever you want to do, right? And then once college hits, it's crazy.
Give me Jets Panthers on a Thursday night. I'm so pumped.
I'm with you.
I would watch that right now.
Yeah.
Jets Panthers.
Oh, in a second. And then, midway through the season, you're like, but you still watch it because betting, fantasy, the whole thing. You have something at stake in it.
Yeah. Or yes, always fantasy football, or somebody who's a fan of one of the teams. Although Rick brings up a good point. Who's going to be the toughest team to watch? Because the Jets, I think, might be the toughest team to watch. Because they clearly don't even want to win. They've got all these first-round picks for next year. I don't know.
Well, according to the people in the know, the Cardinals, maybe.
Yeah, but the Cardinals at least have some players to watch. Who are you watching on the Jets?
I know.
The Browns, true. I guess, too, maybe? I don't know.
The Geno Smith redemption arc with the fan base, that's about it.
You're right.
Yeah.
They're going to be rough.
That's going to be that's going to be the toughest team on a Thursday night in the season. Hey, I don't think they play a Thursday night game, but it's Jets, whoever. You're going to be like, we'll still watch.
Yeah, right.
Because it's football. We'll still watch every second of it, but...
Garrett Wilson's still on the Jets, right?
Yeah.
He's a good player. I like him.
I feel bad for him.
I do too.
That's my reaction to that. Let's start with baseball, though. Diamondbacks are back at it tonight. I'm scrambling since I left my headphones in the car until about 3 minutes
downstairs.
ago.
You could seriously, if we had I've seen you do this twice now. If we had a 100-yard dash for medals, the way that you go to your car and come back would win. I don't care who's the fast. Usain Bolt, who's the fastest person in the world right now. You going down to your car, getting headphones or something else.
When you leave your headphones in the car and you realize it's 9:58:40, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. And then inevitably, and this happened again, I'm at my car and I'm like, they better be in here, because if they're not, I'm really screwed. I find them. I start to run back towards the building, and somebody in the parking lot's like, aren't you supposed to be on the air right now? And I'm like, no.
I think I'm running.
I still have 3 seconds. What's your problem? All right, so let's start with the Diamondbacks, who are beginning the final 66-game stretch tonight. I'm not even sure they have a day off in these 66 games, but they start with St. Louis tonight. Fortunately, their 3-man rotation, they all get to pitch in this series because this is a huge series. Merrill Kelly on the mound tonight. What do you expect here from the next 66 games, John?
Well, it depends on what you think, because they've usually by this point of the season, and I think Bill Parcells coined this phrase where he said your record is however he phrased that whole thing. Well, they've gone through enough games now where this is who they are. Unless there's a big trade, unless there's somebody that comes back from injury, which we've heard from Mike Hazen and others throughout the organization, and unless somebody like Sean Locklear, who in a short period in the major leagues we saw last year really wasn't good, but he's been in Reno, which is where a lot of people get good, and maybe his confidence is different. But they've got to have other people. There's got to be 3 or 4 guys in the second half that step, which I know it's not a half, but that step up in the second half of the year and make them be different, because right now they're just kind of a middling team trying to get a playoff spot.
Maybe we should do what we do with the NFL schedule and just go through each of the 66 games. Okay, so starting tonight against St. Louis. I'm going to say win. Merrill Kelly on the mound. All right.
Tonight?
Yeah, we got 65 more to go through.
Just like when the NFL schedule comes out?
Just go through every single game. And, you're right. There's 16 games. This is easy now to break it into segments. There's 66 games, but there's really 16 that are going to determine if this team looks any different. I tend to agree with you. If they don't make any moves at the deadline, then the next 66 games, they're probably going to go about 34 and 32.
Yeah.
That's what they've shown us. But that's baseball. If in the next 16 games they can convince the front office that this is a season you need to invest in, and they add one or two players, I think you could really change things dramatically. So it's really the next 16 that are going to determine a lot. And I'm only half joking. I mean, right now they have a 3-man rotation with Merrill Kelly, Brandon
You're
Pfaadt,
not
Erod.
joking, though, because they've got to look at things. And I know Mitch Brado will probably be in there, and we don't know exactly what's going on with Soroka. The biggest problem so far has been, and this started, it feels like the Suns. This started at the beginning of the year was when Corbin Burns and when, like, it was constantly when.
Yeah.
When Puck is going to come, when this guy. Well, Soroka was like, it was going to be near the end of July. Then it was like, no, he's going to be on a better path. And now he's more on a path that's later on in the month. They've got to, I know this is weird to say, there's a lot of skill in winning, but there's a lot of luck in winning too. And they've had zero luck when it comes to injuries. Like Jordan Lawler comes back. Oh, he's going to jumpstart the offense. Nope, he's hurt again.
Yeah.
Pitching's going to come back. No, it's not, because those guys had setbacks. We can talk all we want about what players need to step up, and obviously Corbin Carroll, the way he's hitting, and all these things. But reality is they've got to start getting some injury luck so that they can start bringing some of these guys back. Because as it stands right now, we've talked so much about it that it's almost like a bonus when these guys come back versus you relying on them because they've had such bad injury luck in the first half.
It's wild, though. I mean, okay, so Zach Gallen's hurt. I know most people are like, okay, well, that doesn't hurt them on the field. Like, you don't want him hurt, but it doesn't hurt them on the field the way he was pitching. Okay, so set him aside for a second. Mike Soroka, I kind of thought he might be back before the All-Star break. I'm not a doctor, but and maybe he's back in a week. Who knows? But we don't know yet. So that's already like okay, I thought maybe this would be like a 2-week thing, and now it's more than 2 weeks. All right, Ryan Nelson, that who knows? I mean, he may not be back this year. Who knows? Okay. AJ Puck was originally supposed to be back in like May. It's mid-July. Okay.
I love how you check that.
We just double-check the calendar.
It's not mid-May, right?
No, it's definitely a 7 I'm looking at. Who knows about Justin Martinez? He was not supposed to be back yet. But, like, really, the hope a year ago was that Corbin Burns would be back right out of the All-Star break. A year ago, not like a month ago.
And that right there is exactly why, like, a month or so ago when this came out, that, he's had a setback. Now we're feeling it because, like you said, as a 3-man rotation, throw him in there, and all of a sudden you're going, okay, we can deal with 4. And I say this all the time: the 5 for every team in Major League Baseball.
You can get by with
it's a complete crap
streaming
sheet.
a 5th starter almost.
But when you're at 3 and your last 2 are like, I don't know, is there anybody in the crowd tonight? Hey, you can be a pitcher for the Diamondbacks. Like you can't do that. No. So if you had 4, you could be okay because a lot of teams are like that, and their 5th is whatever anyway.
Especially if one of your 4 is Corbin Burns.
Right.
I mean, this is, and I know that losing a pitcher for a full calendar year is not unique to the Diamondbacks. I know this happens to other teams, but man, it just feels like when you're looking at Burns and Martinez and Puck in particular, these guys got hurt last season, and we're past the All-Star break, and it's not like they're coming back tomorrow. I mean, that is, you talk about bad injury luck. It used to be bad injury luck. It's like, man, every time we get healthy, we lose another guy for 2 weeks. Now we just lose guys for a year and a half at a time, and they're just our most important guys. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
It's in that sense, it's remarkable that they are where they are, but they got to get some of these guys back at some point.
And the original question you said was, what do you expect over 66 games? I expect some better injury luck. And for all the things that we'll talk about and what they need to do, I think number 1 on the list is really they've got to get some of these injured guys back, solidly back. Soroka's got to come back. Lawler's got to come back. I don't know that Burns is going to come back, but some of these guys that are on the kind of the edge of coming back, they've got to come back and be effective.
All right, we come back. Let's get into football. ESPN says the Cardinals have less star power than pretty much every team in the NFL. So doesn't that justify one specific thing they did this offseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Hey, students, are you on summer break and need a great paying seasonal job? Are you looking for work this summer because you're just that kind of productive person? Well, your Uncle Wolf is here. I got a great opportunity with you, an amazing company, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 has excellent pay, great benefits, overtime, and bonuses that will make your summertime fruitful. And they are looking for go-getters just like you. And this is more than a job. You're going to be joining a team. And when you make the decision to join Moving Team 6, you're actually going to get a signing bonus of $500. Listen, their East Valley location is continuing to build and serve, giving them full coverage of the basin right here. They got one in Mesa, and they have one in Phoenix as well. No one wants to move in the summer, but it's inevitable. You know what? Get the professionals to do it. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Hey, it's Gambo. How can the Arizona Diamondbacks stay hot in their first series after the All-Star break? We'll ask the skipper, Tori Lavello, at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we're back. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf on this Friday morning. And yes, training camp starts for real for the Cardinals next week. John, we got football up on all these TVs. College football up on all these TVs.
Everybody's they can't wait. Like, this is just how we are. As a sports society, we jump the gun on football more than any other sport. And, like, Bill Belichick's on one of our screens. I wonder if, and we got to get into the Cardinals here, but I wonder if someone, you know how you see, like, Emmitt Smith was in a Cardinals uniform or Joe Namath was in a Rams, or, like, I think Bill Belichick might be at the top of the list for people who just look weird. Like, he's on a show right now, and it's like, he was a great analyst when he finished. I think he worked for like 5 different channels, made like $16 million.
Yeah.
And he's so hell-bent on proving people that he's still a good coach. North Carolina had a terrible recruiting year in a place that you can flip things around. Indiana's just got the top wide receiver recruit in the country. And Belichick, it's like, dude, you're known now for being that guy who, like, held up your 24-year-old girlfriend on social media, and she was doing like a mermaid. She was dressed
like a mermaid. Yeah, it's
like stop, like stop coaching.
Talking during the break, has anybody had taken more of a reputation hit without actually doing anything wrong? It's not like it's not like, you find out something that you don't, that's like bad about Bill Belichick. It's not that. It's just, you're talking about a guy who might have been the greatest coach of all time in the NFL. He might still be. But that's not what anybody thinks of right now.
He's not going to get out of this unscathed. I was looking at they had the ACC Media Days the other day, and they were picked second to the last. And one of the barbs was he just didn't have a good recruiting year, and I think he thought he was just going to walk into homes and stuff, and people are just going to drop to the knees and go, "Oh, I'll play for you." And it's like, dude, that's not how it works.
No days off. No days off.
I mean that
no
guy.
Days off.
I think
he goes from
just
that to
go coach in the NFL if he still wants to coach, or maybe the NFL's not in on it either.
Anyway, it's sad.
ESPN's been doing their top 10 at each position list, where they talk to coaches and executives around the league. So you put a little more stock into it because it's not just random people out there that are basing it on who their favorite player is. This isn't MLB All-Star voting. This is actually this is a little more serious. And they're going through, and there's top 10 players at every position in the NFL. Well, they've done it. So now what they've done is compiled the list and said, okay, these are the teams that have the most top 10 players all the way down to the least. The Cardinals are right there. They're not the only team with only 2, but they're right there at the bottom of the list with only 2 top 10 players. Obviously, Trey McBride and Budda Baker. Trey, I think they had as the number 2 tight end, and I want to say they had Budda as the number 7 safety. So there's a few ways to take this. I mean, you could look and say, well, I don't know that you could make a case for anybody else as a top 10 player at their position. You could say maybe a couple guys have the potential to get there. But, John, my first reaction to this was, does this not justify them drafting Jeremiah Love then? Because the whole point that those of us who wanted them to take Love were making was they don't have enough star power. They don't have enough elite players. He's not a slam dunk. I get that. But he's, in my mind, more of a slam dunk that he's going to be a really good to great running back than a guarantee that any of these offensive linemen are going to be amazing from this draft. There's no guarantees.
Well, this is what you're supposed to do. And personnel people say this all the time. Well, we take best player. We take best player. No, they don't. They take where they need to fill holes
and
a lot of times.
It's gotten them.
Right. And so what they did, and whether they did this on purpose or not, because they did fortify the running back position, and I think as they went through the process, they went, as you said, we don't have enough star power. Not to sell tickets or anything like that. It's just we need to make sure that we're getting
maybe
players.
Game changers is a better way to put it. Yeah.
But I agree with you. And like a year from now, it wouldn't surprise me at all that Jeremiah Love was in the top 10. In fact, if he's not, then I think we have a problem. But to put it in perspective, I was looking at that same list you did. JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba was not in the top 10 of wide receiver. There's a lot of guys. All of a sudden, it's like they emerge, they change things. And that's what I think Mike LaFleur has to do. Like, I think there's a handful of guys, especially defensively, who are young guys who haven't lived up to what their reputation should be where they were drafted. They do have guys. I don't think they're talentless. I just think they have a lot of guys who haven't fulfilled their potential.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it. And you're right, just going back to Love real quick, every time we say star power, you get the reaction from some people that are like, yeah, they just did it to sell tickets. Look, I don't know why the Cardinals do the stuff they do. I don't know. I'm not in their front office. But for me, I think my whole reasoning that I wanted Jeremiah Love was not to sell tickets. I get nothing from them selling tickets. You know what I mean? My reasoning at the time, and I think that's why I bring this story up now, is I think that just sort of reinforces it, was who do you have that can truly change games? Nobody's going to argue Budda Baker is that guy at the safety position, but how much can a safety really do to win games? But still, you have one of the best safeties in the NFL. If you want to argue he should be 3rd or 9th, whatever, he is one of the very best. Trey McBride's clearly one of the very best tight ends, but you don't have anybody else that should be in these spots. You have guys that I think could get there. Like if Marv ever plays to his potential, he could at least be fringe. I think Will Johnson maybe in a couple of years could get there. I think Jeremiah Love could be there next year. And if you want to go through the other guys that got drafted around him, I don't think Francis Malianoa is going to be there next year. You know what I mean? Like, and even if he is, none of these guys are guaranteed. None of these, it's just not any of these guys in the draft were guaranteed, but at least the ceiling is higher with Love than it is with some of these guys.
Well, and especially, here's the thing, too. When you draft someone, and this has been the disappointing part of Marv, when you draft someone at 3, you better get a star.
Yeah.
And they're going to be there for a while in this kind of a position, 3 to 5 to 10, something in that kind of a range where you don't want to be. But the one thing is, no matter the sport, if you're in that position, you cannot miss. And that becomes the problem. So to me, I think what they did is they weren't thinking selling tickets. That's not how the front office thinks. What they were thinking is, we can't miss at 3. And I think that as they looked at everything, and it would be interesting to pick their brain and say, where'd you have David Bailey on that? Like, would they have taken him there, or it was going to be Love at 3? It seems to me that's just based on the fact that they had so many running backs and Tyler Algiers right there, and you gave him not a ton of money, but enough that maybe it wasn't what they were going to do. But then as everything kind of crystallized, they sat there at 3 on the clock going, guys, we can't miss here. Who is the guy who's the most can't miss? And that's Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, and it's funny you bring up David Bailey because that was a guy, you and I talked about this going into the draft.
Yep.
That was a guy I really liked. And if he was there at 3, I think there's a long conversation to be had. But at the same time, if you tell me one of these two guys, David Bailey or Jeremiah Love, is a game changer in the next 2 years, as much as I liked David Bailey specifically, there's probably a better chance that Jeremiah Love is that guy. You look at Monty Austin-Fort's draft classes, and this is something that's obviously been scrutinized a lot, and I think it's really going to come under scrutiny now in the next few months as this season unfolds. It's not difficult to find good picks that are really good value. Garrett Williams and Michael Wilson in the 3rd round his first year. Dante Stills, in the 6th round that year? There's like Rabbits in the 4th round the next year. There are guys that Will Johnson, 2nd round, 2025 was a gift from the league. But it's the 1st round that, and you sort of alluded to this, even Paris Johnson Jr., who I think is very solid and not a bad pick by any means. But you've picked 6th, 4th, 27th, 16th, and 3rd. You've had, 5 first-round picks now in 4 years, and 3 of them were top 10, top 6? You need to start having some great players.
Well, and that's where you go, and that's where he could lose his job, because if you're drafting at that spot, I get it. The later you get, the more of a crapshoot it becomes. But you have to hit on these picks, and I think that as he sat there going, okay, my job, in his mind, my job may be on the line, I could see myself sitting in front of Michael Bidwell saying, okay, why should we keep you? Well, I just nailed that pick.
Yeah.
And you can't take those chances in the top 10. If you want to get a little bit later and you want to get – that's why after the 1st round, too, you will see some wilder picks and you'll see some guys take chances, but you can't miss consistently in the 1st round, and you can't miss in the top 5.
If you had to look at the Cardinals roster as it's set up right now and find a couple candidates that – not that they should be top 10 at their position – right now. I don't look at their lineup and say, oh yeah, boy, everybody really missed on this guy. This so-and-so is, Darius Robinson is one of the top 10 players at his position. Like, not yet. There's guys with upside, though. Who would you look at? I guess Josh Sweat you could have made a case for, but is there anybody you look at that's like, okay, but a year from now, it's not crazy to think they would make that jump?
Yeah, I mean, right away, Love has to be that guy. I mean, we just talked about him, but he has to be that guy. You mentioned Paris Johnson Jr., he's a guy saying that, look, there's $40 million edge rushers across me. I want to be that guy. Then you got to live up to it this year. And then I think Basantis is a guy that, you're looking at guard. He's got to be that kind of a guy. We've talked about Walter Nolan on the show, based just on the small sample size and flashes we saw. I think he could be that type of a player. That's what I mean, is it's not a talentless roster. Like, I look at Miami, they've got a talentless roster.
Yeah, there are a couple teams.
I look at the Jets, they have a talentless roster. But the Browns don't. But everybody's grouping these 4 teams together. The Browns, the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Cardinals are getting grouped together. The Cardinals are not talentless. They've got a bunch of guys that they drafted who have not lived up to potential. And for people think potential is a good word. He's got tons of potential. It means you haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals do. They've probably got 10 guys who you go, if these all live up to potential, we could be a decent team. But that's the problem right now, is there isn't enough guys based on, these top 10 lists too, that have lived up to what they should do. But there's a lot of picks in that kind of mid-range going, what are you going to be? Are you going to be a bust, or are you going to do something in this league?
I'm looking at the Dolphins roster right now.
Oh, it's terrible. Oh, is
Malik
it bad?
Washington, Jalen Tolbert, Tutu Atwell, there's their receivers. Malik Willis is far from a sure thing. Greg Dulcich at tight end, like, he's decent, but I mean, you're not looking at, you referenced those 4 teams. The Browns, the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Cardinals. It's not a group you want to be in. And the Cardinals are in that group, and that's where they should be right now. But if you took a good quarterback, the same quarterback, like whoever you think, take Justin Herbert, really good quarterback. He's not the best, and you put Justin Herbert somehow on all 4 of those teams, the Cardinals are a good team. Mm-hmm. I think the Browns would be a decent team. I don't know that even a quarterback's going to save the Dolphins.
The Jets and the Dolphins are a different level of low. Just pure talent.
Yeah. Take that, Jets and Dolphins. All right, when we come back, do you take anything away from what Rasheer Fleming, Kamon Malawach, and Koa Pete did in the Summer League, because their Summer Leagues are now over? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I had just presumed all along that Rasheer Fleming was going to play and is going to get the minutes. And I understand you're not saying that he's not, but you are suggesting that Koa Pete might be closer to Rasheer than it might surprise us.
If we're doing training camp position battles in the NFL style, like position battles, that's one. I'm listing it for sure.
Koa versus Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah, for sure.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-900-1717. 800-900-1717. 800-900-1717.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The D-backs sit 2.5 games back of the Miami Marlins for the final wildcard spot in the National League. Sticking with the Snakes, their 2027 schedule has been released. They are scheduled to start the season March 25th at the San Diego Padres. For the full slate of games, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Mercury look to end a 4-game losing streak tonight against Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns wrap up their Summer League slate tomorrow in a consolation game against the San Antonio Spurs. According to our John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will not play for the Suns. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here they come.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete prove that they should be in the Phoenix Suns rotation next season? We'll discuss starting at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. Update on the Suns. The Miles Bridges press conference will be Wednesday of next week now. I got moved today, so just be aware of that. Wednesday, July 22nd at 2 p.m. That from the Phoenix Suns. So keep an eye out for that. I think a lot of people will be anticipating that one. Summer League is not over yet for the Suns. They do have a game tomorrow against the Spurs. But, John, I mean, if Koa Pete and Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming aren't playing, I get why they're not playing. You can talk me into getting why they're not playing, but now I'd be straining to watch for specific storylines in this one.
No, and I love it. I've sat inside and watched all this stuff from DeBonzo to Peterson to Boozer to Caleb Wilson.
Caleb Wilson is
awesome.
I'm all in on that.
Yeah, there's going to be people who are going to be like, "Oops, we kind of screwed that up." Because if he can shoot threes, but back to your point of the Suns, I love this whole thing. I love where it's evolved into Las Vegas. The one thing I would tell people is about Summer League, there's very little defense played. Years and years ago, I covered a Summer League in Salt Lake City, and Tim Duncan was the first overall pick. And if people remember Greg Ostertag, the dorky center of the Utah Jazz, he dominated Tim Duncan in the Summer League. And we're like, oh, my God, Tim Duncan's going to stink. I think Tim Duncan's pretty good, or was pretty good.
Is that like when Jamar Chase couldn't catch his rookie preseason? He said, like, this guy can't catch, and now he's unstoppable.
So lots of people have been in the Summer League and have been great. Having said that, if you're not extremely excited about what Malawach did in this whole thing, 19.5 points, shot 53% from the floor, 40% from 3, which is really big. And he led the Summer League in rebounding at 12.8. But more so, he looked really comfortable. He looked like he had grown. He said the right things. If I'm the Suns right now, the center position is not just Mark Williams. Look, if you win it, fine. But there is a competition at the 5.
Yeah.
I know that. Not only for the backup spot, but for the starting spot. Because this kid, if you want to take a jump to the next level and you don't have picks and all this kid is the number one key to them jumping up to 3rd, 4th, wherever they can be in the West.
People can laugh at this. I don't think everybody will, though. But you can say, okay, you're crazy. It's Summer League basketball, and that's fine. There's probably some truth to that. But whether I should feel this way or not, I feel better about Kaman Malawach than I did a week and a half ago. And it's not like I didn't feel good about where he was going, but it was just, it felt like it was such a hypothetical. Hey, we didn't see this guy play much last year, but he looked good at Duke 2 years ago, right? And now it's like, okay, he's not a lock, but it's the way you hear him talk about specifically what he's trying to do and his mindset. And hey, I didn't get, there's no victim mentality. He's not like, oh, I was a 10th pick and I got sat last year and that's not fair. He's like, okay, it got delayed. It didn't get denied, right? My opportunity got delayed. His approach combined with how he looks on the floor, I feel better about Kaman Malawach than I did 2 weeks ago. If that means I'm overreacting to Summer League, so be it.
No, and that's why I brought up the thing right away is there's fool's gold in the Summer League. There's no question about it. He's not. And like you said, it's I thought to myself, if Malawach could be like a rim running kind of a center, play really good defense, be a lob threat, get in the dunker spot, like all those kind of things, he could be good. He's not. He's a legit three-point shooter. He has range out to there, and it's not one of those things where it's like it's freaky or funny or anything like. He is a legit three-point shooter. He understands where he's supposed to be. Is he going to have lapses? Yeah. But the upside of what he could potentially bring and what your team could be with him in there if he plays like this, I think he's incredible.
Yeah. And that's a good way to say it.
Yeah.
There is fool's gold in the summer
No
league,
doubt.
but there's also some real gold in the summer league, and you got to differentiate. Like for me, I feel like we learned something about Kaman Malawach. I feel like we learned something about Koa Pete, too. Now, he's not at the same level yet. He's only going into year one, but it feels like they got a player there. And he may not be a player this year, but it feels like they got a player. I don't know that I necessarily learned anything new about Rasheer Fleming. I already felt pretty good about him. I think I'd be straining to convince myself, but did you see what he did against the Summer Pistons? That changes everything. And looking forward to tomorrow, even if somebody on the Suns drops 50 tomorrow, we'd still be talking ourselves into, okay, we saw something legit. You know what I mean? I feel like with Malawach and Koa Pete on different levels, we saw something that's like, okay, I think there's legitimate reason to be encouraged about these guys.
Yeah, I think Malawach not only can get minutes, because I think going into the summer league, people said, well, can he get minutes? I think he can be in the competition to start. Not saying he is, but I think he can. As far as Koa Pete, I thought he was going to have kind of a Rasheer Fleming year at best, which is you'll get some spot minutes. We'll see. The thing beyond the numbers, which make him look like a player who can get rotation minutes this year, watch him just play. He rolls to the hoop. He knows basketball. He's a smart player. He's physical. He's already got an NBA body. Okay, he doesn't shoot out to a certain range. Not every player does that. He understands his limitations. He stays in the mid-range. He shoots shots he should be shooting and hitting. He likes physical contact. He can finish after contact. There's all these things.
Won't get pushed around.
No, he has a good NBA IQ already. He's got all these things. He will, again, I'm not saying he will, but he should compete for rotation minutes, and if you can get that out of your 30th pick in his first year, that's huge.
30th pick, and really you got him with the 47th pick.
Right.
I mean, that's what you had. You didn't have a first-round pick this year, and you were able to get a guy that people viewed as a lottery pick in January. Maybe he is never an all-star. Maybe he's never even close to an all-star, but it seems like, and I'm not just basing this on a couple summer league games with Koa Pete, although that didn't hurt. But it seems like they were able to get somebody that's going to play for the Phoenix Suns for a while. Again, I don't know if he's going to play much this year. I think that's going to be determined by the guys in front of him. But he doesn't have to play much this year, for it to still be a good pick if he's in there by next year. Here's Gambo and Kellen on the afternoon show yesterday going through why those three guys are not going to play tomorrow.
League is a little bit of a mile marker to see where they were at with these guys, what kind of improvements were made, especially with Fleming and Malawach. And the feeling is that, you know what? They played really, really well. There was 4 games. You're looking at these guys, they played 4 games. They played incredibly well. All of them played well. And you're at the point, and I heard Luke and Wolf talking about this. Are you shutting them down because you don't want injury, or is it a reward? It's just... I mean, I saw Washington shut down DeBonsa.
This is just how it goes.
It's just how it goes.
You know what's a bad sign is if you don't shut them down because they need to keep playing.
They didn't play well enough. Then they didn't play well enough.
Yeah, I really take it as just the Suns saw what they needed to see from these guys in a good way. And I put that in the email to you guys. It's like they saw obviously what we all saw and more. And it's like, okay, is one more summer league game gonna make us feel like we should trade Mark Williams tomorrow? Because come on, Malawach is like, I think they saw enough in a good way.
Yeah, and look, what they do now is whether we like it or not, and I don't love it. It's just more about what they do in the regular season is shutting guys down. But people have to understand that just because they're shutting them down, quote unquote, doesn't mean they're stopping. These guys play basketball all summer long.
Yeah.
So they're not stopping. They're not, Malawach is going to the facility every single day. They're going up against each other. It's just, like you said, it's a combination of what Gambo just said, which is, A, they don't want to risk more injury, and B, it is seen now as a reward. DeBonsa was so good in 2 games, shut him down. As far as the overall look at this whole thing, other than the top 4 picks, and by the way, Burries of Arizona was really good.
Yeah.
There was a number of guys who lived up to that
This
draft
is going to be a
billing.
good draft class.
It's going to be really good.
And everybody already knew that.
Yeah.
All college basketball season last year, everybody knew this is a great draft class. But it's like, if this was like sort of a movie trailer for the upcoming season, you're like, oh, yeah, there's going to be some really good rookies.
But other than the obvious storylines of those rookies, I don't think a team could be more encouraged than what the Suns saw from those three players. And especially, I think Maluach, number one of the second-year players. And even if we looked at all the rookies, I think Maluach would be a top 5 player in the Summer League the way that he played. And I don't think this is fool's gold. I think this is a guy who talked it, who walked it. You know, he's getting 13 rebounds a game. He's shooting three-pointers. I don't know what else the organization could have seen.
The way he talks it makes you feel confident that he's going to keep getting better. That's the biggest thing. He's not there yet, but it's dude's clearly getting better, and you feel like he's going to continue to find ways to get better. All right, we come back. D-backs Cardinals start a pretty important series tonight at Chase Field. How much is this series going to set the tone for how the Diamondbacks season's going to unfold? We'll talk to Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
A payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Gleason Roofing. The predictions say we could be in for a really wet monsoon season. Don't be the odd person out hoping we don't get rain during a drought in the desert because you don't know if your roof can handle it. Contact Gleason Roofing and have them do what they did at my house. This is Jim Sharp, and when Gleason Roofing came to my place for a no-obligation roof audit, I knew I was going to need something done because my roof was more than 10 years old. But I was pleasantly surprised to find that I didn't need a complete roof replacement. Gleason Roofing only needed to replace my underlayment. The good news is that many roofing issues can be caught early before they turn into a full replacement. A simple inspection by Gleason Roofing now could save you thousands later during monsoon season. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to claim your no-obligation roof audit. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
All right, there's talking baseball, and there's trading baseball, not the deadline or baseball cards. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world. Kalshi, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Again, you can trade every baseball game on Kalshi, even the All-Star events, futures. Hey, at last check in the American League, the Yankees trading at 32% to play in the championship this October, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $300 if they win. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. There's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports. One word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports. One word on the Kalshi app. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. YREFI, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
2-2 pitch. Lead swing and a miss by Gonzalez. Seawald, he strikes out 2 in a spotless 1-2-3 top of the 4th inning.
Brought to you by YREFI. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call YREFI today.
There's already baseball going today. We got Red Sox Rays on one of these TVs in here, so it's we're back. I know there was a game last night, but we're back for real now. Jody Jackson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. She is not, well, maybe she is. I was going to say she's not in San Diego or L.A., but she is outside. What's going on, Jody?
I am still on the beaches of San Diego for a few more hours.
Wow.
Coming back later. Just enjoying the final moments of some cooler weather. Although I heard it's nice and rainy there.
Yeah,
looking forward to that.
Yeah, well, that's why when we saw where you are, it's like you're not in Arizona because it's not raining. So you must
and
be
you have
somewhere.
sunglasses on. It is not sun weather here for once.
Wow,
You
I
just
know,
keep rubbing
crazy.
it in,
Well,
by
I'm
the
glad
way.
to see the
This is like the
monsoon
third-
kicking up. That's nice.
This is like the third time in a row. I think that she was in San Diego, then she's in LA, and she's still in California. She refuses
How
to come
great
back.
is that going into the All-Star break and you see the schedule, it goes San Diego, LA All-Star break.
Yeah.
That's genius.
Yes, very nice.
All right, well, Jody, the last time we talked to you was coming off a win over the Padres, but it was not coming off a sweep over the Dodgers. So how much in your mind does that potentially change things?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a great 3 days in LA, and I think it just puts you in a better frame of mind going into this break. And last year, a team that I was just thinking about how last year, because the bullpen was struggling so badly, how dire things felt. And, this year, even though you have some, you have some lack of production offensively, which is a big concern, and the back of the starting rotation is a concern. But I think the fact that the bullpen is a strength, it just feels like you're in such a better position now to move forward in this last 66 games, because there are some areas to patch those other things up where when you lose guy after guy, and I think it was last year, I remember going into the break and Ryan Thompson and Jalen Beeks went on the IL, and they were like the two last effective arms, that were in the pen. So I think that just knowing what they did and seeing what they were able to do against the Dodgers, they didn't have to face Shohei, but they did face Yamamoto and hung 6 runs on him. So I think that is a boost of confidence. Like, hey, if you do the little things right, and I think what got lost in that series, because I feel like I did talk to you guys after LA. I don't know why I'm remembering that. Am I remembering that?
Did. This whole week's been a blur.
Luke is forgetting that part,
Yeah.
but I think what I didn't talk about, I got off that call with you guys and I kind of forgot, like little things that you don't think about. Like I think Waldschmidt had an RBI, Kepler had a couple sac flies. Like there are little things that they did so much better than the Dodgers, and they are capable of doing those little things better than a lot of these teams. And so provided they continue to get good pitching, I'm really hopeful. And I think though it will be, this Cardinal series is going to be really interesting. It is Merrill Kelly, Brandon Pfaadt, and Eduardo Rodriguez. You're set up really well. And then where you might get, now with Gallen being out, for the first time, you do have, assuming it's going to be Cabrera and Bratt who give you those starts. That's the first time you have both of those guys in the rotation. So the one thing Zach Gallen was giving you was 5-6 innings, a lot of times. And I understand there were some bad ones in there, but sometimes it was 3 or 4 runs, and that was serviceable. So I think the fact that you matched that up against the A's could be advantageous because they're a team that's struggling. They're without Nick Kurtz. So I think this actually sets up as a really, really good launching pad homestand for what they need to do on the road.
Let me get a little bit into Corbin Carroll. He's an all-star, but we know he struggled at the end. I think it's something like 5 for 54. And he's a guy that's just going to mess with things until he gets it right. So I don't necessarily know that we have to be worried about him, but he certainly needs to get things going. So how do you see his outlook as we kick off the second half?
Yeah, when we talked to him before that final game in LA, and, he seemed like he was in a space where he said specifically it was not, in his mind, pitch selection. It was more about the way that things are not moving the right way for him right now. And that just tells me that mechanically there are some things that are just a little bit off. And I think he was building toward getting that right in those last couple of games. And he was doing a few things a little bit better. He was walking more. He was striking the ball. There was the one that went foul. Like, I realize I'm really putting everything under the microscope here to find something good. But, it is rough to watch when he's in the stretch. I think, 4 for 50, striking out more than you want to see. So, look, John, I'm hopeful that he's coming out of it, though, because number one, as bad as his slumps can be at times, when he comes out of it, he is usually right back to himself. And so hoping that happens and hoping that it happens on this homestand, because, he's in there and these guys are tinkering all the time in the cage, and it can just be one little tweak. And I feel like that's what Tawa, look at the space Tawa was in during the Dodgers series. Hopefully he can continue that. So Corbin, again, that's going to be a real key to their success, because what they did in LA without him producing, that's not sustainable.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, I wanted to get your thoughts on Tyler Locklear getting called up. Wolf and I were talking about this yesterday. You could easily make this call up in a few weeks if they get past the trade deadline and they don't feel like they're in it. Okay, yeah, let's see what this guy can do. But I think it says more that you're making the call up right now because, yeah, he's tearing the cover off the ball in AAA, but you're also basically saying, we need you to come in right now and help us in the middle of a playoff race. Where are you on him? Because last season was a very small sample size. He struggled, but he was one of the Mariners' top prospects when the Diamondbacks actually traded for him a year ago.
Yeah, he was a guy that, in Tacoma was really, if I remember correctly, when we talked to him when he came in, he had made an adjustment to his swing in June, and he was raking and he was hitting for power. And then, he kind of came up. I think he hit a homer early, and then he struggled a little bit. So he's just a young player that's still trying to find himself. And I don't really know. The vibe that I got from the few comments that I heard from Torey Lovullo was that I don't know that he's going to be thrust in there a ton right away. Again, you've got Tawa. I know he also had mentioned Tawa would migrate toward the outfield. You're just going to be playing with different pieces. They're both right-handed. So again, you'd love to see another left-handed bat in there. But, I think coming back from injury, and that was a really terrible injury, suffering a couple elbow, shoulder, all in one play. I'm so glad he's back and healthy. I do think he can be a productive bat in that lineup. But again, is it going to be a little bit of an adjustment? We shall see. He's earned the right to get the call up. And I think they're going to mix him in. And it's going to continue to be, can you get more production from first base and the DH? And he'll be part of that equation.
How much of this, I know this sounds kind of strange, but is luck? Because in the first half, they had no injury luck whatsoever. Everybody, this guy's coming back. No, he's not. This guy's coming back. No, he's not. Jordan Lawler's hot. Oh, great. Oh, he's hurt again. I don't know that there's a team in the league that had expectations, and Mike Hazen said this last week to us, which is, hey, you know what, maybe we don't need a deadline guy because we've got all these guys coming back. But based on the first half, none of these guys came back. So they've got to have a little injury luck in the second half, don't they?
Well, I could make the other argument too, is that a lot of guys have been healthy in the lineup. Again, it was the guys that were already out that they didn't have any luck. You're right, as far as, the guys that were on the mend coming back on time. The only one I think that's still scheduled to come back on time is Justin Martinez. But yeah, I guess I can't help but look at it the other way and say they had relative health with the position players, and you hope, knock on wood, that stays well. Now it's kind of a sprint, guys. It's 66 games. And so, if guys are nursing little things, it's up to Torey and that staff to keep them fresh and all of that. But, you can hope that. I think right now I'm more concerned with Mike Soroka. Is he going to come back on in a relatively good time frame where, I think we already thought maybe he'd be back during this homestand or early in the road trip. And now we still don't know. He's got to build back up because he was kind of I don't know. I don't think it's categorized as a setback, but just slow played. But yeah, I would hope so. You would hope all these guys now like Puck and Corbin Burns and those MRIs are happening probably as we speak. And they're going to learn more later today on that. So, yeah, I think to your question, though, the news we get today from those MRIs is going to really tell you where they all stand.
It's just like a line of all-star caliber pitchers waiting to get MRIs right now.
Exactly.
Jody, thank you so much. Continue to enjoy the beach for us. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there from the Arizona, or on the Arizona Sports Line from Southern California. We're going to talk to Todd Walsh in a couple weeks, and he's going to be like in the humidity of St. Louis or something. Like, how did I get stuck here?
Or he's got to go back for the one St. Louis game.
He's going to get sent out there.
Meanwhile, every time we have Jody on, it's like, oh, look, I have sunglasses on, and I'm at the beach.
All right, when we come back, did the All-Star break come at a good time, bad time? Does it even matter for the Diamondbacks? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, sports fans, you know this. Every great team has one thing in common. They diagnose the problem, they adjust, and they execute. Pain works the same way. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or that deep ache that shoots down your leg, you need a team that knows how to fix it. That team is Desert Institute for Spine Care, DISC. These are fellowship-trained, board-certified orthopedic spine surgeons who pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, the least invasive surgical technique available. It uses incisions smaller than 1/4 of an inch. That means faster recovery, less pain, and getting back to life, the life that you love. They've treated thousands of patients, including athletes who need to get back super fast. If pain is keeping you from workouts, from coaching your kids, from enjoying the game, it's time to get your life back. Go to sciatica.com and connect with DISC today, because pain shouldn't be your opponent. That's sciatica.com, or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Bunker to Bunker this Saturday at the Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo, Chandler, for the Open Championship presented by Santan Ford. Catch all the golf and horse racing action on the giant 16-foot HD screen and more than 35 HD TVs. Feeling lucky? Place a wager at Trophy Bar's OTB. Come early for breakfast, tacos, drink specials, and giveaways from Shady Rays and Tim Hovick's legendary championship swag bag during Bunker to Bunker's live broadcast from 7 to 9 a.m. See you this Saturday at the Trophy Bar.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The D-backs sit 2.5 games back of the Miami Marlins for the final wild card spot in the National League. Sticking with the Snakes, their 2027 schedule has been released. They are scheduled to start the season March 25th at the San Diego Padres. For the full slate of next season's games, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Mercury look to end a 4-game losing streak tonight against Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns wrap up their Summer League slate tomorrow in a consolation game against the San Antonio Spurs. But according to our John Gambadoro, no Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, or Koa Pete for that one. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning. We'll have a World Cup champion and we'll know how the Diamondbacks fared in a very important weekend series against the Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday morning. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. Rick, you said this yesterday, that yesterday felt like a Friday. Is today even a day of the week? Like, I'm so just like out of it today. Like, it doesn't feel like a Saturday, obviously.
It's because of the weather.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when the weather is like this and like there's low pressure, you feel more tired. Sometimes you'll get a headache. That I've noticed that throughout my entire life.
Yeah, no, I've
for a gloomy day, I love a good like 6 p.m. storm.
See, I don't mind the rain. I think I just feel too relaxed or something. I don't know what the deal
is. Is it because football is so close?
I think it really is the calm before the storm, like we were talking about.
Plus, this is a weird week. You don't get weeks where there's no or too very little, because golfers will scream and yell at me. The Open is being played.
Hey, that's the best major.
I get it.
Okay, but it's not the NFL.
I was telling somebody the other day, like a couple days ago, I go, well, there's no sports going on. And he went, and he's a golf snob, and he's like, the Open is being played right now. And I'm like, whatever. And he didn't say it like Greg Poupon guy, but I'm just saying, like, that's how golfers feel. Like
the Open would be cool if we were there broadcasting from it, but it's not really something we're going to talk about for 4 hours.
Not to go to a tangent, because we got to get to the D-backs, but let me tell you how golf works. My dad could fall asleep.
Let me tell you how golf works.
My dad could fall asleep on a Sunday, which is the final round of a tournament. I could count to 10 and he could be out snoring. A lot of people watch golf exactly why. The music is soothing. The announcers are like, oh, he's got about a 92-yard. There's going to be a pitching wedge, and he's got a pin high. It's like, that's how they talk. And then they give a little clap. It's perfect for sleeping. So don't tell me that it's this great event when it's perfect for sleeping.
Who was the comedian who did that impression, but then they did the impression of like just like if a pterodactyl landed on the course in the background, or like some crazy bird?
All right. So the best way to watch a round of golf is so the leaders tee off. You watch about the first 5 holes, then you doze for like holes 6 to 13. Then you wake up and this is getting good, and you watch the last 4 or 5 holes.
Different.
It's great.
You don't doze when you're watching football or hockey. You want to like put your head through a wall.
Plus,
or something.
and that was the fight we had too, because he watched the first round. I go, it's Thursday. Like I'll watch Sunday. And Rick nailed it. Like you've watched the first few, everybody gets off, and then 4 or 5 holes are irrelevant. Then the last bit is fine.
Yeah. You think this would be better for us if we were good golfers? Would we appreciate it more? Maybe. I need to address this.
Yeah, go ahead.
In the YouTube live chat, this brought up to me a couple of times. It's come up a few times this week, and this is from Chachi. Asked if there's really going to be a Netflix documentary of the Coyotes. Oh, would that be entertaining? But no, there is not. That was just a TikTok thing. It was just a bit we were doing at the station.
Liked it.
I think there's going to be other ones with other hosts, but either way, that was just we're just messing around. That would be a very. Let me just say this: that would not be a 1-part documentary. No. That would be one of those 8-part documentaries where by the end you're like, I think I need 8 more. Honestly.
Plus, you would be in it a lot. You know, like there's certain documentaries you watch, and like you would always be up on it.
Let me put it this way: I have talked about this with people, not with Netflix. I'm not going to ever do it, but I've talked to certain people that have covered the Coyotes or worked in the NHL over the years, just with that idea. Not that I was ever going to do it, but just like, hey, are you guys ever going to do it? I think people would be interested. And the reaction is always like, I just don't have it in me.
The full episode on a certain owner's son would be interesting.
It's just, it's just, you're supposed to be in Scottsdale and all of a sudden you're in Glendale. And I have great memories in Glendale of covering that team. But how different would things have been if they had just always been in Scottsdale? Or like, if you win, fans show up. If you're don't get me started because I will do.
I was just going to say, I can see it on your face. It would be very painful for you. You would be, speaking of being drained, you would be drained at the end. I can see it on your face.
No, there's not going to be one. But in the week after they left, which is like one of the most emotionally scarring days of my life, I sat down with 4 other people and we did sort of storyboard out what a long form like series would look like on it. And then we were like, we're never speaking of this again. It's just too much emotion. As far as the Diamondbacks, which is what I teased us talking about here anyway, I was looking at this during the break. This is going to be my excuse segment, and then we're not going to bring this up again.
Okay.
But if they were in the AL West, they'd be in first place. And if they were in the AL Central, they'd be a game and a half out of first place. And they're not in those divisions, so it doesn't really matter.
We say that about all our teams, by the way, all the time. It's just not fair.
But the other thing, and I heard them talking about this on the morning show, that we can't use as an excuse, but it's at least worth talking about today. Is it possible the All-Star break came at a bad time for them?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know that they were winning games. They had the immeasurable form of momentum, but Corbin Carroll wasn't hitting and Ketel Marte wasn't. Yeah. I don't know that it came at a bad time. I don't know that they actually had tangible momentum. They were just stringing together wins somehow.
I mean, anytime you sweep the Dodgers, you probably want to keep playing.
You want to keep playing, yeah.
But here's the question I would throw back at you is, do you believe in it when it comes to sports? Do you believe in momentum when it comes to sports?
Yeah, but I do. But I don't think it's just like, hey, you won this game, so you have a better chance to win the next game. I think it's different for each sport.
Yeah.
I think I'll reference like football and hockey. I think it's more prevalent maybe in those. But no, I think I do. Do you not believe it's real?
Well, I do within the game. I like when a team's going on a run or a team, especially like in basketball or something like that, where it's just the crowd's going wild.
It's almost undeniable.
So within a game, there's momentum swings. There's no doubt. But within especially a long season like baseball, like they always say, momentum is the next day's pitcher. Because if you're rocking and rolling and you're going and you're feeling great, then all of a sudden, Tarek Skubal or Skeens or somebody like that out there, and like momentum does not exist against those kind of guys.
Done. Yeah.
So, and then it certainly doesn't after a break like this. Like you're feeling good, but even if they did have a game right after the Dodgers, you could lose that game and then it's gone. I don't believe in it, especially in a sport where there's 162 games. I might in football where there's so few games and a team you're just rolling and you're playing every single week and you have the confidence of it and you have what you do every single week and you're in the rhythm of the season. Like I think that and a team will blow off like 8 straight games, but it also helps if the schedule stinks during that time too. So within a game, I believe it. I'm not sure I believe it within a season.
The worst question I ever asked in an interview, and this was like very early, and I may have even still like been in college. And the second I asked it, I was like, "That."
Oh, I know it's the worst when that happens.
I forget who I was talking to, but it was the end of their season, and they had like been playing well, and it was just. I don't even remember what I was trying to ask, but it was more just like, is there anything you build on from this season into next season? I wasn't asking it like, hey, since you won this meaningless game tonight, does that mean you're going to win the opener in 6 months? But just the way I asked it, you know, sometimes you do something you're like, oh, that was idiotic. Like I almost said that right into the mic. Like, yeah, I'm sure momentum's going to carry over for you from April until next October, right?
You know what, though? But as you say that, though, and I'll contradict myself here, remember when the Lions, they went in, and it was Dan Campbell's second or third season. I think it was his second season. And they went into Green Bay, a place they never win, and they knocked the Packers out of the playoffs. Then that was the next year that they went to the NFC Championship game. Now they lost to the 49ers. But they carried some kind of confidence and momentum. At least they said they did. So maybe it doesn't exist.
I think confidence is a little bit different, though. It's like, okay, we showed – because there are examples of that. Like, man, we just can't beat this team. And all of a sudden you beat them. And it's like the Suns in the bubble year. It was like, okay, yeah, we haven't been in the playoffs in 10 years, but it's coming now. And all of a sudden they're in the NBA Finals. So I think there is something to it. I think it's different. It's semantics, right? It's different wording.
Yeah.
The whole point of this is if the Diamondbacks were in the AL West, they'd be gold right now. All right, when we come back.
The Cardinals weren't in the NFC West and on and on. And if the Suns weren't in the West in general. And
the NFC West that has 3 of the top 5 Super Bowl favorites, according to
ridiculous.
Vegas. When we come back, speaking of the Cardinals, what are the top storylines heading into training camp? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Larry Fitzgerald went a number of years without a great quarterback. Wilson busted out with Jacoby Brissett. Why didn't Marvin Harrison Jr.? Marvin Harrison Jr. played 3 games in October, 3 in November, and 2 in December. It's not like he wasn't playing with Jacoby Brissett. He was, and he got targets.
That's why it's time to have the conversation like it's now or never for Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm not saying he's going to be out of the league, but if you're expecting him to be one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, at some point you are who you are.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive. Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Triple digits are here, and you can avoid an AC system breakdown by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule an $89 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and expert technicians that get the job done right the first time. Take advantage of this offer now, so your home will stay cool and comfortable all summer long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, the no-worry solution for all your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Mitch, and tomorrow morning we're going to talk baseball. And not the theory of baseball, but actual baseball. How pivotal is this series against the Cardinals? Vic and I will get you ready starting at 6 on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Wolf and Luke on a Friday. We're basically, you could make a case this is the last non-football Friday of 2026. I mean, if you want to get crazy. Training camp's going next Friday.
Say goodbye to your family. It's over.
You made a good point. We were talking before the show. You're like, I really try to build up as much equity as I can before football season. Hey, you want to go get lunch? You want to go to a movie? Because especially the way it is now with the NFL, once football season hits, Goodell's like, okay, I got you Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and if you're the Chiefs, Tuesday.
Yeah. The only day they don't play this year is Tuesday.
Because they got them on a Wednesday, too.
So 6 of 7 days. And if I don't know how people do it who don't do this for a living like we do.
Yeah.
Because I sit around all day on Saturday and have for years and watch college football. Then on Sunday, I usually work a game or something. So I'm gone.
There is no weekend.
Right. And then during the week, there's stuff and everything. And I constantly use the excuse, but it's my job.
Yeah, let me rephrase that.
And I still get in trouble.
Let me rephrase that. There is a weekend, and it's amazing, right. But there is no weekend where you spend time with your family.
No.
That's what I meant to say. There is a fantastic weekend, but it's all football.
So what I do is I build equity. Like my wife's in San Diego. I called her this morning when I was driving in, and I said, would you like to go to brunch tomorrow? And she's completely shocked. She's like, yes. She forgets every single year. I do all these nice things, especially the closer we get to football. And then when she tells me, like, can we go to brunch now? Like the first weekend of college, as I'm watching College Game Day, and I'm like, are you insane, woman? Yes. I'm not watching. There's nothing. Weekends are gone.
You're like, I can't miss this Temple Boston College game. Come on.
Yeah, she is smart enough to know that, I might have a little action on that if I'm watching, Western Michigan versus, whatever.
What a horrible thing. Did you say she's in San Diego?
Yeah, she's coming back.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, that's a savvy move to be like, hey, you want to go to brunch? Oh, I'm in San Diego. Well, I tried.
No, I don't do that.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, life, the thing you and I are talking about is life completely changes once, not preseason, but like once we get. Yeah, like September.
I think it's September 5th or something, or 6th this year.
And it's like your weekend is over.
Because college football is too all-inclusive now, too. Like you really can't miss any games.
No, and they just suck you in from literally the time you get up to the time you go to bed, and the same thing with the NFL. And now they're doing it 6 of the 7 days.
Do you think Goodell lies awake at night? He's like, I gotta get Tuesday.
Yes, he does.
How have I left Tuesday open?
Can you imagine what the schedule's going to be like? They're going to get every day, and they're going to try for world dominance, and then it's every day, and then people that don't like football are going to be like, what are you doing tonight? Football. What are you doing? Football. Like, they want the divorce rate in our country will be like 92%.
That's when Goodell will be like, okay, I did it. I got everybody divorced. All right.
No one is together.
I want to go back to people who don't like football. Do those people
I don't know what you're
exist?
talking. They're not listening to us right now unless they've like a broken radio or something.
If they are. They're like, this sucks. And it's going to get worse because
it
we're
is.
talking football right now.
Yeah.
Cardinals open camp next week. So if I no thought or anything, John.
That's usually how I roll.
The reaction on your face indicates you can do what I'm about to ask. No thought or anything. What is the first thing that pops into your mind when I say Cardinals training camp opens next week?
All right, let's throw quarterback out.
Okay.
It's almost like everyone. It's the quarterback, and then there's a gap to everything else. This won't be the number one answer on everybody's lips, but I think it's all these guys defensively and how they evolve.
Done this Family Feud style.
Yeah, we can. We still can.
Okay.
But I think I think offensively they're going to be good. You got a new head coach. I think they'll figure it out at quarterback, not to the super high level, but I think they can score. To me, there are so many unknowns on the defensive side of the ball, and it can be a really bad defense like it was last year, or a number of these guys could step up, the Darius Robinsons, and how good can Will Johnson be, and a lot of these guys, and they could actually field a decent defense, which is what they'd need to win.
Their defense, I'm glad you brought that up because it should not be as bad as it was last year. And I keep going back to the stat, and I would have to find it again, but when Mac Wilson got hurt, and every time I bring this up, people get angry, but I bring it up again. I think he got hurt, what was the 9th game? I don't have the stat in front of me, but when he had played last year, they had either won games or every game they lost was decided by a touchdown or less. So some of this is just, it doesn't correlate perfectly. Like some of it is just other stuff happened. I get that. I'm not saying it was all Mac Wilson, but there was a stretch last year where every game they played was either a win or it was close. And then Mac Wilson got hurt, and all of a sudden every game was a loss, and they were giving up 33 points a game. It was right after the Dallas game. Now, some of that is they were getting worse, the Cardinals. Some of it is they just weren't good, and they were playing better teams, because then you had the Rams twice in that stretch, and you had the Seahawks and all these teams. But it does make you think, like the year before, the defense was decent. It should not be as bad as it was last year.
No. And this year, here's the thing, too. Maybe this is wrong. Maybe they just took players and this just happened to be the way it went. They didn't take a lot of defensive players. And part of that, to me, says we've got a lot of young players here we've got some confidence in. And I think other than the obvious, which is quarterback is going to be, Love is going to be watched a ton, Marv is going to be watched a ton. I get it. But on the defensive side, that's where they could be like, hey, we're not as bad as you think. Because there's a handful of guys, a lot of guys in the secondary. Nolan is one. Darius Robinson, I still think is one. Maybe because we met him and I thought he was like he had a process.
He does have a process.
So maybe he'll be terrible still. But there's a handful of guys defensively who could make or break this team. And I think that other than the obvious things on offense that we will talk about, I think that that's a major storyline in training camp.
Sort of along those lines, we haven't really got like a definitive injury update on some important players. Like they don't have to give one yet, but as we get into camp, I think that we'll start to get some answers on like, is James Conner an option for week 1? Is Garrett Williams an option for week 1? Walter Nolan. Those are 3 guys. They're not all the same. Maybe one of them plays week 1. Maybe one of them, misses the first few weeks. It's just, there's that moment in camp where it's like, okay, we are announcing we're putting these guys on the PUP list. You're not going to see them for 6 weeks. You can't have any of those 3 guys on. I guess Connor, if one of those 3 had to miss time, you could get by in theory without Connor because you have Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier. But I just want Connor out there. You know what I mean? Like he's just heart and soul. But Walter Nolan and Garrett Williams, to your point on the defense, the assumption is that they're just going to be back. They were hurt at the end of last year, and there was no clear, they'll definitely be fine. And there's
the Nolan thing is really weird.
Well, and there's a difference between, did you spend your offseason rehabbing or did you spend your offseason getting ready to play? And one of the guys that has told me that multiple times is Garrett Williams. So it'll be interesting to see if those guys got to actually get ready for this season or if they're still trying to recover from last season, because that'll swing things a lot.
Okay, we didn't do this Family Feud style, but what would you say? What are you thinking about? Just like you said, just right off the top of your head.
This is just for camp?
Yeah.
I mean, Marv. We're not going to get an answer in camp, because he's going to look good in camp and he puts in the work more than, or at least as much as, if not more than everybody. So it's not like Marv's going to show up out of shape and be like, I'll start catching the ball in 2 weeks. He's going to be on the jugs machine more than anybody. He's going to be out there doing everything he can to be amazing. And it's not going to prove anything one way or the other in August.
Was your timeline like mine on social media where they had that picture of Jacoby, obviously, and they got taken, and there's all these guys, and everybody's like, oh, my God, Marv is massive. Marv is bigger. Maybe I'm wrong in that. He's always looked like that. Kind of to your point, like he is big, he is strong, he's all these things. That's why it's so confusing.
He looks like Calvin Johnson.
Yeah.
That's why everybody was like, oh, he's going to be like Megatron 2.0. And he still could be. He's not. Yeah. It's not like he's done, but it's just that to me is the biggest non-quarterback storyline of this season. Like if you want to go full season, does Marv break out? But I don't know how he's going to break out if we don't know who the quarterback is. You know,
it's a problem.
If it's Gardner Minshew for the first 4 weeks, and then maybe Jacoby's contract is worked out and he plays the next 3, and then Carson Beck plays 8 weeks, and then who knows by the end of the season. It's like, I mean, he still needs to break out. It doesn't really matter. You or I could be throwing him the ball. He has to figure out a way to break out, but it's not going to be easy this season.
No, and by the way, hey, this is how people do. This is how us in the media do training camp. We feverishly write notes the whole time that we're out there, and then basically, if you write for a paper or something, they say, "What's the play of the day? Who's the player of the day?" So what you get is a bunch of stuff that and then everybody starts going, "Oh my God, he is breaking out." You just brought up a great point. It doesn't matter until the regular season. We get all this information about it. The only thing that matters really in training camp is that guys don't get hurt. But we don't learn anything until the regular season starts.
This is my prediction for early in camp, and this is going to happen, right? I've said this a million times. If you're a Cardinals fan and you didn't love the Jeremiah Love pick, totally get it. I love the pick, but I totally get it if you are a Cardinals fan and you're like, I think we needed other things. If you're emotionally invested, you didn't love it, totally get it. But somebody, I don't know who it is, but somebody in the media who is like, this is a terrible pick, a weekend's going to be like, Jeremiah Love's just ripping off 80-yard runs in training camp. I think the Cardinals got one here. It's like, okay. Like, I'm just going to prepare myself for that right now so I don't scream right into this microphone. All right, when we come back, how long can the Diamondbacks get by if Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll are hitting the way they were in that Dodgers series? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Gleason Roofing.
This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25 plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no-obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, you handle retirement planning, financial planning, tax planning. How important is estate planning to somebody's overall portfolio?
Listen, I think it's one of the most overlooked things. A lot of people say they're going to get to it eventually, and they never do. Look, I mean, here's the thing. I sometimes say I'm a bit hypocritical because I've been preaching the importance of having an estate plan and a living trust for 20 years. I just got mine done a few years ago. So a lot of you out there know they need to get it done because, look, here's the thing. Probate is not an evil process. It's just expensive and time-consuming, and it's a process you can avoid by having proper estate planning.
And especially for those of you in split families, because then you've got to divide assets among two different families. It becomes very difficult. If you want to get an estate plan as part of your portfolio, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The D-backs sit 2.5 games back of the Miami Marlins for the final wild card spot in the National League. Sticking with the Snakes, their 2027 schedule is out. They are scheduled to start the season March 25th at the San Diego Padres. For the full schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Mercury look to end a 4-game losing streak tonight against Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off from Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns wrap up their Summer League slate tomorrow in a consolation game against the San Antonio Spurs. According to our John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will not play for Phoenix. And that is what is trending now.
Easier not to be wise. Measure these things by your brains. I sank into
Hey, it's Gambo. How can the Arizona Diamondbacks stay hot in their first series after the All-Star break? We'll ask the skipper, Torey Lovello, at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
them, your boat is at sea.
Danny wrote in on the YouTube live chat, the Coyotes should have moved to Flagstaff. Danny, I'm with you. If they were, honestly, if they were playing in Flagstaff, I just still would have driven there 41 times a year and still done the games. Like, I would have been all on board with that.
That would have been amazing.
That would have been fantastic.
That would be a great place. I mean, it's very small, but they could kind of just be the Arizona Coyotes and be like still Phoenix's team, sort of. That would be cool.
Devin Booker would have been at all the games. Well, at least if they played in the summer, since he's just like he's like the mayor of Flagstaff at this point.
That would be amazing.
But they didn't. They moved too far north. So, yeah. Okay. Back to baseball. John Lund is in for Wolf today. And we were talking about the Diamondbacks and any momentum they may have built right before the All-Star break. But, I said this to you earlier. There's a couple guys that definitely didn't have any momentum, and they're maybe your two most important hitters. They are your two most important hitters. Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte went a combined 1 for 26 in that series against the Dodgers. So they may have actually been welcoming the All-Star break, and they swept the Dodgers.
That's so amazing that they went 1 for 26 and they swept the Dodgers. So that will never happen again. Never, never, never.
I can't wait till we're doing a show 67 years from now, and I'm like, remember.
You said that. Now that I said it, it will happen the next time they play.
Yeah, when did they play the Dodgers again?
That's amazing.
It's less than a month away.
Because how many times have we said, well, the offense can't go without them. 1 for 26.
1 for 26, and you sweep the Dodgers. Now, for it to work, you need Tim Tawa and James McCann to go off, and you need the Dodgers. Would the Dodgers make 6 errors in that series? series or something. But it raises the question of how long can the Diamondbacks get by, not with those two going 1 for 26, because if they do that again, then the answer, they can get by for about another 24 hours. But I guess the bigger question is, how long can they get by with a different guy stepping up? They've been doing this really all year. Like Jose Fernandez early in the year, comes in and wins a game and is productive for a few other games that really swung things. Ildemaro Vargas, there was definitely a few games that he swung almost single-handedly. Nolan Arenado did it. Tim Tawa did it in that Dodgers series. There's an element of that to baseball. You can't be overly reliant on 2 or 3 players, but at the same time, how long can they expect to do that now that we're into the second part of the season when the good teams really seem to separate themselves?
Yeah, and not only offensively, and you just gave out that big number, but I think it also applies, or even more so, to the pitching staff, because we kind of have joked, but it's kind of reality, so you laugh so you don't cry. But they have 3 pitchers right now.
You just described the entire year for
exactly.
me.
So they really can't. I mean, you can for a short period of time in sports. Like you'll see blips on the radar of certain guys getting hot or whatever, but the stars are paid the way they're paid because they're supposed to be consistent.
Yeah.
And so Corbin Carroll has got to do this. Ketel Marte's got to do this. One of the bigger keys to the second half is, could Perdomo, who you and I said this right from the beginning, he wasn't going to have a year like he had last year, but could he have a 60-game stretch where he could do that? I mean, that's the kind of things they have to do, because what's starting to happen is teams are starting to separate. The Cubs are on a 91-win pace now. They're playing great baseball. Pete Crow Armstrong's been amazing. The Phillies have been amazing. They're going to make a trade at the deadline. This is the other thing, too. The Phillies will make a trade at the deadline. Dodgers, teams like that, they're going to do that. The possible teams that they could catch, the Marlins don't have a lot of money. They just had a hot June. Can you hang with them? We know what the schedule is going to be like. But, some of these teams, I don't know that the Cardinals have the finances to make some kind of a big boom kind of a deal. And I don't think the D-backs really do. I mean, the D-backs could get somebody, but it's not going to be something that's going to be so financially crazy because of Burns and all these other deals that they've done. So those are the teams that you got to aim at, and you've got to get more consistency from your stars, because that's why they're the stars.
Yeah, I mean, you can go through each team. You and I did this a few weeks ago. The teams in the actual wild card race, and even if you want to separate the Cubs and the Phillies, if you want to say the teams fighting for that one spot, most teams don't have a Corbin Carroll and a Ketel Marte in their lineup. I do like St. Louis's lineup, but like Jordan Walker, but these guys are all kind of breaking out at the same time.
Holt, those young guys.
Yeah, but you're right. It's almost like the third wild card spot. You could, for lack of a better term, buy it. Of those 5 teams or whatever that are wrestling for that one spot, that are all right there. Like, the Marlins aren't going to pay for anything at the deadline. They like to sell. They don't like to buy. So do the Cardinals or the Diamondbacks or the Nationals or whoever say, you know what? Let's go all in on this year. It'll probably get us in the postseason. And that comes back to the question I keep asking is, like, if you get in, how dangerous are you? Because if you think you're going to be dangerous if you get in there, which really is just if you think Corbin Burns is going to be back, then go all in on it right now.
Well, I mean, I think you said the key thing, which when you get in, like there's a team, if you're looking at a team and you say to yourself, okay, do we have 2 really good pitchers if we could possibly get in? Because really it takes 3 maybe, but your first 2 especially. And I think of Corbin Burns, this may be too optimistic because he's missed so much time, but if Corbin Burns is Corbin Burns, which we don't know, then you've got a 1. And the way Eduardo Rodriguez is pitching, all of a sudden you've got a 2.
You get a really good 2.
Right. And so some teams are built for the long haul. Like in the NBA, there's 82-game teams, which is the season, and there's 16-game teams, which is what it takes to win a title. The D-backs could find themselves being that short-term team that nobody wants to play based on pitching. So that's why when we talk about first base consistently, which we do, and what Tyler Locklear might be able to do or who they might be able to get at the deadline, because if you could get a hammer bat in the middle of this thing, and if you could get your pitching where a guy like
stacking
Burns,
ifs again.
Yeah, we are, which is terrible. But you've got 1 or 2 pitchers at the top where teams don't want to see you in a short series, which is what the playoffs is all about.
I want to play this real quick. This is Torey Lovello yesterday talking about that Perdomo injury that popped up because Perdomo showed a video of himself with a wrap on his hand.
That's the Archie Bradley rule. You guys know what the Archie Bradley rule is? No. If you do something on social media that I have to talk about, I don't like it. Okay. Remember Archie was doing it like by the week. All right. I love Archie. Favorite players ever, but oh my God, he made my job miserable. Yes, he did get a cortisone injection. He did have a little bit of hand pain. It started maybe at or around the San Diego series. So we just felt like at the break, when we had the time, let's go ahead and do this. But I think he's going to be fine. When I learned about it and we were progressing towards him getting examined on Monday coming out of the LA series, I was very well aware of the fact that there could have been an injection. I didn't know what happened until I got that screenshot, and then I went and read some reports and saw that there was an injection. So I was told it's not going to hinder him whatsoever.
Can't you just see
I pooped
Corey's-
my pants.
Can't you just see? You must be in Jarrett's file right now.
Yes. I did go into Jarrett's file. To
That's a
find that.
dangerous, dark place to go into.
That was Archie Bradley, if you didn't know, John.
That's nice.
Can't you just see Tori, somebody showing him the story of Geraldo Perdomo with his hand wrapped? Can't you just see Tori being like, it's the All-Star break. Why do I got to deal with this right now?
Do you know how social media has changed their job? Like a guy says something on social media, does something, there's a picture, and it's like the manager or a coach or something just like, oh my job's hard enough. Stop it.
Who was it with the Steelers? Wasn't it Le'Veon Bell and or Antonio Brown who would just be posting from the locker room while Tomlin's talking
Antonio
in the
Brown
background?
did a live one in the post game, and it was like, what are you doing? Like, this is why we're in the locker room.
You can see Tomlin like in the background getting angrier and angrier.
He's doing a live stream.
This was not that, but
No.
you can see why this might bother Tori. He didn't sound real enthused about it. All right. When we come back, shockingly, LeBron hasn't picked a team yet. And free agency's only been going for 7.5 months, it feels like. So is he ever going to make a decision? Yes, on Monday when the World Cup's over. But where's he going? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Kids Free Weekend is back. When the St. Louis Cardinals visit Chase Field starting on July 17th, kids get in free, courtesy of Wendy's. Get tickets for the weekend at dbacks.com/kidsfree.
Hey, this is Jared, and next week, Cardinals training camp begins. What will happen with the team's quarterback? Will Jacoby Brissett show up? Will Carson Beck impress? Will Gardner Minshew be more mustache than man? We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Monday on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Well, here we are. It is July 17th. LeBron still hasn't picked his team. July 17th of 2026. So I can get that on the record if we're still here July 17th of 2027. He still hasn't picked his team. Let me just play some audio, I guess, from Fanatics Fest. I will say it is it's at least refreshing to be in a market covering a team that he's not going to. You know what I mean? Like we're not sitting here like all holding our breath. Oh, is he going to pick the Suns? Suns don't care. Suns were never in on this, right? But here he is at Fanatics Fest saying, you know what? He still has a lot to weigh.
The family portion is a big thing, too. You know, my daughter and my wife and things of that nature, and become a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, you know, people are like, hurry up and make a damn decision, Brian. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team. So many other factors that I'm, you know, factoring in right now on what, you know, not only best fit me as a player, what best fit me as a person, what best fit me as what my happiness, and also with my family as well. You know, so there's a lot of, won't hold you guys up too much longer.
Is there any chance that he's just a really indecisive person?
No.
Okay. I tried.
This is a man with a gigantic ego, and maybe he's earned it, who is milking the last moments of his career in front of the camera.
Why?
And he loves the attention, and I think he's thinking, okay, World Cup is going to get my way, so I can't do that.
Monday. He'll decide on Monday.
Maybe it'll be Monday, but it's just because yesterday, not only, like you said, he went to Fanatics Fest, and it was in New York, but those are all these different events in New York, the boardroom and all, all these different things. So he's on every one of these things, and everybody, my whole timeline yesterday is all these different clips about LeBron. And I don't generally dislike him, but it's like, dude, like, come on.
I truly don't understand it because he is pretty indisputably one of the two greatest players of all time. Some people may have an opinion that, you know, Bill Russell or Kobe or whatever. So then you have him as your number 3, but whatever. He's one of the greatest 2 or 3 players of all time. It's not like the basketball world's going to stop paying attention to him once he picks a team. You know what I mean? And look, I'll even give him the grace of maybe he wanted a little separation from like, hey, Giannis is going to Miami. Jaylen Brown got traded for nothing to Philly. You know what I mean? Like maybe he didn't want to be lumped in with Jaylen Brown, LeBron, and Giannis all switched. Maybe he wanted like a week away from that. But like I hear what he's saying of he has to factor in the family and everything. But couldn't he have been doing that back in January? He knew this was going to happen.
He knows where he's going. There's no anything. The thing that's confusing is Shams usually knows all. He knows nothing. Pat Riley was asked the very same question. He goes, he's leaving us in the dark. Steve Kerr, people who don't know Steve Kerr, that was a joke. You know, Steve just is kind of a tongue-in-cheek guy.
Well, Steve Kerr was like, yeah, we got him.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Like,
it was hilarious. But honestly, I don't think he's telling anybody, or at least his group around him, which is pretty tight, is being tight-lipped, which usually in our day and age, something leaks, and then you just have to say, okay, fine. But what's crazy is the prediction markets now. Like now they have the Warriors. Yesterday they had the Cavaliers. I thought it made a lot of sense where it's like, look, he's just going to go back to Cleveland, and maybe he will.
Yeah.
And he wants to win a title. But then he comes up yesterday and says, well, it's about my 12-year-old daughter. Well, does that mean you want to be close in Golden State? Like everyone's running around in circles of insiders, and I think he's enjoying everybody basically chasing their tail when he knows where he's going.
He gets to be a story every day. But again, I just don't understand why he would feel the need to do that because his play on the court makes him a story. I heard an interview with Jerry Seinfeld, great comedian, right? And he was talking about one of the things he learned at some point in his career was how quickly you switch from being great to annoying. And he was like, you do like an hour, 10-minute set, and everybody's loving it, and this is great. You push it to an hour 30, and people are like, all right, like this is kind of long. You know what I mean? Even if the material is still great. And it's like, if LeBron James just said he was going to Golden State or Miami or Cleveland or whoever 3 weeks ago, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be like, oh, LeBron, did he play basketball? I don't remember who that is. Now it's just annoying and old.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's such a weird thing. And the thing that is crazy about it is he's holding up the schedule. Adam Silver said yesterday he's holding up the schedule. And the reason why, if you're sick of him now, if this is his final thing and he's going to get a big, hurrah in every single city, it's going to be sponsored. It's going to be this. And the reason why they're waiting is because whatever team he goes to, let's just say Golden State, because they're going to have to start a channel like the Ocho separately, and they're going to follow him around because it's going to go from, and the Golden State's already on a lot, from like maybe 20 national games to like 40.
They want to know like what team to put on Christmas, which team is going to open. Yeah.
But if this is his last year, they're going to put him on almost all the time. Like you'll be watching a game and his game will actually be in the corner. He'll never not be on.
He'll just walk into frame from a hey, remember me? I know you're watching Minnesota and Atlanta, but I'm playing on a different team right now, on a different channel.
And I don't know, it's just some perverse way that he's enjoying this.
It feels so wildly unnecessary if that's really what this is. And so I try to convince myself, that's not what this is. He's not like that desperate for attention. And then you play that cut and it's like, I get it, man. I understand you're factoring in like your family and all that stuff. That's totally true. I don't think he's lying there. I just think you've been doing that for 7 months. You knew you weren't going to play.
You didn't just go, oh my God.
It's not like the Lakers just cut him yesterday. And they're like, by the way, you got to pick a team.
Plus, you know what the thing I fear the most? He said yesterday during this Fanatics Fest thing, I could average 10 points a game at 65, which makes me believe he might play until he's 65 because I think he's one of those people. We all have friends like this. If the spotlight's not on them or something, they got to do 50 TikToks a day or whatever the case may be. Like, I think in the day and age, he's obsessed with being talked about. And like, he's going to play till he's going to play till he's 65 because he can average 10 a game.
It would be weird, I'm sure, to live that life where he's been hyped up since he was like 14.
Yeah, that's what I mean is he's so used to it.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's going to do when he's not in the middle of the spotlight.
He's going to start his own channel. He's going to have his own LeBron reality show.
Oh, no.
And you're going to have to watch it.
You just spoke it into existence. It's going to happen.
Do you really think he's retiring after this year?
No.
This is the ultimate conundrum. You're right. Whenever he retires, he's going to want a parade through each city.
Yeah.
But once he does that, is he going to get the parade through each city and then be like, I never said I was retiring. I'll be back. I'm going to need a second parade through each city.
Amazing. That they all give him these gifts, goodbye, LeBron, and everything. And then he's like, oh, no, like a band. This is our final, get the final tickets to our final tour. Just kidding.
Oh, you thought I meant final when I said final.
Going. The Eagles' final concert. Not really. We're coming back.
The farewell tour where they're already trying to sell tickets to the next farewell tour as that farewell tour is still going. Yeah, at this point, we have gone on long enough where I don't care where he goes.
I don't either.
I originally it was like, this could be kind of cool if he goes back to Cleveland, like kind of put a bow on the career. Go back to Cleveland, say, hey, this is it. This is my last year or my last 2 years or whatever. He can play till he's 65 if he wants. I just don't want to have to be force-fed, hey, where's LeBron going to play when he's 62?
See, that's what I think is going to happen, though. When he does his final year, it's just going to be unbelievable. ESPN will assign a pack of reporters. he's gonna be
Led
on
by
all
Brian
the time.
Windhorst.
Yeah, exactly. Who's made his entire career, and it's like, and he's just. I fear this is not his final year, but he's going to keep stringing us along, thinking maybe it is, maybe it is.
I don't know how, so maybe I can't speak this into existence, but I hope in some way you get roped into that, where you're like, John, we're going to need you to cover, just follow LeBron around for the next 3 months.
Honestly, I don't want to get overly deep here, but that would be my hell. Like when I do go, and I think I am going down, not up, that when I get there, the devil will go, and your punishment is LeBron James.
Cover
Like,
LeBron.
no.
I feel like that's what would get you out of this industry. It'd be like, hey, why is John an accountant now? Well, he got sent to cover the last 3 months of LeBron's
broke
career.
him.
And he decided he wanted to help people work on their taxes. All right. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Saving for retirement and feeling ready for it? Well, you know what? Those are two different things, are they not, brothers? Well, Trajan Wealth, they help me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, and estate plan finally working together, explained clearly. No pressure. I'm a client, and I haven't looked back, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Call Trajan Wealth today, 855-TRAJAN-1. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. One team coordinating my investments, taxes, and estate plan, all working together. I saw the difference for myself and became a client. They're fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth. Their advice is built around you, not a commission. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we've been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The D-backs sit 2.5 games back of the Miami Marlins for the final wild card spot in the National League. Sticking with the Snakes, their 2027 schedule has been released. They are scheduled to start the season March 25th at the San Diego Padres. For the full slate of games, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight looking to end a 4-game losing streak. They take on Brittany Griner and the Sun at 7. And the Phoenix Suns wrap up their Summer League slate tomorrow in a consolation game against the San Antonio Spurs. According to our John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will not play for the Suns. And this report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. This summer, get employee pricing plus 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s at Freeway Chevrolet. New retail delivery by August 3rd.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Friday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick, what do you got?
The second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season starts tonight. The unofficial second half starts tonight at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. The D-backs sit 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot in the National League. So I ask you guys, with 66 games left, will Arizona make the postseason?
I think I have to stick with, at the start of the season, I said yes. Now, at the start of the season, I said 84 wins and they would get in. 84 is not going to get them in. I'll still say yes, but that's contingent on them buying and getting some guys healthy. So I'm not trying to hedge. I'm saying yes. But I think if they don't do that, if everything just stayed the same, which it won't, then I don't think they would get in.
Yeah.
But if they get, Soroka back and then Corbin Burns back later in the season and they trade for a first baseman at the deadline or whatever, then I think they pass teams like the Pirates and the Marlins. I'm a little nervous about St. Louis. And San Diego's only a game back. San Diego just is a mess. San Diego's should be the team that gets in out of all these teams.
Yeah.
So I guess you can't write them off either. But I just think it's going to come down to like the last day of the season, honestly.
I want to be optimistic, but the Cubs and Phillies are getting in. We know the division winners. So now it's down to 1. And by the way, they're only 2 back in the loss column. And it's the Marlins who I think they're kind of a flash in the pan thing. I don't think they're going to be there long term. I think the Cardinals will be. The Pirates have been bad for so long. Are they really going to stay in that whole thing? Washington, I don't think.
Connor Griffin's out for like 2 months now too, isn't he?
So I really think that if they're going to get in, it's going to be the third one. The Marlins can prove me wrong, but I think it's going to come down to the Cardinals and the D-backs.
It just feels like if somebody buys, they'll pass the Marlins.
Yeah.
If nobody buys, then the Marlins. And the Marlins are decent, but it just feels like St. Louis, Arizona, whoever, San Diego, even if they want to go out and trade some prospects at the deadline, you will move ahead of the Marlins.
Yeah, as strange as it sounds, I was looking at the prediction markets, and they were saying that the D-backs, I'm obsessed with it now, only have a 25% chance to get in. I'd actually say it's a little bit higher than that because, as I said, they're behind all these teams. The Padres stink. Their offense stinks.
They do. I don't get it.
They have the names, but I don't think they can sustain, and they are starting to go downhill. I think it's Cardinals, Diamondbacks for the final slot. I think the Cardinals are a little bit better, but as you said, the Diamondbacks can change it if they do something aggressive at the deadline, specifically a middle-of-the-order bat at first base.
100-1, the Diamondbacks to win the National League this year. 100-1. Which,
might as well throw a couple bucks.
I understand that, like, they should not be favored. There's plenty of teams that have been better than them, but 100-1, because there are other teams like San Diego. I don't have it in front of me. I think San Diego's like 30-1 or something. Like, is San Diego really that much better than the Diamondbacks right now?
No.
Sticking with the D-backs, our Arizona Sports poll question is up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, who will be the D-backs' most impactful player post-All-Star break? Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Eduardo Rodriguez, Gabby Moreno, or other?
I think if they make the postseason, it's going to be Ketel going on a run. I mean, Gabby, I don't know that you can ask much more from Gabby, what he's done right now.
He's been awesome.
I don't think you can ask much more from Erod, what he's done right now. I think Ketel and Corbin, and they've both been solid, but I think we've seen they have more to give than what they've necessarily. And Ketel's been heating up. I'll say Ketel.
You gave a stat earlier that's astounding, that Marte and Carroll went 1 for 25, and they swept the Dodgers.
26.
Or 1 for 26. And they swept the Dodgers. That is unreal to me. So that's an outlier. It's not like they don't need those guys. They do. The obvious answer is Carroll, but I'm always stuck in these situations. Is a hitter more important, or is a single pitcher more important? Now, a hitter plays every day, so I get it. But because they're so impactful, like Erod, he's got to almost win every single game for them to be in a situation, and then they've got to get a little bit of luck. I'd even go so far as to say on the other part of it, like, what if for some reason, we're not counting on it, but what if Tyler Locklear could solve first base? How massive would that be?
That would be huge, because you're right. All the guys on that list right there, you're assuming. Like, if they were to make the postseason, I know I said, it's going to be because Ketel goes on a run. Well, realistically, he goes on a run, Corbin goes on a run, Erod keeps pitching the way he is, and Gabby Moreno keeps hitting above 300. So to actually, like, change things, it would have to be like a Tyler Locklear or somebody just goes off.
Tough to gauge what I should vote on based off of what you guys said.
We said a bunch of gibberish.
Rick, you feel like you're on delay right now.
I'll just go with Ketel.
Okay.
I'll just go with Ketel.
Okay. Are you lonely back there, by the way?
Without Jamal?
Yeah, are you lonely? You seem like maybe you're a little lonely.
I'm
back
okay.
There.
I'm doing all right.
Just checking.
Corbin Carroll leads 48%.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Ketel Marte, second, 17%. Eduardo Rodriguez, 16%. Gabby Moreno, 13%. Other is at 5%. All right, the World Cup final goes down Sunday in New Jersey between Lionel Messi and Argentina, and Lamine Yamal and Spain. Which nation wins it all and gets that relatively sad little trophy for the
And they get a
event
ring this year because everything's been Americanized. They're giving out rings for the first time because that's what we do in America.
I like that because
rings.
it's something more than, it's the biggest tournament in the world, the biggest sporting event in the world. And it's kind of a little tiny trophy that's kind of...
I would assume the trophy just goes to Tom Dundon, right? He just gets it, and then he gets to give it to his family, and then...
etch their names on it.
And then Spain and Argentina are like, what do we get? Yeah.
Yeah, ring is kind of cool because, they don't, as far as I know, they don't hand out replicas to everybody.
You get like a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Way to go.
But soccer players do know how to celebrate a championship better than anybody else and raise a trophy better
Except
than
Alex
anybody else.
Ovechkin.
I was going to say
Ovechkin.
hockey's pretty good.
I'm saying raising a trophy in a post-game celebration.
That's true.
Like how they synchronize it, and then the best player of the team lifts the trophy and everybody around him jumps. They do it better. But anyway, which nation wins it all?
Feels. I mean, feels like a toss-up, right? Because you got the greatest player in the world against the greatest defense in the world. What is the stat? Spain has given up one goal in the entire tournament.
13-1.
They've got they haven't lost an international game since 1920 or something. I don't know. It's some absurd.
Isn't it like
stat.
37 straight or something? Wow.
Yeah, I'd probably say Spain. I think it'd be a lot more fun if Messi does what he's been doing and wills his team to a win in the championship here. But every soccer expert seems pretty adamant that Spain is a much better team.
And they say that if Spain gets ahead, Argentina's not going to be able to do what they've done, which is come back. I think it's one of the funniest things ever. Messi at this point of his career just kind of saunters around, hangs out, then all of a sudden the ball gets loose and he's like a wild man. I think Spain too, but it wouldn't shock me just because of the way that Argentina keeps winning these games and the way that they're kind of wired, that they just pull off some kind of miracle at the end and they score again.
Spain winning feels like one of those things where soccer purists are like, you guys don't appreciate what we just witnessed. And we're all going to be like, yeah, we don't, because you got a 1-0 lead and you just passed the ball back and forth for 87 minutes. But, that's what it is.
So, yeah, I think the logical thing to say would be to pick Spain.
Yeah.
But I think Messi is inevitable, so I'm going to pick Argentina.
All right.
There you go.
Okay.
I am too, just because, you know what? Same kind of reasoning that you just had. Spain is the obvious pick.
I'm still going to pick Italy. I've been all in on them since the start of the tournament, I believe. That
was 20 years ago, Luke, and a lot has changed. Now they're a
20
tennis
years
country.
ago that they qualified for the World Cup.
Isn't that amazing?
God, what's going on?
They're now a tennis country.
Yeah.
Shout out Yannick Sinner.
We aren't.
Okay. Yeah, well, I tell you what, though, my two roots in soccer would be to the U.S., who's a lot better than Italy at this point. All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, how much pressure is on the Diamondbacks to make the postseason this year compared to the last couple years? Is it different? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. YRefi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find a full lineup of JBL Party Box speakers. These are perfect for tailgating, perfect for backyard parties or indoor events. They bring the sounds, the lights, and the energy to the party, no matter where it's happening. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner to check out their great selection, great pricing, and extremely knowledgeable staff. And while you're there, remember to drop my name for big discounts. Shop online at waltz.com.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Buying a home comes with a lot of upfront cost. Earnest money, inspections, movers, it adds up fast. That's why Lund Mortgage is stepping in. Right now, we're covering the cost of your appraisal on every purchase loan we close. That's $600 to $800 you keep. We've got it covered. Think about it. Hundreds of dollars back in your pocket? That's a big grocery run, your first HOA payment, or just a little breathing room when you need it most. Give us a call and let's talk about your free appraisal today. Or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm David Veenstra. Geraldo Perdomo received a cortisone shot and invoked the Archie Bradley rule. The Suns are eliminated from Summer League playoff contention, and Rasheer Fleming says adding muscle has helped his growth. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm David Veenstra.
All right, D-backs, Cardinals starting a 3-game series tonight from Chase Field. John, I'm going to pose this question to you, okay?
I'm ready.
So, the Diamondbacks make the World Series in 2023, and I remember going into that season, the vibe around the team was like, okay, you know, we've got some good young players. Let's see where this goes. We don't totally know the ceiling, but nobody was talking World Series. I remember being out at spring training and talking to a few players like Merrill Kelly that were like, hey, you know, we could do something here. Like, different than just the normal, like, you know, whatever, player talk or coach talk or GM, like, oh, win the World Series or Super Bowl every year. But it was a little bit of a different vibe. And I think it was at the time, like, we're all like, okay, yeah. I mean, they do have a lot of good young talent coming up. Who knows what the ceiling is? They go all the way to the World Series, shocked everybody. 2024, they win 89 games, but they missed the postseason. 2025, just 80 wins, but everybody was hurt. It feels like there's more pressure to get in this year than the last couple years.
I would agree. And because also with Torrey and being in the last year, his deal, I think you could see just from a natural standpoint of saying, hey, let's reset this thing. Because Ken Kendrick did go out, and regardless that Burns got hurt.
There's money too, yeah.
And so many times what happens is you can use in sports, I didn't make the rules, this is just how it generally works, is you can use the excuse of injuries 1 year. And then if they happen again the next year, you just can't do that again. You know, the powers that be, whether it be ownership or management or whatever, you can't use it 2 years in a row. I'm fond of a term called excuses or, you know, injuries are excuses or explanations. It depends. They can be an excuse the first year. For some reason, they're not the second year.
Yeah.
And plus, if you look at the organization just as a whole, okay, you're not the Dodgers, I get it. But most organizations, you've got to go to you should be with the extended playoffs. You should be in the playoffs every few years. Not just in contention, you should be in. And I get the sense that that's what the organization feels, that not only being in contention until the end is not good enough. You've got to be in. Now, whether you win a certain round, like you said, Billy Beane said this years ago, once the playoff hits, you just don't know. There can be a lot of factors, but you've at least got to get yourself in. And we're in 2026, and I think the Diamondbacks are the type of organization that at least every few years should be not just contending, but in the playoffs.
That's a good point, especially when you consider, you know, you have a guy like Corbin Carroll, you have Ketel Marte. Like, again, those are two hitters that most teams don't have. Do the Dodgers have them? Yeah. The Dodgers are not a natural team.
I don't even look at them.
But and you're right. You shouldn't look at them when you're measuring your team for better or for worse, because you're either going to be constantly upset that you're not spending $1 billion, or you're going to get skewed the other way where it's like, well, yeah, we can't beat the Dodgers. Okay, but there's a lot of like Cincinnati got in over the Diamondbacks last year, and I don't want to take both sides here. But I'm saying, like, you could look at last year and say, man, okay, the injuries, they were pretty ridiculous that they suffered. Okay, the year before, all right, you won 89 games, like. You should have finished stronger. You should have won that game against Milwaukee in the final week of the season. You should have found a way to get in that year, but you did win 89 games. That's sort of typically that's going to get you in. Mm-hmm. But either way, you've missed the postseason the last 2 years. If you miss it again, that's 3 years. If you miss it this year, that's also you've made the postseason twice in the last 10 years. And to your point, you're in a division where you can almost never win the division, which is okay. That's not great. but there's 3 wild card teams. The Diamondbacks are good enough, especially, and I'm sure Ken Kendrick feels this way, the money he's spending, and they have got a great GM. You should be in the playoffs, it feels like, every other year.
Yeah. Well, and plus, let's look at this, because we know that these next 16 games are against all these playoff teams outside of the A's. The rest of those games are against playoff contenders that you're looking at. I get it right now that the top 2 teams in the wild card are the Cubs, who spend, and the Phillies, who can spend. I get it. But then you start looking at these teams, the Marlins, the Cardinals, the Pirates. Those are the teams. The Padres aren't having a very good year. So those are the 3 teams that we're looking at. We're looking at the Marlins, the Cardinals, the Pirates. When you think of those organizations, especially the Marlins and the Pirates, the Cardinals have been a very successful franchise, but I still think they might be a year away. They've got a lot of good young talent on St. Louis's roster, so they're just going to get better. So the first 2 teams, and the Cubs and the Phillies, spend a bunch of money. I get it. But if I'm Ken Kendrick and I've spent what I've spent, I'm looking at my team going, wait a minute. We got to be better than the Pirates.
There's got to be a way to get in.
We got to be better than the Marlins.
Year. Yeah.
You know, they extended this for this very reason. You should be able to take advantage of it. And so for some weird reason, what's wild, and we know this, they've done amazing against the NL West. Now, it's because of the Giants and the Rockies at the bottom, but
They've been good against the Dodgers, though, too.
But when you look at, say, the NL Central, for example, the Cardinals are in this thing, and they play the Cubs, and they play the Pirates, and they play almost everybody in that division. The Reds have fallen off. But that's a really tough division. You're dominating your division. It means you're having problems against other teams, and this is where they have to rectify it. And if I'm the Diamondbacks, management or ownership, I've got to be in the playoffs. I'm in a great position to get in the playoffs.
It's
playoffs. Thank you.
It's an uneven field.
I knew it right when I said it.
You say playoffs, so you're going to hear it. It's an uneven field. Yeah, I mean, we looked at the standings in some of these other divisions. They'd be in first place in the AL West. They'd be a game and a half out in the AL Central. You're in a division with Dodgers. I've long said this. I don't believe that you can buy a World Series. I know a lot of people are looking at the last 2 years and saying, yeah, you can. You can definitely buy a division every year. The Dodgers have the division bought. They're going to win it next year. They're going to win it the year after. They're going to win it the year. Like they've already bought all these divisions. So you have to find your way in as a wild card, which I will grant you is tougher because you're not then competing with 4 other teams. You're competing in theory with the entire league. But the bar is so much lower to get in. Cincinnati got in with 83 wins last year, And look, if the Diamondbacks put themselves in position to buy and they go out and they get a good first baseman and they go on a run and they win 89 games and miss out, then to me that's different. It's again, 89 wins should get you in. If you do that but if this season ends and they win 84 games and 85 gets somebody in, at a certain point, the pressure that we're all putting on them, I guarantee you, is 10 times bigger internally in that organization.
Well, and also what starts to happen is there's a culture change and an expectation change, not from your fans. They always have that. But the players on the team are like, well, we're an 80-something win team. We win 82 every year. We win this. There has to be and should be an expectation within this organization that they're a playoff team every single year. Because if you start missing it year after year after year, then in the head of the players, it's like, we'll win 80-something games. That's just what we do. Yeah. And the Dodgers know that they're going to win X amount of games. If you continue to miss the playoffs every single year, then that becomes the expectation of your team. And I think this team should be far better than that.
Derek Hall was on with Bickley and Murata yesterday, and they asked him where he is with his team heading into the second half of the season.
Well, and I go back right before that series, Vic. I mean, I'm on the radio with you, and I'm apologizing to fans for the way we played those last 2 games in San Diego, and then we took care of business in the final game, and we rattled off 3 in a row in L.A., which was unthinkable. But I think our team, did a great job. They were focused. They were motivated. They were intense. And they played the game the right way. And it wasn't, as we say, the big 3. I mean, we had production up and down that lineup, which is so important for us to do. If we're going to keep winning, we're going to have to get consistent offense from more than just 3 or 4 guys. And our bullpen's got to continue doing what it's been doing all year. But it definitely gave us some optimism, some hope going into the second half. I mean, just think where we would be today had we gone in there and got swept, right? We'd be definitely talking about what we need to do to improve our team for 2027. And we're not looking at it that way right now.
I get that they're essentially a 500 team, a couple games above, but overall the season has been a couple games below, a couple games above. It feels like there are 500 teams that just kind of go and it's uneventful all season. I don't know, how eventful has it been for the Nationals this season? They got a couple really good hitters, They score some runs, but it just feels like, okay, that's a 500 team. The Diamondbacks, it's like, they're amazing, they're terrible, they're amazing. They can't beat anybody, but they just swept the Dodgers in L.A., but everybody's hurt, but it doesn't matter because Jose Fernandez is in here winning games over the Tigers, or all of a sudden Corbin Carroll can't hit, but it doesn't matter because they're sweeping the Dodgers in L.A. It's such a roller coaster to get to 500. You would just think, or you hope as a Diamondbacks fan, one of these times where it feels like they're taking off, it actually catches, and you just put together a stretch where you win 8 of 10. That's probably all it's going to take to get the third wild card.
Yeah, and and I know we say this throughout a 162 games schedule, but these 16 games are it, because 13 of the 16 are against the teams that you're going to play against. Like, these games against the Cardinals are massive. You got to play the one game in St. Louis. So you've got 4 coming up against them. The Pirates, massive. These are the teams you're going to play against, the Nationals. These are the teams. And you're going to look back at the end of the season and say, what was our record against those teams that we were competing with? And if it's not good, you're not going to be in the playoffs. It's really that simple.
It's that's interesting. I don't even know if this is where you were going with it or not, but you said something there that made me just look at the whole schedule the rest of the way past the trade deadline. Yeah. If you can get to the point where you buy at the trade deadline, you got the Dodgers 3 more times all year. And you're 5-5 against them, so maybe I don't think that they're like intimidated by playing the Dodgers. But still, those are games that are tougher to win. You've got the Braves 3 more times. I'm just looking at the schedule for like really tough teams. You got the Yankees 3 times. I mean, the rest of your schedule all season is Padres, Rockies, Marlins, Rangers, Royals, Astros, Giants a lot. I mean, if you can be buyers, your schedule's not that hard.
Did you say Giants?
Yeah, so there's 4 wins.
I did see that they had the strength of schedule that came out, and their strength of schedule is 28th out of 30. So they have, so that's another, again, if I'm Ken Kendrick or if I'm the front office, I'm going, guys, you had it set up, you had those teams you had to beat, and you had the third easiest schedule it's not, I know it's not the second half, but with 66 games left, you have the third easiest schedule. What else did you want to do? It was pretty much sat on a platter for you.
I hadn't seen that, but that makes sense looking at this right now.
Yeah, third easiest, I think.
And also how the season started. The schedule at the start of the year, we were like, man, this is brutal if they can get through this. And they did get through it. They're not out of it, but it's just like now you better be able to cash in because this looks like the third easiest schedule in baseball now that I'm looking at it. All right, when we come back, it feels like there's kind of a consensus on who the Cardinals' most likely breakout player is for 2026. We'll see if John's on board with this as well. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, 98.7 FM.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. I joke around and with my wife and call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard. But QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight at home against the St. Louis Cardinals. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The D-backs sit 2.5 games back of the Miami Marlins for the final wild card spot in the National League. Sticking with the Snakes, their 2027 schedule has been released. For the full schedule, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Mercury look to end a 4-game losing streak tonight against Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Summer Suns wrap up their Summer League slate tomorrow in a consolation game against the San Antonio Spurs. According to our John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will not be in action when that game happens. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. They're a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, this is Jared, and next week, Cardinals training camp begins. What will happen with the team's quarterback? Will Jacoby Brissett show up? Will Carson Beck impress? Will Gardner Minshew be more mustache than man? We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Monday on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today. Rick behind the glass. No
He's
Jamal.
lonely.
It does. Rick, it does. Like, especially when John's here, we like to check in and see what you guys are arguing about back there. You just argue with yourself, or like what happens now?
Have I argued with myself? I'm trying to think. Because sometimes, I go back and forth in my head about like what I should be doing. But that's with certain decisions.
Yeah. That's not as obvious from over here. Like from this side of the glass, when Jamal's in there, we'll see you guys talking, and we'll see you guys turn away from each other and stop talking.
Yeah. Jamal will like hide himself behind, try to get away from me because it's a small studio.
Yeah.
And so that's when we know. And then so we'll be like, what's going on in there? And then it goes wild.
It's like some arguing about like some relief pitcher from 1997 or something.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
it's unbelievable.
Makes total sense that you guys would be arguing about that today. We should send somebody in there just to sit down with Rick and just
poke the bear a little bit.
Yeah, go in there and see what happens.
Do you like it better with or without Jamal?
Oh, with.
Oh, okay. I was just checking.
100%.
I was just double checking.
That would have been funny if he's like, no, I can't stand that guy.
Less work for me.
Oh, that's true.
That's a good
That's
point.
a good
Yeah, you didn't think this through, John.
No, but I just mean, like right now you would think, because some people are like this, like my wife's out of town, my kids are out of town, they even took my dog. It's pretty pleasant at my house right now.
They even took my dog.
Yeah, they took
you
the
said
dog
that
with them.
like they were strangers that came and took your dog.
Yeah,
it's your wife and kids. It's their dog too.
But that's true. But they took him to San Diego. Everybody's gone, and I got to be honest, they're coming back today. I'm a little bit conflicted.
No,
hopefully they're listening.
So when
now.
Jamal is in here, he's the one that I go to when you guys are talking and I really disagree with something you say, and I'm like, man, Jamal, I just don't agree with what they're saying.
That is good though.
Yeah, it's true. You got to have.
But
that,
doesn't he normally just by his very nature disagree with you? Just based on
50-50.
That's a good question. I wonder how much Jamal agrees with us without even totally agreeing with us, just by proxy if he wants to disagree with Rick.
That's what I mean.
All right, so I'm going to ask you this, John. This is a conversation we've had on the show, but I want to see what name just pops into your head, okay? And also, this has been pretty consistently the same answer with these national publications. I saw ESPN do it earlier in the week. I saw The Athletic, I believe it was, did this one. It was The Athletic. If I say to you right now, somebody on the Cardinals is going to have a breakout year in 2026. So I guess no rookies, right? Because we need like an NFL baseline to measure them against.
Good point.
Give me the first name that pops into your head. Not who you want.
Yeah.
Who you think is going to.
I'm going to go off the board here. Nobody's going to think this because they think he's a bust. I think it's going to be
Chad
Darius.
Ryland.
No, I think it's going to be Robinson.
Okay.
I think Darius, because, again, I'm biased. I told you this.
Yeah.
He came down, did a really good interview with us, and some people can talk the talk and then not walk the walk, but he was talking about his systems and how he goes through things, and then Kalen Proctor went down there and said, man, this guy's really smart. And it's like, so maybe it turns into nothing, but he walks into the room, and he's this massive guy with these long levers, and then he can talk the game, and you're like, this guy's going to do it. Now, most people are soured on him, and he's not going to do something. But could you imagine if he did opposite Josh Sweat, what that could actually do for this team? He's a guy who could play on early downs on the outside, move inside as a rusher on the pass downs, be that versatile defensive lineman. And they took him for a reason, and he's had injury issues. I'm assuming when I say he could break out that he would stay healthy. But he talks the talk. He looks the part. He's all these different things.
Puts the work in, too. It's the first-round picks.
He's not lazy, right?
From that year are Darius Robinson and Marvin Harrison Jr., and, man, one of them needs to break out.
They do.
And they both are extremely talented. They both look the part, like you're saying, and they both put in the work. So you got to think at some point it clicks for one of these guys.
And maybe, like I said, because we were down there that day, and he really impressed me, the way he talks and the way he works and the fact that he has systems. And normally if you have talent – then that does equal performance, but it hasn't by him, and a lot of people, I get it, are down on him.
Is it tougher? By the way, the one that keeps popping up nationally is Walter Nolan.
Right.
That seems, and I get it because we're not so deep into his career that people are like, oh, he's still playing. That's kind of the thought you get with guys.
It was just injuries.
Yeah,
it's just been injuries.
And when he played, he looked good, but it's a very small sample size, so it's very enticing. Of like, oh yeah, look at what he can do. You'd like to see it for a full season, obviously. Is it more difficult to break out on offense or defense, do you think, in the NFL when your team is lined up to not win a lot of games this year?
I think it's more difficult on offense because outside of the quarterback, you're reliant most of the time
on somebody else.
Right. And if you're going to, we look at Robinson and we look at Nolan, if you're going to, you're not relying on anybody. You got to beat the guy in front of you and you got to make plays. You can be on a really bad team and flash. I remember years and years ago, this is going to show my age, but Cortez Kennedy won the Defensive Player of the Year award on a Seahawks team that won like 3 games because he was just that good. You can be dominant on defense as an individual player and not have a very good team. It's harder to do offensively. Now, you can get, again, you're behind a lot, so you get a lot of yards or something like that. Love could have a great year on a bad team, but I think defensively, you can get a ton of tackles or a ton of sacks or whatever. And be on a bad defense. So I think it's easier defensively.
Yeah, I think that's And maybe it depends where you are on defense, because the name I want to say is Will Johnson. Like, I could just see Will Johnson just, here we go, year 2, as long as he stays healthy. And he wasn't healthy last year. I mean, he missed 5 games, but by Cardinals defense standards last year, that was healthy. He's like the Iron Man. He played 12 of the games. The only knock on him through college and through the draft was he might not be able to stay healthy. It feels like if he stays healthy, I think that's actually my breakout pick this year. But it's going to look different with him, right? Because Will Johnson breaking out might just be they throw at the other corner a lot. And he might not have a ton of stats. He might just be like, hey, you know what? The Cardinals are 4-13, but teams know not to throw at Will Johnson now. And so that's when he's not going to win any breakout player of the year awards, because it's going to be, if he's off the radar, that means he's doing a great job.
Yeah. And you know what's weird about this team is, and again, this is why I think the organization is being undersold to a certain point, but you could name, maybe I'm going to go 10 is too many, but you could name a handful of guys. Marv is obvious. The quarterback situation would be obvious. And again, you're saying a rookie, so you're right. It's not like a breakout, but there's a number of guys on this team that were drafted highly, that were at one point highly thought of, that haven't lived up to it.
Could break out still. Yeah.
There's a lot of those guys.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because there's 2 ways to look at it, right? It's like, look at all these guys that could break out. But the other way to look at it is, man, they drafted these guys high and none of them have broken out yet. Yeah. So if you took Marv in 2024 and he hasn't truly broken out and it's 2026, is 2026 too late? No. But 2027 and 2028 are,
that's
like
a great
he's
point.
got to do it now.
No, it's kind of last chance stuff. Like when I say Robinson, now Nolan, no, because he's had injuries and he's only in his second year. But guys like Robinson and Marv, to the point where what the expectation level was for everybody, I think so. I think if, like you said, Johnson, I think is a guy, but he's young enough and it was injuries. Most of the time too with these guys, it's not because they just flat out stink. It's because they've had to deal with injuries. Now in the NFL, you have to do that. But there's been injuries for these guys, which has kind of stopped them in their tracks sometimes, which if you are an optimistic fan and you still think that certain guys can break out, like even Marv last year, he didn't have a fully healthy year. And, yeah, people are going to say, well, Michael Wilson was so good. But if Marv could have a fully healthy year and he doesn't have a good year in his third year, okay, maybe it's on him. Or maybe you could make an excuse about the quarterback now. But a lot of these guys, it's just if they could stay healthy, we could actually see what they could do.
You would just like to see, like, I'm sure the front office is this way too. Like, let's just see a full season, relative. I mean, there's injuries in football. There's no way around that. But, like, yeah, let's see a full season from these guys and see, are they good or are they not? Because when they don't play because they're hurt, it's almost like you get an incomplete grade in college instead. Like, just let's find out if this person's getting an A or an F, right? But if you're just incomplete each year, you're just kind of stuck in this loop. I mean, B.J. Ojolari's another guy that was a high pick.
About him. Yeah, there you go. Second-round pick.
Because a very high second-round pick.
And as a rookie, it's not like he flashed high numbers as far as sacks, but he was a solid player.
But then he's been hurt.
Right, and he misses a couple of years, and you completely forget about him. Yeah. That's what I mean, is especially defensively, and that's why I don't think in the draft they went so much with defense, because they looked at it and they said, we do have a bunch of guys who are supposed to, and if they could be healthy, then we can figure it out. Then we can go at the next drafts and go, okay, we need to fill these positions. But right now they don't know.
Wolf keeps saying this year's about development. I don't disagree, but I think another way to put it is like this year's about getting answers. Like if you can't develop these guys, we need to know. It can't just be like, well, they missed 12 games. All right, when we come back, let's get back into basketball. The Phoenix Suns have one more Summer League game tomorrow against the Spurs. Is there anything left that you're watching for, knowing that Koa Pete, Kaman Malawatch, Rasheer Fleming are all sitting that game out? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Mike Trout hit a home run at Chase Field, and his own son Beckham was booing him because his son is a Diamondbacks fan. Trading for Mike Trout would be very, very complicated. He's got a no-trade clause, and he is owed a ton of money on his contract. It's unfortunate because finding that out, my first thought was, wow, how about that guy hitting fourth for the Diamondbacks?
Here's something I always bring up when we talk about Mike Trout. Imagine being Tim Salmon, having a great career, and not even being the best Angels outfielder with the last name of a fish.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, to get 30, to get 20, 20, 20, to get 20, 20, to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Now the script's about to kick off, this party looks whack. Let's take it back to straight hip-hop and start it from scratch. I'm about to bloody this track up, everybody get back. That's why my pin needs a pad, cause my rhymes on the rack.
Hey, it's Gambo. How can the Arizona Diamondbacks stay hot in their first series after the All-Star break? We'll ask the skipper, Tori Lavello, at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, one Summer League game left for the Phoenix Suns. This does feel like the turning point of the year, doesn't it? Baseball's back. Summer League's wrapping up. Training camp opens for the Cardinals next week. It's like this is the end of Summer League. It's the end of the World Cup this weekend, and we're getting into the stretch run in baseball and the NFL and college football seasons.
Yeah, it's maybe why today does feel a little weird. You know, the weather's a little weird. Jamal's not here.
Yeah,
football's
you do
just
really rely on Jamal to center you when you're here.
Well, he's kind of a bit of a compass of the the show, you know, kind of a thing.
Yeah,
and he's a bit of a wild card in terms of like if we do go around and and get everybody's opinion on certain things. I think I have a pretty good sense of what most of us will say, but Jamal could say something out of left field where I have no idea.
You can also tell too, like if you say something funny, Jamal's the one that's going to laugh.
Yeah, I always look at him.
If he's nodding off, you're like, okay, we gotta pick it up here a little bit. Jamal's nodding off. That's not great.
Exactly.
He's the only one of us that tried to buy bacon-scented cologne.
Right.
From, what was the website?
Oh,
like eclecticlady.com.
Very questionable website.
Yeah.
I hope that the engineers
Maybe
didn't
that's
check
why
that
he's not
website
here today.
Could be.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, it was weird.
You said this earlier.
Some erotic website.
Kind of had the same reaction of, okay, it feels like load management in the summer league. It's not specific to the Suns. Like, they don't need to play these guys anymore. But they're not. And like AJ DeBonta's not playing for the Wizards. There's quite a few bigger name players in the summer league that just aren't going to play anymore. But the Suns do still have another game tomorrow. Is there anything you're looking for? There's one player I still think is worth watching, and that's Kobe Brea. But now we're stretching for a storyline in the summer league. Whereas this summer league, I don't feel like we had to do that.
No, and I'm looking at the Suns numbers right now. They have 6 players that average over 20 minutes per game, and so the rest of the guys
find summer league numbers.
Oh, it's long years of. Believe me, that's
worse than the website that Jamal
terrible.
ordered.
It's
the bacon
absolutely terrible. I admit 100% it's very dorky and terrible. But they have 6 players playing 20 or more minutes. Well, the 3 main guys are not going to play. So Brea would be the guy. And then outside of that, everybody else is going to have to learn, German or something. They're going to have to go over and play in Europe somewhere else. I don't want to say there's no reason to watch because I'm always fascinated with it. I like watching Summer League. But the Maluwatch stuff, there's such a drop-off from watching the Suns Summer League team. And I'm being honest when I say this. Maluwatch could start next year. Pete could be in the rotation. Fleming could really be a player. That's why, I think there's a faction of Suns fans who don't love the Miles Bridges trade because of the off-the-court stuff. And there's a faction of fans who don't love it because, well, you have Koa Pete and Rasheer Fleming, and they could probably handle that position. And do you really need Miles Bridges? Did you really need to make that move? Or if you were hell-bent on trading something, could you have gone somewhere else where like a point guard or something like that? Is that a position you needed? Because the way these guys looked, they can be rotation pieces, not next year, right now.
It really does. It's sort of like it gets to the core of what you want the season to be about if you're a Suns fan. I mean, if you can win the championship, then obviously always go all in on the championship. There's no debate there. You're not looking at development over a championship. But I don't think the Suns are winning the championship this year. I think they're going to be good. But I mean, you said it. Set aside the off-the-court stuff for a second with Miles Bridges. If Miles Bridges plays, let's say, 75 games this year for you, or if Rasheer Fleming takes the next step and Koa Pete is better than advertised, or better than expected, I should say, as a rookie and gives you a little bit, what's the difference in your overall team total? I mean, because if you're telling me I can win 46 games with Miles Bridges or 44 with Rasheer Fleming, I'd rather win the 44 with Rasheer Fleming. You're still in. You're still going to be a play-in team. You'll still have a chance. In theory, you'll get better as the season goes. So, yeah, that's why I think a lot of people have just a strictly basketball issue with it. It's not – nobody's saying Miles Bridges is a bad player. Like, we've all seen Miles Bridges play. If you think, oh, Miles Bridges is good, you guys don't get it. We all have TVs. We've all watched him play. There was a year for the Hornets he was really good a few years ago. It's just how much better does he actually make the Phoenix Suns in terms of wins and losses? Because it's not – this isn't a year ago where the bench was just barren and you had nothing. You've got players there now that you're going to be taking their minutes away.
Yeah, and you could be possibly stunning their growth, and that, I think, is the issue. And there is absolutely things that are not true when you watch the Summer League. But Maluwatch of the groups, and we'll see this, everybody's going to start writing about the Summer League, and they really already have. Maluwatch is impressing everybody, and these are people who know the game.
Not just like Suns media.
Right.
Yeah, I hear you.
He's impressing people. And again, my stats tell me, because I'm a dork.
We need to get this site
19.5 and 12.8 boards. But it's not only that. If you watched any other, even the highlights, it's the shooting of the three. That's not just some kind of fake thing that he's chucking up threes. This guy can legitimately shoot that. He's an intimidator on defense. When you watch Koa Pete, just watch how he flows within a game. He knows where to be. He's got a very good mid-range game. Okay, he can't shoot, but he can within like 15 feet of the basket. He's physical. He's got an NBA body. You're going to take him out of the rotation potentially because Miles Bridges, I get it. But are you stunting his growth to where he could be a Miles Bridges in a couple of years? You just have to give him some time. Those three guys were incredibly impressive.
The question is, like, what do you believe the Suns' ceiling is this year? Like a realistic ceiling. But you don't have to be like, oh, it's just 2 more wins. Like, do you believe that they could get into the top 6 and take out a Denver in the first round and push San Antonio? And like, do you believe that's possible? Or do you think, your best years with this group are probably 2 or 3 years away from now? Because if that's the case, I still think you're a play-in team playing Fleming and Malawach more than Mark Williams. And you could play Fleming and Miles Bridges together, but I'm just saying, like, using him as an example. Yeah. I don't know. I think you're a good enough team to be in the play-in either way, honestly.
By the way, I was surprised by this. Not that it means anything, but these sites kind of know what they're talking about. I saw the Suns this morning at 39.5 wins. That's pretty surprising to me.
Okay, so I've been looking for the over-under win totals.
I saw 39.5, and I thought to myself, okay, if you don't believe in him and you think last year's a little bit of a fluke, I get it. But take the off the court stuff from Miles Bridges. Adding Bridges, an improved Malawach like we've seen, or an improved Fleming, and what Koa Pete may or may not be able to do, I don't think there's any question they're better.
Yeah.
Are they saying that the Western Conference, because Utah's better, or
it's got to be that,
whatever, that the teams are better, not that the Suns are worse?
Yeah, I mean, there's a very real possibility they win less games this year.
Yeah.
39.5 seems low, though, because that does suggest, like, oh, you guys were a fluke last year. What about the Suns last year was really fluky? Like, I think everything by the end of the year, it felt like they were underachieving.
Right. Well, and I think they got burned out at the end of it. But remember, we talked about this constantly. They didn't have the best of luck when it came to injuries. Jalen Green missed a ton of time.
Yeah.
Now in his second year here and working out the entire offseason, they're going to be better. Colin Gillespie, I think, is going to be in better shape and understand that he's going to be used a lot. He got burned at the end of the season. There's no question about it. So, look, I'm not just being overly optimistic because I'm sitting here. I'm looking at a team that I think can evolve better. And I'm not saying they're going to be the third best team, but I could put Phoenix third. I could put them all the way to maybe 8 or 9. There's no doubt, because there's a lot of uncertainty in the West. But if we were sitting here right now, realistically, I would think to myself, they could probably be fourth.
Look, I wouldn't be shocked if they won less than 45 games, that being what they won last year. But it's not going to be much less, assuming guys stay relatively healthy. The West is probably going to be tougher. But I just don't look back at last year and think, oh, man, that went so perfectly for the Suns. They can't count on that again. What can they not count on that happened last year? Dillon Brooks he's an impactful player. This team plays hard. Jordan Ott's a solid coach. He might get better. Devin Booker, you could argue, could have a better year this year than he had last year. Maybe he won't, but like we've seen him have better years than he had last year. There's nothing I look at where like, oh, I didn't expect Dillon Brooks to come in and average 35 points a game. That's like everything that happened last year feels pretty repeatable for the Suns.
Yeah, there's not somebody who you look at and you go, there's regression. Like Perdomo comes in for the Diamondbacks this year and he's a 100 RBI guy last year, and you think, there's probably going to be some regression there. I don't see a Suns player where you say there's going to be big regression. I think everybody's arrow, for the most part, is pointing up.
All right, when we come back, let's get back into baseball and the series that starts tonight for the Cardinals. There's good news and there's bad news for this. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust?
everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sticking with the Snakes, their 2027 schedule has been released. They are scheduled to start the season March 25th at the San Diego Padres. For the full schedule, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. The Phoenix Mercury look to end a 4-game losing streak tonight against Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns wrap up their Summer League slate tomorrow in a consolation game against the San Antonio Spurs. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess, cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning. We'll have a World Cup champion and we'll know how the Diamondbacks fared in a very important weekend series against the Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, well, it is time for a round of good news or bad news, John. John Lund's in for Wolf. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on a Friday.
Which do I want first?
Sure.
Oh.
Okay, yeah.
I
What do you
thought
want
you were
first?
going to ask that.
I was.
No,
then I got all caught up in the sponsorship.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, do you have a sponsorship to read? Sorry.
No,
Did I
said
jump
it
the
already.
gun?
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm done. We're good.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Wow. Now I got to do it again. I told you during the break, it doesn't feel like our show has started yet today. It's not like, oh, this show's flying by. It's like, have we started? Also, I saw Jamal out there.
Oh, you did?
He's just hanging out in the newsroom right now.
Can he just go in there and sit in there?
I told him, I was like, can you go sit by Rick? Rick's looking lonely back there.
And he won't come in?
He really could prep in here. I don't know why he doesn't.
It's a dark, dreary Friday, or maybe it's not. Maybe it just is it sunny out now and we just have
It
curtains
is
up?
now clearing up.
Oh, is it really?
There is blue sky. I
Wow.
am seeing. So, yay, it'll be 110.
Awesome. Just in time for us to walk out of here. That was cool.
Maybe we could create some tension. Jamal clearly doesn't like you because he doesn't want to be in there with you.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with him.
Yeah,
just kidding.
Let's
I don't know
stir
that.
the pot here.
I just
Well,
said that.
stir it on a Friday and find out.
Okay,
now
good.
I'll go out there during the break and tell Jamal something Rick said about him.
That'll be awesome.
Well,
And then they'll start fighting and life will be normal again.
It can't be about Jamal, though. You're going to have to be like, hey, Jamal, you'll never believe what Rick said about some quarterback from 2008. And then they'll be like, what? He did
That'd be
that?
amazing.
Or bring up the Derrick Rose, John Wall debate that you guys
Yeah.
have been in for like 4 months between Derrick Rose and John Wall.
What is the number one thing you guys fight about, just for the heck of it, and then we'll move on? Is
Either
there like,
Derrick Rose or John Wall, or if Jamal can beat Angel Reese.
Oh,
in
yeah,
one-on-one.
the Angel Reese.
Yeah, but that's still, we can resolve one of those. We can't.
Not the other
Not
one.
unless we can get Derrick Rose and John Wall to play one-on-one for our show.
all right, start with whatever. Good news, bad news.
No, this is
whatever
on you.
think.
You pick. You want good news or bad news?
Most people want bad news first. I'm going to go bad news
Okay,
first.
good. This makes more sense if you do it in this order.
Good.
The bad news is the Diamondbacks have a 3-man rotation.
That is bad.
Do you want the good news?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
All 3 of them get to pitch against St. Louis.
See, I don't know how to decipher this.
You got good news and bad
Because
news.
a 3-man rotation is not good no matter how you slice
Feels
it.
like the sort of thing that's going to come back to bite you over the course of 66 games.
When you have
if only
66
a
games and
3-man
only 3
rotation.
starters, that's probably a deterrent to getting that wild card that we often talk about.
Might make it tough.
Yeah.
But because they're starting with the Cardinals out of the All-Star break, they get to throw Merrill Kelly tonight, Brandon Pfaadt tomorrow, and Erod on Sunday.
Okay, my follow-up question would be, Erod aside, because I know it's going to be Erod Day, and we're going to eventually have Venezuelan food in here at some point. Those things that you were talking about that were deep fried and all that sounds amazing.
Yeah, we got to get those at least.
And you said you'd bring a tambourine in, and everything could be a lot of fun that day.
Well, Erod Day also falls on next Friday.
Oh, that's nice.
So that we should celebrate.
That
That
would be
one.
nice.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing: which Pfaadt and which Kelly am I getting? That would be my question. Of the 3 starters we think we have, I know we have one. What are the other 2 going to do?
I feel unreasonably confident in both those guys in this
Really?
series. It's more the hitting I'm worried about in this series. But St. Louis hasn't even named their pitchers. They've named their starter for today, but they don't even have a starter lined up yet for. They got Michael McGreevy today, but they don't have anything set up for Saturday or Sunday yet. So, and they've got starting pitching, so I don't really know what St. Louis is doing. I don't know if they're just trying to get it lined up or what. But I feel okay about D-backs pitching in this series. Now, when you get into the A's series next week and you have TBD pitching Monday and TBD pitching Tuesday, that's a little dicey.
It's generally not good.
It's not the best.
By the way, the one thing about St. Louis that you're hoping for, because I got into a major debate over the weekend with somebody on this, they did whether people like it or not, they did the home run derby right. They had the 2 guys. They had Harper in there and they had Schwarber, and they were in Philadelphia. They had some young players like Jordan Walker in there. They had a Japanese player in Murakami, so there was going to, they did it right. And I comp it to the dunk contest all the time because you got to get the right players in there first, but they did. But Jordan Walker of the Cardinals wins it. And so this person was trying to convince me that doing basically enhanced batting practice to hit all those home runs is somehow will throw those players off. And I was saying it wouldn't, but I hope that it throws Jordan Walker off. Because he's had an amazing year. He's one of those guys that, for a couple of years was like, when's he going to come? When's he going to come? And he's had an amazing year. So maybe that winning the home run derby will somehow tire him out and he won't have a good series.
Yeah. Good luck. You got into a heated debate about that?
Yeah, because someone was saying, well, because I was saying like all these guys should want to be in the home run derby. Major League Baseball should have some sort of a clause in their contract that says, look, we're asking you to do one thing for the fans. Can you just be in the home run derby if we ask you? And so we got into that, and then he goes, well, it'll screw up their swing. I go, give me any kind of evidence whatsoever that says that because we have all these analytics now. We would know if it screwed up their swing. It doesn't.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to think of what would if the home run derby was comprised the way like the NBA dunk competition is, like what players would be in there? It'd be like Zach McKinstry.
Right.
Who else could be in the home
Who
run
would be the Mac McClung?
Yeah.
Of the that they had to bring from like the minors
Some
to
guy
be in
that's
it.
just tearing
D-backs legend Lucan Baker.
Yeah.
That would be who it is. He hits tanks in AAA.
Yeah. Something like that. You just. It was great that they did that.
That's Christian Encarnacion Strand.
That's a
who it
great.
would be.
Oh, that's a great call.
Your boy from Baltimore.
That's a great call.
But that's what. You're right. Major League Baseball did it right. They got like different. They got actual like home run hitters in the home run derby.
They had young players. They had hometown guys. They had a Japanese player that makes you kind of international. They just did a really nice job of it. Whatever people think of the home run derby, they had the right people in it, which in the dunk they just don't.
The dunk competition's like, well, this guy wants to dunk, and then this guy over here played high school basketball. So
they're
everybody
bringing
tune
guys
in.
from the G League up to dunk, and it's like, okay, that's wrong.
Our fourth dunker will actually just be somebody talking about where LeBron's going to play next year. Everybody will want to tune in.
Bobby Marks, I'm looking at him right now. He honestly wants to off himself. He's like, my gosh, can we just stop this?
It is just a 4-person LeBron panel on all of these TVs right now. All right, when we come back, is there a realistic reason why the Cardinals should hold on to Josh Sweat beyond 2026? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, your home sold guaranteed realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller, Mr. Grand Price in possession.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, this is Jared, and next week, Cardinals training camp begins. What will happen with the team's quarterback? Will Jacoby Brissett show up? Will Carson Beck impress? Will Gardner Minshew be more mustached than man? We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Monday on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Wolf and Luke on a Friday. John Lund is in for Wolf. Looking at some of these last-second NFL stories before camps start opening up, and there's less speculation and more just reality. One of the things that we were looking at before the show, and I want to make sure I pull up the exact right thing, but it was basically ESPN went through every team, and they were looking at the most valuable trade chips that every team has. And they went through, it was a weird way they did it. It was basically like, what could you get for these guys? Yeah,
Bill Barnwell did it, and especially the quarterbacks were so out of whack because the number one person who could get the most picks, according to Bill Barnwell,
Drake May?
Was May was second.
Okay.
There's no way you would do this even for Josh Allen, who at the age of 30, really good quarterback, but he had him as 7 first-round picks for Josh Allen. He had 6 first-round picks for Drake May. It was led by the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But basically went through this whole thing, and not just quarterbacks, but it was players on your roster who would get you at least 1 first-round pick.
See, I didn't read the Josh Allen one, but I was reading the story like it was like 1 a.m. last night.
I think like Mahomes was 6. It was like, nobody's giving up 6 or 7 first-round picks. Like, what are you talking about?
I was looking at it, and like I said, it was late last night, and the story is titled, it's an interesting concept. It's NFL trade tiers, players worth a first-round pick by team. And so I was like, okay, this is interesting. But then, like I said, I was reading it late, and I was looking at the Patriots, and it was like Drake May would fetch 6 first-round picks. I was like, can you even trade 6 first-round picks?
A, no. B, did you watch the Super Bowl? Like, no.
Yeah, that number dropped off considerably when they played an NFL team last year. I like Drake May, but talk about the easiest schedule in the history of sports.
Yeah.
So for the Cardinals, now I'm scrolling way down, but for the Cardinals, they didn't have anybody that they deemed worth more than 1 first-round pick, which is fine, I guess. Was Jeremiah Love was on that list of guys that are worth a first-round pick. Paris Johnson Jr., Trey McBride, Walter Nolan III. That's who they had in that range. And they just missing out, they had Budda Baker, Marvin Harrison Jr., Josh Sweat, and Michael Wilson.
One of the reasons I disagree is because A.J. Brown just went for a first-round pick. Yeah. He's not only a pain in the butt, he's 30-plus years old, or he's close. He's had some injury issues. It's not that I don't like A.J. Brown. He's good. But if we're going to constantly bring up the Cardinals' best player, if there is a team, Trey McBride's still very young. I know the position is not the value of an edge rusher, a quarterback, certain, blah, blah, blah. But if you really wanted and needed a tight end, you might be able to get 2 ones for Trey McBride. Yeah.
Now, I mean, they're never going to trade Trey McBride. They shouldn't. This is what we talked earlier in the show. Like, how many game changers do you have on this team right now? According to all these top 10 lists as voted on by NFL coaches and executives, the Cardinals have 2 top 10 players at their position. They got Trey McBride and Budda Baker. We talked earlier, like, who else could get there? Maybe Jeremiah Love could within a year or two. Josh Sweat. I want to focus on Josh Sweat for a second because he's the name that keeps coming up anytime there's any trade story written, whether it's about the Cardinals or about a team that needs a pass rusher. And they're always like, well, just go get Josh Sweat from the Cardinals. They don't need him. If it were something like this where he's not worth a first-round pick, maybe you can't get a first for him, but like there is a point where I'm not trading Josh Sweat or almost any of these guys. I'd probably trade Trey Benson because they have 17 running backs. But even if the Cardinals are struggling this year, if teams aren't offering you value, I'm not moving a Josh Sweat or some of these other names that keep getting tossed around, because if they're signed past next year, I do believe this team can be a playoff contending team in 2027 if they play their cards right.
Well, and as far as Josh Sweat is concerned, I get it. Other teams may not value him in that way, and there is that kind of context. Is some players are worth more to you than they would be another team. But even if you don't think the Cardinals are a team that can win now, I'm keeping my edge rushers because they're so hard to find.
Yeah.
Like the fact that Josh Sweat came here because Jonathan Gannon was here and now he's not real happy, boo-hoo, man. Like, we want you. We don't have other edge rushers. We're going to keep you because windows to win and windows to lose, they can only be a couple of years. You and I said this before. If the Cardinals were to get a quarterback in next year's draft in 2027 and he was really good, Arch or whomever it's going to be, or Dante Moore, even in this division, they're a contending team all of a sudden. They've got enough offensive firepower. They've got a lot of issues defensively. I understand that. But I'm not going to trade. This isn't baseball. Baseball is different in the way that they use the trade deadline and trading players. I mean, I'll give you a great example. Mason Miller, they gave up a ton to get him, did the Padres. If you're not a very good team, a closer is kind of pointless.
Yeah, because you never see him.
Yeah.
It's like trading for a great receiver if you don't have a quarterback.
So in the NFL, there are certain positions that are like that, but not edge. You always need edge guys.
You do, and what you said speaks to what I was saying going into that. It's do you believe the Cardinals, set aside their same old Cardinals, they never win. Do you believe they can be and should be a playoff contending team in 2027? I'm conceding 2026.
Right.
This team's probably not making the playoffs unless a lot of crazy things happen. Look at the schedule, look at the division, and then tell me who the quarterback is, because we don't know yet. But in 2027, you should be able to get back into this because, and you said it, you're going to have to find a quarterback. Yeah, I get it, biggest if in sports. But the rest of your team, a rebuild shouldn't take that long. Like, you don't get now, switch coaches, so we're going to try in 2029. Like, that's not how this works. You should be able to turn it around quickly in football. You do have some good players on this team. If NFL.com did a thing where they ranked all the divisions, and I was just kind of looking at it to see, assuming the NFC West would be number one, and it wasn't, even though the other three teams are all favored.
It was
to
the
win
NFC North. It was like, come on.
Which the North is tough, but like the Rams are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. I think the Seahawks are third and the Niners are fifth. They're all in the same division. But regardless, it was just kind of like I was looking at it to get a view of some of the other like lesser divisions, and they had the NFC South obviously as the last one because it always is. If the Cardinals were in the NFC South right now, would you say there's no chance they make the playoffs?
Oh, no.
In the NFC South, I think there's a path already.
Yeah, there's no question. Here's the other thing, too. This is how quickly things can flip because they did that, who would be traded for what. And the 49ers only had Nick Bosa, who's coming off injuries. George Kittle's coming off injuries. Trent Williams is 38. Mike Evans is an old 32. I'm not saying that they're not going to continue to be good because it's a really good organization. But things can flip so quickly. I read a story over the weekend. Matthew Stafford's wife, Kelly, came out on a podcast and said, you know what, Matthew, he's coming off the MVP. And he said, you know what, we have 4 daughters. They're age 6 to 9, and he's starting to miss a lot of things. And the girls are asking when he's going to be around. And so maybe one of the reasons why the Rams took Ty Simpson is because they said Stafford have given him indications he may not be around.
He did 2 years ago.
Exactly. So think about this.
Much longer.
The Niners getting older. The Rams may be without Stafford as soon as after this year. How quickly does that turn things? Because as talented as the Rams are, it's the very thing we're talking about with the Cardinals. If Ty Simpson stinks, no matter how much talent is around that quarterback, you're in a precarious position. Whereas if the Cardinals went out and got, quarterback X next year and that quarterback was really good, it transforms your entire franchise. I'm not saying that's going to happen, and it sounds like Pollyanna, but what I am saying is things happen quickly, and there's always in the NFL a worst to first. This is, in my mind, the toughest division in football. It's not going to happen. But to think that the Cardinals couldn't contend in 2027 if they got the right quarterback, I think they could.
And that's it. You were talking about this the other day. It's like you start to stack how many different ifs need to happen for a team to get good. Yeah, but this is going to sound crazy. I think there's less for the Cardinals than there are for some other. Like we talk about, how are the Suns going to win the title? Well, okay, this needs to happen and this needs. It's not a knock on the Suns. The Suns have put themselves in a good position, but look at the Western Conference. Look at the fact that Wembanyama is playing, right? Look at the fact that Oklahoma City. You start to say like, and I know we're saying Suns win the title, Cardinals make the playoffs, but like for the Cardinals to make the playoffs, to me, it's like wait a year if you get the right quarterback. That's it.
Yeah.
Now,
and then you see.
I understand it's a big if, but it's not 12 ifs. It's get the right quarterback. Because to your point, as good as the Rams are, as good as the Seahawks are, as good as the Niners are, how often does it really happen in the NFL where 3 teams in the same division stay good for that long? You can find ways where, look, sorry, it's not 2026. I'm talking about 2027. But you can find ways where Stafford retires. And all of a sudden, Ty Simpson isn't great. And the Rams, maybe they're not terrible, but they're not great. They're not unbeatable. You can find ways where the Niners drop off. The Seahawks, I don't know, they made some deal where they just never drop off. But you can find ways where 2 of these teams drop off.
And they're young. It's going to be tough with them. And look, I'm not saying I'm saying in a situation that's right. By the way, one other quick thing, because you were mentioning that who's worth things. There was a few things they were talking about where I think they're totally wrong in the other way. And one was Lamar Jackson. And something to keep in mind, especially for the Cardinals in this situation, is there's going to be a team that's not in that position to get that quarterback. That's the quandary that comes up. And I think I heard you talk about this the other day. It's like, okay, you want them to win, but not too much so that they don't get a quarterback.
Yeah.
But the Ravens and Jackson are really far in getting a deal done, and it sounds like they're going to move him. They said in this same exercise, this Bill Barnwell exercise on ESPN, that Jackson was only worth 2 first-round picks. Sign me up.
Yeah, I would do
that. I mean, in a second. Yeah. Like, you're telling me, I don't know what it is about Lamar Jackson where people just don't respect him, but it's like, you're saying that Josh Allen's worth 7 first-round picks, but Lamar Jackson's worth 2?
Yeah.
Like, teams should be lining up for Lamar Jackson for 2 first-round picks.
It's a great point. I get the whole, well, he hasn't won the big game, but what was this 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago. What was the year where he would have won the big game and Zay Flowers messed up like twice? Like,
exactly.
If you're going to say a guy can't win the big game and you're going to pin it on the quarterback, that's fine as long as you watched the game, you know?
So
was it actually his fault, or did his receiver fumble at the goal line when he should have scored?
But my point would be, and just I'm going to use the Cardinals because we're sitting here, is that let's say they're picking 8th next year or something. Now, maybe there are going to be enough quarterbacks, but you're not going to get Manning or Moore with that pick. And if Baltimore calls you up and says, hey, you give us 2, we'll give you Lamar. Look, he's 30 years old. I know he runs with the football, but he doesn't get hit a lot. If I'm the Cardinals and I need to turn my franchise around, I'll take Lamar Jackson for 2 first-round picks. Yeah. And if he's on this team, hypothetical, in 2027, they're gonna be a contender in this division.
If you need a reminder of how quickly things can change, 1 year ago, the Cardinals finished 2 games out of first place in this division. You know, now they went the wrong direction. Everybody else got better. It's harder to be the team that goes in the right direction while teams trail off. But it's like, it's football. Are they going to win the division in 2027? No, probably not. But if they do this right and develop these guys this year and get a good young quarterback, these other teams are going to start to come back to the pack. And you just got to be in position to actually take advantage of it, which, you know, to be fair, they haven't done in a long time. But there's a path. They just need to actually follow it.
And the reason I bring up Stafford is because, remember, he's the reigning MVP. If the Rams lose him for as much talent as they have and Ty Simpson can't play, as much talent as they have, and they can have 10 guys who are worth first-round picks and they can be this and they can be that, you're in trouble if you don't have a quarterback in this league. It's as simple as that.
All of a sudden, Devontae Adams is close to retiring, and the running game isn't as good because you have Ty Simpson.
And Puka needs a new contract, but you just gave one to Myles Garrett. Then all of a sudden it becomes problematic. You've got to have that guy play that position at a high level. And I'm not so sure. I'm not a Ty Simpson guy, so that's on me. But if Stafford says, and it wouldn't surprise me after reading this article, that he wants to spend more time with his family and he's going to retire after next year, that's a massive question mark.
All right, when we come back, the second part of the season is starting for the Diamondbacks tonight. So which of their players need to step up the most if they want to make the playoffs or even just be buyers? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundson for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts, man. All Pro Shade Concept. They came out to the Wolfley compound, and, man, they addressed our shading needs, Basinonians, and I can tell you right now it's one of the best things that we have done. Now, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. When you work, by the way, with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating, as a matter of fact. Also in 2025, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, of course, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you, man. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. According to multiple reports, Arizona Cardinals personnel executive Ryan Gold has been suspended indefinitely for violating the NFL's gambling policy. Read more about Gold's suspension at arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin the second half of the season tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The D-backs sit 2.5 games back of the Miami Marlins for the final wild card spot in the National League. The Phoenix Mercury look to end a 4-game losing streak tonight against Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns wrap up their Summer League slate tomorrow in a consolation game against the San Antonio Spurs. According to our John Gambadoro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and Koa Pete will not play for the Suns. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule your consultation.
Hey, it's Gambo. How can the Arizona Diamondbacks stay hot in their first series after the All-Star break? We'll ask the skipper, Torey Lovello, at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hoping maybe we'd get some news here today before this game tonight on some of the Diamondbacks injuries, since it sounds like there's like 8 of them getting MRIs today.
Stay tuned for Tori at 2:30 on Birds and Gambo.
Good call. There you go.
Good call.
All
Right
so
there.
maybe in the next hour we'll at least get some level of. You're not going to get answers on everybody, and obviously, it's not like they know internally. Oh yeah, Corbin Burns will be back on September 4th. Like they don't know that, but. Be nice to kind of know, like, oh, okay, he's going in the right direction, no setbacks, or maybe Mike Soroka can pitch in like a week or so, because Soroka in particular, I mean, Burns is great, and that's ultimately who they need, I think, to be able to be like a team that could do some damage in the postseason. But they need Soroka just to get into the postseason the way he was pitching.
Yeah, as we I think so astutely pointed out before, it's very difficult to win games if you have a 3-man rotation.
Yeah, we are astute, aren't we?
And it would be nice if Mike Soroka was healthy. It's almost like roulette. If you ever play roulette in Vegas and you're thinking this number is due, that makes logical sense, but every spin of the wheel is totally different, so it really doesn't factor in. So like what I'll do is like, okay, it's been red 6 times, it's got to go black. Well, it doesn't really. But you would think that my point in that is you would think the Diamondbacks...
It's the same logic as tails never fails.
Right, exactly. But you would think that the Diamondbacks would be due some good injury luck, and it really doesn't work that way.
Work that way, yeah.
But if I had to think, okay, who would you really like back ASAP? It has to be Soroka.
Well, Soroka, just because we know Burns can't come back in a week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like you do need some pitchers. I had a friend in Vegas who, and it was funny because like he never like gamble on anything, but we found him by the roulette table, and he's like, I think I figured this game out.
Roulette's awesome.
We're like, okay, what do you
best
mean?
of luck with the figuring it out.
And he had some system where, like, you bet on red, and if it doesn't hit, you just double your bet. And if it doesn't hit, you just double your bet. And we're like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, not thinking he would do it.
That's called chasing your losses.
Yeah.
Which is not a good strategy. I've done it.
His logic was, okay, yeah, at some point, though, it will have to be red, and then you'll make all your money back. And then if it's red, like, quicker, then you would start banking winnings or whatever. And we're like, it was just too complicated, so we walked away. We came back like 5 minutes later. He's like, yeah, I lost 8 times in a row. And it doubled so quickly that we have to go home.
It's true. It's just like everybody thinks they have some kind of a theory in Vegas. It's like, yeah,
you figured out how to take down Vegas. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
You get to take one casino home with you. Like, way to go.
Not that this is relevant. We will get back to Diamondbacks, but everybody's dad has said this, but I remember when my dad said it to me. Like, first or second time I ever went to Vegas, I came home and was totally broke. And he looked at me and he goes, Vegas wasn't built on winners, son. And I felt like slapping my own father, like, no kidding. No, I thought all those hotels were built because everyone won. Like, that's not what you want to hear.
The wins, right?
That's not what you want to hear when you're dead broke.
Yeah, true.
And you walk home from your dad
a life lesson.
And you're hungover and he says, Vegas wasn't built on winners, son. And you're like... Thank you, Dad.
There is
Thank
a difference,
you for great
though,
advice.
between like, hey, we all went to Vegas and it cost some money, but like we knew going in to be entertaining. And then the people were like, I figured out how to beat the casino.
Like, okay.
It took 4 minutes. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. We didn't even know he was playing yet. And he's like, yeah, 5 turned to 10 to 20 to 40 to 80, and I'm out of money. We got to go.
Exactly. No, it's like you see it in the movies and you think it happens. Like what? In The Hangover, Zach Galifianakis or Dustin Hoffman, did it. And, whatever. But it doesn't work that way.
That's not. Sorry, you haven't found a glitch in the matrix. For the Diamondbacks, okay, so we're talking about the injuries. What about just guys that need to carry them? And I'm going to pose it this way, John, because I'm going to ask myself the question first, and I know how I want to answer it.
That's convenient.
Who needs to? And then you can't take my answer.
Okay.
And I'm going to take it right to break and give you 3 seconds. Who needs to step up here in the next 16 games? Because this isn't like an arbitrary or like a made up checkpoint. They got to put themselves in position to buy. To me, I think the answer, because he's really struggling, is Corbin Carroll. Like, they got to get him going right out of the gate, like tonight. How about Corbin Carroll? I don't know, maybe like a solid 2 for 4. Maybe mixes in like one of those trademark Corbin Carroll triples. Maybe scores a couple runs. They're going to need that, because I don't know that they're going to be able to piece it together with Tim Tawa and James McCann against the Cardinals.
Yeah, and you know what that does too within a lineup when he's hitting? It seems to again, there's no science to this, but it seems like when he's going, then everybody kind of gets going a little bit, because you watch him and you're like, well, how can he be struggling so much? And like I said, it's like 5 for 50 or something in that range, like really bad. So yeah, I think that most people, if we polled that, which I think we did, who needs to go in the second half? I think offensively, he's absolutely number one, because I know they swept the Dodgers with that great number you gave, 1 for 26 between he and Marte. That's an outlier. That's not happening. And then I think the second thing would be, and we brought up Soroka, I think Soroka is so incredibly important, because if we assume for a minute that Erod's going to do what he's done, and why not? We're to this point in the season as he has, so let's put him in the bank for a minute. I don't know that I trust anybody else. I get it. And you've brought this up. If you look at Merrill Kelly, it's just a couple of starts that have really hurt his numbers. So he has been relatively good despite what the numbers say. But then after that, I don't know if I can put it on Fod. I don't know if I can wait for Burns. I don't know if, I don't know that they're going to trade for a starting pitcher, because I think they need sticks more than that. So I look at Soroka and say they've got to get him healthy, and he's got to be consistent, because you at least have to have like a 1-2 or a 1-2-3 to stay in this race.
And if you're talking about before the trade deadline, this is the reality of it now, is like Erod's only going to pitch 3 times before the trade deadline. So if you're talking about a player that has to step up to put you in position to buy, obviously Erod's got to keep doing what he's doing. And that's a big ask, because he's pitching like one of the best pitchers in baseball. But between now and August 3rd, when the trade deadline hits, he's only going to pitch 3 times. In theory, Corbin Carroll's going to play 16 games, or Ketel Marte is going to play 16 games. They only play at home this series, and then the A's series next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and then they're on the road again until the trade deadline. So this is not some distant thing anymore. They've got 6 home games before the trade deadline. They've got 3 Erod starts before the trade deadline. It's put up or shut up time now.
Yeah, and really to pull back the curtain on people, and I know this is amazing, but okay, sometimes we might sensationalize, this is the most important thing ever.
Usually just you.
Yeah. But we really mean it this time. We don't mean to, lie to you on occasion, but we really mean it. There are 16 games. It coincides with the trade deadline. And right now, what they do here decides their fate of the season. It's that simple, because they're playing these playoff teams. If they go 11-5 in this versus, thank you very much, versus 6-9, that's the difference between being a buyer and a seller over the next 16. So it's imperative that whatever they're going to do to pull a rabbit out of a hat to get this thing where it needs to be, it has to happen right now, because then you determine your direction on August 3rd. We are sellers. We are buyers.
I still think they should buy a first baseman either way. But like one that is signed past this year. But
I just controllable type?
Yeah, just regardless, get a first baseman before the trade deadline. Unless Tyler Locklear hits 7 home runs this weekend. And then we can reconvene on Monday and decide if that's the best path. Half Day Club is back July 22nd. Join us as we broadcast live before D-backs A's and throw out the first pitch at Chase Field. Lower level tickets are just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Text HALF to 620-620 for details. When we come back, is Messi going to win a 2nd straight World Cup? Are the Diamondbacks going to be in a good position when we come back on Monday? Got a lot of stuff coming up this weekend. We're going to try and dive into all of it next, which makes me wonder what we were doing the last 3 hours and 45 minutes. But either way, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning. We'll have a World Cup champion and we'll know how the Diamondbacks fared in a very important weekend series against the Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Why are the Brewers, of all teams, trading for pitching?
it's kind of like if you're not following the team all the time, but they've got like 3 pitchers that are injured right now. They had Harrison hurt. They showed a couple other guys. Or Woodruff, he always seems to be hurt.
He always gets hurt against the Diamondbacks,
right.
That's why.
It's funny. So, yeah, they traded for Lance McCullers, who is hurt.
Yeah, they were like, we need another one of those. Get the greatest hurt rotation in the
just looking at that.
division over there.
Everybody needs pitching all the time.
The fact that Jacob Mizorowski has thrown 670 pitches over 100 miles per hour is absurd.
What a freak that guy is.
That is. Wasn't that just last year when people were freaking out that he got to go to the All-Star game and now he's like unhittable?
Yeah, he's unreal. You know what I'd like to do? I'd love to stand in there, but I'm just too scared to do it. I would love to stand in there against that kind of juice and just see what it feels like. I wouldn't even want to swing, just like stand there and do it.
You wouldn't be able to swing.
No, I wouldn't. I'd be like 3 days too late.
Oh, I'd stand in there for sure.
Would you?
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing.
But only if it's like a professional pitcher that can pitch that hard.
Yeah.
That can control it, right?
Right.
Like you don't want some random guy who can happen to throw hard but has no control.
I mean, there's a chance it could get away from him, but I'd still.
I think it would be cool just because, especially as a media, we sit there and we're like, why can't you hit it? Why can't you hit that?
I don't know if anybody's saying that with Mizorowski.
No, he's unreal.
It would be one of those things where he would pitch, the catcher would catch it, you'd start to swing,
right.
You'd topple over, and everybody would already be off the field.
Yeah, it'd be unreal.
So the Brewers get more pitching, though, in the form of an injured Lance McCullers.
That's weird.
All right, so we've got the World Cup final here on Sunday. How into it have you been since the U.S. lost?
I'm not going to say I've dropped off a cliff, but there's definitely a lesser of it. But I definitely I'm going to watch this. I'll make it a priority over the weekend to watch this.
Aren't you supposed to go to brunch with your wife?
Yeah, but we'll make it a different time. We'll make it a little bit later, a little bit earlier, whatever the case may be. What time does it start? I forgot. What time does it start? Anybody know?
Noon, yeah.
Noon?
And it's soccer, so it will start at noon.
Yeah, they're not messing around.
And it'll be like over by 2.
Yeah.
It's not college football where it starts. If it says noon, it starts at 12:45 and it ends at 7.
Pregame and betting and advertising.
And commercials inside of other commercials.
By the way, I got to give Rick credit because in the pre-show, you were saying that there might be weather issues because there's smoke and all sorts of issues, and now they're starting to talk about it. But it'll probably be that like, hey, sorry.
But now it says no weather.
Oh, no weather. Okay.
On that TV.
Because I just read something during the break. It said that they might look at the weather because of the smoke back east, but.
It looks bad in New York right now.
Really
I don't know if you've seen it. See, this is the problem with scheduling the final of this in an outdoor stadium.
This is one of Rick's.
See, we've got him back.
Odd takes.
See, we haven't had this all day. This is beautiful.
Rick, I don't want to paraphrase your take. I want you to say it. You don't believe in outdoor stadiums.
Oh no, I do. I think outdoor stadiums are great. I'm more of an outdoor stadium guy.
Okay.
Personally, but with the world's biggest sporting event, you have to make sure that the final will go off without a hitch. And so, Jerry World, Atlanta, Houston,
I've always believed soccer should be played in the rain. Which I know
agree.
This isn't just rain.
Agree.
This is.
I think
you're saying like if there's lightning, they have to reschedule.
Yeah,
they need to be able to breathe.
Yeah, the players got to be able to breathe because it's one of the most cardio-centric sports out there.
Even if it wasn't cardio-centric, they still need to be able to breathe.
Yeah,
that's
kind
true.
of a big thing.
But yes, I think that the final of the World Cup should probably have, at least a retractable roof just in case.
Oh, okay. Well,
so State Farm Stadium. There you go.
I feel like every time something gets canceled, they just move it to State Farm Stadium.
Exactly. Here you go.
That would be wild, and I would apply for a credential.
That'd be nice. Good. I'm sure those are easy to get.
Yeah.
For the
Actually,
World Cup final.
there's been just random YouTubers on the sidelines, so who knows?
Yeah. How into it are you? You're into it.
I'm
right?
into it, but it has dropped off. It's you know what? I don't think it dropped off when the U.S. lost, but it didn't drop off much. It oddly dropped off more for me once Norway lost. Like, because you at least still had some star power. Like, Holland was just entertaining. And Mbappe, I mean, I understand Messi is probably the biggest star there is, but it trailed off for me a little bit in the Final Four when it was like, yeah, these are the same Final Four everybody knew it was going to be that follow soccer. It's like, oh, okay. There's no upsets.
Yeah.
Like there's. I thought Norway would kind of be the wild card that got in there and took out somebody good. Really, the knockout rounds have pretty much gone exactly as they expected, right? Except Germany losing. So there's been some drama in there. Like if Egypt had actually finished off Argentina, if all of Egypt's goals counted and they'd beaten that would have been crazy. But no, I'm still into it for Sunday.
No, I think it's going to be great. It's cool, and for most people, Spain's got a really good defense, but it's just weird the way that Argentina keeps coming back. So it is an intriguing final.
What was the final score of the last final when it was Argentina and France? That's by far the best soccer game I've ever seen and one of the best sporting events I've ever seen because that was like It felt like Mbappe had like 8 goals, but Messi had 9 goals. I know it wasn't that, but you know what I mean? Like they were both just trading goals, which you never see in soccer.
So it was 3-3 at the end of regulation, and then it went to, or at least, no, it was 3-3 at the end of extra time, and then it went to penalties after that, and Argentina won 4-2 in pens.
Now, I mean, I should remember this isn't that long
Messi
ago.
scored twice,
and Mbappe
scored 3 times.
Yeah, I remembered one of them had a hat trick and the other one had
That's
2.
crazy.
And it's just, I mean, I don't think we're getting that on Sunday.
No.
I mean,
way Spain defends.
Spain wants it to be 0-0 as we go to penalty kicks, right?
Yeah.
So,
Did any of you guys see? I know I have to get a lot of things on the weekend. But did any of you guys see the broadcaster for Argentina call the final call? And I don't know why our broadcasters don't get this into it. Like he was crying, he was screaming, like he wouldn't stop. Go! He said it about 92 times, and then literally like there's tears streaming down his face.
You want Troy Aikman to get that fired up for like a week
he's
4
a national
game?
broadcaster. But, you'd like to, but we don't like we get emotional to a point.
Yeah,
but we don't start crying.
I think our team needs to go deeper in the tournament than getting knocked out in the
But I don't
round
think
of
John
16.
Strong would start crying if we won. That's
Somebody
just not how
would
we
cry.
are.
If they won the whole thing, Alexi Lawless would cry or something, and then Zlatan Ibrahimovic would be like, toughen up.
Alexi Lawless would say a bunch of stuff that didn't mean actually anything, and you'd go back and you'd be like, wait a minute, he didn't say anything.
What I'm going to miss more than anything else is that trio with Thierry Henry and Zlatan and Alexi Lawless, who like it feels like Henry and Zlatan are like, why is this guy here?
Yes.
Maybe it's not like that, but that's what it feels like every
it
time
looks
I watch it.
100%.
There's no doubt.
All right.
There's no doubt.
That's it for us. Thanks to Rick behind the glass. For John Lund, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
Hi, it's Wayne from Emco, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any Amco.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and Amco's authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say Amco has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, Amco does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call Amco first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The second half of the season begins today. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, the D-backs will be at home taking on the St. Louis Cardinals in their first series out of the break. Tonight, it will be Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Snakes, opposing Michael McGreevy for the Cardinals. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, with pregame starting at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of those Diamondbacks, the skipper, Torey Lovullo, will be joining Gamble and Kellen Olson today at 2:30, so stay tuned for that. And according to sources, the NFL has suspended Arizona Cardinals personal executive Ryan Gold indefinitely for violating the league's gambling policy. To read more about it, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Mercury will also be in action tonight. They'll be hosting former Mercury Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro, Kellen Olson, Jamal Gabal. What's up? I like saying Jamal's name. I don't know why. Kellen filling in for Bernsey. And Jamal filling in for Lauren. They're on vacation. A lot of vacations this time of year. I just had mine. But a lot of vacations this time of year, so you guys are filling in. We're going to take it up to 6 o'clock today, full show. Finally got a game that we can talk about, Cardinals and Diamondbacks, as they get back for the start of the second half of the season. We'll discuss some of that with the skipper, Torey Lovullo, who's going to join us at 2:30. So we'll talk to him about all the injured guys, the sweep against the Dodgers, and just what to expect in the second half of the season. But I do want to ask you, as a movie guy, I saw this trailer for this Matt Damon movie, this Odyssey. What are you laughing at? Is that supposed to be a good movie?
It's a pretty big deal. Yeah, it's going to be the biggest movie of the year. I think.
Okay.
Probably. I saw it last night.
You watched the movie last night?
Went to it last night, yeah.
And did you see it in like IMAX?
No, so that is, I performed the cardinal sin. The movie was made to be seen in IMAX and made to be seen specifically in 70 millimeter IMAX, but there's only like 50 of those theaters in the entire country. I think there's only one spot here locally at Arizona Mills where you can see it in 70
And I heard
millimeter.
it's sold out for weeks.
It's sold out in a lot of places. I did get my ticket like an hour before the showing last night, so you could find a theater to go see it at. But if you're looking for,
so you don't get the same visual effect if you're watching it in a theater.
The screen is just bigger, and the screen, it was filmed on that screen in mind. So like the visuals are just a little smaller if you see it. Like I saw it on like the Cine XL one that they have at Harkins. It was a great movie. I'd recommend it.
All right, but you weren't like disappointed by the viewing because it wasn't in an IMAX?
No, I didn't.
I don't usually ever go see movies in IMAX. I like my AMC theater near me.
I did go out of my way because there's an AMC like 2 minutes away, but I went to one about 15, 20 minutes away that had like the bigger screen at least. But like the IMAX 70 millimeter, I don't think it's a must, but there are people out there that are like real big film heads, love Christopher Nolan movies, and they want to see it in the way that he wants you to see it and feels is best to.
So you're looking
yourself.
you actually need to spend time looking for the size of the screen.
A little bit.
I never did that before.
A little bit.
I just
If you
go
just want
pick
the
a
best
movie and watch a
experience,
movie.
I think if you go see it at a regular movie theater on a regular screen, you'll still enjoy yourself, but you'll probably have a better experience if you go elsewhere. It's not mandatory, but it'll make things a little bit better. 3 hours. So.
Oh, wow.
Get parked in there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I could.
But it was worth it. You give it an A+?
Not an A+. I'd give it like an 8.5 or a 9, something like that. I thought it was pretty good. A lot of people giving it like 9.5 out of 10.
I truly don't know anything about it. What's the premise of it? Like, what's it about?
It's about the Odyssey, the
Odyssey,
the Homer, whatever, like tale.
Right.
I'm really butchering this on the spot here, but it is one of the most famous stories in the history of like the world ever in the history of history.
Is Homer's Odyssey? I've heard of it.
Yes.
I don't know what it is.
Exactly.
I
so
didn't really do well in school. So.
Christopher Nolan's take on it. It's a loaded cast, like Matt Damon, Anne Hathaway, John Bernthal's in it. Tom Holland is in it. Zendaya's in it. It was
Spider-Man
really
guy's in it, I think.
Yeah, Tom Holland. Yeah, Tom Holland's in it. This is the guy that did Inception, Interstellar, Oppenheimer.
Oh, okay.
All those movies. So like the ones with like really big scale that are huge and have a bunch of set pieces and all that.
Did you go popcorn and a Coke?
I didn't go popcorn and a Coke. I went after dinner, so I kind of like, I just had a little bit of candy, had a little bit of Bunch of Crunch. That's it. You know my thing, Bunch of Crunch and popcorn, but I just did the Bunch of Crunch.
I gotta go popcorn. When I'm at a theater, I just have to go. I have to go popcorn.
Gotta have something to like.
I gotta popcorn with the melted butter.
Yeah, sure.
You know, I gotta, I shake that up. I get the bag and I shake it up and I get the butter in there because I like the melted butter.
You should go. You should go this weekend because I don't think that Bernsey or Lauren are seeing it this weekend. So they're the two film buffs on the show. But you can come in here and surprise and be like, "You guys seen this movie called The Odyssey yet? Oh, you haven't? Interesting. I can tell you all about it. Here you go."
Well, I might not watch Odyssey this weekend, but I am gonna watch Diamondback baseball. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, D-backs resume play the second half of the season, and they could not have had a better opponent to play than the St. Louis Cardinals, a team that is exactly 2 games ahead of them in the loss column. And they have a series with the St. Louis Cardinals. The Cardinals went into the All-Star break on a little bit of a tailspin. They had went 3-6, so they lost 6 out of 9 games. They entered the break 1 game back of the NL wild card and 8.5 games back of the Brewers in the NL Central. They're struggling offensively. They're hitting .215 to start July. It's hitting .215, 28th overall. They rank 23rd or worst in OPS, on-base percentage, slugging. They're 6-7 in July overall because their pitching's actually been pretty good. But this is the test that you want. You want to play teams that are battling with you, and you've got something to prove, and you want to win tiebreakers, and you want to catch them. The Cardinals are 50-45. The Arizona Diamondbacks are 49-47. So this would be a good time to win some games here. You're home for this series. Torey Lovello will join us at 2:30, and this is an important one for Arizona if they want to get back to the playoffs.
And the type of team that you want to beat if you want to prove to your front office that you deserve to be a buyer, because this is just like a middling 500 mid-blah baseball team. Like, they're not bad, by any means, and there's not really any aspect of the game that they are terrible at. Like, their starting pitching has been solid to fine. Their hitting has been below average to fine. Their relievers,
although that
same
Jordan
thing.
Walker's been good for them.
They've got great players. Don't get me wrong. They've got a couple of guys like J.J. Weatherholt's been one of the best rookies in baseball this year. Ivan Herrera is one of the more underrated hitters in baseball. He's been raking ever since he got called up 2 years ago. Like the Alec Burlesons of the world, the Lars Nootbaars of the world are above average hitters as
Lars Nootbaar, one of my favorite names in baseball.
There you go. He's pretty good at swinging the stick as well. And they've got a decent, not even a decent, a pretty good defense as well. But they're not elite at anything. And outside of Walker, they don't really have like an elite player, an elite pitcher, an elite reliever. This is just kind of a middling baseball team. So for the Diamondbacks, especially with the amount of star power that they have as well, this is a series that you would like to see them win, not only for the wild card stakes as well, but just in general with where they're at. 2 weeks to go until the deadline. Take care of business, win 2 out of 3 here in Phoenix against a team that you should be able to really handle, in my opinion, if you want to be taken seriously the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, Walker's had a breakout season because if you look at the last 2 years, you look at him in 2024, he had 164 at bats, he hit 201. Then last year he had 363 at bats. He played in 111 baseball games. He hit 215. He only had 6 home runs and he batted 215 in 111 games. He's played in 93 games this year. He's batting 294 with 22 home runs and 74 RBIs. That is a breakout year for their 24-year-old right fielder. He has really torn it up, really established himself as one of the better younger players in baseball. I'm not a wins above replacement guy, but his is 3.8 because of the line he's had. So everything has really worked out for him. He leads the league with the 74 RBIs. So he's a guy you really got to be reckoned with. The pitcher tonight, Andre Palante, he's had some struggles here at Chase Field. He's had 10 career innings in Chase Field. He's got a 5.40 ERA and a Merrill Kelly on the mound. You look at the numbers overall, 7-8 with a 5.38 ERA, but Merrill Kelly has pitched well his last couple of outings. So I think that's a really good sign for the Diamondbacks because you want to get Merrill Kelly going. And if you look at the last 2 outings, you're going to look at a real lot of success. Against Milwaukee, he pitched 5 innings, gave up 2 runs on 8 hits. Then he bounced back against San Diego, and he gave up 1 run on 3 hits over 7 innings. So this month, in July, 2 starts, ERA of 2.25. That's a good sign for Arizona.
St. Louis reminds me of Arizona offensively. They don't really strike out too much, but they don't walk a lot either, and they have some real weak spots in their lineup. Later in the show, we're going to talk about how third base has been a huge issue for them. Mason Wynn, the shortstop, one of the best defensive infielders in all of baseball, but he's not out there to hit. Some of their outfielders have really struggled as well, and then their catching, Pages, has been rough as an offensive player as well. So you look through their lineup, like you've got the Weatherholts, you've got the Jordan Walkers, but they've got some real weak spots as well. So if Merrill can find a groove early against the key guys in the game, it's going to bode well for him, especially with what you mentioned about Palante and the first inning troubles.
One final Summer League game left for the Phoenix Suns. We'll talk about that. And a couple of their moves were rated as some of the most important under-the-radar moves for the 2026 season. We'll tell you what those moves were next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
All right, Arizona, listen up, man. Ron Wolfley here for Tim Hovig's summer sales event at Santan Ford, bringing the heat. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days, plus a free 2-year maintenance program. Boom! That's how you attack summer. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. It's an easy drive, the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days. Free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovig's Santan Ford.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, Goettl, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures, and if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning. We'll have a World Cup champion, and we'll know how the Diamondbacks fared in a very important weekend series against the Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Bick, thanks for that. We're going to take you up to the 6. Kellen Olson filling in for Bernsey. We'll talk a little NBA basketball. The Suns have one summer league game left because of the point differential thing. They've got one game left. They didn't make the semifinals. There's 4 teams that are going to play it, and there's a summer league champion. I thought they would get in. They went 3-1, but they didn't make the 4 teams that get in for the semifinals. I don't know the formula on how it works, but they will have that one more game. As I said, I'm not expecting that any of the major players, Kaman Malawach, Koa Pete, Rasheer Fleming, are going to play in that game.
And the guys that have been like on the back end of the roster, like you want to reward them for like giving you like good 2 weeks of practices and being
well, you want to give them a chance to get some film on.
Exactly.
It's very important, and that's the thing nobody really realizes it. That game is very important for those guys to go out there and get some real film, right? Yeah. It's not going to be Malawach, Pete, and Fleming dominating and scoring 75 to 80% of the points. Those guys are going to get some, and it may be film that's going to help them get a job in Turkey.
Exactly.
You know, or it's Israel, or somewhere.
It's not for the NBA or even for the G League probably, but it's like professional opportunities and
right.
maybe like even South America or the Caribbean.
Right.
Like these are guys that
and
are going to continue playing basketball professionally, and this is a huge opportunity for them, and it comes with the understanding that at some point they're going to see the floor. So the Suns will reward those guys, and rightfully so, for the great energy they've brought throughout the 2 weeks here.
All right, 10 most under-the-radar moves from the 2026 offseason. since you're a basketball guy and I'm kind of a basketball guy, we're gonna talk about all the moves, but I'll mention the Suns ones at the end. Stop me if you want to talk about any of these. John Collins added as a free agent to the Pistons. DeAnthony Melton re-signing with the Warriors. That was a guy the Suns were going to look at. If they didn't get Kennard, he would have been on their list. Our old buddy Kelly Oubre Jr. signing with the Indiana Pacers.
I'm going to stop you on Tsunami Poppy. The Pacers are automatically, Gambo, going to be one of the 3 to 5 most interesting teams to watch in the NBA because they tanked last year. Halliburton out, they tanked. And now they're going to try and bounce back from tanking into being a Eastern Conference contender. And if you look at the starting lineup, it's Halliburton, Nembhard, Nesmith, and Siakam from the team that made the finals.
No more Benedict Mathurin anymore.
And they added Zubac at center, and that's where the addition of Kelly Oubre really helps them out. Gives them a little bit more scoring pop off the bench, which is where Kelly will go. I think that he's had a really great NBA career because you'll remember after Phoenix, remember when he went to Golden State and they spent all that tax money to get him in and it did not go well.
He couldn't shoot.
And I was like, is Kelly going to be able to stick in the league? And then he had these huge couple of years, especially here in Philly in the last year. Him, TJ McConnell.
I always liked him.
I've always liked him too. Him, my guy, TJ McConnell, and then Obi Toppin off the bench, I think are going to be a great unit for them. And they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in the Eastern Conference. If I had to pick a team to win the East right now, I would lean the Knicks, but my second pick would be Indiana.
I always think, one of my favorite memories of the 30 years I've done this show is the crazy trade with Memphis as the Suns were trying to get Kelly Oubre, and then it was the Marshawn Brooks, and the Suns thought they were getting Dylan Brooks, and then Memphis thought that they were giving up Marshawn Brooks, and there was this big communications. I'm reporting that the Suns believe that they're getting Dylan Brooks, and Woj is reporting that the Suns are getting Marshawn Brooks, and it was like, well, who's right and who's right, and I was right on my end. The Suns thought that they were getting Dylan Brooks, and Woj was right on his end because Memphis was telling him that, no, they were giving up Marshawn Brooks. I even got a call from one of the highest guys in the Memphis Grizzlies front office that night. The Memphis Grizzlies, they called me and they're like, Gambo, I'm telling you, we were giving up Marshawn. We weren't giving up Dylan. I'm like, the Suns think you're giving up Dylan.
I can't believe they're going to give us Brooks. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I just got the Suns thought they were getting the Memphis Grizzlies called me like 11 o'clock at night, like, dude, you keep reporting that it's Dylan Brooks. I'm telling you, we told them it was Marshawn. They don't think it's Marshawn. And then the next day, they reworked the whole thing and figured out a way to get Kelly Oubre without making that work.
I'll never forget the pop-up shop that he had and the couple thousand fans that showed up to that to buy some of his fashion wear.
Yeah,
he was always a great dude to interact with. Really happy for him that he landed in a great spot. He's going to have an awesome year.
He kind of coined the Valley.
Valley Boys.
Valley Boys.
The Valley Boys.
The Valley Boys, yeah. Tim Hardaway Jr. to the Miami Heat.
This is a big one because Miami really, really needs shooting around Giannis and Bam. They don't really have too much, so adding Timmy, one of the best 6 men in the league, finished third in 6 man of the year.
Terrific three-point shooter, too.
Last year, and just a real great competitor as well. I love that fit.
Landry Shamet with the Knicks. He played so well for them and was so valuable in the playoffs, and he shot 47.5% on the three-pointers in the playoffs, so he's coming back to them. Philly adds Dean Wade and Anthony Simons. And Champagne, the former St. John's guy with the Spurs, he re-signs with them.
Spurs also added Tobias Harris, so you look at that power forward group where they were
tough player. I like Tobias.
Relying a little bit too much on Harrison Barnes and Champagne, who's a really good player. Don't get me wrong, but adding Tobias, who's going to be in there as again your 8th or 9th man, that's perfect.
Wasn't it Philly that kept Harris over Butler?
Yes.
We like Tobias Harris better. Why?
Yeah, and Jimmy let him know when he sent him home that one year, yeah.
Why? And then the Phoenix Suns. The Phoenix Suns are on this list, and this list is the 10 most under-the-radar moves from the 2026 offseason. And here's what they mention. Undrafted Colin Gillespie had a breakout third NBA season, posted career highs in scoring, assists, rebounds, steals, and minutes, shot 41.8% overall and 40.1% on three-pointers. And then the Suns brought him back on a 4-year deal and added more three-point shooting with Luke Kennard, on a 2-year contract. So they value the Luke Kennard and Colin Gillespie signings as 10 of the biggest under-the-radar moves from the 2026 offseason.
Yeah, it's going to be a big year for Colin because there are real expectations now that come with his money, but I think he's going to make it worth it and then some. I think that he's been fantastic for this team, especially, of course, last year in the expanded role that he got. I know there are some fans that are concerned about how he wore down in the last 10, 15 games of the year, but I think he was playing through a couple of different injuries that just weren't disclosed that popped up a little bit late in that Oklahoma City series as well. I'm not as high on the Kennard signing. I like the Kennard signing for what it is, but I'm just coming in with really tempered expectations. This is a guy that's going to give you space and he's going to give you shooting, a little bit of offensive juice behind that, but he's a real liability defensively. And again, it's just a limited offensive player that can give you a little bit more, but not a ton, and is ultimately out there to shoot the ball.
But what nobody really talks about with him, if he's durable and he can play, because they missed so many games with Grayson breaking down last year. And I'm not going to try to compare him to Grayson as a player. Grayson's a better player. He's a better player. But if Grayson's going to miss half the games and Kennard's not, well, that kind of swings the pendulum the other way, because Kennard's availability is going to be very important. Grayson broke down. He had a hard time staying on the court, and hopefully that works for him in Charlotte. I liked him, and I liked Royce, and they were good players. And I wish they would have held on to one of them. But I do think availability, if Kennard is able to go out there and play in 75 games, that's going to be a big factor for them.
78 games played for him last year. That was a career high. He struggled with injuries the last couple of years, 65, 39, and then 59 before playing 70, 63, and then just 28 in his third year. So the availability has been up and down, but it's up right now for sure. And that's a big difference as well, because you could ask someone, would you rather have 60 games of Grayson Allen or 75 of Luke Kennard? I think answers would vary. I would still lean Allen, but the availability portion of this team is just where they have to. We talk about where they have to improve, Gambo, the most for next year and where they have to get better, just staying healthier.
Especially Jalen Green.
If they can just stay healthier, they're going to be better as well. It's not something that is controllable in some aspects, but that is the number one place where they need to improve, obviously.
Yeah, and I'm going to be interested to watch Colin with his three-point shooting, with Grayson gone and with Royce gone. You do add Kennard, but how that is going to be affected. All right, the Diamondbacks start the second half of the season at home at Chase against the St. Louis Cardinals. There's a lot of injuries on this baseball team. They're coming off of a gigantic sweep against the LA Dodgers. We will talk with the skipper, Torey Lovello, next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
I tell you about the Lund Mortgage team every single day, and there is a lot of people that would love to be first-time home buyers, but when you talk to people that are renting and that want to buy a house, a lot of them believe you need 20% down. Like, I don't have 20% down. I can't do it. Or they think that their credit's not good enough. They had some tough years. Their credit took a little bit of a hit, but they don't actually know what good enough means. Here's the deal. Many first-time home buyers are just out there guessing, and guessing is what keeps people renting for another 5 years. Call the Lund Mortgage team and get pre-qualified absolutely free. It is. It's free. You'll get an answer in just a few hours. You'll walk away knowing exactly what you can afford, what programs you qualify for. There's FHA, VA. There's even down payment assistance. There's probably a program built for somebody exactly like you. Here's what sets Lund apart. Great pricing, trustworthy pricing. Lund Mortgage is a company that actually wants you to win, not squeeze every dollar out of your loan. On top of that, Lund Mortgage is paying for the appraisal on every purchase, on every loan they close right now. That's $600 to $800 back in your pocket. Call them at 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lovello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For 150 years, Budweiser has been at backyard cookouts, your favorite concerts, and at ballparks where America fell in love with the game. And here in the Valley, that story continues. Budweiser is proud to partner with Major League Baseball and your hometown Arizona Diamondbacks. Because baseball isn't just a sport. It's tradition. It's time spent with friends. It's where we cheer together. Cheers to 150 years of Budweiser and baseball, and the fans who make it all unforgettable. This Bud's for you. 21 and over only. Enjoy responsibly.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The second half of the season begins today for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The D-backs will be at home taking on the St. Louis Cardinals in their first series out of the break. Tonight, it will be Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Snakes. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And speaking of those Diamondbacks, the skipper, Torey Lovello, will be joining Gambo and Kellen Olson right now, so stay tuned for that. And according to sources, the NFL has suspended Arizona Cardinals personal executive Ryan Gold indefinitely for violating the league's gambling policy. To read more about it, head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs.
Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you.
All right, it is that time of the week where we check in with the skipper, Torey Lovello. Comedic, I think a comedic future with, his commercials and everything. He thinks he's a funny guy. So, when this baseball thing is over, we might see him doing stand-up live somewhere. He joins us. Burnsy's on vacation now. He took off after I was on vacation, so Kellen's filling in. This is the time of year we take vacations. And a lot of guys like to take it during the All-Star break because it's really like a slow week. There's not a lot of stuff going on. Skip, how are you today?
I'm doing good, guys. Anyways, yeah, Kellen, I love that you're here. Burnsy, didn't he just take a vacation?
He takes, he I don't know. He gets a lot of vacation time. I don't know how. Yeah. I really don't. I've taken one vacation this year. I did the Ireland-Scotland trip, and I just got back from that on over the weekend. So that's all I've taken so far.
Yeah, Torey, I love seeing you, but you shouldn't be seeing this much of me. Where are these guys? All these vacations, unbelievable.
Yeah, right. I can live with Gambo doing it once a year, but Burnsy just got back, and he's going again.
I make the most of mine, though. I do make the most of mine.
Soft, just soft.
I can see that. I appreciate all the photos. Like you bring people there with you. It's pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, I took my daughter and her fiance with me. She's getting married in October, so I took her with me and treated them to a nice little vacation.
You're a good dad.
Yeah.
And a good father-in-law.
All right. I hope so. I actually like the guy. People, do you like the guy? Yeah, I kind of like him. I don't dislike him. Like, that's a good thing. I don't dislike the guy. I do like him. All right. Let's talk some baseball here. I'm going to start with how important that sweep against the Dodgers was, and just how incredible the bullpen was in that series. And I think the bullpen all year long has been fantastic for you. I think it's been the strength of this baseball team. So it's crazy every time I hear Mike say, we might have to add a bullpen arm. I'm like, why? Like, you got 7 guys that you could rely on. You won a game against the Dodgers in which you had to rely on 7 bullpen guys. So just tell me about that series and what that meant to you.
Yeah, it was great. The bullpen has been showing up all year long, and you're right, Gambo. It's been the one consistent piece of this entire puzzle. Last year and the year prior to that, I think we said that we lost 20 to 30 games the 6th or 7th inning after, tied or ahead. So the boys have gone down there and taken care of business. And, as far as that games, those games in LA, those were massive games. Those were huge games for us. And our confidence is we're still trying to evolve and create a little bit of an identity. It's been a little frustrating. Our offense has been very inconsistent. Our starting pitcher had a good month, but they've been inconsistent. And the one piece that's been there for us was a bullpen. So I wanted to migrate to it as soon as possible. Once we got to a certain point, I felt like, let's turn it over to the boys. Let's keep us in the game the best way they can. They did. We took the lead, and we ended up winning the series, or sweeping the series, which was really impressive.
This is a big year for everybody, and I always appreciate when you guys, you recognize early that something's not working out. You did it with Mantiply a couple of years ago. You did it with Alec Thomas this year. You did it with Rashi. You did it with Joe Ross. I'm going to ask you, do you think now, looking back at it, that you gave Pavin Smith a little too much leeway before you guys made the decision to designate him for assignment?
Possibly. And as I've said, and I think I might have said it to you last week or said it last week on the air, is that when I'm speaking out loud like this, I'm really talking to the players. I know they listen. And, when I would say, Pavin was a good player and could hit, I was trying to
motivate him.
Still some confidence in Pavin, he's motivated, but just he's still trying to find his way. And I do think Pavin is a good hitter. He still has a lot of things that he's got to take care of. I know that I'm pretty sure he cleared waivers, going to be back in the system. But yeah, I think that's where we were at the time. He had the elbow surgery. Was it fair that we brought him back 2 weeks too early? Probably not, but we thought that we can inject a little bit of offense, a little bit of an approach. And then that never happened. It got to the point where I think he started to lose a little bit of confidence and look confused. I talked to him, called him in here, and I told him, I said, your game looks like it's 25 to 30% confused. Where are we at here? So he assured me that he was going to grind through it. It just never ever happened. So it was time to make this move, and you can see what happened. Since that time, I think it created a little bit of urgency in some of the guys, like, we better go because there are no scholarships here. We got to win baseball games to perform.
Yeah. You guys have the worst performance at first base since 1920. You're last in just about every category. You brought Tyler Locklear up. He was mashing in the minors, hitting some home runs, hitting for average, driving in runs. I mean, I know that's Reno. What is your plan going forward at first base, at least until the trade deadline when Mike can address that issue? Because it's been a black hole for you this year.
Yeah, it has. You're talking about something that historical, right? 1920s. That's I heard somebody say that the other day, and it's kind of alarming. But I knew that we were lacking performance from the DH spot and first base. So I think about 2 weeks ago, I said, king of the court. Whoever gets 2 hits today plays tomorrow. So if you go out there, have good at-bats, and carry yourself defensively, a quality at-bat to me is seeing pitches, hitting the ball on a line, hitting the ball hard, and you're gonna find yourself in the lineup the next day. So I'm gonna put Locklear right in the middle of that. I know that it took him time to figure out where he was fundamentally after coming back from a double arm surgery. Like, his left arm had 2 procedures on it. So we never lost sight of him. Even though on the depth chart he fell, that was because he hadn't had time or he hadn't recovered right. But now that he did, I think he's going to enter into this arena. And you get some hits, you're going to play. That's plain and simple, the best way that I could put it. It seemed to have worked. A couple guys caught some fire, and we got to start playing consistent baseball on the offensive side. No doubt about it. It's kind of embarrassing to think about some of these numbers coming out of these 2 spots that are so important.
Tori, we're all about accountability here, and on behalf of all media members, I'm going to take accountability for us not talking about Gabriel Moreno enough. If you look at his on-base numbers the past 2 months, he's up there with the Otanis, the Sotos, the Alvarezes of the world. What have you seen from him in the last 2 months as a hitter, and what does he need to do to continue this in the second half? Because if he does, we're talking about one of the 3 or 4 best catchers in all of baseball.
You're right. You're right. And I love that we're getting a chance to talk about him. It's approach based. There's a T-shirt that's for sale here in our team shop, and it's Gabby Lane, and it's blind drive base hits through the right side of the diamond, through the 4-hole. And I just think when you're a player like lined up that way in the middle of the diamond, maybe even a little oppo like second base, you're going to see pitches. You're going to be able to determine what's a ball or strike, going to get a little bit longer look at the ball. And that's kind of what our approach is, hard in the middle so you can see balls or strikes. I think if you're seeing the right pitch, you're going to swing at it the right way. Gabby's getting a little bit longer look at it. He can clear you out of there. He can hit a fastball in as good as anybody. But I think he realizes that most of the pitches that he's going to see are going to be down and away, out over the plate. And he's covering that area and getting base hit after base hit. So the OPS is up over 800. The batting average is at or near 300. He's getting big base hits for us. It's just approach based with a guy that has great hand-eye coordination, and you can't pitch to him. There is no hole. There is no weakness. And it's a matter of where he's looking and controlling the zone and kind of controlling what the pitcher is going to do to him and in total command of his entire at-bat.
How have you watched Merrill try to grind through all of this season? Because like longtime Diamondbacks fans, we've watched him grind through when he doesn't have his best stuff on a certain night, but it feels like he's going through that process all season. Sometimes he's able to do it like his last 2 starts. What do you see as the key for him getting more consistent with his stuff right now?
He's putting the ball on the plate. I think his delivery was preventing him from being consistent. He was missing arm side with a 2-seam fastball up and away or changeup falling off the plate. His strength is being able to come out of the same slot, the same hole, the same tunnel, and have pitches just split in different directions, 4 different directions. I think he's standing tall over the rubber, keeping his posture, and he's firing balls that are just exploding at the plate. One's going down, one's taking off, one's coming at you, and he's been really consistent with that. So Merrill is always a work in progress. He's always trying to get better day by day, even though he's been in the big leagues now for 8, 9, 10 years and pitched at a very high level. He's a student of the game, and I think he's really locked in. And when he gets locked in, we just get out of his way and watch him perform.
I don't know if you've given an answer on this. I don't think you have. So I'm gonna ask you. I know Gallen went on the injured list. He was supposed to start that last game against the Dodgers. You ended up going with Mitch Bratt, and that was the bullpen game, which they were outstanding. If he had not gone on the injured list, would you have used an opener for him in that game?
We talked about it.
No, but would you have used one?
We talked about it. We hadn't yet totally confirmed it, but we thought about using an opener, maybe getting a lefty for the lefty package there, which would have been Ohtani and Freeman. So, yeah, we talked about it. Did we make a decision? We hadn't made a decision. But, look, with Zach Gallen in his situation, it was tough. It's tough on him. It's tough on me. It's tough on all of us as we're trying to figure out what the best process was through the struggles. And what I told Zach is he was heading back to Arizona to get examined. As I said, you've carried me in this organization on your shoulders for so long. We're not going to run from you. We're gonna see you through this entire situation, get you healthy, and when you come back, whether there's something wrong with your arm or not, we're not sure. But when you come back, be ready to get after it because we're going to need you. And that's my mindset. He has carried this organization from a pitching standpoint for 2 or 3 years, and it's just gotten very lean and very raw. And unfortunately, this is a what have you done for me lately business, and it's gotten to a tough situation. It really has. But Zach has been a true warrior. He's taken the ball and at times getting hit, but he wasn't backing down. Now it's time to rest. We'll get him healthy, figure out what's going on in there, and hopefully get him back on the mound as soon as possible.
All right, without him, what is the pitching plan going forward? I know Soroka is the closest out of all the guys that you have coming back. He's the closest because he's throwing pens right now. You went with Bratt. Fott has been really good in his 3 starts. That's a great sign. But give me the plan without Zach Gallen going forward.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit dicey here. We're going to probably dip into player development a little bit. For the next set of names. That's Cabrera. That's Cole Drake. We have Bratt here right now. So I'm grateful that we have built in this type of depth from some of our guys that we've developed, trade for, or developed inside of our system. But for right now, it's going to be Kelly, Fott, Erod, and then Bratt on Monday. We have an open on Tuesday, have an open spot on Tuesday. We'll figure out what we're going to do here in the coming days. Not yet been determined. But Soroka's getting after it. He's trying to get back here as soon as possible. He's going to throw a second and third bullpen this week, live, hopefully a very short time after that, and then we'll see where he's at. I don't think his recovery is going to be as big as it will be for Corbin Burns because he's got to get built up from basically nothing. And in this case, I think, hopefully sometime in this month we see Soroka, if not very early in the next month. And then I think Corbin's going to be somewhere a month after that. So we know we got two quality guys sitting there. Nelly's also in play. We're trying to figure out what's going on with him, getting examined today with an MRI. We'll have an update on that very, very shortly.
So you think if best case scenario, Burns comes back early September?
Yeah, I think as I sit here and talk to him, and I got a big calendar in my office, he comes over and he points to it. He's like, right here, this is my day, right here, point to it. And I'm telling you, I'm coming back. So I'm not going to hold that in front of him. If he feels good and everybody checks off on it, I'll bet on somebody. It's going to be Corbin Burns.
All right, leave me with this, because a lot of the guys we talk about coming back are all pitchers, right? Soroka, is he going to come back? Nelson, Burns, Puck, Martinez, Gallen. We've had some offensive issues. Even in the Dodger series, our top three guys didn't play very well. They went 2 for 36. Jordan Lawler is progressing. And I know he could help this team if he could actually get here and stay healthy. Do you have a Jordan Lawler update and just plans going forward offensively to try to get this team going?
Yeah, he was one of the three guys that had an MRI today. So with that update, we will be able to potentially drop in a little bit more activity. He's been doing some running mechanics and some very light jogging. The baseball progression has been increasing. The intensity's been increasing. So timeline, I'm not sure, but agree with you. We need him back. This is a very dynamic player, and he's really come into his own. You could tell that there was a confidence in him from spring training on into April of this month before he got hurt. So we need his intensity. We need his athleticism and his overall talent back in this lineup. I'm not sure when it's going to be, but we'll be finding out here what that timeline will be as soon as possible.
All right, Skip, I'll be down there at the ballpark a couple times during this homestand, so we'll see you then. Thanks for joining us on the program, and good luck against the Cardinals.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon. Yep.
All right. That's Torey Lovello, the skipper for your Arizona Diamondbacks. D-backs getting set to take on the Cardinals in a huge series at Chase Field. Get out to the ballpark. Support your Diamondbacks. This is a really big series for them. And, again, the Cardinals are a little bit ahead of them by 2 games in the loss column. You want to make up some ground right there if possible. LeBron James not ready to reveal his next team, but says it's going to be fun. We'll talk about him next and what Adam Silver said about the schedule not being released yet. That's all coming up right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello, brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
When the word alignment is said so many times over the course of 2 years, how are we in this situation where the roster is not necessarily constructed for the head coach?
Jarrett, it speaks to a question that a lot of, I think, Suns fans are asking. Is the return of Mark Williams, is the acquisition of Miles Bridges, is this back in the moment Matt Ishbia getting away from the careful building of what seemed to be alignment? That's what it feels like.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, because one of the best things I've ever did for myself was went to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and had LASIK surgery done. I didn't want to wear glasses and contact lenses. I had never worn them before, and I didn't want to wear them. Nothing against the guys that do wear them, like Kellen, but I didn't want to wear glasses and contact lenses. Here I am. I'll be 60 years old. Thanks to that LASIK surgery, I've never worn glasses, not even readers. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. Thanks to Dr. Jay Schwartz, a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns with locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Let him help you get that free thorough eye exam. Ask about the 2 years of interest-free financing. Nobody does it better. I highly recommend the best in the industry to fix your eyesight, because he can help you either reduce or eliminate your need for glasses or contact lenses. Give him a call at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bic. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
2 different companies can install exactly the same air conditioner, and it will perform entirely differently in your home. If not installed correctly, that system will break down often and die an agonizingly expensive death. At Gettle, we install air conditioners the right way, not the easy way. From measuring and adjusting the static pressure in the ducts to cleaning out the pre-existing copper lines, because it doesn't make any sense to install a new heart without cleaning out the arteries. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll. Social Poll.
I don't know the answer to this, so I'm going to ask. Is the social poll the same for all the shows?
Yes.
Yes.
It's the same.
Yep.
Because we used to have our own social poll.
Yeah, because I believe Bickley
now we share it?
Bickley and Murata was always using the website. I'm not sure if Wolf and Luke was doing the poll. You guys were using the website too, and then you guys were the unique ones, the hip ones, using your own on Twitter.com, a website that used to work.
Oh, it now just doesn't.
So now it's one question for all 3 shows.
Indeed.
Okay. I can live with it. I think I heard the question today. Is it like one of 5 people for something?
It absolutely 5 options, but
5 options. Okay, I heard this. I can't remember what it was, but I did hear it.
Well, Jamal's going to tell us, so that's very good.
I got up early. It was nice. I took Mr. Fred for a walk.
There you go.
I woke up early, and it was nice out, and so I took Mr. Fred, who's our dog. His name's Mr. Fred, and I took him for a walk, and he loved it. And I'm like, I went and got a bagel.
That's a phenomenal name, by the way.
Mr. Fred.
I love it.
Everybody says that. Everybody says, that's kind of cool. You call your dog Mr. Fred.
Yeah.
So Mr. Fred was a rescue. He was 10 years old. He was in a hoarding situation. Some lady had 45 dogs in a shed. And then the rescue came. She had a serious problem, and she called herself in on it. And then there's the rescue, this terrific rescue, came and took the dogs. And they named him after Fred Flintstone because he looked like Fred Flintstone because he's fat. He's got a fat little belly. He's a Chihuahua, but he's got a fat little belly. But man, he's the cutest thing. And my wife just fell in love with him. She fell in love with him from a picture. Said, "We're gonna go get this dog." And so we went there, and I said, "I do whatever my wife tells me to do." And he was 10 years old. And a lot of people don't give homes to dogs that are 10 years old because they need a lot of medical care, but they also need a lot of love. And I highly recommend giving an older dog a chance and give him a life and give him a home. And so she just continued to call him Fred, but instead she called him Mr. Fred. So his name is Mr. Fred.
We all love Mr. Fred. Jamal, awesome. What do we got?
I love Mr. Fred.
All right, we are asking today, who will be the D-backs' most impactful player post All-Star break? Your options are Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Eduardo Rodriguez, Gabriel Moreno, or other?
It has to be Ketel Marte because they need Ketel Marte to play better. They need Ketel Marte to play great. I'm going to go with Marte.
Ketel, because I'm confident that he is still the player that he was 2-3 years ago, and his first half was good, but he's not just good, he's incredible. So I expect him to be incredible in the second half.
I agree, but that is actually not who's leading the way. With 49% of the vote, Corbin Carroll is leading the vote. Ketel Marte is in second with 18%, then followed by Erod with 16%, then Gabby with 12%, and other with 5% of the vote.
Okay. There is our poll question, and you can vote on it on ArizonaSports.com. LeBron James is not going to make his free agency announcement today. He's going to drag it on a little bit longer as the NBA world waits with bated breath to find out where he's going to go. Is he going to go play with Steph? Is he going to go to Miami and team up with Giannis and Bam? Is he going to go back to Cleveland and have a farewell tour? A lot of people thought the decision would be by now, but he is saying we do not have an announcement to make just yet. This very much to me is LeBron does like to drag things out and be the center of attention. He probably knows where he's going to play. Like, how could he not know where he's going to play? And even Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, is starting to pressure him. He says that next season's schedule is on hold until LeBron makes his decision. We have to finish up the schedule, and where LeBron plays affects the schedule. Opening week, Christmas. So I need him to make a decision. So even the commissioner is trying to push LeBron to make his mind up.
I'm sure he wasn't really thrilled by this. Here is LeBron yesterday at Fanatics Fan Fest asking the attending crowd where they think he should go.
Where? What I hear? I heard Warriors. I heard Philly. This guy just told me to come to the Yankees. I'm like, they said New York Yankees. We'll see what happens.
So we had the Rich Paul whiteboard about a week ago. Now we've got LeBron in public playing up the crowd on where he thinks he should go. He's got a bunch of obligations. I think that's why we're waiting, because he's got to go to this Fan Fest thing today and yesterday. He's got
a lot of people thought he was going to announce it at Fan Fest.
Other apperances this weekend. This seemed like the
been
right
a good time,
pocket in terms of like the news cycle, because we've been talking about this. It's been a quiet week so far in general. There hasn't been like a major NBA development in like a week and a half outside of just extensions that we saw coming. So this was the time in the news cycle for him to have a firm grasp on it. World Cup will take it back this weekend, and then maybe at the start of next week is when he will announce it. I'd be surprised if he does it this weekend at this point, because again, all attention is going to be on the World Cup, and he's going to maximize the amount of eyeballs that he will get on this as well. He's probably going to show up at like Streamer U this weekend, I assume.
I'm surprised he's not there already.
Yeah, at Kai's thing. It's this whole streamer thing, this whole streaming thing right now that has like a couple million viewers right now.
Part of this is just him playing his ego out and just letting this go a little bit longer because he's the center of the attention. Everybody's talking about it.
Well, just like in the way that Silver is waiting on the schedule in order to maximize the amount of eyeballs that he can get on every single NBA game, LeBron is waiting to find the exact proper moment that he can have the most attention. They did not calculate that it would be yesterday or today. They're calculating that it's going to be next Monday or next Tuesday or maybe even this weekend as well. But whenever he does it, it is going to be when there is not a lot to talk about. It's just going to be about him.
So after the World Cup is over, and yeah, probably.
I thought it was going to be yesterday, but
they were hinting that it would be Fan Fest, that at this Fan Fest thing he would make his announcement. Now, Giannis is pushing for him, and Steph is pushing for him. I don't know if anybody on Cleveland is. Have you heard of anybody on Cleveland pushing for him to come back?
In terms of, like, I know that there was a screenshot. There was, like, one day LeBron was golfing, and then I think Donovan Mitchell and Max Strus both posted themselves at the golf course as well, so people thought that they were golfing together. That wasn't confirmed, but that's the level of sleuthing that it's at now. And, like, there's clips going around, like, Cleveland radio hosts being like, this is annoying, make up your mind. Like, we're tired of waiting. But you got to be on his time.
All right. When we come back, we will hit the 3 o'clock hour. We will talk a little bit about where the Cardinals' starting quarterback, if it's going to be that guy, ranks in the preseason quarterback rankings and why it's so low. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I spent years in professional football taking hits. Never backed down from anything, Basinonians, but living with teeth that are broken and falling apart, that wore me down in a way football never did. Every meal was a battle to smile. What a gamble that was. Listen, I got the All-on-4 implants. It really changed. It's a game changer. Eating what I want, smiling without thinking twice. Trust me, if you need this done, you want the best hands in the game, and that is Dr. Joe. That's right, at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. Over 3,000 full-mouth cases. 3,000, man. This is what he does day in and day out. Right now, Aria Dental is running their summer promotion, the All-on-4 with premium zirconia teeth, starting at $12,500 per arch. This deal will not last. Call now, 602-877-0429.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The second half of the season begins today for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The D-backs will be at home taking on the St. Louis Cardinals in their first series out of the break. Tonight, it will be Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Snakes. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to sources, the NFL has suspended Arizona Cardinals personal executive Ryan Gold indefinitely for violating the league's gambling policy. To read more about it, you can head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Mercury will also be in action tonight. They will be hosting former Mercury Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, this is Jared, and next week, Cardinals training camp begins. What will happen with the team's quarterback? Will Jacoby Brissett show up? Will Carson Beck impress? Will Gardner Minshew be more mustache than man? We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Monday on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
I was here for Skelton Cobb. And I kind of feel like we're in a similar situation here with Brissett, Minshew. Carson Beck's a little bit different, but I was here when they had, Kent Graham and they booed. They actually cheered him getting injured because it meant Jake Plummer was going to come into the game, and that's when they were playing at Sun Devil Stadium. And then Cobb, Skelton, the battle, it is what it is. We're in a situation right now where the starting quarterback, it should be Jacoby Brissett, but there is a contract dispute going on, and we'll see. If we get to camp next week and Brissett's not signed and he's not showing up, and then, now we got an issue because, there is a certain amount of time if you miss, you start to get behind the eight ball a whole lot. It is a new coach. It is a new coordinator. There are some new players, especially at running back, 2 of them. So you do want to get Jacoby in the fold as quickly as possible. The longer this drags out, the more chances that they do start somebody else that's not Jacoby Brissett. With that in mind, Sports Illustrated, Monday Morning Quarterback, they did their NFL preseason quarterback rankings. And no surprise here, there's only one team that is rated as having a worse quarterback than the Arizona Cardinals, and that's the Cleveland Browns, and they say Shedeur Sanders. Now, what they said is Cleveland debating whether to start Sanders or Watson should be a fireable offense, and then they talk about, the good news is Sanders has a new offensive-minded coach in Munkin, an emerging star and second-year tight end Harold Fannin Jr., a pair of top 50 picks at wide receiver in Boston and Concepcion. And then they mentioned the Cardinals at number 31. Jacoby Brissett is ranked number 31, the 31st best starting quarterback. Now, the interesting part is it does say if the new backfield of Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier works out, maybe Brissett can surprise. They mentioned that although he was 1-11 last year, he had decent top-line numbers for a team that won 3 games. He had 23 touchdowns and only 8 interceptions. So those numbers were pretty good. Obviously, he did a great job getting Michael Wilson involved in the offense. I like him. I don't know why I always have my phone on. I got to put that thing on silent. I like Jacoby Brissett. I like him as a backup that can come in and spell the team for 3, 4, 5 games. But as a starting quarterback to play all 16 or 17, you're probably not going to go very far with Jacoby Brissett. Now, again, he did some really good things for the offense last year that Kyler couldn't do. Number 1, he got Michael Wilson involved. Number 2, he went down the field. Kyler never went down the field. I asked Kyler about it last year around this time, about the lack of downfield passing and not going downfield. He seemed to hint that it was more of, that's how they want me to play. But when Jacoby got the opportunity, he did throw the ball downfield. You saw a lot more downfield passing attack with some of their wide receivers. So, but no surprise here that Jacoby Brissett comes in ranked number 31.
No, and this was always going to be the expectation of the post-Kyler Murray era. They should have moved on from Kyler Murray. But with that said, you were going to enter quarterback purgatory, and we'll see how many years the Cardinals are here. And as long as you're in quarterback purgatory, you're going to remain around this range of teams. You're going to remain around the Browns, the Panthers, the Jets, the Dolphins, the Falcons, the Raiders. You're going to be down here for a while until you find a guy, and maybe it is a guy that is not going to rank as highly on the list. Like Kyler Murray himself on this list is 21st on the list. Like that's where the Cardinals would have been on this list with Kyler as their quarterback. It's not too much higher, but it is like a certain level of standing and a certain level of foundation that you can take in for your team. You can't take any in when you're ranked 31st on this list as well, and we'll see how long it takes for them to get out of this position as well. And that's the thing about Jacoby is that he put up some numbers, but you watched those games and you watched his ability to help the Cardinals win football games, and I don't disagree with his list at all. It seems like exactly where he should be.
Yeah, it is what it is. At some point, I think we're going to see Carson back. If we don't, then something went really right. I don't think wrong. Something went really right if you don't see Carson back. Not wrong. If something went wrong, it's like they're going to lose a lot of football games. They lose a lot of football games, they got to play Carson back. The only way you don't see Beck is if this team surprisingly shocks the world. And, like, we can't play Carson Beck. Well, why? Jacoby Brissett is lighting it up. There are offensive weapons on this team. Trey McBride is one of the best tight ends in football, either the first or the second best tight end in football. Michael Wilson is emerging wide receiver who could be an all-pro candidate. I mean, he's very, very good. The running back room with Love and Algier is so much better than it's been in previous years. So there's a lot to like about the offensive weapons. We'll see about the offensive line. Ciamalo coming in, Basantis coming in could really help them. I saw a thing today that said Paris Johnson could be a first-time Pro Bowl player because Paris Johnson's good. Maybe he makes the Pro Bowl. So if everything clicks and Jacoby plays well, maybe this offense actually surprises. If they surprise and they win some games, they're not going to change the quarterback. If they're 5-5 or 4-4, there's not going to be talk about playing Carson Beck. There's going to be talk about, well, can we keep this going? Because that would be a real shock to people. Everybody's expecting this team's going to win 3 or 4 football games.
Is 7 or 8 wins to you in that type of season better than taking out, losing 2 to 3 games and getting a quarterback?
I think that's a terrible situation to be in. I think if you're going to win 8 games, you probably don't see a lot of Carson Beck, and then it's hard to judge him because you've won enough games to play Brissett, and you'd probably be fighting for a playoff spot. And then you don't know what you have in Beck, and you obviously aren't going to have a top 5 pick, so then you're stuck with Carson Beck, who you don't know anything about. This is me. I'm of the belief that the best thing that could happen for them is another tough season that puts them in a position to, number one, evaluate Carson Beck, and number 2, be in a position to draft a replacement, a quarterback that could be the number 1 or number 2 pick. It is what it. Carson Beck was a 3rd-round pick. Like, we can't forget that. He was not a 1st-round pick. He was not a top 10 pick. He was not a top 15 pick. He was a 3rd-round pick. He may be good. I don't know. But the best scenario for them is to be able to evaluate Beck, but then also have a top 5 pick. Now, if Beck plays great and you lose a lot of games and you say, I got this pick, I don't want to take a quarterback, then it's fine. But I still would like to be in a position to where they will have a top 5 pick and an opportunity to draft one of the best quarterbacks in the 2027 class.
If that situation develops and Beck is the guy and you don't take a quarterback, you just need to be sure. So you can't have Beck only play 3 or 4 games, right?
No, it's got to be 5, 6.
You need to play him for more than a month to get a really firm idea that this is your guy and it's worth passing on.
And if they suck, they will play him. I mean, that's the problem with, some people don't want to pay Brissett, and the Cardinals might not want to pay Brissett. It's like we don't expect that you're going to be here a long time. We expect we're going to have to play. We want to play Carson Beck, but still, I still think they need to get something done. It's getting to the frustrating point right now that nothing is done. But I like Carson Beck coming in with 6 games left in the season. I think that's a perfect spot right there. He gets to sit, he gets to learn, he gets to watch, gets to improve. Then you play him with 6 games left. You see what you have. If you're still losing games and you have a top 5 pick and you want to take a quarterback, you take a quarterback.
Commanders game was your pick, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, because 12? It would leave them with 5 home games out of 6. Mm-hmm. It would leave them with a bye week. So Carson Beck would have 5 home games out of 6. He'd have a bye week to work through. And he would also avoid the great defenses in the league that could sack him 7 or 8 times in a game. You avoid Seattle. You avoid the Rams. Like, you avoid the Broncos. So if you look at the schedule, the best defenses are all before the final 6 games. And you don't have to go on the road in a tough environment at Arrowhead and play against Patrick Mahomes. You get 5 home games, a lot of soft landings, some bad teams in there, right? The Jets are in there, the Raiders are in there, the Commanders are in there. I think that's a perfect spot to give the kid the best chance to succeed. I want to set him up for success, not failure.
Exactly. This might be too unfair of me to say, especially about a third-round pick, but part of me actually wants to see him play at least one of those defenses just because the outcome here is if this is your guy, you need to be sure. And how sure can you be if this is your guy if he's only playing against bad defenses? That would be my counter to that and why I've suggested a week like Dallas, like in week 8. So then he goes at Seattle, gets the Rams, and then gets the soft part of the schedule. So even if he looks a little bit lost against elite defenses, he does get to recover against those defenses. But I do agree, you need to set him up for success in some kind of way, but I also do want to see him get tested quite a bit as well.
The Diamondbacks are going to open up the second half of season against the St. Louis Cardinals. They're fighting for their playoff lives as well. We'll give you some of the storylines that defined the Arizona Cardinals opponent. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, Dave Burns here. They're changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. Instead of piling up fees and watching your hard-earned cash disappear, Global helps members keep more of what they earn. Last year alone, they helped members save over $194 million through better rates and fewer fees. That is real money staying in your pocket. Being a member comes with perks, too. With early payday, you could access your paycheck up to 3 days in advance, giving you flexibility when you need it most. And if you ever have a question or need help, Global offers 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support, something you just don't see at many banks these days. Joining is simple. You can sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 branches to experience it for yourself. I'm a member myself, and I can honestly say it feels good to have a financial partner that actually has your back. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Ready. Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate
did you know you can donate real estate too?
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Tim's hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Arizona Diamondbacks able to shut down home run derby champion Jordan Walker and pick up some big wins over the St. Louis Cardinals? We're reacting to the series Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
London's calling. This is the Clash, right? I'm going to say this is the Clash, Jamal. Is that right? You don't know.
That is absolutely correct.
The Clash, who sang Rock the Cash Bar, or as we used to say, Rock the Cash Bar. We never know what it said. Weird song, the Rock the Cash Bar. Sharif don't like it. It was really a hard song to understand back in my day. But we all liked it, and we all sang it, but we didn't know what it meant. All right, the Diamondbacks are getting set to take on the Cardinals. They are playing for their lives, too. I heard them mention Jordan Walker. Luis Gonzalez was on this morning with the guys, and he was talking about the home run derby, and Mitch was like, you were in the home run derby. I was like, yeah, he won it. Gonzo was talking about the differences with the home run derby and having guys come out and rush a Gatorade to you in a towel, because now it's not, it's not time. You get your swings, and I do think that that's a good change for the home run derby. It worked out very well, but you're going to face Jordan Walker. He won the home run derby. He hit 6 straight home runs to end up winning it, and you face a Cardinal team that has some good production. You mentioned Weatherholt earlier, Herrera, Burleson, Walker. These guys are good. They rank 15th in the major leagues in runs scored. Their offense has been hit or miss at times. They got Nootbaar back in June. That's been good. He's been a good player for them. The big question for them is the pitching.
Yep.
Their pitching rotation has the 4th best ERA in the National League, and most baseball fans can't even tell you who any of their starters are because there are a lot of unknowns. Michael McGreevy leads the rotation with a 3.10 ERA. Kyle Leahy's got a 3.73 ERA. The kid that's pitching tonight, he's tied for 4th in the majors with 10 wins. How do you say? Is it Palante or Palante?
Palante.
That's what I thought it was.
Palante.
And then Dustin May, former Dodger, he's been terrific for them. So that's the big thing for them. Like their pitching has really, their offense has been mediocre, but their starting pitching has been really good for them, and they've been a surprise team in baseball this year. Nobody expected that. They're definitely a year or two ahead of schedule for where they're supposed to be, contending for a playoff spot right now.
Yeah, and you can see it with this rotation as well. You were kind of mentioning like no one knowing who these guys are, and that's because they've kind of been not lower end prospects within the Cardinals system, but they haven't been like the hyped up like top 10 prospects in baseball. Of course, the name here locally we'll be the most familiar with is the big lefty, Matthew Liberatore out of Mountain Ridge High School, the rival of my Sandra Day O'Connor High School.
Oh, that was your rival?
Up there in North Phoenix. The old Mountain Lions, yeah.
Oh, you hated them, huh?
Used to have some wars with the Eagles back in the day. Liberatore has actually been a bit of a letdown this year. Career ERA of 4.71 for him through 139 games. This year, the ERA sits at 5. But you look at Leahy, he's in his 4th year with the Cardinals in his late 20s right now, having a great year, like you said. Palante in his 5th year with the Cardinals in his late 20s. And then McGreevy is the guy in his 3rd year in his mid-20s right now. So to your point, this is a team that you're probably going to want to get to know if you're a Diamondbacks fan and you watch some National League baseball a little bit. Like, about the Mason Winns and the Alec Burlesons and Lars Nootbaars. Like, these guys have been around for a handful of years for this team contributing. Jordan Walker you knew about a couple of years ago because he was one of the worst freaking players in baseball, and now he's one of the best players in baseball and one of the best stories in baseball because of that. So there are some names here that you get to know, like Weatherholt too, but the pitching, Gambo, is one of those things where they just had enough arms in their system that worked out, and then you add Dustin May in free agency, and all of a sudden you've got one of the better rotations in the National League. Some teams, when you can develop internal pitching, man, it is a game changer for your organization.
They're somewhat similar to the Diamondbacks, right? We've seen the Diamondbacks go for Waldschmidt out of the minors, and Tommy Troy and LeJames Groover, and we've seen them reach into the minor leagues to grab players to help them. The St. Louis Cardinals have done the same thing. Jimmy Crooks, Blaze Jordan, Brian Torres, Luis Gastelum. These are guys that, and there could be others, they're talking about, the outfielder Joshua Baez, who's a top prospect for them, number 3 in the Cardinals system. They're talking about their left-handed pitcher, Quinn Matthews, that he could be coming up and playing a little bit. Baez in AAA, he leads all AAA hitters with 28 home runs. And then Matthews, over his last 8 starts, has an ERA of 1.87. So they're looking at the trade deadline and saying, are we better off trying to trade, or do we got a couple of guys right now that can come up and help us? So they're, I think, in a similar situation to the Diamondbacks when it comes to what are they going to do with the trade deadline. Same thing with Arizona. 16, 17 games left. Time's running out for the front office to figure out, are you a buyer or a seller? I know the Diamondbacks feel that their fate may be in the guys that are returning from injury. The Cardinals, they've got some issues that they've got to address, especially third base. But they have a long-term vision, so they don't want to trade any of their top prospects. Yeah. Where the Diamondbacks are more open to trading some of their top prospects if they're able to get a controllable player back.
The golden question for St. Louis when we're going to be evaluating over the next 2 weeks on our show and on the stations as well is about, on the shows across our station, the Pirates, the Nationals, the Cardinals. Are they going to buy? Are they going to compete with the Diamondbacks to that level and be buyers? The big question here for all 3 of these teams, Gambo, is are they going to spend, and do they have the freedom to spend? The St. Louis Cardinals are 26th in payroll. They're at $94 million. The Nationals are 27th in payroll. They're at $94 million as well. And then the Pirates are 24th at $102 million. You look at the Cardinals, Gambo, they only have one player on their roster making 8 figures, and it's Dustin May making $12.5 million right now. But the big but here is they're paying $22 million right
Nolan
now. Arenado. $20 million to Sonny Gray, and another $4 for Wilson Contreras. All players that they have traded that were on bigger salaries for them as well. So they have the amount of money to spend if they want to go get a guy that's on a bloated salary, but do they have that freedom within their ownership group, and do they think they're good enough? Or to your point, we have a fun young team. We know we're going to be the same group next year.
They don't want to give those guys up. They don't want to trade them.
Why give up any of these prospects? We don't really need to push too big. Even if we make a push, we're not going to make a World Series run out of nowhere. So I would be really surprised if they did anything to that degree. What they're going to do is continue to develop and extend these guys. Weatherholt got that massive 8-year, $112 million deal. They're going to identify who are the guys that they need to extend, like the Jordan Walkers, like the Mason Winns, and so on.
Yeah, weren't supposed to be a playoff team this year. Weren't expecting to even complete for the playoffs, but the young guys have played so well. So now, do you reward the team and try to add a player to help them? If they could do it without subtracting any of the key guys, they may do it. The Diamondbacks, on the other hand, when it comes to the trade deadline, as we discussed yesterday, they are limited because if you trade for a player making good money, you're giving up 2 or 3 prospects. You're not giving up much salary if you give up any salary at all, and that's an area where the Diamondbacks just may not be able to do it. So that's where I worry about the Diamondbacks. I think if they do trade for players, it's probably got to be players that are cost effective. I don't think they're going to go trade for a guy who's still got $8 million left on his contract this year that they've got to pay, because I just don't know that they could add that much salary to the mix. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about your Phoenix Suns. The over and under, where does that put them in the West, and where are they ranked in the power rankings, and should they be higher? We'll talk about that next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive. Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Hey, homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol, sell Mr. Grant price and possession.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
Every summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, we have employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months on new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Employee pricing for everyone and 0% APR for 60 months for well-qualified buyer. Must finance with GM Financial. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by August 3rd, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and pay.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The second half of the season begins today for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The D-backs will be at home taking on the St. Louis Cardinals in their first series out of the break. Tonight, it will be Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Snakes. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to sources, the NFL suspended Arizona Cardinals personnel executive Ryan Gold indefinitely for violating the league's gambling policy. To read more about it, you can head on over to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Mercury will also be in action tonight. They will be hosting former Mercury Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule your consultation.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Arizona Cardinals exceed everybody's expectations in 2026? We'll be getting you ready for training camp Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's crazy. Training camp Monday. My kid starts school next week. It feels like he just got out. Senior year for the last two in the family. The son and daughter start. Yeah.
That's the time of year that always sneaks up on us, is like once we go through this like slight lull where it's just about only baseball, then wham, we're in training camp. College football is a month and change away.
Yeah.
Insane.
Brooke and Quinton start senior year like this next week.
Oh
I can't believe it's crazy. I always thought the dumbest thing Arizona does is, why would you go to school in July and August? Why wouldn't you start in September? Like, it's 115 degrees out. You got to probably run the school AC like so much. Like, why would you have all these crazy high electricity bills in July and August? Why wouldn't you just start school in September like most everybody else does? I mean, it never made any sense to me. So I think it's one of the most ass-backwards thing this state does. You start school in the middle of July. Why? Why? Why would you, like in August? It's freaking hot in August.
Yeah, it wasn't that way when I was a kid growing up.
Start September 7th and end in June. The first week in June.
Yeah, we were like mid to late August, I want to say. Maybe even start of September. I don't remember. But when I was in elementary school 25 years ago, yeah, it was a different deal. Desert Sage Elementary. Shout out the Geckos.
The Geckos.
Yeah.
The Geckos.
We're big time over there.
You are big time. All right, let's talk a little bit about your Phoenix Suns. We were talking about the over-under on the Phoenix Suns. We'll talk about power rankings in a second here. Just wanted to see if it's about right. The over-under on Phoenix, well, you sent it to me at 38.5 wins.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Has it changed?
It's there still right now. That's where FanDuel has it. Other sites may have them like a win higher, a win lower, but that's right about where they're at right now. But the thing that I find the most interesting is not the number per se, Gambo, but the teams that are ahead of them, and then that it has them ninth in the Western Conference, which feels low to me. Feels low to me after they proved a lot wrong with that number last year.
They won 45 basketball games last year. If they dropped to 38.5, 38, if they would drop to under 40,
yeah,
that would be a huge step backwards and a disappointment for the organization, barring like major injuries. Like without major injuries, like the plan for the Phoenix Suns is very simple. They're not going to try to win a championship this year, but they're going to try to get better. Can we take that next step? Can we make sure that we're not... Minnesota got the final playoff spot before the play-in with 49 wins. The Suns won 45 games last year, and they were 7th. And what their goal is to improve by a little bit. Can they win 4 or 5 more games? Can they get to 49 or 50 wins? Can they get out of the play-in and lock in a top 6 seed? I think if they do that, they would deem the season a success. But if you're talking about an over-under at under 40, that would be a step back. That would be like, okay, something went wrong here. What is it? Because they want to improve a little bit this next year, and then try to make that jump the following year. By that time, another season for Malawash and Fleming and Koa Pete and Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green, and they'll change the roster a little bit. They always do. Mm-hmm. But that would be not this season coming up, but the next season would be where they wanted to try to make that a little bit more. But this season, the jump is try to win 4 or 5 more games. So let's talk about that. If they win 4 more games, they're at 49.
Yeah.
The over-under's at 39. If that was right, that's a 10-game difference.
Yes.
That would be a major disappointment to this organization if they fell far like that.
100%. I'm lower on than most on next year and just the moves that they made this season, but I'm still going to predict them to finish above 500. Like, you can look at everything that they did last year, and that's the thing that I'm going to be grappling with over the next couple of months and leading up to that time of year when we put numbers and predictions on things is you look at last year and they got just about the best outcome possible out of this roster through a ton of injuries and won 45 games. So if they get a little bit more injury luck and they do the same thing again in terms of getting the most out of this roster possible, then they could push for 50 for sure. It's really interesting to me that on FanDuel you've got the Thunder, the Spurs, the Nuggets, the Timberwolves, and the Rockets kind of in their own tier, 47 wins or more. They have the Lakers at 44.5, which, okay, that sounds about fine. How about the Blazers at 43.5? Vegas right now scores the Blazers 5 wins better than the Suns. I don't know if I see that. That's a tough one.
I don't know if I see that either. I've talked about the Jazz a little bit. Like I was looking at.
Now they have the Jazz 4 wins worse than the Suns, that doesn't make sense either. They have the Jazz at 34.5. They have the Dallas around there too. It seems like Vegas is very undecided on like outside of the top 5 in the West. They don't really have a good feel for it at all right now.
They did a thing on ranking all 30 NBA teams ahead of this season. They had the Suns ranked 17th. And it says Miles Bridges and Luke Kennard bring offensive firepower while the Suns retain Mark Williams plus Goodwin and Gillespie. They added scoring punch without losing key rotation pieces, giving them depth they lacked last season. The Suns aren't contenders, but they're deep enough to fight for a play-in spot in the crowded West. Well, that's what they were last year. Again, their goal is to not be in the play-in. But if I look at them at 17, here's the teams in the West that they have ahead of them. The Lakers, 1. The Rockets, 2. The Nuggets, 3. The Timberwolves, 4. The Spurs, 5. And the Thunder, 6. So they would have the Suns as the 7th best team, which, again, right outside of where they want to be. But it also puts them ahead of the Blazers, the Jazz, and the Warriors. So they have them a little bit ahead of those teams. Mm-hmm. But as you know, take health out of it. I think they're better positioned. Now there are factors because some of the teams from last year won't be as good and some will be better, and you never know. But take health out of it. I think they've set themselves up to be better. The younger guys should be able to contribute a little bit more. You do lose Grayson, who didn't play a whole lot, and Royce is getting older, but you add Bridges and you add Kennard. Bridges does give you something that you did not have last year. So that was a weakness for them. And then as you've talked about a few times, they are more positioned to play bigger this year than last year. Last year they had to play small a lot and it hurt them defensively. They're better positioned to play bigger this year with the talent that they have on their roster.
We could theoretically see a Malawach-Iguodaro front court for like a couple of minutes a game, but see that, and then with Fleming at the 3. Like, think about how big that freaking lineup is as well. It's interesting. So going through, I want to go back to Portland because John Moran and Dame is going to be their starting backcourt. Apparently, they're going to run Kamara, Avdia, and Klingon, and then that was the reporting coming out of that John Moran trade that he's going to start alongside Damian Lillard. That means that Drew Holiday's coming off the bench. That means Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharpe are coming off the bench. They've been my team to watch for the last 2 weeks in terms of another trade coming. It doesn't seem like Drew fits on that team anymore, but again, we haven't had anything happen in the league in like the last week plus, and I think all of that is waiting on and contingent on LeBron's decision. Then we're going to see a couple of other moves take place. Is there a team outside of, we've talked about Utah a bit on the show. We obviously like them. If we had
I like the Jazz. I like the Jazz.
That would be a good one. They're going to win more than
with
35
Jaren Jackson Jr. and Markkanen and Peterson, and then I like Bailey a little bit and George. Like, they're a talented team. I do think that Portland's intriguing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Dame didn't play last year, and then Ja. What is Ja? Ja's not the same player he was when he came in the league, but can a change of scenery help him? I like the big kid that protects the ring, Donovan Klingon.
Yeah.
He's a good rim protector, so I like him. I've always loved Avia. Like, he's a good player.
Well, that's the fun part.
I like Sharpe. I think Sharpe's a good player. I think that could be a fun team to watch. But man, you're putting a lot of. I just don't know if that backcourt with those two guys that are both ball dominant, can that backcourt work?
Is it still Avdia's team now? Or is it going to become Ja's team? Or is it going to be Ja and Dame's team? Or is it going to be Dame's team still? It should still be Avdia's team because he's their best player by far.
Best player.
He's still easily the best player. We skated by this a little bit yesterday. I wanted to revisit it today. Dallas, they've got Kyrie back. They've got Cooper Flagg. They brought in Santi Aldama in a trade. They drafted Morez Johnson in the top 10 as well. Derek Lively's health is still up in the air for next year in terms of the nasty foot injuries that he's had. Clay's back as well. Are you buying them as like a sleeper to join the play-in thing at all, or are they not deep enough for you?
No. I don't know if I would be surprised if Clay ends the season there. I mean, Kyrie, I like Kyrie. The Suns at one point liked Kyrie and tried to get Kyrie. I would not buy them. I would not buy them as a team that can compete for a playoff spot this year. Flag was great.
Yeah, sure.
But I do think that they're just lacking. They need more talent.
Yeah.
And I like Lively. At that time, there was a time when they had all those bigs, and Lively was one of them. I was like, they had Gafford, and they had Lively, and I was like, wow, they got some size. And remember when they pushed for the playoffs and they made it? It was like, do we even want to make the playoffs? And they pushed for the playoffs, and they ended up making the playoffs. And Anthony Davis was playing in games. I'm like, should he even play? So there is talent on the roster, but not enough for me to be ahead of Portland. And I think, again, we talked about where does LeBron end up? Does he end up in Miami and Philly and East, or does he go to Golden State and change the dynamic there a little bit?
And it was really important, I think, for us to briefly expand on those couple of teams, because the point is, I think there's a concrete top 5 or 6 if you want to include the Lakers like that rankings did. After this, there's huge questions in Dallas, huge questions in Portland, huge questions in Golden State. All of these teams that the Suns are going to be competing with, like a Utah or even like a Memphis, if they really surprise for some reason over there. The Clippers are expected to take a big step down. All these teams are dealing with huge question marks, and the Suns have by far the most continuity and the most concrete foundation out of all these teams that made major changes so far.
There has been a suspension in the NFL for violating the gambling policy, and it comes from someone associated with the Arizona Cardinals. We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
So much of what is going on with the Arizona Cardinals right now is about these players, these young guys developing. What if Will Johnson just suddenly became a shutdown corner? Walter Nolan, what if he is destined to be one of the best 3 techniques in the National Football League? What happens if these guys develop so quickly and profoundly that suddenly the Arizona Cardinals start winning games? Is that a possibility? Yes.
I think, yeah, that's a possibility.
You know what? I know there's guys out there, you're going to be laughing at that. That's fine. Laugh all you want, man, because I've seen it happen.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Every day, I always spend a little bit of time just reading investment information, financial investment. I want to make sure that I'm prepared, that I understand what my financial advisor is talking about when we go through my plan on how to take out the money and how to spend the money and how to have a tax plan. And I use a guy named Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. He's done a great job for me, helping me with my portfolio, helping put me in a position of strength so I can retire on my terms, so I can do the things that I want to do when I retire. A lot of people find themselves having to work longer in life than they wanted to. They want to retire at 62 and they work till 65 or 67 or sometimes even 70 because they did not make the right decisions when they were younger. It is imperative to make the right decisions when you're younger. The money you save, the compounding interest, the more time it has to grow and double and triple, you want to make sure you're working with somebody that can help you every step of the way. And that's why I recommend to you contacting Stuart Willis, local, 5 locations in the Valley, Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call him at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN. Or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
On Sunday, July 19th, the D-backs take on the St. Louis Cardinals. And the first 5,000 kids to the game will receive a Baxter Ears cap, courtesy of Honeywell Aerospace. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-900-1717. 800-900-1717. 800-900-1717.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
All right, there's talking baseball, and there's trading baseball, not the deadline or baseball cards. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world. Kalshi, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Again, you can trade every baseball game on Kalshi, even the All-Star events, futures. Hey, at last check in the American League, the Yankees trading at 32% to play in the championship this October, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $300 if they win. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. There's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports. One word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports. One word on the Kalshi app. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning. We'll have a World Cup champion and we'll know how the Diamondbacks fared in a very important weekend series against the Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I was going to spend this segment talking about Roger Goodell and the NFL trying to take over the world. They're going to play 10 international games this year. They've got 9 international games scheduled in 7 countries and on 4 continents. And during a recent interview at this Fanatics Fest, this Fan Fest thing, Goodell talked about the one international market that he wanted to crack, and that is Japan. He wants to play a game in Japan. So they've talked about that they played games in Tokyo in the past, and but Japan. They want to conquer Japan. Regular season football in Japan hasn't been seen before. They played at the Tokyo Dome a dozen times from 89 to 2005, so it wouldn't be new. But a regular season game in Japan has not happened. They used to do a thing called the American Bowl game, preseason matchups that were late July or early August. But I'm not going to talk about that. I gave it a brief mention there. The NFL has suspended the Arizona Cardinals personnel executive Ryan Gold indefinitely for violating the league's gambling policy. The league said today that its investigation determined that Gold provided confidential, non-public, inside information regarding the 2026 draft selections by the Cardinals before the picks were announced, and that he also participated in parlay bets on NFL and college games. They did not say who he provided the information to, but they made it clear that their gambling policy has been violated. The Cardinals issued a statement saying that the policies the NFL has and the expectations for all employees are clear, comprehensive, and consistently communicated. We fully support the league's decision in this matter, which involves a single employee. Our focus remains on preparing for the start of training camp next week and the 2026 season. This guy's been with the Cardinals for 13 years.
Scout, yeah.
Promoted to director of college scouting in June 2025. Is this a black guy for the Cardinals? No, it's an isolated incident with one guy. Isolated incident with one guy that pushed it a little bit too far and tried to use some of the inside information he had to make his friends money or make him money. This stuff happens. It sucks. You can sit there and you want to blame the Cardinals for it. I don't know what you could do. There are people inside that information that have inside information, and you make it very clear to everybody that information You can't be involved in gambling and stuff like that. And this guy, obviously was. He provided confidential, non-public information regarding draft picks before the picks were announced. And maybe his people to friends that he had, and maybe they went and they bet on him or something like that, and they made money off of it, and it got found out.
And maybe they even didn't. The story in the investigation doesn't say necessarily that his friends bet on that stuff. You would assume, and it's implied that they did, but just to be clear, the story doesn't say that. The problem is that when they looked into this, they also found that he had parlay bets in the NFL and the college games. That's a no-no when you work in the league in any facet as well. But it's just
the NFL players can do it, right? NFL players, but not league or club staff, are allowed to legally place bets on other sports as long as they are off club property and are not traveling with the team. They're also allowed to take part in traditional fantasy football leagues. Prize money cannot exceed $250 and legally gamble at casinos on personal time. That is the league policy.
The leaking of who the Cardinals are going to select is such a funny thing because you think like 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, it would be like a funny thing with like your group text of boys from back home to be like, you guys are never going to believe who we're going to draft in the second round. It's just kind of this fun little thing where you would give your friends like the inside information just so they could feel a part of it and it would feel cool to give them. But now we live in this world where you could tell your buddy and then he could know for sure that you are going to take, I'm completely blanking on Jeremiah Love. I couldn't think of Jeremiah. They took Jeremiah Love third. So if he got that information 5 minutes before the pick came out, he could go put $5,000 on Jeremiah Love going to the Cardinals at 3 and make a couple grand because his friend told him this when there could just be his friend being like, isn't this cool? We're going to take a running back and shock the world. It's crazy. Just talking to his buds, like just a fun little thing.
It's crazy.
And that's the world we live in with all of this information that we have now. Like the people can profit off of this as well. Like you got to be careful who you tell this stuff to if you're telling anyone this kind of stuff at all.
I had a guy that messaged me on Twitter, said, hey, when you're done, I'm going to take you out to dinner because I've made a lot of money just on betting stuff that you talk about. And
they're looking for anything, man. Any kind of edge that these people can find, they're looking for it.
I always, every time you talk about something that something could happen or is not going to happen, I guess you could bet all of these things. I don't gamble. I don't gamble. No. I've never once laid a bet on a sporting event. I've never done it. So I've never had an app. I've never made a bet. There's a time I used to collect money back in my day from people at bet. That was my first job.
Now, were you getting the money first, or did you have to get the people to give you the money?
In a nutshell, when I worked for the Castellano family,
allegedly,
I had to go pick up debts.
Allegedly. And people who allegedly might not have paid on time allegedly would allegedly now have to give you the money allegedly because you allegedly would get them to give you the money allegedly. That's such a great
I carry around a lot of envelopes, and I'd have to bring it all back.
You had like that you would stuff them in your jacket?
I had a lot of envelopes in my members-only jacket. Sick. Yeah, the members-only jacket.
Man, this is the world we live in. It's crazy because that was how you had to bet back in the day. Like you would just find your bookie and just kind of like 20, 30 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago. Now I can go. We have a minute left in this segment, and I could place a bet here in 10 seconds if I had the FanDuel app. Like I could just go bang, 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 bang.
I don't remember it, but they used to use these like they print out like 100 or 150, 200 of these little things, and you would like use your pencil to pick the games, and you pick 3 or 5 or 10. It would tell you if you get 3 right, you can win this. You get 5 right, you can win this. You get 7 out of 7, or if you get 10 out of 11, you can win this. And it was just a sheet of paper with all the games and the spreads, and you would just use your pencil, and you would that's how it was done. And then you would hand it in, and you'd write how much you were betting on each one. But I don't gamble. But I don't think this is a massive deal. I know it's front page. It's on ESPN.com, and there's a big story about it. NFL suspends Cardinals executive. Isolated incident. One guy that did the wrong thing, and he's been suspended, and that's it. I know a lot of people like to bash the Cardinals and look for every reason to knock the Cardinals about. And there's a lot of things you can knock them about, right? Report cards every year that come out, but this is just one guy that knew the rules and didn't play by the rules.
And based on the way this team's been drafted in the last decade, maybe it was a good idea to get rid of a scout anyway. You know what I'm saying, Jamal? Oh, my goodness.
When we come back, Jamal's going to tell you everything that's going on in the world of sports. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live
streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan. As a Marine veteran and owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, I'm reminded of the values that make this country great. Hard work, service, and taking care of your neighbors. As America celebrates 250 years of freedom, Precision is offering up to $2,500 off a new AC unit. Freedom from interest with 0% financing for 60 months and freedom from payments until 2027. Precision Air and Plumbing. Veteran owned. Make the precision decision today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sideline sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager. I see. Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right. I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs. Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement. And your fees? We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hired them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The second half of the season begins today for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The D-backs will be at home taking on the St. Louis Cardinals in their first series out of the break. Tonight, it will be Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Snakes. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to sources, the NFL has suspended Arizona Cardinals personnel executive Ryan Gold indefinitely for violating the league's gambling policy. To read more about it, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Mercury will also be in action tonight. They will be hosting former Mercury Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. Details at casinoarizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
And just like that, we are halfway through the show. So what happens? Jamal puts his hoodie up. He's got a little hoodie up and he's ready to go because we've got the 4 o'clock reset. A lot of stuff going on in the world of sports. Baseball resumes for the Arizona Diamondbacks today at home against the St. Louis Cardinals in a huge series. Get on down to the ballpark this weekend. But we'll turn it over to Jamal and let him get us caught up on all the big stories going on.
Speaking of baseball, Gambo, the D-backs are back on the field tonight. Like you mentioned, they will be on their road to the wild card spot, and it starts tonight against somebody they're competing against directly for that wild card spot in the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah, Merrill Kelly takes the mound. He's coming off of a couple good starts, so hopefully Merrill will get it done tonight. You want to win this series. You got 2 games separating you and the Cardinals right now. You want to make that ground up, and winning this series would help an awful lot.
Just got to take care of business against the dangerous hitters in their lineup. There's only a few, but there are a few. J.J. Weatherholt, Jordan Walker, Ivan Herrera, Alec Burleson. There's a handful, but if you get down to the bottom half of their order, like the Diamondbacks, there's not much to worry about down there.
And in some unfortunate news today, according to sources, the NFL has suspended Arizona Cardinals personnel executive Ryan Gold indefinitely for violating the league's gambling policy.
Yeah, isolated incident. It's one guy that gave out information that he shouldn't have and was betting on some parlays, which is against the rules, and so he gets suspended. And the Arizona Cardinals released a statement. It's, I know it's headlines right now. An executive suspended from the Arizona Cardinals. He was a scout, and he had worked his way up the ladder for 12 years. Obviously, he was aware of what he was doing. Every team out there makes it very clear what you can and what you can't do. And he did something that he shouldn't have done, and he has been suspended.
Can't tell people that stuff. You just can't tell people that kind of extremely confidential information in the gambling age that we have. I'm sure every single year a Cardinals employee and NFL employees given some kind of like we have our own training that we go through every year here at the station. They have their own training for gambling and the information that you can't tell other people. This has been hammered to everyone in that organization, I'm sure.
But then it was he was also betting, right, as well?
Yes, as well, yeah.
Parlays, which I think is against the rules.
Very big no-no. This is the last show before Sunday. There are 2 games left in this World Cup, one of which is the final. Spain, Argentina. Who wins on Sunday?
I'm going to pick Spain. I know Argentina's been phenomenal at coming back and winning these games and their ability to score late and in stoppage time after 80 minutes, after 90 minutes, in stoppage time has been tremendous. But I'm going to pick Spain to win it.
Spain is on a legendary run right now as a defensive team, and as we've seen from Argentina, they only become a threat as an offensive team once they have given up a goal. So I think that Spain is going to score first in this match. It's just a matter if, much like Gambo highlighted yesterday, that late magic that Argentina and from Argentina when they turn into a completely different team offensively, but Spain will dictate this. They will control this. Argentina is really going to have to pull out something to become the team ahead in this game. They're going to be chasing it all game long. I'm going to go with Spain. Sorry, Jamal. Yesterday's question was, who do we want to win? We want to see Argentina win so you can get your baked goods, but we think Spain's going to win. Sorry.
Yeah, I think if Spain scores first, it's going to be hard for Argentina to come back from that.
I don't know, but if Spain decides, with 10 minutes left in the game, to kind of pack it in and just play defense, that's where Argentina's been killing everybody. Everybody thinks, there's only 10 minutes left in the game plus stoppage time. Let's try to just go defensive and not let them score. We'll win this game, and then Argentina ends up beating you. They get a cross by Messi, and somebody heads the ball in, or something crazy happens, and they score.
The D-backs 2027 schedule has been released.
What?
Already. Yeah, it's
the
July.
2027 schedule is out
Already.
We don't even have the NBA schedule, and the season starts in 3 months.
Well, that's LeBron. That's LeBron.
Wait a second. The NBA season starts in 3 months. We don't have their schedule. But the 2027 baseball schedule is out?
It's the world we live in.
Damn. What's going on, Jamal?
The D-backs will open their season next year in San Diego against the Padres, and their final season, or their final series of the year, will be against the Dodgers. That is, of course, if there is a season next year pending a lockout.
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking that they're going to start that season on time. I have a really hard time thinking that's
feels inevitable that we're going to lose games. We just hope we don't lose an entire season.
I think the owners are more prepared for this battle than they were the last time around.
I don't like the sound
emergency
of that.
funds.
I don't like the sound of that.
I think they're more prepared. I think that they want to curb the spending somehow, some way, and I don't know that the players will ever give them a salary cap, but I think the owners are going to fight like hell for one.
That's horrible to hear.
Yeah,
that hurts.
I know because it was 94 when they lost the World Series. Like that's incomprehensible to me. That we wouldn't even have.
I know. It might have been the Montreal Expos year. They might have won it.
Through a global pandemic, we found a way to have a World Series, and yet like this could be the holdup here because money.
Tim Raines and Andre Dawson and Cromartie and Gary Carter
the
and
betterment
Steve
and safety
Rogers.
of every individual. No money. Yes.
Oh, that's what
that's where the line will be drawn.
The LeBron James, speaking of money, the LeBron James free agency decision still looms as we all wait for him to announce where he will play next season. And he sparked the conversation once more when he told people today, trust the process.
Oh.
He told him to trust the process?
He mentioned trust the process.
He knows where he's going to play.
Was that intentional? Was it a Freudian slip? Or did he just totally not
Well, what does that mean, trust the process?
Trust the process is the signature line from Joel Embiid because his nickname is the process. And the process was also what was nicknamed like the whole... Remember when the Sixers signed a bunch of terrible players on purpose and lost games for like several years? That is the process. Joel is known as the process, and trust the process has been like a go-to line for Sixers fans for 10 years now at this point.
I saw the craziest thing on social media the other day where some lady thought that the Counting Crows song, Mr. Jones, was was like Joel Embiid.
I do
it was
not know
crazy.
about this.
You didn't see that? I'm going to see if I can find it while Jamal talks a little bit more.
I have done this before. Yeah, I thought that, Mr. Brightside, jealousy. I thought he was saying Chelsea for like 15 years.
Really?
I thought he was saying Chelsea instead of jealousy.
There's definitely a few songs.
Everyone does that. You make up your own lyrics at a certain point because back in the day, like remember we had to get the CDs and they came with the lyrics on them as well. Now it's crazy. You just click on like the lyrics button on Spotify or Apple Music and it shows them playing in real time. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane. Oh, Miami Heat star Bam Adebayo and former Miami Heat Tyler Hero had reportedly gotten to a physical altercation just about a week ago. The NBA will not be punishing Bam Adebayo for this altercation.
Did he punch him or something?
I think that the story was he walked up to him. Tyler Hero said something he didn't like, and he just kind of punched him. He just kind of blacked out.
Did he knock him out?
No. But like Bam Adebayo himself just kind of like wasn't thinking and just swung.
Okay.
We're kind of waiting. There's a video somewhere.
I hope so.
We got, there will be. There's security footage somewhere, and we got it when Draymond did it in the Warriors' own facility. This was just at some random Vegas hotel where they were making floors and ballrooms and stuff. So they were making practice floors and ballrooms. So that video will show up somewhere. It might be a couple of weeks from now, might be a couple of months from now, but inevitably someone will take the massive the massive funding that will come from a TMZ or whomever.
Here was a user posted online asking to identify a 90s upbeat song by a male pop rock band where the chorus sounds like they are shouting, Mr. Joel Embiid. And it was like, that's Mr. Jones by the Counting Crows. She just heard it wrong. But she thought it was saying, I actually stupid me, I went and I listened to it. I'm like, all right, I can see where she thought it was Mr. Joel Embiid. But it wasn't. It's Mr. Jones strikes up a conversation.
I've never heard this song, but now it's always going to be Mr. Joel Embiid.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to hear every time I hear
You've never heard that song by the Counting Crows?
Never even.
All right, well, at some point today, you come back with that. At some point today, you come back with Mr. Jones by the Counting Crows.
As we covered yesterday, we don't play the music that he likes, and now we will change that, of course.
It's Mr. Jones and me, and so it's like they were saying Mr. Joel Embiid. I'm like, it can't be Mr. Joel Embiid. That song was from like the 90s. Joel Embiid wasn't even alive when that song came out.
And back to the NFL. So positive news. Former NFL running back Chris Johnson has been in the news recently after he was announced he was been diagnosed with ALS. The Tennessee Titans will be inducting him into their Ring of Honor this season.
Great. Yeah.
That's awesome.
He's dealing with Lou Gehrig's disease, right?
Yep.
Oh, it's terrible disease. Just terrible. I feel for him. Former Cardinal. But he's going to get it in game one, right? They're going to do it game one. Good thing to do.
Yeah, I love
it. Was a great player. I like to see it, too. Good stuff.
That is your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, that's everything that's going on in the world of sports. That was brought to you by Jamal, who will sometime later on play the famous Counting Crows song, not Joel Embiid, but Mr. Jones. When we come back, the Cardinals have a problem that's kind of similar to a Diamondbacks problem. We'll explain next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mike Trout hit a home run at Chase Field, and his own son Beckham was booing him because his son is a Diamondbacks fan. Trading for Mike Trout would be very, very complicated. He's got a no-trade clause, and he is owed a ton of money on his contract. It's unfortunate because finding that out, my first thought was, wow, how about that guy hitting fourth for the Diamondbacks?
Here's something I always bring up when we talk about Mike Trout. Imagine being Tim Salmon, having a great career, and not even being the best Angels outfielder with the last name of a fish.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. And if you are looking for a new vehicle, you're going to love heading over to Sanderson Lincoln, where my wife just got herself a brand new Lincoln Aviator. Right now, they've got great deals going on. 0% APR financing for 36 months for well-qualified buyers and 0 payments for up to 90 days on select 2026 Lincoln vehicles. You can get $1,000 bonus cash plus complimentary maintenance, a plan for 24 months on the 26 Navigator, the Aviator, and the 2026 Lincoln Nautilus. Sanderson Lincoln is just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. And take advantage of this. If you want a luxury vehicle, my wife went from the Navigator to the Aviator, and we love the Lincoln lineup. But select Lincoln vehicles, 0% financing for 36 months for qualified buyers, and 0 payments for up to 90 days plus $1,000 bonus cash. Or you can also add in complimentary maintenance plan for 24 months is included in that as well. Just head on over to Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, or check them out online at sandersonlincoln.net.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-381-4183, 800-381-4183, or biglou.com.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, this is Jared, and next week, Cardinals training camp begins. What will happen with the team's quarterback? Will Jacoby Brissett show up? Will Carson Beck impress? Will Gardner Minshew be more mustached than man? We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Monday on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
You know, I was thinking about this when I was looking at the St. Louis Cardinals and getting ready for the series against the Diamondbacks this week, and looking at their problem at third base and like realizing they're paying so much money to Nolan Arenado. God, they would love to have Nolan Arenado right now with the production that he's given the Diamondbacks. Even though it's just been okay, it hasn't been great. But there is a major problem that the Cardinals are having at third base, and as my mouse gets a little stuck here and I can't go over, but they've had a major problem in which they're getting no production. They have some of the worst production in all of baseball.
You want me to go through it? I got it in front of me.
I mean, I know that Nolan Gorman, who got sent down to Memphis because he was playing so bad, and they had Blaze Jordan, and he can't really play, and they tried Fermin at third, and he hasn't got it done. But, yes, if you could get it, just for some reason my mouse stopped clicking, so I can't give you the exact numbers. But they have got some of the worst third base production in all of baseball now.
Yeah, the story that you had in your email here, third base has been the Cardinals' Achilles heel all year. Cardinals third basemen rank last in FWAR among all MLB teams. As a group, their 70 WRC plus ranks 29th in the league, ahead of only the Milwaukee Brewers. It notes Gorman and Jordan, as long as Jose Fermin and Ramon Urias have also been giving solid runs at the hot corner, but none of them have been able to step up and hold their own position. Gorman has been the real disappointment here. I mentioned about the rival Mountain Lions, of course. Nolan's an Eagle. Nolan comes from my alma mater, Sandra Day O'Connor High School, where he came out, and he's one of the best athletes we've ever produced from our high school. Was expected to be a big deal. He was a first-round pick to the St. Louis Cardinals, and he has just been a massive disappointment for them. He's only hitting 194 this year after hitting 205 in 2025 and 203, in 2024. Huge power baddie at 27 home runs in 2023, which looked to be himself kind of stabilizing a bit. But as you mentioned, he's in Memphis right now. Like, he has been going up and down through the minors for them to work on stuff here throughout the year. The question that you posed, Gambo, is this a bigger hole than what the Diamondbacks have at first base?
It seems similar because Arizona, I mean, we talked about this with Torey Lovello earlier. The Diamondbacks have the worst production in 100 years at first base. People have heard that stat many, many times. I even asked Torey, did you wait too long with Pavin? And he kind of said maybe. Probably. He's been trying to get Pavin going and trying to boost his confidence and trying to see if they can get him going. He was the first-round pick by Mike Hazen, 7th overall in the first round. Been here for a number of years, but was really struggling. And I think they held on to him too long. Now, they feel that they probably brought him back too quickly, but they were planning on a first-place platoon of Carlos Santana and Pavin Smith. And that's the one thing that's really backfired on them. That's the one really bad miscalculation that Mike Hazen made. Mike Hazen did a really good job at the bullpen. Soroka was a terrific find. But first base was Nolan Arenado's been fine at third base. It's not great, but it's a stopgap guy for a year. It's fine. But the mistake at first base is really costing this team. Now, Tyler Locklear is up, and he was mashing in the minors, and maybe he'll be able to give them something. He was a guy they got in a trade last year, and they're really high on him. So hopefully something will come. But they cannot continue to have this bad a production at first base, the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, and I don't think it's comparable to any other woe for a specific team with a specific position, because if you look at just OPS, it's just one metric, but OPS for first baseman on the Arizona Diamondbacks this year, 590. That is obviously last in the league. The team that is 29th is the Mets at 646. So they are 56 points ahead of the Diamondbacks in 29th right now. For comparison, the Cardinals are in 26th right now at third base. Gorman has 163 of those plate appearances. He hit 685 in his OPS. The other guys have struggled even more than he did. But if you look through it, it is very similar, Gambo, to what you're saying, where we're cycling guys in and out. Like 182 plate appearances for Vargas, but how about 60 for Fernandez, 33 for Groover, 53 for Pavin Smith, 26 for Santana. They have tried half a dozen guys at this spot so far, and it hasn't worked out. And guess who's coming right now? Tim Tawa is the new guy getting some look over there as well. He's going to be in center tonight, but he has 21 plate appearances at first as well. And we know the most likely scenario here, based on what Hazen said and Nick McCorrell reported 2 weeks ago, looking at external options for them at first base, is a Josh Bell type of trade that you suggested yesterday, where this is not a guy where you have to give up a top, not even him specifically. It could be him. It could be someone else. But you don't have to give a top 10 prospect, a top 20 prospect. You just give up that old player to be named later, basically get him for nothing, and get someone at that really low price that you talked about.
I mean, look, I gave you the numbers for Josh Bell. The guy's hitting 248 with 13 homers and 60 RBIs. Like, he's having a great season. Like, he's having a terrific season. 60 runs batted in. If you look at what he's on pace for, Josh Bell is projected this year to drive in 100 runs and hit 22 home runs. You would take that every day of the week. Now, this is a guy that's been in the league for a long time. He knows how to hit. The Diamondbacks actually added him to their roster 2 years ago. In 2024, they needed some help, and they got him to play first base. He hit 279 for the Diamondbacks, 5 homers, 22 RBIs in only 41 games. So it is the easiest spot to fill. It is the easy. There's a lot of guys that are, DHs could play first base, outfielders could play first base. There's a lot of guys that you could go get. So I'm not that worried about their ability to add one at the deadline on the cheap. I'm worried about the 3 weeks between now and the deadline, and can they get anything out of that position, because it's been such a black hole for them.
And what's hurting them the most is if you look at average OPS per position, the 780 average OPS out of an MLB first baseman this year is the highest of any position in the majors. So this is the spot where you are supposed to get above average production out of any other thing. Like, even a casual baseball fan wouldn't have to look at these numbers. They would know, like, you get some slug, you get some pop from your first baseman. The game's always changing. That part of the game, at least, is not changing. So when the Diamondbacks...
I could take Mark Grace out of the booth right now, and he would do, or out of the broadcasting, and he could probably do better than what the Diamondbacks first baseman have given them this year.
They're 190 points below the league average for first base OPS. Like, that number that went around on the Apple TV broadcast since 1920. Like, this is historically bad stuff with what they've done.
And it's a position that, again, easy to go get somebody that's not going to cost a lot of money. The Josh Bells of the world are out there. Josh Bell may be the guy. Go bring him back. Like he's got 60 runs batted in. He's an older player, but he knows how to hit. So I'm not worried that they'll be able to fill that position, and I'm not worried that they got to spend a lot of money on the position. You'll give up a prospect, one, to go get somebody. But these teams that are out of it, you go look at the teams that are out of it and who they have at first base, you could go get somebody there. The problem really is that you've got 16, 17 games before the deadline, and what the hell are you going to do? We've seen Eldemaro Vargas at first base. Like, they've got to figure out how to get some production out of first base, because that has been really, again, a black hole for them. Something that's really, really hurt them. But, the Cardinals situation, again, they've tried a lot of guys, Gorman and Blaze Jordan and Fermin and Ramon Urias. They've all been given runs at first base. None of them has been able to step in. They don't have a prospect in the minors. They're going to need out. If they want to try to compete for a playoff spot too, they could be competing to go get a third baseman that they could get somewhere through the trade deadline. But, You look at the production that Nolan Arenado's had for the Diamondbacks. No question that the Cardinals would love to have that production right now. They gave up on him. They wanted to get off it. They're paying most of his salary. But that's a guy when you look at and you say, geez, if they had him, where would they be? Because his production, while not great and not what it used to be when he was at his prime, is still a hell of a lot better than anything that they've got going on. Right now, when we come back, we'll talk a little NFL. We talked under and over win totals for the Suns. The Cardinals is out, too, and you'll be surprised by what they had to say about it. We'll talk about it next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Did a kettlebell workout today. I like doing some of those kettlebell workouts, and I make sure that I get at. Yesterday, I did this crazy hard full body workout. And normally, somebody my age probably not going to go back to the gym the next day. But because of M-Drive, the daily supplement I take every day, I had no problem recovering in time to get to my workout today and get done what I needed to get done. Today was a full kettlebell workout, and I do like those quite a bit and enjoyed it. And that's where M-Drive comes in. I've been using M-Drive for a decade. I've been taking M-Drive for a long time. 10 years of M-Drive, that's a long time. And that's a great endorsement that I can tell you because I use it every single day. Look, as we get older, your energy's not the same. Recovering takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. Now, it is the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts, but you could also get it online. Go to mdriveformen.com. Use Gambo for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com.
Every great player needs a great team behind them. For your child, that starts with you. At Valleywise Health, we're proud to be part of that team. With regular wellness visits, vaccinations, and pediatric care you can trust. And while most days are filled with games, practices, playgrounds, and after-school activities, sometimes unexpected injuries happen. When they do, Valleywise Health also provides specialized pediatric emergency care designed just for children. Valleywise Health. You're more to us.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, what's the biggest shock people face upon retirement?
Well, the paycheck stops, but the expenses don't. And if you don't have a clear income strategy, you're guessing every single month.
And no one wants to live like that in retirement.
Exactly. We help people turn savings into reliable income so that they can spend confidently. Call 844-726-9116. Let's build your income plan. 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The second half of the season begins today for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The D-backs will be at home taking on the St. Louis Cardinals in their first series out of the break. Tonight, it will be Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Snakes. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to sources, the NFL has suspended Arizona Cardinals personnel executive Ryan Gold indefinitely for violating the league's gambling policy. To read more about it, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Mercury will also be in action tonight. They will be hosting former Mercury Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock, and that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Arizona Diamondbacks able to shut down home run derby champion Jordan Walker and pick up some big wins over the St. Louis Cardinals? We're reacting to the series Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shut up, Luke. Let us jam out.
Man, I wish I was beautiful. So come dance the silence down through the morning. This is such a great song. You might like this, Jamal.
It's not bad. I don't mind it.
Yeah, the Counting Crows. Cut Up Maria. There we go. This is a great tune. I got this on my Spotify. The barrio's my favorite part when they talk about the barrio. You got to listen to it. You got to add this.
I'm going to listen to it on the way home today.
This is, this has to be 90s. I'm going to say early 90s. Who believes... This is the part. They think it's Mr. Joel Embiid.
I kind of hear it. Hey, great call by you, buddy. December 93.
93. Yeah.
Lead single
she's
from
looking
their,
at me.
Lead single from their debut album. So this is what put the old Crows on the map.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll listen to a little more. I crank it up a little bit. Let me just hear it for about 10 more seconds. And gray. All of the beautiful colors are very, very meaningful. Yeah, well, you know, gray is my favorite color. I felt so symbolic yesterday. If I knew Picasso. There you go. There you go, Jamal. What do you think?
You know what? That's
Mr. Joel Embiid. This lady thought it was like she was looking for a song. What's that 90s song where they say Mr. Joel Embiid? It's like it's not Mr. Joel Embiid. It's Mr. Jones.
I do see how she could have it does.
Mr. Jones and me. Mr. Jones and me. And the lady thought it was like Mr. Joel Embiid. Every single person listening has a song where they kind of screwed something up, you know? Like you didn't know what it was. Like, wrecked up like a deuce in the middle of the night, blinded by the light. Nobody in my era thought it was deuce. We all thought it was something else. That sounds like deuce. But my man for man, blinded by the light. Nobody thought it was wrecked up like a deuce. We all thought it was something else, which you could figure out. So,
you know, Mr. Brightside, we were talking about this earlier.
Yeah.
I thought it was Chelsea.
You thought it was Chelsea?
Forever. For
thought it was,
15 years, I sang that song in my car. And then I said Chelsea out loud. My friends were like, what'd you just say? I'm like, he says Chelsea. The girl's name is Chelsea that he's talking about.
Frankie Valli had a song, My Eyes of Georgia. But it was My Eyes of Georgia. But I thought it was Georgia. My eyes of Georgia, though I never laid a hand on you. My eyes of Georgia. I thought it was My Eyes of Georgia. But it was My Eyes of Georgia.
We need a whole playlist at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, there's tons of songs like that where you're like, oh, I didn't know that.
Get in the YouTube chat. Tell us what yours is.
Yes, exactly. Go to YouTube chat and tell us what song did you not know and screw up. All right, we'll talk a little Cardinals football here. We've got more Suns and more D-backs to come up on the program. But I saw this interesting thing, and I want to bring up the whole NFC West. It was in The Athletic. They did a piece on the over-under, the win totals, predictions, best bets for all 32 teams in 2026. The Rams, they said, take the under on 11.5 wins. They're going with 11. Not by a lot, but they said the under on the Rams. For Seattle, they said take the over on 10.5. They say this team's only going to get better, even with the loss of Walker, the tough schedule, 4 games against the Rams and the 49ers, plus the AFC West. They think they cruise to 12 wins. The 49ers, over 9.5. They said the 49ers are in the league's toughest division, but we squint our eyes, we could see a 3-way tie. They're just thinking the 49ers had a lot of injuries last year. Warner, Bosa, Kittle, all these guys are back. They added Mike Evans. They think Brock Purdy's pretty good. And they feel like the 49ers are better than 9.5 wins. So they've got the Rams winning like 11 games, Seattle winning 12, and they've got the 49ers winning like 10. So they've got a really tough battle in the NFC West for the top 3 spots. The interesting thing is, here's what they said about the Cardinals. The Cardinals over-under is only 3.5 wins. Now, remember, at the end of the season, that schedule's pretty easy. But the Cardinals are not a good team, so we'll see. But they say, my Cardinals pick is so bad, the schedule is impossible. They're going to be 0-3 after starting out against the Chargers, Seahawks, and 49ers. Maybe 0-6 after hitting the road to play the Giants and hosting the Lions and the Rams. But while I don't believe in drafting running backs early, I think Jeremiah Love is a day one star. Though the Cardinals flushed a third rounder when they took back, there is some sneaky talent on the roster, especially on defense with Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. And here's where they decided to go with the over. The quest for a 4th win will come down to the wire as the Cardinals finish up against the Jets, the Saints, the Raiders, and the 49ers, who might be resting old players in the finale. So they think the Cardinals are better than the over-under says of 3.5. Not by a lot, but they think that they could get a 4th win in there somewhere with the way that schedule ends for them.
Yeah, and the question is if the Cardinals, it's not impossible. Like winning 3 or less games, we do see this fairly often. We saw 4 teams do it last year. The Cardinals, of course, were one of them. The Jets, the Titans, and the Raiders in 2024. There were 3 teams that did it, but then in 2023, no one did it. In 2022, there were only 2 teams that won 3 or less games. And then in 2021, it was 2 teams as well. So do we feel like the Cardinals are going to be one of those teams again? Again, their schedule is what makes it so impossible at that point. I thought it was fascinating that this writer from The Athletic, Vic Tafur, wrote about the Rams and something I hadn't thought about or hadn't really seen too much on, but their schedule is a mess too, Gambo, because they start the year in Australia. They play in Melbourne against the San Francisco 49ers on September 10th. Now, they don't play again until the 21st, but then they play the Giants at home, who could be stingy. Then they go to Denver, to Philly, and then home against Buffalo. That is a tough
schedule.
First 5 games, and as he pointed out, like the rest and the scheduling of like when they get days off, they're going to play the Niners in Week 14 on the 13th of December. Then a week later, they're going to play home against Dallas, and then in 5 days on Christmas, they play at Seattle. Like there are some really tough pieces of the schedule here for the Rams. So
this is like it's a similar schedule with the AFC West. The Cardinals have to play the Broncos and the Chargers and the Chiefs and the Raiders. Like that part's similar.
I had never considered that. I'd only looked at it through a Cardinals lens, you know what I mean? And I hadn't looked at like, oh yeah, the Rams are going to have to play this schedule too. The difference is the Rams are the best team in the NFL, but I do understand how you can read this schedule and kind of go, maybe it's only 11 wins, maybe it's only 10 wins. And I think the biggest point that he made is Matthew Stafford at 38. Is he going to be able to get through some of these really quick stretches? Like, is he going to be able to come all the way back from Australia and in 10 days play the Giants at home and then the Broncos in Denver 6 days later? Like, some of these turnarounds are brutal for an older team.
Well, you've got that draft pick out of Alabama that's ready to take over right now. If you, he's not going to play.
I don't know if he's ready yet.
That's a really tough schedule. And 6 day, would you say 6 day? Have a 6 day break, then I got to play the Broncos and that great defense.
Yep.
See, that's the thing. Like when you look at some of the my whole point on waiting until the 6 games left for Carson Beck is, man, some of these defenses, the Broncos have an incredible defense. Like, they get after the quarterback like nobody's business. And then if the Rams are able to add Aaron Donald, there's a lot of talk that Aaron Donald is going to come back and play, but he might wait till like the end of training camp, like to not have to go through an entire training camp. We'll see if he plays or not, but they added Myles Garrett. I did like Verse a lot, but Myles Garrett is the best pass rusher in the league. Seattle's defense is incredible. You know, there are just some real, and when you've got a quick turnaround time and you've got to play a brutal defense, that's torture on a team. I mean, that's really, really difficult on a team. But I did get a kick out of the over-unders because in a nutshell, they basically think that the 49ers, Seattle, and the Rams are all going to be between 10 and 12 wins. That's 3 playoff teams.
I think it's the 3 best teams in the NFC.
Yeah, which is why it was crazy the other day when we talked about the division and the divisions, and somebody thought that the NFC North was better than the NFC West, and it has to be because the Cardinals are just so lightly regarded. Like, nobody, the Cardinals over-under is 3.5 games. And this guy on The Athletic, he thinks that you probably take the over because you're going to finish with the 49ers and they might have nothing to play for. Or maybe if everything's bunched up, they have everything to play for. The difference between winning the division. Like, look, I think the Rams were the best team last year, but they had to go to Seattle and play in the playoffs. So, like, it very well, like, those teams are going to push because if you can get home field advantage out of the NFC West, you might have home field advantage throughout the entire playoffs. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal to have.
It is for sure, and it's going to be. I think it's going to be so much fun to watch when these two teams like match up. Like, we're starting the season on September 10th with the Niners and the Rams to get a gauge of how those two teams match up with each other. And I know Cardinals fans are looking at it through their lens, and this sucks to see their rivals succeed. But at the same time, as like a neutral football fan, to be able to watch these 3 teams jostle all year, it's going to be a lot of fun.
There is a prediction out there that has the D-backs making the wild card. We'll tell you who it's from and what do they need to do to actually get into a wild card spot. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Pleased to be joined by Diamondbacks General Manager Mike Hazen on the Arizona Sports Line.
Do you see yourself being a buyer or seller at the trade deadline?
I would love to be able to add to this team, given if they show us that they belong in the wild card race. But we're going to see where they take us in the next couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. Like I said, we're going to be facing the competition we're standing next to in the wild card standings, and we kind of control where this thing goes.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lovello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update. Social Poll Update.
All right, it is our poll question, and is where do you rank the Counting Crows Mr. Jones song, Jamal? Is it going to be top 20% on your Spotify now?
Oh, that's ambitious.
That's ambitious?
That's ambitious.
Okay, but we're going to add it.
Yes.
Okay.
It'll be in the rotation.
It'll be in the rotation.
Yeah. I'm going to listen to it again on the way home.
Oh, you'll love it. You'll love it. Mr. Jones by the Counting Crows. Terrific song from the 90s.
That was a pretty good one.
Yeah. All right, what is our poll question today?
We are asking, who will be the D-backs' most impactful player post-All-Star break?
Who?
Your options are Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Eduardo Rodriguez, Gabriel Moreno, or other.
It's got to be Ketel, man. They need Ketel's best. They absolutely need Ketel's best.
Ketel. Agreed.
I'm going Ketel. Although I think the audience was leaning Corbin Carroll earlier. Has it changed at all?
It has not. Corbin Carroll is still leading the way with 49% of the vote, that followed secondly by Eduardo Rodriguez. So that's changed a little bit from we checked in last time. Ketel Marte was second. Ketel Marte is now third with 17. Gabby is 11, and other is with 5%.
Okay, there you go. That's our poll question. You can vote on it on ArizonaSports.com. I love the second half of the season in baseball because when you get to the second half of the season, fans start scoreboard watching a lot more. You start seeing predictions like, okay, the first half is over. The All-Star game is over. The trade deadline is right around the corner. You got 15, 16, 17 games for all these teams before the trade deadline. Are you a buyer? Are you a seller? You know, for the Diamondbacks, is Corbin Burns going to come back in September? Is Soroka going to be back in a couple of weeks? Is Jordan Lawler going to be back? So I like the second half of the season because things start to really ramp up as you get to less and less games. CBS Sports had a nice little piece on what their predictions were. I had their 4 main baseball analysts. They all have the Dodgers in first place. They all have the Diamondbacks in second place. All 4 of them have the Diamondbacks beating out the Padres to finish in second place. The Padres are a little bit of a mess right now, and they could end up being sellers. But they have the D-backs coming in second place. So that was interesting to me. The Padres were actually in first place at one point early in the season, but that seems like ages ago. The Diamondbacks are going to run away with the division like the Dodgers are going to run away with the division like they always do. But then they start to go to wild card teams. And only one of them, Mike Axisa, picked the Diamondbacks to make the postseason. The predictions are Cubs, Cardinals, Diamondbacks. Kate Feldman had Braves, Cubs, Nationals. Dane Perry had Braves, Cubs, Marlins. Matt Schneider had Cubs, Phillies, Marlins. So 1 vote for the Phillies, 1 vote for the Cardinals, 1 vote for Washington and 1 vote for the Diamondbacks. There were 2 votes for the Marlins, 2 votes for the Braves, and 4 votes for the Cubs. So let me say that again. 4 votes for the Cubs, 4 for the Cubs.
2 for the Marlins.
2 for the Marlins.
2 for the Braves.
2 for the Braves. And then 1 each for the Cardinals, Phillies, Diamondbacks, and Nationals. That's how bunched up everything is expected to be when it comes to the playoff race and the chase for a wild card spot in the National League.
Yeah, I think the wild card in the wild card here, if I could make that punt for a quick second, is what happens in the National League East, because the Braves have been dominating this division pretty much all season, but they have not been a good team for the last month, and the Phillies are now just 2.5 games back.
Don Mattingly.
Yeah, Don Mattingly in Philly.
Don Mattingly, what a job he's done. Like, he's runaway manager of the year.
54 and 44 now the Phillies are up to, but Mike Axisa, who has the Diamondbacks getting in, I think part of the reason he has the Diamondbacks getting in is because he does not have a second National League East team here. It doesn't clarify. If I scroll all the way up, actually, he picked the Phillies to win the NL East, but he has the Braves dropping all the way out, and then he obviously doesn't have the Marlins in there or the Nationals in there either. He has the Cubs and the Cardinals in the NL East, or NL Central, excuse me. So you get 3 teams coming out of the NL Central, and then you get the second team coming out of the NL West in the Diamondbacks. So I'm curious to watch the Braves and the Phillies and the Marlins in the next month as you talk about scoreboard watching. Can there only be one team to come out of the NL East? Because even when we were talking about this division in the preseason, it was like, okay, we know that there's going to be 2 wild card spots that are going to be locked up by those divisions, one in the East and then one in the Central, because we thought the Mets were going to be a part of this as well. They certainly were not. And then the Central, we expected the Brewers and the Cubs to be in this for sure. The Padres have just been so mid all year. Like you mentioned, you got to go back to like May when they weren't, and they've just been so lethargic the last 3 months, and no one's picking them to do anything seriously. Interesting to see the Marlins get 1 more vote than the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
They've been playing the better baseball for the last month.
I think what Don Mattingly's done with the Phillies is remarkable. They look like they were dead man walking early in the season. They've played at 20 games over 5. They're 45 and 25 with him. That's a winning percentage of 643. 45 wins and 20. He took over on April 28th. They made the managerial change very quickly. He was the bench coach for Rob Thompson, and they decided to move on because they were just playing so poorly. And Mattingly comes in, and all of a sudden now they're winning all these games. Don Mattingly was a really famous Yankee player, one of the great hitters, won batting titles. It was this famous race between him and Dave Winfield that he won one year. But the oddity is he's the one great Yankee that never got to the playoffs. He never got to the playoffs. When he retired, they got Tino Martinez to play first base, and then they went on that run and they won all the World Series. But Donnie Baseball just never got to win in the playoffs. And so that was always just like this knock on him to be this great player. And the Yankees had some terrible teams during his time. But what he's done with the Phillies is remarkable. The Braves kind of fallen back to earth after their great start, leaves that very much wide open. So the Marlins have been playing good baseball. The good news for the Diamondbacks is they're going to play the Marlins. They're going to play the Pirates. They're going to play St. Louis. They're going to play a lot of these teams that they're battling with. Now, to pay off the tees, what is the one thing, in your opinion, that could guide the Arizona Diamondbacks to a postseason berth?
It's funny you went there because I was going to ask you a question if it's possible for them to make this wild card push and make the wild card without a substantial addition at the deadline. And what I mean by substantial is no cheap first base addition. I'm talking about like a significant bat that you add. You give up a good prospect or two for either a big-time bat or a big-time starting pitcher as well. I think they need that in order to make the playoffs. I don't know if you agree or not. Do you think that their health can get them back as well, or do you think that there needs to be a big-time move at the deadline, a big buyer move for them to make the wild card?
I said yesterday that the belief is that the fate of the team depends on the guys that are returning. And that is, Nelson, Burns, Soroka, Puck, Martinez, Lawla, maybe even Tommy Troy, who's on the injured list right now, that the fate of the team depends on those guys returning because they are limited in what they can do at the trade market because they just can't add a guy that's making $20 million a year and has $9 million left on salary this year or $8 million. They just don't have that if you're trading prospects. A lot of times with these trades, I'm going to trade you 3 prospects that don't count against my major league salary, and you're going to give me back a player, and I got to pay his salary for the remainder of the season. So they're going to be very careful there because there's just not a lot of money to spend. They spent most of it going into the season, because they gave Kelly a 2-year deal, and they brought back Zach Gallen, and they spent that money there. So there was the money that was spent. They brought in Soroka, and they paid Soroka. So there's not a lot to add there. So I do understand what they're saying, that the fate of the team depends on them. But if you looked at the roster, I could say, can the return of Jordan Lawler be something that could catapult them to a playoff spot? They really need some infusion of talent to come in and help them offensively. Or is it really as simple as Marte, Carroll, and Perdomo being able to carry this team? You've talked a lot about Gabby Moreno over the last couple of days with everything he's had. He's playing great. He's playing really great. So I might even throw him in that mix. Arenado's got to continue to play well. But I would probably say that it really depends on the top of the lineup guys being able to produce because they can carry the lineup.
I agree. And I think that the bottom half of the lineup is always going to have its struggles. Even if you do add that big-time bat, those guys down there are just really going to have a rough time. And at the same time, the pitching staff, it's been so great to see Brandon Pfaadt pitching better. It has still only been 3 starts. Sort of pen him in as a big-time contributor for this rotation for the next 2 months. I need to see a little bit more there from him as well. And then obviously worrying about Kelly, these injuries. And there's this new Zach Gallen update that he's going to see the Tommy John guy on Monday. And if there's surgery is a possibility now for him after seeking out a second opinion. It's going to be a long road back for the Diamondbacks to get healthy in the starting pitching.
All right, when we come back, Torey Lovello spoke with us earlier. We'll go over the main topics that we discussed with him about the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car.
The red, white, and blue sale is on at Liberty GMC, and I mean it when I say it. There has never been a better time than right now to go get yourself a truck than it is right now at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns back here with you because the red, white, and blue sale going on right now at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com, features something that Liberty GMC hasn't done for 8 years, and it's substantial. You pay what they pay. Employee pricing right now on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500. You're going to pay what they pay. Or you could take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months. Either way, if you want to get your hands on the best truck out on the road, the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, there's never been a better time than right now. Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Sciatica isn't just back pain, it's a nerve screaming for help. And if you're feeling that sharp shooting pain down your leg, the experts at Desert Institute for Spine Care can fix it. DISC are leaders in endoscopic spine surgery, helping patients recover faster with less pain and smaller incisions. They treat herniated discs, spinal stenosis, and all the conditions that cause sciatica. Visit sciatica.com and get back to enjoying your life again with DISC. Or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
What makes Southern Steer Butcher a fan favorite? The service and hospitality. Just like a traditional old-fashioned butcher, their culinary consultants can recommend the perfect proteins for everyday dinner or that special occasion. Plus, they can provide seasoning and cooking tips and assist with sides, apps, and wine pairings to create your next culinary masterpiece. Southern Steer Butcher is where quality meets hospitality. For more information, visit southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The second half of the season begins today for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The D-backs will be at home taking on the St. Louis Cardinals in their first series out of the break. Tonight, it will be Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Snakes. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In football news, the NFL has suspended Arizona Cardinals personnel executive Ryan Gold indefinitely for violating the league's gambling policy. To read more about it, you can head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Mercury will also be in action tonight. They will be hosting former Mercury Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday morning. We'll have a World Cup champion and we'll know how the Diamondbacks fared in a very important weekend series against the Cardinals. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think the next World Cup, I looked this up because my wife was saying we should go. I think it's in like Spain and Portugal,
Yes.
and I'm not sure where else it is. It's in 3 spots. But the next time they have the World Cup, and America did great. The fans that came here all loved America, which is awesome. But yeah, 4 years from now, I think parts of Portugal, Spain, and like one other area, they'll have the World Cup. I like that. That's a bucket list thing, right? I mean, you'd like to go see the freaking World Cup somewhere.
Morocco is the third.
Morocco
is the third country it'll be in.
All right, where would you out of those 3? Where would you go? Where would you go? Where would you go see the game?
Probably Spain.
I would probably pick Spain too.
Yeah.
I've been to a lot of European countries. No, I haven't been to Spain. Would you run with the Bulls, Jamal? Would you do that?
No.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Couldn't pay me enough.
No way. Like, not a chance.
Oh, Jesse, though? Jesse Morrison? Yeah, he
Would
said
run
he
with
wants,
the Bulls?
Yeah, I told him he's crazy.
Man, I just watched some buffalo throw some like
I was gonna
80-year-old
say,
guy
yeah.
up in the air like 700 feet. Did you see that?
Taking selfies in front of bison too, like
The
that
bison,
moron?
yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Man,
that
guy's
was
running around the trees. He ate like that bison's gonna get you, man. He's gonna get you.
very ill-advised.
And he did.
sent him flying.
Flying?
Yeah, that was bad.
I don't know what the guy could have done. Like, I don't know why the people in the cars didn't try to help the guy. I don't know. You don't want to drive your car towards a bison either.
That's true.
I guess you're just watching your videotape and you hope the guy makes it.
Well, if it isn't the consequences of his dumb actions, there they are.
Yeah.
Don't go up to the bison. Don't get out of your car. You're not supposed to do that at those places.
Is that what it was? He got out of his car?
Yeah, my dad's from Montana. I drive through Yellowstone. I've driven through it a dozen times, that park. You see people get out of their cars, and this was back in the day before like cell phones were like selfies and stuff. Like people would get out of their cars and go like within 10 to 15 feet of a bison to get like a photo.
Oh, so stupid.
Don't do that. What are you doing?
It's a wild animal.
When we were driving through last time a couple of years ago, we saw one like cross the road in front of us, which was really cool. We stopped the car. We didn't lower the windows. We didn't make any noise. We were just like,
take your time. Take your time, buddy.
We can wait all day on you if you need to. We're not going to make a peep at you. You go on. This is your yard, not ours.
Nothing to see here. Don't even look at us.
We're good.
All right, we had Tori Lavello on the show earlier, and we talked to Tori about a number of different topics. We got some cuts here. I'll let you play them one by one, and we'll react to them.
Here's on Corbin Burns. You followed up here on if he could be back by early September.
Yeah, I think as I sit here and talk to him, and I got a big calendar in my office, he comes over and he points to it. He's like, right here, this is my day, right here, point to it. And I'm telling you, I'm coming back. So I'm not going to hold that in front of him. If he feels good and everybody checks off on it, I'll bet on somebody it's going to be Corbin Burns.
And that was after you asked for a general rundown on how the rotation could look until they get healthy. It's a longer cut, but here is Tori on how the rotation could look in the meantime.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit dicey here. We're going to probably dip into player development a little bit for the next set of names. That's Cabrera. That's Cole Drake. We have Bratt here right now. So I'm grateful that we have built in this type of depth from some of our guys that we've developed, trade for, or developed inside of our system. But for right now, it's going to be Kelly, Fott, Erod, and then Bratt on Monday. We have an open on Tuesday, have an open spot on Tuesday. We'll figure out what we're going to do here in the coming days. Not yet been determined. But Soroka's getting after it. He's trying to get back here as soon as possible. He's going to throw a second and third bullpen this week, live, hopefully a very short time after that, and then we'll see where he's at. I don't think his recovery is going to be as big as it will be for Corbin Burns because he's got to get built up from basically nothing. And in this case, I think, hopefully sometime in this month we see Soroka, if not very early in the next month. And then I think Corbin's going to be somewhere a month after that.
Gambo, the biggest nugget that I saw in there is that Cole Drake, that's a new name. We have not seen him pitch for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
No, he's part of the Merrill Kelly trade with the Texas Rangers.
So could he get his first look here pretty soon? We'll see.
Yeah, he was here, but he didn't pitch.
Correct.
Now, it's interesting because if you look at it, it's lined up Kelly's game 1, Fott's game 2, Erod, because he pitched in the All-Star game, is game 3. Game 4 is the A's on Monday, and that will be Bratt. Now, right now, the schedule does not list a starter for the Diamondbacks, but based on what Lavello told us, it will be Bratt on Monday. Tuesday is where they don't have a starter. Wednesday, you'll go back to Kelly. Thursday, you'll go back to Fott. Friday, Erod. It's the Tuesday game. Now, Soroka's not going to be ready for Tuesday. Now, could Soroka be ready for the 26th? That's 11. Probably not. I think they probably have to go 2 turns through the rotation before they're able to get him back, Soroka. Now, he's pitching out of the pen. But again, so you're going to go Kelly, Fott, Rodriguez, Bratt, and then you'll have an open date. That could be Cole Drake. Then you'll go Kelly, Fott, Rodriguez, probably Bratt again, maybe Drake again. And then the next time you go through, maybe you'll be able to get Soroka through the third time through that rotation.
You asked for a Jordan Lawler update. Here it is.
Yeah, he was one of the 3 guys that had an MRI today. So with that update, we will be able to potentially drop in a little bit more activity. He's been doing some running mechanics and some very light jogging. The baseball progression has been increasing. The intensity's been increasing. So timeline, I'm not sure, but agree with you. We need him back. This is a very dynamic player, and he's really come into his own. You could tell that there was a confidence in him from spring training on into April of this month before he got hurt. So we need his intensity. We need his athleticism and his overall talent back in this lineup. I'm not sure when it's going to be, but we'll be finding out here what that timeline will be as soon as possible.
And that's going to be even more pressing because Torey Lovello earlier today, speaking with reporters, 3 to 4 weeks for Tommy Troy was like the rough timeline that he gave. So you're looking at Waldschmidt, Troy, and Lawler to be like 3 guys in 2 spots essentially, but we're still seeing Max Kepler in left. We're going to see a bit of Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Of course, he's DHing tonight, but they want to use these last 2 months, whether they're looking to be pushing for a wild card spot or they're out of the race. They want to give these young guys reps that'll help them for next year.
Yeah, I look at the September schedule, and if Burns is circling a date in September, if he's looking at September, you're home September 1st and 2nd with the Phillies. Then you're on the road against the Astros, on the road against Kansas City, home against Texas, Miami, home against the Yankees, then on the road, Colorado and San Diego. So there's quite a few games there. If you could get Burns back in September, you're talking about 2, 5, 8, 11, 14, 17, 23 games. If he's pitching once every 5 days, you'll get 4 to 5 starts out of him. If he's coming back in September, you might get 4 to 5 starts. That's it. That's it. You're not looking at 7 or 8 starts out of Corbin Burns. If he's able to come back, you're looking at 4 or 5 starts. So that's something to keep your eye on. Again, as I say, the reality is that the difference for the Diamondbacks is more likely going to be the guys coming back. They're going to make some trades if they're in it, but the fate of the team will be more likely how many guys are coming back, how efficient will those guys be. They'll try to make some trades at the deadline to shore up the offense, maybe even a starting pitcher. I know they mentioned bullpen, but I just don't know they could do everything they want. It's clear that they're not going to be able to do everything that they want. When we come back, we'll talk a little Suns basketball. 2 of their players were mentioned as big-time under-the-radar moves. And there is one Summer League game left. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
When the word alignment is said so many times over the course of 2 years, how are we in this situation where the roster is not necessarily constructed for the head coach?
Jarrett, it speaks to a question that a lot of, I think, Suns fans are asking. Is the return of Mark Williams, is the acquisition of Miles Bridges, is this back in the moment, Matt Ishbia, getting away from the careful building of what seemed to be alignment? That's what it feels like.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sideline sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837 QC-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics. Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Jared, and next week, Cardinals training camp begins. What will happen with the team's quarterback? Will Jacoby Brissett show up? Will Carson Beck impress? Will Gardner Minshew be more mustached than man? We'll talk about it at 6 a.m. on Monday on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
You think Major League Baseball should have a better unveiling of their schedule? Like Jamal's like the 2027 schedule's out for the Diamondbacks, and we're still waiting on the NBA schedule. The NBA schedule season starts in 3 months, and we don't have a schedule yet.
Well, I think the differences are the amount of games. There's twice as many in baseball, but then also like they don't have like a significant date that they target. Like there's not like a huge like Christmas games or the days on like Martin Luther King Day, like that weekend that they target as well. Like there's a couple of like key dates, like the start of the season. As well, where baseball doesn't do it. Obviously, football with their unique stuff, like they ramp it up like crazy with all the schedule release videos and stuff. I've never really thought about it, but I don't think so.
I mean, maybe baseball should do something like, hey, the problem is you can't do one game; you have to do a series. So you can't like have a Christmas Day game again. But
here's the 16 times we play the Dodgers. Yeah,
right. Yeah, we're gonna July 4th is gonna be the day. Like, yeah, you can't do that. But yes, there is no schedule out. We'll talk about that in a little bit with Adam Silver. What we do know is that the Phoenix Suns are getting some credit for a couple of their under the radar moves this year. We'll go over some of them because they've got two of them. One is Colin Gillespie, and the other is Luke Kennard. Moves that were made that they're getting some credit for when it comes to these moves were under the radar, and people liked those moves for Phoenix. Gillespie and Kennard. Here's what they said about it. Undrafted, Gillespie had a breakout third NBA season in 80 games, posted career high in scoring, assists, rebounds, steals, minutes, shot 41.8% overall, 40.1 from three. The Suns brought him back on a 4-year deal and added more three-point shooting with Kennard on a 2-year contract. These were under-the-radar moves by NBA.com, and they listed a bunch of other teams. There were 10 of them, but they did feature 2 of the Suns' moves, and they thought these were really good moves. They always wanted to bring Gillespie back. It was just a matter of, was there anybody else out there that was willing to offer Gillespie more money? And did he want to wait that out to kind of see? Because the Suns had the early, tabs on him. Like, we could get this done now. We can get, And I do think that there were teams that might have given Gillespie more money, but he was happy here. He knows what his role is here. He's really valued. They gave him the 4-year deal. And I think they're happy with that deal. I think they made a good deal for themselves, and they made a good deal, and he made a good deal for him.
He did, and he's such an important piece for this team, the versatility that they have, and like the different sort of lineups that they like to use. If you look through the most effective lineups for the Suns last year, over half of them, Colin was in them. So different combinations that they used, him with different centers, him with different guards. He was in those lineups really consistently, and I think one of the key breaking points for Ott with his rotations this year, Gamble, you do this all the time. You jot down when guys come in, when guys come out.
I like to see... I do that because I like to see the patterns. And in my head, I can envision who's playing with who, when, how you end a quarter, how you start a quarter, how you certain times that you want to take guys out. I pay very close attention to the fourth quarter. You know, when are you bringing Book back? When are you who are you going with? Obviously, there's the substitutions at the end of the game. There's a lot of defense for offense, offense for defense that I don't pay as much attention to, but I do like to see how he likes certain guys to play with other guys at different times during the game.
So it's like I think Colin and Oso together are like this boost that they can provide anyone else. So if there's someone else struggling in that starting lineup, do you try and put them with Colin and Oso more because of how effective that duo is and how they make everyone around them better? We know that the lineups when it was Book and the bench did really well too, but like, are you going to put Colin more with Jalen? Are you going to put Colin more with Dylan or Miles as well? In other instances, like when Colin does check into the game, is it for Jalen? Is it for Dylan? Is it for Miles? Like you can have different choices there that you have, because even if you put in Colin for Miles, it's not like you're getting dramatically smaller. Like Bridges is 6'7". He's a decent rebounder, not a great rebounder.
He's the exact. I had an NBA executive send me the NBA the workouts, the combine work. He's the exact same size as Royce O'Neal. Royce actually has I think a taller standing reach, but in bare feet, they're the exact same size, like 6'5" and a quarter in bare feet.
Yeah, so this can still be a team that plays really small, and that's what Ott is going to do, because what did we see him do last year? He passed aside to some other options that would have made them a bigger team because he felt like the smaller lineups gave them a chance to be more successful, and he was totally right in that, and I expect him to make the right decisions here with Colin. Obviously, the lineups with Colin and Luke together, Luke Kennard together, that's going to be the best shooting lineups for this team. So again, like someone like Jalen Green, who is there to drive the basketball. Maybe if Jalen and Miles are playing together and you get driving, you play them with Colin and Luke, so then you have the spacing off of them as well. Like there's different combinations that they can unlock with their bench. And again, I talked about this a lot last year. So many injuries, and it played such a disservice to the bench, because without the injuries, I think this is one of the best benches in the league. It should have been viewed as one of the best benches in the league. And I think this year, with this team getting a little healthier, you're going to look at Gillespie, Goodwin, Iguodaro, and then Fleming, Pete, Malawach, Kennard, whoever else, Ryan Dunn gets in the mix as well. They're going to do even better. Like I expect them to be one of the 3 to 5 best benches in the league this year when you look at like their on-off numbers and how much better the team gets when those guys get in there.
Think about this. Your 14th guy is either going to be Highsmith, Bouye, or Pat Spencer. That's going to be your 14th guy. Kind of like last year. Remember when they had the battle between Goodwin and Butler?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that was the battle, and Goodwin was going to win it, and we reported that Goodwin has the edge. But that was the battle. Let's take a look at these guys and see. You're going to go into camp, and Spencer's on a 2-way, but you're going to go into camp, and remember that the Bouye contract and the Highsmith contract are non-guaranteed contracts. You're going to go into camp and have a battle between Highsmith, Bouye, and Spencer to see which one of those guys is going to take that 14th and final roster spot. One of the guys will be gone. And if the battle's won between Highsmith and Bouye, then Spencer's on a 2-way. You're okay with him. But one of those guys will be like Butler was last year. You're not going to make the roster.
So they only want to carry 14. They don't want to be at 15 that they're at right now.
I think they're going to be at 14.
Okay, and with the 14, if you're not familiar, could you share with the listeners why that's important to have that open roster spot over the first couple of months of the season? Why is it important for them to get down to 14?
Well, I mean, you know this, but in case there's you get to December and you want to make a trade.
Exactly. Yeah.
When guys there's a date in December, it's like the 10th or something where you can add a player. Obviously, injuries, that could be a fact. If you get somebody who gets injured early, you don't want to have that guaranteed roster spot. You want to keep it open because usually if you add somebody, it could be somewhere around December. Now, that's not too far into the season. It's only about 6-7 weeks into the season, but you want to keep that open roster spot. So I do not see Bouye, Highsmith making the team or Spencer and one of those other guys making the team. I think they'll keep the 14. They'll keep the 15th roster spot open. It gives them a lot of, leeway to add if they have to add. You want that ability. You want that flexibility in the contract. But like Butler and Goodwin last year, it'll come down to one of those two guys. I don't know which one I favor. Highsmith gives you something that Allen and Royce did. He gives you that 3-and-D guy. But there was something about Bouye's ability to come in and handle the ball that they really liked last year, too. That's going to be a pretty good battle.
I would give the edge on need to Bouye in terms of, like, the overall player and how important they are to the Suns next year. Like, Highsmith was a guy who came in, and remember, I played him right away. Like, I felt like they really needed him as well. Now,
he wasn't available to play right away. When they got him, he was still like injured, and he had to wait. When he was available, they played him.
They played him right away once he was available. Correct. So now you look at the guys ahead of him, though. Like you've got Rasheer Fleming ahead of him. You've got, I think, probably Cole Pete ahead of him. You've got maybe Ryan Dunn ahead of him as well. So is it a situation where they let Highsmith go because they trust playing Fleming or trust playing Pete if injuries come down, or they don't trust those guys like Dunn enough and they want to keep Highsmith as well? January 10th is the date of the partial guarantee for both those guys when it becomes a full guarantee. But like you're saying, this is going to be a decision they make in October.
In October, one of those guys will very likely be gone.
They'll eat that partial guarantee of like $1 million, whatever it is for Highsmith or Bouye, and then go from there in favor of flexibility, which is definitely the right move. Like you want to keep that spot open if you can.
Keep the spot open because you never know because of injuries. And then there's always that date in early December in which certain guys become trade eligible to where, again, you just want to keep that spot open because you never know what kind of injury you may have early on. You don't want to lock that spot up. So that's why I think it'll come down to those two guys. When we come back, Adam Silver has not released the NBA schedule yet. And I'll give you one reason why. Because somebody hasn't decided what team he's going to play for. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I am with Brian Griffiths, who is a captain of Moving Team 6. Brian, how are you doing?
Not too bad, Wolf. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, brother. Tell me why you got involved with Moving Team 6.
I used to be in the Navy, had gotten out, doing a couple other things, and wanted to get back into something that actually helps people again.
How did being in the Navy actually help you with Moving Team 6?
It helps out a lot. It gives you the discipline, big things, showing up on time, work ethic. Show up, you get the job done, get it done the right way the first time. Makes everything much smoother and easier.
How much did it matter to you that Moving Team 6, they proudly support and hire veterans?
Oh, it mattered a lot. That's one of the reasons why I started working here.
So, Brian, if there's another veteran that is listening right now, what would you tell them about Moving Team 6?
First of all, it's a great place to work. Similar kind of brotherhood you had while you were in with the guys and the other veterans that we have here.
Thank you, Brian. Go to movingteam6.com.
Where your move is our mission.
What makes Southern Steer Butcher a fan favorite? Their service and hospitality. Just like a traditional old-fashioned butcher, their culinary consultants can recommend the perfect proteins for everyday dinner or that special occasion. Plus, they can provide seasoning and cooking tips and assist with sides, apps, and wine pairings to create your next culinary masterpiece. Southern Steer Butcher is where quality meets hospitality. For more information, visit southernsteer.com or stop by the stores in Surprise or Chandler.
I'm Jamal Gumo, and this is what's trending now. The second half of the season begins today for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The D-backs will be at home taking on the St. Louis Cardinals in their first series out of the break. Tonight, it will be Merrill Kelly on the mound for the Snakes. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And in football news, the NFL has suspended Arizona Cardinals personnel executive Ryan Gold indefinitely for violating the league's gambling policy. To read more about it, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Mercury will also be in action tonight. They will be hosting former Mercury Brittany Griner and the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock, and that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, welcome back to the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. I'm Kellen Olson, filling in for Dave Burns. John Gambadoro is alongside me. Let me tell you what's on tonight, and that is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball is back. They are hosting the St. Louis Cardinals at Chase Field. Radio coverage will begin right here in a half an hour on Arizona Sports 98.7. You can watch on D-backs TV as well. And then the Mercury are in action tonight at the, taking on the Sun. You can catch it on TV on Ion at 7 o'clock. Mercury in a bit of a skid right now. Lost their last 4. It's been a really tough challenging year.
Had a great year last year. This year just done everything just went to hell in a handbasket early in the season and never really recovered. And then you got the movies this weekend. You got a 3-hour The Odyssey.
Oh, everyone's going to be there.
Which Kellen went to last night. I know the IMAX is sold out for weeks, so you might have to see it somewhere else. Yeah. You going to go see it this weekend, Jamal?
No, not a big movie guy.
What?
He's a very low-key, sees a couple movies a year.
That's like my wife. I love going to the movies. My wife doesn't like going to the movies.
I love it.
If we sit at night and there's no games on, and I'm like, hey, let's watch a movie. She would know, like a show. I'm like, but you're going to watch 2 episodes of a show. That's 2 hours. The movie's the same time. What the hell's the difference? I don't understand the difference in that. My wife never wants to watch a movie, ever. She always just wants to watch, shows. But I'm like, you're going to watch 2 episodes, and then you're going to go to sleep. It's the same time.
We'll say not one of those 3-hour movies where you're, checking your watch, and you're like, okay, do we have an hour left? 2 hours left? What's going on? didn't fly by either, but it felt appropriate. Like 3 hours felt
The
fine.
Odyssey?
Yeah, it didn't feel like I was like in a slog. In a
that
drag.
long
like,
of a movie, you're probably going to need a restroom break at some point.
I took one at the halfway point.
Yeah, somewhere along
I drink a whole lot of water. I can't go that long.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I need a 3-hour movie. You might need a restroom break.
There, like picking, like, is this the scene where I'm probably not going to miss anything for about 2.5 minutes? Yeah, this is good. I'm going.
Yeah. All right, so that is what's on tonight. We'll be watching D-backs baseball, see if they can get game 1 against the Cardinals. Adam Silver has not released the schedule for the NBA yet. The season is upon us. Not upon us, but just a few months down the road. We were joking earlier that the Major League Baseball has released the 2027 season, even though we don't really know if they're going to have a season because of the potential lockout between the owner and the owners and the players. The owners may lock the players out because they want a better deal. Players may not play because they're not going to give in to the owner's demands of a salary cap. So we'll see how that goes. But Adam Silver said that LeBron actually has this LeBron decision has something to do with the schedule. You know, who's going to play on Christmas Day and some of the marquee matchups. So the NBA is waiting on LeBron before they put a schedule because they want to see what team he's on so they can make sure that he's featured in enough games because people still like to turn in and watch LeBron.
Yeah, they've got all their metrics. They've got all their models that tell them which teams give them the most viewers. And LeBron still dictates that enough for the schedule to be on pause right now. I'm sure whichever team that he lands on, that team is going to be playing on Christmas. I would assume the Warriors and Steph are going to be on for Christmas regardless, but like that could land Philly on. I would argue that Philly, the Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum matchup with the Celtics should be on Christmas no matter what. But let's say he goes to Cleveland. Now Cleveland is on for Christmas as well. Let's say he goes to Miami. I would argue that Giannis is already going to be on there as well. But these are things that the league takes very seriously, and it's one of those things where you look at the Lakers the last couple of years and be like, why are they on they have 29 national games? Why is it? Because a lot of people watch the Lakers and a lot of people watch LeBron, and the league is going to maximize every cent they can make in terms of ad revenue and viewership. And this is one of those. This is one of their biggest things every year is plotting out the schedule because it determines how much money they're going to make from their revenue.
Yeah, primetime national games, Christmas Day. They want to know which team LeBron's going to be on. And the other thing is like this is a farewell tour for him. So they're going to want to, like, especially towards the end, like they're going to highlight whatever team he's on. If he's not on Cleveland, they're going to want to highlight that game, his last game in Cleveland, his last game in Miami, his last game in L.A. Like the teams that he's played for, they're going to want to highlight those games. So no matter where he is, you got to remember it's not just a Christmas Day game and stuff like that. This is also like a farewell tour for LeBron. Nobody's expected him to play another season after this coming year. So that's why it's not like he's holding them hostage. It's just where he plays is going to affect the schedule. So that's why they're not announcing anything yet. But they're saying, like, I need him to make a decision because they want to get the schedule out. They want to get it out so we can sit there on Monday and go through all 82 games and figure out how many wins we think the Phoenix Suns are going to end up with.
Brian Windhorst yesterday spoke on why he believes Miami makes more sense as a destination for LeBron as opposed to Cleveland, which seems to be the favorite right now.
If you look at Cleveland, for example, the team that the Cavs currently have is reminiscent of the Lakers team he's leaving. The Lakers team he left had Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic. Well, the Cavs have James Harden and Donovan Mitchell. The Sixers have a number of ball handlers. The ball handling role is wide open in Miami. The history is there in Miami. The star power is there in Miami. I'm going to be honest with you. 2-3 weeks ago when LeBron announced he was leaving the Lakers, I know that Miami was ranked up there, but I didn't really see it. As I've watched this and had conversations over the last few weeks, Miami continues to make more and more sense to me. I can't guess where LeBron's head is. I can't guess where where he feels the best fit or what he's prioritizing. But the more you talk about this with NBA teams, even the teams that are recruiting LeBron, the team they see that is the basketball fit is Miami.
And then LeBron spoke at Fanatics Fest yesterday, speaking on that apparently he still has a lot of factors to consider.
The family portion is a big thing too. You know, my daughter and my wife and things of that nature, and I'm a big family guy. So there's a lot of things that's, people are like, hurry up and make a damn decision, Brian. It's like, okay, it's not just about the team. So many other factors that I'm, factoring in right now on what, not only best fit me as a player, what best fit me as a person, what best fit me as what my happiness, and also with my family as well. You know, so there's a lot of, won't hold you guys up too much longer.
And that's why, Gambo, I think you and I agreed on this the other day, is that, like, if he wants to win a championship, like, the best chance probably is going to be in Minnesota, but is he going to live in Minnesota for a year? Is he going to move his family?
You don't think Miami with Giannis and Bam is a great chance?
Oh, it's a great chance, but I think Minnesota gives him the best chance to win a championship. I think that he'd be in the Eastern Conference, so he'd be away from Oklahoma City and San Antonio. But I think Minnesota, the fit for what he can do, the way that he can help out LaMelo and Ant, but the way that LaMelo can help out him as well. Jaden McDaniels and Ant take on the defensive coverage as well. Rudy protects the rim as well. There's just great fits all over the place. If he goes to Miami, they're still going to need more guys. Like, I think that's a really short team in terms of reliable rotation players as well. So that's why I lean Minnesota as well. But the edge to Miami, Gambo, called you LeBron there, is that LeBron lived there before. Like, he lived before in Miami. He's familiar with the area. Golden State, not too far away from where he is currently residing. Is he willing to uproot his family for a year and go live in Minnesota? That's the only thing in the way for Minnesota, I think.
I think there are several decisions on players, too, that are being held up by his decision.
100%.
Right? The James Harden decision is being held up.
DeMar DeRozan,
Draymond Green.
We mentioned Portland earlier. It feels like they have way too many guards. Is there a trade they're waiting to make right now that's contingent on this as well?
Like, these players are kind of held up because, like, how much money's available? Like, what is LeBron going to sign for? So I think there's a little bit of a ripple effect, you know, because, like, Harden declined his option, right? And Draymond declined his option. So I do think right now the Warriors can only offer LeBron a minimum contract. But if they're able to trade Moses Moody and Green takes a discount, then maybe they could raise their offer. I wonder how much of this is about money for LeBron or fit. You know, that's something that I just don't know the answer to. Because, again, like, you know, there are ways to create more money if you're Golden State to pay LeBron. Because, you know, is LeBron going to take a veteran minimum deal? Right now, that's all Golden State could offer him without making other moves.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because we hear guys all the time talk about, like, okay, I just want to go where I have a best chance to win a championship. And then they pass up on the team that was going to offer him $15 million less a year. So LeBron's got plenty of financial gain in other situations beyond basketball. He's not relying on this money. He's got a whole lot of money already as it is. So he is one of the few guys in basketball that could afford to do that and would look at that and not see it pass off. But I'm not like on my, like, I'm just not like standing by my phone waiting for the notification to go up. But I am really intrigued to see where he goes because I think it does impact a lot of things in either conference depending on where he goes.
You know, there are some veterans out there that aren't signed yet, including Bradley Beal.
Oh, boy.
I think Russell Westbrook hasn't signed.
Brad declined his player option, too.
Bradley
that was
Beal.
strange. Yeah, Brad declined his player option. If he doesn't re-sign anywhere, that's very strange that he was just like, I'm good, I'm out of here. But
how much was that option? Do you remember?
About like $5 million, something like that. It was like that 2-year, $11 million deal or whatever with the second year.
Yeah,
with the
2
player
years,
option.
$11 million, right?
Something like that. Somewhere around there. It was like $5 or $6 million that he declined, which makes you think that he had a good deal lined up somewhere else. But haven't heard anything yet.
Nobody has signed him as of right now. When we come back, D-backs on deck. We will get you set for the Diamondbacks and the Cardinals. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Football soon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. The home of Arizona State Sun Devils football. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, 98.7 FM.
Progressive knows you've got plenty of things to worry about.
What time does the kids' practice end? How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, your home sold guaranteed realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef, drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then cool down with a tropical cream slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, July is an exciting time for truck buyers.
That's right, Dave. Our red, white, and blue sale is happening all month long with huge savings on some of our most popular trucks. You pay what we pay. Employee pricing on our 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months. And if a midsize truck better fits your lifestyle, you can lease a 2026 GMC Canyon for just $319 a month.
So stop by Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, welcome back to the Burns and Gambo Show. Kellen filling in for Dave Burns for 9 more minutes. And then you get, I believe, a fill on Monday with you, Gambo. And then the old show will be fully back together.
Yeah, Burns is off Monday, too.
Tuesday.
And then that should be it. Like, he shouldn't have any more vacation days for the rest of the year.
Day. He really had to take that one more extra day as well. Let's talk about a baseball game, shall we? Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, the WindowDepot.com. Your pitching matchup, Merrill Kelly, the righty for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He is 7-8 with a 5.38 ERA and a 1.51 whip. Michael McGreevy, the righty for the St. Louis Cardinals, is 4-7 with a 3.01 ERA and a 1.10 whip, Gambo.
Yeah, McGreevy's going to make his first career start against Arizona. It's the only team that he has yet to face against National League West teams. He does have a 12-inning scoreless streak against NL West opponents. He threw 6 scoreless against the Dodgers and at San Diego early in the season. So 6 against the Dodgers, 6 against San Diego. Those were in May 2nd against the Dodgers, May 8th against San Diego. This will be his career high 19th start of the season, 38th career start. He's allowed 2 runs or fewer in 12 of his 17 starts this season. Yeah, 2 runs or fewer in 12 of his 17. Now, if you're looking for a good little note, they don't score a lot of runs for him. So the Cardinals have given him 2 runs of support or fewer in 8 of his starts. The Cardinals have actually been shut out 5 times this season, 4 of them when he starts. Wow. So while he has had a lot of success in limiting teams, they don't score a lot of runs, and the 5 times they've been shut out, 4 of them have come when he has taken the mound.
Merrill Kelly coming off of what was maybe his best outing of the year. 7 full innings. He allowed 3 hits and 3 walks, 1 earned. The traffic has really been the problem for Merrill in his previous outing, which he pitched okay against Milwaukee. 8 hits and 2 walks the previous outing. 8 hits and 2 walks the previous outing. 7 hits and 3 walks. That was against the St. Louis Cardinals, who he allowed 3 earned runs against in 6 innings as well. If Merrill gives up 2 earned runs or fewer, to focus on that stat one more time, this will be the 3rd straight game Merrill has done that. He has not achieved that type of streak all year. Let's take a look at the injury report. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. The big update to come down today was from manager Torey Lovello to reporters pregame. Zach Gallen will get a second opinion on his elbow on Monday from Dr. Neil Alatrash. This is to map out a timeline for a return. Lovello, according to Nick Piccoro, made it sound like surgery is not being considered, but whenever we hear that guy's name, Gambo, around our pitchers, we get nervous. We get afraid.
Yeah, it's, you've got Gallen that's out right now. You've got Soroka that's out right now. You've got Corbin Burns that's out right now. You got Ryan Nelson that's out right now. They're going to patchwork this thing with, Bratt's going to pitch on Monday. It's probably going to be Cole Drake on Tuesday. We don't know for sure, but they're going to have to figure somebody out for Tuesday. So hopefully they'll get some good news on that front and start getting guys back soon. Again, my understanding is that Michael Soroka's the closest because he's already throwing pens. That's not going to happen anytime in the next week or so, but he should be back sooner than anybody else.
And as a matter of fact, I have that for you from Torey Lovello, who joined us on Burns and Gambo earlier. Here's how he said the rotation could look until this rotation gets healthy.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit dicey here. We're going to probably dip into player development a little bit for the next set of names. That's Cabrera. That's Cole Drake. We have Bratt here right now. So I'm grateful that we have built in this type of depth from some of our guys that we've developed, trade for, or developed inside of our system. But for right now, it's going to be Kelly, Fott, Erod, and then Bratt on Monday. We have an open on Tuesday. Have an open spot on Tuesday. We'll figure out what we're going to do here in the coming days. Not yet been determined, but Soroka's getting after it. He's trying to get back here as soon as possible. He's going to throw a second and third bullpen this week, live, hopefully a very short time after that, and then we'll see where he's at. I don't think his recovery is going to be as big as it will be for Corbin Burns because he's got to get built up from basically nothing. And in this case, I think, hopefully sometime in this month we see Soroka, if not very early in the next month. And then I think Corbin's going to be somewhere a month after that.
Sounds like Ryan is a ways away. Is another takeaway there.
Yeah. How far away? I mean, it takes a while to get a pitcher, ramped up to pitch. Soroka's pitched enough games where it's not going to be as much. Burns, obviously, and Nelson, those guys have pitched. Nelson and Soroka pitched enough to where it's not going to take as much and as long as it would for Corbin Burns. But still, I don't know if you're going to get him back in time to be able to help you. If anything, you're looking at September.
The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. Your division leaders in the American League, you've got the Tampa Bay Rays atop the East, the Chicago White Sox tied with the Cleveland Guardians in the AL Central. How about that? And the AL West is the Texas Rangers. In the East, you've got the Braves and the Brewers, followed by the Dodgers. In the wild card picture for the Diamondbacks, they are 2.5 back of the surprise Miami Marlins, who are in that third place spot. Let's get a key from the Keymaster, Gambo.
Listen, man, I need you to be the Keymaster. I am the Keymaster.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
You know, it's interesting that the Cardinals' .604 winning percentage against the Diamondbacks is their best against any opponent and the highest in the MLB versus Arizona among National League and Common Interleague opponents. So they've done very well against Arizona. The key to the game is going to hinge on Jordan Walker, who edged out Kyle Schwarber to win the Home Run Derby at Citizens Park on Monday. First Cardinal to do that. He's got a career-best 18-game on-base streak going into tonight's game. He was the first Cardinal since Albert Pujols in 2009 to lead the majors in runs batted in at the All-Star break with 74. He is having a tremendous season. 294 batting average, 22 home runs, 74 RBIs. But here's where I think we could talk about the big key.
Sure.
He has not fared well against Merrill Kelly in his career. As a matter of fact, he's got a 100 batting average, 1 hit in 10 at-bats against Merrill Kelly. And